At the beginning of the freshman year, others drove luxury cars such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Ferrari to report for school. And what about me? I took off in a helicopter, attracting the attention of the whole school. The most beautiful schoolgirl finds various reasons to get close to me every day. Cool goddess teacher couldn't help but secretly glance at me during class. All the boys in the school were so jealous that they became a lemon orchard. As for the reason? It was because I liked and forwarded a video to share it, and it accidentally bound a cheat code system. The system is simple: you get rewards for completing tasks, and the rewards are quite exaggerated. Money, beauties, villas, whatever you dare to think of, it will give you. But I never expected that the first task of the system would be so outrageous. It is detected that the host lives too low-key. The system issues a task. When the new students report tomorrow, the host needs to drive a helicopter to the school and post this message in the school group. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with a villa worth tens of millions. The penalty for failure makes my scalp tingle. You will not be able to watch 18+ movies for the rest of your life, and the duration of sex is limited to 5 seconds. After hearing the system's voice prompts, my face turned green. Just when I was wondering if the system was playing a joke, the next second, a brand new helicopter appeared out of thin air in my home. Fuck system, are you serious? I was shocked. I was thankful that my parents were on their honeymoon, otherwise this thing would be in the living room, and I would be exhausted just explaining it. But when I thought about the punishment after failure, I gritted my teeth instantly. Can't watch 18+ banned movies? This is bearable. After all, anime and manga are a comfort. But you told me I can only hold on for 5 seconds? This is worse than killing me. The next day, at the gate of Donghai University, Song Qinghwan took out a pack of tissues from her bag and gently wiped the sweat on her forehead. Qinghwan, do you remember? Someone asked on the confession wall a few days ago if they could report by helicopter? Shinmingchi came over excitedly. Song Qinghwan raised her eyebrows. Well, I saw someone refuted the rumor and said it was a joke among sophomore classmates. Shinmingchi was stunned. Huh! Why didn't I see it? Maybe you were too busy and didn't pay attention. Song Qinghwan chuckled and shook her head. As they were talking, a shy figure came forward and interrupted their conversation. Student Song Qinghwan, would you like some milk tea? A boy carefully handed over 2 cups of milk tea with a shy smile on his face. Song Qinghwan was slightly stunned, and pointed to the glass of water in her hand, her tone polite but distant. Sorry, I brought water, but thank you. The boy's smile froze, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Before he could say anything, he was pushed away by several boys. Qinghwan, do you want some snacks? I bought a big bag of them, all of which are your favorite. Schoolgirl Song, his food is all fried food, which is unhealthy. I bought all fresh fruits, which are nutritious and won't cause acne. Qinghwan, I brought you. This is a limited edition. Several people rushed to hand over various things, and Song Qinghwan suddenly felt a headache. Shinmingchi, who was standing by, looked jealous and helpless, and muttered sourly in her heart. Humph, she became the campus beauty from the first day she arrived at Donghai University. Now, even I am forced to witness these fancy pursuits. Song Qinghwan became famous online because of a profile photo, attracting countless fans. There were many suitors in school, but she always maintained a sense of distance, politely but firmly rejecting these overtures. At this time, Shinmingchi looked at the milk tea that was handed to her, and then looked at the large and small bags in front of her, and her throat was about to smoke. She gritted her teeth, and reached out to take everything with a smile. I'm Qinghwan's roommate. She has a bad temper and I can't bear to accept her. I'll thank everyone on her behalf, Shinmingchi said as she dismissed the crowd. The suitors looked at me and I looked at you. Although they were reluctant to give up, they felt that if the roommate accepted it, it would be equivalent to Qinghwan accepting it, so they had to leave one after another. Meng Qi, what are you doing? When the crowd dispersed, Song Qinghwan stamped her feet anxiously. What's the matter? Why don't you just order something to eat? They bought it anyway. It would be a waste if you don't take it. Shinmingchi drank milk tea without caring. How many times have I said that I have no intention of falling in love with any of them? By doing this, aren't you giving them hope? Song Qinghwan's voice rose a bit. Please don't be too nervous. It's just a few packs of snacks. What does it mean? Shen Mingqi curled her lips and didn't care. Song Qingwan was about to retort when suddenly there was a burst of exclamation from around her. Oh my god! Ferrari Supercar! Oh my god, I have only seen this car in videos, but I can actually see it in real life. Driving a luxury car to report? He is indeed a boss, an absolute rich second generation. A Ferrari roared with roar and stopped steadily at the school gate. Shen Mingqi recovered from her daze in an instant, took out her air cushion to touch up her makeup at lightning speed, and also applied a layer of bean paste-colored lipstick. The car door opened, and a high-spirited figure stepped out of the car, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Bryony's suit, Armani's trousers, Casno's leather shoes. This is clearly a textbook look for the rich second generation. The rich second generation got out of the car and fixed his eyes accurately on Song Qingwan and the crowd. After all, the halo of the school bell is too dazzling. A confident smile appeared on his lips, he straightened his tie, and walked towards Song Qingwan like a gentleman. Shen Mingqi's face fell instantly. No need to guess, this person is targeting Song Qingwan. Sure enough, with a school beauty like Song Qingwan, Shen Mingqi would always be a green leaf, so how could she have any role? The rich second generation stopped in front of Song Qingwan and smiled slightly. Senior Song Qingwan, can you take me to go through the admission procedures? His fiery eyes made Song Qingwan take a step back, keeping a safe distance, and asked calmly, Are you from the Chinese department? I'm from the sports department. Hearing this, Song Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the opposite side. The welcome volunteers from the sports department are over there. But the rich second generation chuckled and added, Senior Song Qingwan, I got into this school because of you. As soon as these words came out, the students watching were instantly shocked. Fuck! Are all rich guys so direct when pursuing girls? For rich people, going to college is as easy as buying vegetables. Sure enough, ordinary people don't understand the happiness of rich people. Song Qingwan frowned slightly and responded politely. Sorry, I'm from the Chinese department. When Shen Mingqi saw this, she rolled her eyes and immediately said enthusiastically, Senior Qingwan is very busy, why don't I take you to go through the formalities? She looked at the rich second generation eagerly, with expectation written all over her face. However, the rich second generation just glanced at her lightly and forced a polite smile. Thank you, Senior, but I still want Senior Song to take me there. Turning around, he said to Song Qingwan again, Senior sister, do you think there is anyone else in this school who is more suitable for you than me? Song Qingwan sighed impatiently. I'm sorry, I have no plans to fall in love during the 4 years of college. Among the onlookers, someone deliberately shouted, Why don't we find someone to fly a helicopter? Stop talking, who can really fly a helicopter to school these days? If it were true, I would eat the table right then and there. Before he finished speaking, the sound of an engine roared from the horizon. From far away, a helicopter slowly appeared in sight and finally landed on the playground. Fuck, is there really someone coming here in a helicopter? Where's that guy who wanted to chew the table just now? Come and fulfill your promise. In the cockpit, I looked helpless and complained wildly in my heart. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued, Shuyan Yaji Yanshuijian Villa. The key is in your pocket, and the property certificate is on the table in the study. I took a deep breath, calmed myself down, got off the helicopter, and walked straight towards the Chinese department. Song Qingwan looked at me slowly approaching and was completely stunned. Not only did the man flying the helicopter come, but he was really from their department. The second-generation rich man was completely dumbfounded. Damn, this guy flying a helicopter is actually competing with him for Song Qingwan? I came to Song Qingwan, took a look at the welcome volunteer sign hanging on her chest, and smiled slightly. Hello, senior sister, I am a freshman in the Chinese department. Is this the reporting point? I have to say, this senior is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off her. She looks even fresher in a white dress, and her long straight black hair is braided into an exquisite pigtail on one side, with her bangs slightly curled up, showing the softness of a forest girl. Those big eyes, as clear as a deer's, are pure and innocent, making people want to protect her. She is definitely a school beauty. Huh! Ah, yes, it's here. Song Qingwan was stunned for a moment, obviously a little out of control. After realizing her reaction, She coughed lightly and smiled a little embarrassedly. What's your major, Junior? Chinese language and literature. Song Qingwan's eyes flashed with surprise. What a coincidence, it turned out to be her direct junior. She smiled and said softly, I am also studying Chinese language and literature, so I will take you to handle the formalities. Compared to the arrogant guy just now, this junior obviously made her like him better. He was dressed simply, but neither humble nor arrogant, and did not look overbearing at all. If it weren't for the helicopter just now, who would have known that he was actually a rich second generation? Thank you, senior. I nodded, my tone calm but polite. On the other side, Qingyao's face had changed. He never expected that someone would actually come to report by helicopter. Moreover, not only was he intercepted, but he also lost face in front of the goddess Song Qingwan. Looking at the meaningful looks from the people around him, he felt so ashamed and angry that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Hey, buddy, I was here first. Haven't you heard of first come, first served? Qingyao suppressed his anger and forced out a sentence. I was about to speak when Song Qingwan stood in front of me and said in a calm tone, Junior students from the Department of Physical Education, I have just told you that your orientation session is over there. She raised her hand and pointed across, her attitude clear and firm. This scene made Qingyao's face turn pale. His goddess actually spoke for another man? He suddenly felt a green feeling above his head. Although Song Qingwan was not his girlfriend yet, he had already regarded her as his private domain. Qingyao gritted his teeth and looked me up and down. His eyes stopped at my faded shirt. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This helicopter, did you spend all your savings to rent it? He sneered and continued. Even if we rented it, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars an hour, right? I'm afraid it must have cost a lot of money for this trip. He looked very confident. In his opinion, the real rich second generation would either dress elegantly and wear famous brands, or be extremely low-key, wearing inconspicuous but high-quality clothes. The way I was dressed didn't look like a real second-generation rich man at all. He naturally thought that this helicopter must have been rented. Qingyao's words caused the crowd to start talking. Rented? Is it really rented? I thought this big guy was low-key, but it turns out. Oh, such a big move, is it just to pursue the school beauty Song? I hope she won't be fooled. I looked at Qingyao, smiled gently, and said calmly, If you think so, then so be it. What? The people around were stunned. The boss actually agreed? Was the helicopter really just rented? TSK, it turns out it's rented. All this excitement was for nothing. TSK, if there really is a big shot with a helicopter at home, why would he dress so shabby? I think this guy is clearly here for Song Qingwan, just putting on a show. Listening to the discussions of his classmates, Qingyao smiled with satisfaction. He knew that his goal had been achieved, and a proud arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Song Qingwan confidently. So, should you thank me for pulling you back from the wrong path? Song Qingwan frowned and responded coldly. This is someone else's business, what does it have to do with you? I advise you to take care of yourself first. She felt even more disgusted with Qingyao. This rich second generation was really annoying no matter how you looked at him. On the other hand, her junior schoolmate, dressed modestly and behaved modestly, much better than the ostentatious peacock in front of her. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit squeezed into the crowd. When he saw me, he was overjoyed and shouted, Mr. Lin Chen! Mr. Lin Chen! I finally found you! He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a childish smile on his face. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? Who was this person? Could this Mr. Lin Chen be referring to that big liar? Someone in the crowd whispered. Even I was stunned. You are? The middle-aged man quickly introduced himself. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm the management specialist of the private helipad in Nanwan, Donghai City. You can call me Zhou Hai. I'm here to help you drive your private plane back to the helipad. It just happened to be the beginning of the school year, and there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm a little late. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. As he spoke, he bowed slightly, his attitude extremely respectful. Hearing this, everyone around was dumbfounded. What? There's a private helipad? What's this new trick? Didn't they just say it was rented? Could this be another actor? Oh fuck. The acting has been arranged to this extent. I was even more confused. What on earth was going on? At this moment, the mechanical reminder sounded in my mind. Friendly reminder: the private helipad and administrator are the services included in the helicopter reward. I understood it instantly. That's it. But it's okay. I was just worrying about how to deal with the helicopter, but I didn't expect the system had already arranged the follow-up. I nodded and said calmly, "Thank you, but if you have anything to say, please stand and talk." Seeing that Johai looked to be at least 50 years old, I felt it was really unfair to ask an elder to bow down to me. Johai showed a professional smile, and then asked, "Mr. Lin, you should have seen my information before, right?" "Information?" I looked confused. "I didn't see it." Johai didn't care and explained, "I am a retired captain with nearly 20 years of flying experience. Leave your helicopter to me, there will be absolutely no problem." "Oh my God! Is this true? A retired captain is his management specialist? Wait a minute, let me check to see if it's true or not." "Oh my God, it's actually true! Johai, the photos are all hung up." The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and the expressions on everyone's faces became strange. Even Qin Yao's face turned pale and blue. Needless to say, everyone understands that my previous sentence, "If you think it is, then it is," was a joke on Qin Yao. It's okay for a helicopter, but he actually has a retired captain as his management specialist? He's definitely a winner in life. As expected, some people are born to be at the finish line, like the helicopter boss. I'm jealous. I'm like a lemon. Where are those people who just said that the boss rented a helicopter to create a persona? Why are they all silent? Shh, stop talking, look at the face of the Ferrari rich second generation. As these words fell, Qin Yao's face became even darker. Song Qingwan stared at me blankly, the sun shining on my face. Time seemed to stand still. She suddenly thought, this junior is so handsome. He is rich and low-key, mature and restrained, which completely subverts her perception of the second generation of rich people. Qin Yao's expression was still ugly, but after learning that the other party's identity was not ordinary, he could only choose to bow his head and admit his mistake. "I was short-sighted just now and caused you trouble. I'm really sorry." Although he felt uncomfortable, he was not stupid. The other party was obviously not an ordinary person, so he would not offend him rashly. He was blinded by anger before, but now he calmed down and realized his impulsiveness. As a second-generation rich man, he has the awareness to recognize the situation. However, his apology caused the crowd to explode. Two rich men face off, and the helicopter boss wins. Just tell me, my judgment is correct. How could the helicopter boss lie? Yes, he even hired a retired pilot as his personal apron manager. Facing Qin Yao's bowed head, I spread my hands indifferently and smiled calmly. It's okay, I don't care. My attitude made Qin Yao even more depressed, and he felt as if he was being stabbed by a needle. He always felt that in my eyes he was nothing. After saying goodbye, Qin Yao fled in a flash. All of this fell into Song Qingwan's eyes, and my way of handling it once again surprised her. Compared with Qin Yao, it was a world of difference. However, I don't know what Song Qingwan is thinking. After handing the helicopter start key to Zhou Hai, Wang Wang and Song Qingwan went to report together. The paths on the campus are lined with sweet-scented osmanthus trees. In September, the sweet-scented osmanthus flowers are in full bloom, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance. Suddenly, Song Qingwan stopped and looked up at me. Junior brother, thank you for what you did just now. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't do anything, you are too polite, senior. To be honest, this senior looks pretty cute. In the sunlight, her skin is as white as jade, with almost no flaws. From my perspective, her beauty is even more stunning. From this angle, I can even capture a different view. Ahem. I didn't expect that although the senior sister looked thin, she had everything she needed. This is the real angel face and devil figure. She is indeed worthy of being a goddess. Song Qingwan, I am afraid she is the dream lover of many innocent boys. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. After spending the entire morning going through the new student registration process, I was already starving. So I suggested, Senior, it's almost time for dinner. You've helped me so much, why don't we have a meal together? I'll treat you. After all, this campus beauty has been taking me around under the scorching sun and it's been very hard work, so it's only right that I treat her to a meal. Song Qingwan smiled with a hint of playfulness between her eyebrows. You want to treat me to a meal? I nodded. Yeah. Okay. She agreed happily. Although she usually didn't like to go out alone with the opposite sex, this junior student in front of her made her feel different. Compared with those persistent suitors, he just wanted to express his gratitude and had no other intentions. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat so that we can keep in touch later. Song Qingwan took out her cell phone and added, I'll send you an electronic version of the school map. It will be much more convenient to use in the future. We made it ourselves, so it's more detailed than the ones on the internet. Okay, thank you, Senior. Let me scan you. I nodded in response. Adding her WeChat, I immediately sent her my name. Lin Chin. She smiled and introduced herself. My name is Song Qingwan. There is a beautiful person, clear and graceful. Senior sister Song's name really suits her. I commented casually, with a very pertinent tone. Song Qingwan was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyebrows, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. It is said that most students in the Chinese department come here because they are not good at math, and few of them really love literature. But Lin Chin in front of him actually saw the allusion in her name at a glance, which is rare. Moreover, his conversation and temperament are completely different from those ostentatious rich second generations, and he seems mature and restrained. Thank you for the compliment, she said with a smile. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, I suddenly took a step closer. Senior, don't move. Looking at my face so close to her, Song Qingwan was a little stunned. What did he want to do? Before she could think about it, I took a sweet-scented osmanthus flower from her hair with 2 fingers. Senior, a flower fell from your hair. Ah? Oh, haha, thank you. Song Qingwan was speechless for a moment, her cheeks slightly hot with embarrassment. What was she thinking just now? She actually misunderstood others, how shameful. I couldn't help but giggle when I noticed the redness on her ears. This senior is so cute. Perhaps it was because of the little misunderstanding that Song Qingwan felt a little embarrassed, and she spoke less on the way. After completing various formalities, it was already past noon, and the two decided to go out for dinner together. Cui Yuxian, a famous Chinese restaurant near Tunghai University, was amazed by the environment here. The antique decoration and the faint smell of sandalwood made people feel comfortable. In a corner of the restaurant was a small stage separated by a beaded curtain, on which several girls in chest-length skirts were playing ancient music. The environment here is really nice, I exclaimed. The two found a seat and sat down, which happened to be facing the stage so they could enjoy the performance. As soon as I sat down, the waitress in Cheongsam brought me tea, and I subconsciously said thank you. Song Qingwan raised her eyebrows and smiled, but said nothing. She seemed to appreciate my gentlemanly demeanor. I handed her the menu and said, Senior, please order something. I'm not sure if you have any dietary restrictions. She chuckled and took it. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. After ordering, I randomly added a few dishes and asked the waiter to place the order. Soon, plates of delicious dishes were served, and the rich aroma whetted my appetite. At this time, Song Qingwan seemed to suddenly remember something and reminded me. By the way, Lin Chin, tomorrow the freshmen will have a class meeting in the classroom. Don't forget, this day is very important. Oh? I raised my eyebrows, obviously curious. Why do you say that? Hearing my question, Song Qingwan patiently explained. It is like this, the class leaders of the university are selected today, and they will basically not be replaced during the 4 years. Compared with ordinary students, class leaders will have more privileges. She deliberately emphasized the word privilege, and then added, also, the first impression of the counselor is very important. If you can build a good relationship with the counselor, the 4 years of college will be much easier. I was a little surprised that there were so many things to pay attention to. As a freshman, I naturally didn't know these things. Thinking about it, I smiled slightly. Thank you, senior sister. However, I have always liked freedom. If I want to be a class leader, forget it. I don't really like privileges. After hearing this, Song Qingwan looked at me with a little surprise. Nowadays, there are many people who want to be class leaders, especially those who want to be in the student union. Once some people become small leaders, they seem to have unlimited power, which makes people annoyed. To be honest, she doesn't really like that kind of people. However, I gave her a different kind of Buddhist feeling, always looking calm and indifferent. She suddenly became curious. What would such a person look like if he got angry? Song Qingwan looked at me thoughtfully, and her eyes made me a little nervous. Senior, is there something on my face? Ah? She suddenly came back to her senses and quickly looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. No. To hide her embarrassment, she picked up the drink next to her. It was not until she finished drinking that she realized it was actually fruit wine, and it was quite strong. Her series of slightly clumsy movements made me laugh and cry. Sure enough, after a while, 2 blushes appeared on Song Qingwan's face. I looked at her and couldn't help shaking my head. Senior sister, your alcohol tolerance is so poor. A few glasses of fruit wine are not enough? Song Qingwan blushed and whispered. It's okay. Maybe I'm not in a good mood today. Seeing her getting drunker, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Senior, how about I take you home? Okay. She just stood up and stumbled. Fortunately, I was quick enough to hold her and prevent her from falling. Song Qingwan stood up quickly, her face flushed, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Thank you. She was annoyed and regretted why she couldn't control herself and drank so much. Fortunately, she was with Lin Shen, who was upright and reassuring. If it was with someone else, I really don't know what would have happened. Thinking of this, she became even more grateful to me. I didn't think too much about it. Seeing her drunken appearance, I just wanted to send her back quickly and then go back to Yanshwijian Villa to rest. Senior sister, you probably can't walk a few steps in your current state. Let me support you. Song Qingwan was a little shy, but still nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. You're welcome. I helped her out of the restaurant, paid the bill, took a taxi and took her straight back to school. Song Qingwan was the campus beauty of Donghai University, and she had countless suitors, but none of them succeeded. When I appeared on campus with her, I naturally attracted a lot of attention. Hey, isn't that the school beauty Song Qingwan? Who is the boy next to her? Is he her boyfriend? Didn't Song Qingwan say that she wouldn't fall in love during college? Oh my god, I didn't expect my goddess to be pursued by someone like this. Hearing these words, Song Qingwan's cheeks felt slightly hot, and she looked a little embarrassed, but she didn't explain much. Of course I heard it, but since she didn't explain, I was too lazy to waste my words. I walked all the way to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and finally arrived. The surroundings were filled with couples who were reluctant to part, and a few meters away, there was another couple hugging each other intimately, oblivious to the people around them. I couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up in my heart. College life nowadays is really great. Song Qingwan's face turned even redder, and she felt so burned that she didn't even dare to look over there. We're at the dormitory. I'll go back first? She whispered in a hurry. The intimate voices of the couple next to her reached her ears, and she didn't want to stay here for a moment. I nodded. After a simple farewell, Song Qingwan almost ran into the dormitory building as if escaping, and I turned and left. However, I did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to Shuyan Yaju Yanshwijian. Shuyan Yaju is indeed the most luxurious villa area in Donghai City. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the scenery is picturesque, and the property management team is the best in the city. Living here is undoubtedly an ultimate enjoyment. As soon as I reached the gate, I was stopped. Hello, sir, outsiders need to register. The security guard began politely, but suddenly froze halfway through his words. He hurriedly took out a photo and compared it carefully, then his tone changed and he said respectfully, Are you Lin Shen, Mr. Lin? I was a little confused, but nodded anyway. The security guard immediately became more respectful. You are our VIP guest of Waterside Yaju. The owner of Yanshwijian, Mr. Lin, who paid in full for the king of the building. I am so disrespectful. I was just short-sighted, please forgive me. Obviously, he did not expect that the buyer of Yanshwijian would be such a young gentleman. Yanshwijian has attracted much attention since it was vacant. Its sales shocked the entire property team, and the manager even specifically instructed them to treat this mysterious guest well. It's okay. I waved my hand calmly. By the way, which direction is Yanshwijian? Go north, and it's the most luxurious villa at the end. The security guard answered hurriedly, and then asked tentatively, Mr. Lin, do you want me to lead the way for you? I hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, thank you. The security guard was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. This is my duty, you are too polite. He then used his pager to call his companion to take over his position and personally lead the way for me. Along the way, the security guard enthusiastically introduced the environment and facilities of Shuyanjiaju, and I gradually got to know it better. I have to say that this place is really full of birdsong and flowers, and it is quite artistic. Soon, I saw my own Yanshwijian. The villa is surrounded by lakes on 3 sides. It is the most advantageous villa in the entire villa area and has the highest price. After thanking the security guard, I walked into the villa. And in a villa opposite, in the living room on the 2nd floor, a beautiful figure was standing in front of the window. Jiangli was wearing lazy home clothes, holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with her waist-length wavy hair casually tied up and a few strands of hair hanging on her shoulders. She looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and her gaze fell on the Yanshwijian villa opposite. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of doubt in them. Someone is living in Yanshwijian? She murmured to herself, her tone full of surprise. Didn't they say that this place is not for sale to the public? Yanshwijian has a unique location. She had also taken a fancy to this villa at first, but the property management told her that Yanshwijian was not for sale. In desperation, she had to settle for the next best thing and bought the one opposite. Could it be that Yanshwijian was specially reserved for this person? Jiangli's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of interest in his eyes. It seems that this neighbor is not simple. It is time to pay him a visit. After all, since he is a neighbor, he will inevitably interact with him in the future. She picked up the glass and drank it all, then put the glass on the table and turned to walk into the room. The 3-story villa is nearly 700 square meters. I looked around my new home and was very satisfied. It has a private courtyard, a swimming pool, a gym, and everything else. It is indeed a life of the rich that is different. The huge French window in the living room offers a panoramic view of the river, which is refreshing. The furniture is complete and top-notch, of course, all of which are included in the price. There is a reason why such a luxury house is so expensive. I sat casually on the soft leather sofa and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Just then, the doorbell rang. I frowned slightly. Could it be the property management? As I thought about it, I stood up and opened the door. The door opened and a beautiful figure came into view. Jianli stood at the door, stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the new neighbor was so young, looking only in his early 20s, maybe even younger. How could this person afford to live in Yanshwijian? He was most likely a son of a noble family. After coming back to her senses, Jianli showed a charming smile and said, Hello, neighbor. My name is Jianli, and I live in the house opposite you. As she spoke, she pointed to the villa opposite. My name is Linchen. I quickly looked away and greeted him politely. I'm in a hurry and haven't prepared anything. These are just some small gifts, not a token of my respect. Jianli smiled and handed over the gift box in her hand. I looked down and saw 2 bottles of red wine that looked quite expensive. I was a little surprised. How can this be so embarrassing? You're welcome. It's nothing. Jiangli stuffed the wine directly into my hand without allowing me to refuse. I had no choice but to accept the gift and then asked, Would you like to come in and sit down? Jiangli raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then I will respectfully obey your command. I slightly moved aside to make room for her. She walked in calmly, her steps light, her body swaying, her gestures full of charm. A word popped up in my mind, natural charm. After looking around, Jianli smiled and sighed. The layout of this Yanshwijian is really good. The house I liked at the beginning was not ordinary. It's a pity I didn't get it. Her eyes fell on me again, and she changed the subject. Mr. Lin is so young and yet he is able to buy this villa. He is really young and promising. Ms. Jiang, thank you for your compliment. Please take a seat. I put the red wine on the table and smiled indifferently. Jiangli turned his eyes and looked at me seriously. From what I see, Mr. Lin is only in his early 20s, right? Having said that, she sat down on the sofa without any hesitation, crossing her legs naturally, looking casual. Miss Jiang guessed correctly. I just turned 20. Jiangli covered her mouth and chuckled. He is really a little brother. I was a little helpless. Miss Jiang, you are too polite. We are neighbors after all. In that case, how about you call me sisterly? She smiled, looking quite proud. Looking at Jiangli's teasing eyes, I was a little confused for a moment. Why do I feel like I'm being teased? But what she said makes sense. After thinking about it, I still called out obediently. Sisterly. Jiangli immediately laughed so hard that her body shook. Hey, good boy. Now I was even more confused. Why was she laughing? What was so funny? Was it really that funny? Seeing my silly face, Jiangli obviously found it more interesting, but she also knew when to stop. Just when the atmosphere was relaxed, her phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone, said yes and okay, and then hung up. Putting down the phone, she looked at me apologetically and said, Brother, I have a meeting at my company and I have to leave first. Can I play with you next time? Okay. I nodded and walked her to the door. Seeing Jiangli off, I washed up, lay down on the soft big bed, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as I got up, I saw several messages from Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan, I really troubled you yesterday. Thank you for sending me back. A few cute emoticons made me laugh out loud. After replying a few words, I put down my phone and started to prepare for the day. In the evening, I went to the teaching building as Song Qingwan reminded me. There was a class meeting today, mainly to select class leaders. Although I had no interest in class leaders, it was the first class meeting after all, so I had to attend. Following the electronic map she sent me, I quickly found the classroom. Along the way, I couldn't help but sigh. The Chinese department is really a world of girls. I walked for so long and hardly saw a few boys. When I arrived at the classroom, I found that I was late and the seats were almost full, so I had to find an empty seat and sit down. As soon as I sat down, I smelled a faint scent of jasmine, mixed with the body fragrance of a young girl, fresh and pleasant. The girl next to me froze for a moment, and quietly moved to the other side. I noticed her little action and greeted her softly. Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Chen, and you? She raised her eyes to look at me, then quickly looked away, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Su Mo. She is very beautiful, with a baby face, delicate profile, and long eyelashes trembling under her bangs. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Mo and Jasmine? She nodded and said nothing more, but the tips of her ears were quietly stained pink. I didn't expect that there are still such shy girls nowadays. It's really rare. You know, many girls can make a more obscene joke after hearing it. As if she couldn't suppress her curiosity, she glanced at me secretly and asked in a low voice, How did you guess it? I smiled and said nonchalantly, You smell like jasmine. She was slightly startled. At this moment, I glanced at the student card on her desk and smiled even more. But the main thing is the name written on the student card. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly put away her student card after she came to her senses. Her face turned even redder, and just as she was about to say something, the acting head teacher happened to enter the classroom. Tunghai University has a tradition that each freshman class will have an acting class teacher who serves for 1 month and is appointed by seniors from the same department. Our acting head teacher was a Sven Germain senior wearing black-framed glasses. After his brief opening remarks, the class meeting entered the class leader election phase. The election was decided by students volunteering to speak on stage, and everyone voted. At this moment, a girl was speaking on the stage, and her speech was a bit boring. I looked around and found that most people were looking down at their phones. Suddenly, there was a click sound, and I subconsciously looked down, and my eyes met with Su Mo, who was bending over to pick up a pen next to me. I'll pick up a pen, Su Mo said in a low voice, her voice as small as a mosquito's. She leaned forward slightly, causing her collar to be pulled tighter. I felt dizzy and subconsciously looked down at my feet, and sure enough, I saw a pen. Can I help you? Hearing what I said, Su Mo quickly shook her head and blurted out, "No need." As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Glancing at the pen, she felt conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, she bent down, reached out and tried to reach the pen, her whole body almost sticking to my legs. She didn't stand firmly and bumped into him. I just felt my calf being touched and looked down at her in confusion. Su Mo suddenly sat up straight as if she had been electrocuted, her face flushed red, and she looked extremely embarrassed. I can't reach it, can you help me?" she said awkwardly. If she had known earlier, she should have let him pick it up directly. I was a little speechless. The pen was in such a tricky position, it was impossible for her to get it. I had just offered to help her pick it up, but she refused, and now she asked him to help. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I shook my head, bent down, picked up the pen, and handed it to her. Su Mo took the pen with both hands, looked at me gratefully, and whispered, "Thank you?" "Fine." Su Mo originally thought she would be laughed at, but I just said, "It's okay," and didn't say anything else. She breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but glance at my profile, wanting to find a chance to talk, but she didn't know what to say. This scene was seen by Zhou Kai in the back row, and his face gradually darkened. Although there are many beautiful girls in Donghai University, Su Mo is definitely the best among them and is also the class belle of their class. He had already made up his mind to pursue Su Mo, but he didn't expect that during the election for class monitor, someone would try to get ahead of him. Zhou Kai stared at me in front of him, looked me up and down, and when he saw that I was dressed casually, he let down his guard a little. "Are you Lin Chin?" he spoke with an unfriendly tone. I turned around and nodded lightly. "We are in the same dormitory. My name is Zhou Kai. Why didn't you return to the dormitory last night?" The tone sounded more like a question. I raised an eyebrow and ignored him. Zhou Kai seemed to realize that his attitude was not very friendly, and added, "We chose the dormitory leader yesterday. If you don't come back, don't blame us for not asking for your opinion." "Oh, whatever, I live outside." I said this, turned around and ignored him. In my opinion, this kind of person is not worth wasting your time at all. Zhou Kai felt depressed, as if he was hitting cotton. "Off-campus accommodation requires application and approval from the counselor. As the dormitory head, you are making it very difficult for me," he continued to pester. I frowned slightly, feeling impatient. Song Qingwan mentioned before that off-campus accommodation is actually not difficult. Application is just a formality, and even if you don't apply, the counselor won't interfere. This Zhou Kai was clearly looking for trouble. I was puzzled as to how I had offended him. Seeing the atmosphere getting tense, Zhou Kai's two roommates quickly tried to smooth things over. "It's okay, just apply, it's easy to pass. Yeah, don't take it too seriously." But Zhou Kai didn't understand at all and continued, "If you live outside and something happens, I can't take the responsibility." Hearing this, Su Mo couldn't help but look back at him. Seeing this, Zhou Kai immediately showed some pride and asked with a smile, "Student Su Mo, don't you think so?" Su Mo frowned, feeling impatient. What does this have to do with her? "I don't know," she responded indifferently, then turned around and pretended to write, but her attention was always on me. Just then, there was a commotion at the classroom door. I looked up subconsciously. The person who came was Song Qingwan, followed by several senior students. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up, and he was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on Song Qingwan, unwilling to look away. The classroom was immediately in an uproar. "Is this the campus beauty of Donghai University, senior sister Song Qingwan? She's even prettier in person than in photos and videos. No wonder some people say Song Qingwan doesn't look photogenic. Now it turns out to be true. The photos are already beautiful, and she is even more stunning in person. Senior Song is simply a work of art carefully carved by Nhua, while we are just the mud dots she casually threw out. It hurts my heart." Zhou Kai sighed secretly. He knew that a goddess like Song Qingwan had many suitors around her, and he had no hope at all. In desperation, he had to turn his target to Su Mo. It was the time for the club to recruit new members. Song Qingwan, the president of the Chinese Studies Society, stood on the podium and said tenderly and movingly, The Chinese Studies Society aims to promote the essence of Chinese traditional culture, spread traditional moral norms, and appreciate the essence of philosophical thoughts, while enriching campus life. We are committed to providing a platform for every student of Tanhai University to understand, communicate, and inherit Chinese culture. However, almost no one in the classroom listened carefully to what she said, and everyone's attention was focused on her. After all, beautiful women are always pleasing to the eye. Promoting the Chinese Studies Society, several members hurriedly went down the stage to register the names of students who were interested in joining. Song Qingwan took a form and walked towards the seating area. Zhou Kai suddenly became nervous, and quickly straightened his back and put on a cautious smile on his face. Seeing Song Qingwan smiling at him and approaching, his heartbeat instantly accelerated, and countless possibilities emerged in his mind. What if senior sister Song falls in love with me? However, if he were asked to choose between Song Qingwan and Su Mo, he would definitely choose Song Qingwan without hesitation. Just as he was daydreaming, Song Qingwan walked straight up to me and said with a smile, "Junior, are you interested in joining our Chinese Studies Society?" As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on me. Zhou Kai's expression froze instantly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. I looked up, my eyes fell on Song Qingwan's gentle smile, and I said casually, "So many people are eager to join, I can join them, right?" Actually, I am not interested in joining any clubs because it takes too much time. I would rather spend my 4 years of college life leisurely and comfortably. Song Qingwan covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone gentle. "It would be great if you could join." I raised my eyebrows slightly. "What are the benefits of joining the Chinese Studies Society?" Song Qingwan sat down in the empty seat in front of me and explained carefully. "Joining the Chinese Studies Society can earn club credits, which is very important for the final comprehensive assessment. In addition, our club will hold activities regularly, and the winners can get school-level certificates, which will also help find a job after graduation." I nodded thoughtfully. It sounds reasonable. I'm not really interested in these things, but since Song Qingwan asked me to join one, I think it's okay to join a club. I picked up the pen and wrote down my information on the form. Everyone was envious and jealous. They all graduated from 9 years of compulsory education, so why was he so outstanding that even senior sister Song Qingwan came to recruit him in person? Zhou Kai's face was pale and blue, and he regarded me as his biggest rival. He gritted his teeth and took the courage to speak. Senior sister Song, I also want to join the Chinese Studies Society." Chapter 11. Another senior girl comes. But Song Qingwan just glanced at him and turned to look at her members. "Xiaoqing, bring a form over to this junior." Having said this, Song Qingwan continued talking to Lin Chen. Immediately afterwards, a fat senior schoolmate weighing nearly 200 pounds came bouncing over and handed a form to Zhou Kai. "Here, junior, here's the form." Zhou Kai's eyes almost popped out. He looked at the fat senior schoolmate in front of him, and then looked at Song Qingwan on Lin Chen's side. "I'm so angry." But no matter how angry he was, he still picked up the pen and wrote his name. "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. He wanted to go out and get some fresh air. If he stayed here any longer, he was afraid he would be mad to death. I just don't understand why the gap between people is so big. The two boys next to him quickly made room for him and asked him to leave. After chatting for a few words, Song Qingwan took the members away. After all, they still had to recruit new members for the next class. Zhou Kai, who had smoked several cigarettes in the toilet, also returned to his seat. Zhang He, who was browsing the campus network, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh shit." Zhou Kai frowned and asked unhappily, "What's wrong? Why are you so startled?" "Someone from our school came to register by helicopter. And he's from our Faculty of Arts. I really don't know who he is." As freshmen, they were still very out of touch with the news, so naturally they didn't know that the person who came to report in by helicopter was Lin Chen, who was sitting in front of them. Zhou Kai sighed and said quietly, "I've heard about this. A helicopter costs several million no matter what. The fuel cost is not cheap, and you have to buy a route. This is a life that only rich people can enjoy. I heard that this big boss has a private helipad in Dahai City. Even the management staff of the helipad is a retired captain. Such a big boss is someone we can only look up to. Lin Chen's ears tipped, and he smiled helplessly when he heard these words. If Zhou Kai knew that he was the big guy, flying the helicopter in the future, I really don't know what his expression would be. It's interesting to think about. But he didn't pay much attention to it. Soon, the second wave of new recruits for the club arrived at the door. Shinmingqi quickly took out her makeup mirror to check her makeup at the door, and took out her lipstick to touch up her carefully painted lip-biting makeup. After making sure that I was in the best condition now, I closed the makeup mirror with satisfaction. The girl next to me smiled and said, Mingqi, I saw you were so interested in the previous classes. Is there a junior in this class that you like? The corners of Shinmingqi's mouth curled up slightly, and she gave her a proud look. What do you know? Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. As she spoke, she raised her chin slightly, looking like a queen. His eyes swept over the freshmen one by one, looking for a certain figure. The moment she saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. The junior who flies a helicopter. She specially wore a tight white shirt today, which perfectly showed off her figure. Immediately afterwards, Shinmingqi walked towards Lin Chen. Hello, Junior Lin Chen, do you still remember me? Shinmingqi smiled slightly. This scene made the boys present envious. First it was the school beauty of Song University, and now there is another senior sister. They didn't understand that apart from being less handsome than Lin Chen, what else could they do to compare to this kid? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Who are you? Chapter 12 Rolls-Royce Phantom. He thought this sexy senior looked familiar, but he forgot where he had seen her. The expression on Shinmingqi's face froze for a moment, but returned to normal after a moment. I am Qingwan's roommate Shinmingqi. I was right next to Qingwan on the day of welcome. She explained patiently. Oh. Still didn't think of it. At that time, his attention seemed to be all on Song Qingwan, and he didn't remember that there was Shinmingqi beside her at all. Hello, senior sister. Although he didn't remember who she was, Lin Chen still called her senior out of politeness. Shinmingqi looked happy. You remember it, right? Lin Chen nodded awkwardly. At this time, Shinmingqi sent a form to Lin Chen, placed her hands on Lin Chen's desk, and sent a wave of benefits. Junior, do you want to join our literary club? As he said that, he winked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly moved back slightly. There was nothing he could do, he was a little dizzy, and he was afraid that he was malnourished. Senior sister, I just joined the club. If I come again, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. Shinmingqi was not upset when she received Lin Chen's rejection and took advantage of the situation to sit in front of him, where Song Qingwan had just been sitting. What club did you join? Can we join our literary club? Our literary club is the largest club in the liberal arts college, and there are many beauties. As she spoke, she held her chin with one hand, looking cute and confused. Chinese Studies Society. Hearing these three words, Shinmingqi's expression changed, and she cursed Song Qingwan white lotus green tea bitch in her heart. On the surface, she said she would not fall in love for 4 years in college, but in the end, she secretly hooked up with her prey. Thinking about it, Shinmingqi leaned forward and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Aren't you afraid of trouble? How about you come to our club and show your name and don't have to do any work related to the literary club? Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior, are you using your position to open a back door for me? Shinmingqi retreated, holding her chin in her hands. If you want to understand it this way, that's okay. At this moment, the system that had not appeared for several days appeared. Beep! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Join Shinmingqi's literary club and be rewarded with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I'm going. Rolls-Royce. This task is much simpler than checking in with a helicopter. If you just join a club, you can get a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Why not? What's more, Shinmingqi also said that he was just a name. But if he could get a Rolls-Royce Phantom, he would be willing to do it no matter how busy he was. What is a Rolls-Royce Phantom? That's the romance of a man. While Lin Chen was stunned, Shinmingqi asked, Junior, have you thought about it? Lin Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. I've thought about it, I'll join. Seeing this, Shinmingchi beamed with joy and immediately handed the signature pen to Lin Chen's hand. Almost the moment Lin Chen finished filling out the form, the mechanical sound of the system appeared in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a reward. Note: the sports car is parked under the teaching building of the School of Liberal Arts, and the car key is in the host's pocket. Lin Chen reached into his pocket and found a bunch of car keys inside. Seeing Lin Chen's slightly strange movements, Shinmingchi was a little confused. "Junior, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chen smiled. "Fine. Senior, you are truly my lucky star." Shinmingchi was slightly stunned. Was she flirted with by Lin Chen? After reacting, Shinmingchi blushed and said coquettishly, "I didn't realize that you really know how to flirt with girls." Chapter 13. I just looked down on you. Although she didn't know how she became Lin Chen's lucky star, Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. At this time, Shinmingchi's association's promotional activities also ended. Before leaving, she also added Lin Chen's WeChat message. Immediately afterwards, several more associations came to promote their propaganda, but Lin Chen couldn't listen to it anymore. Now he just wants to experience his Rolls-Royce Phantom. After finally getting to the end of Get Out of Class, everyone swarmed out. Lin Chen felt it was too crowded, so he waited until the flow of people subsided before going downstairs. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a crowd of people surrounding a car, and that car was my Rolls-Royce Phantom. Holy crap! Nyobi Plas! Is this a Rolls-Royce Phantom? My dreaming car! It's so damn cool. If I could drive this luxury car, I would be willing to shorten my life by 3 years. Everyone please stay away from it. If you get scratched by accident, hundreds of thousands of dollars will be wasted. Zhou Kai also stood aside, looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him with admiration. This is a real luxury car. His roommate Shang He asked. Brother Kai, this car looks very expensive. How much does it cost? Zhou Kai glanced at him and said, The car is priced at over 6 million yuan, and that's just the price of the bare car. If you add the optional equipment, you'll have to add several million yuan. If it's the top model, the price will be even higher. Zhang He took a breath of cold air. This is too scary. I really learned a lot today. At this time, Zhou Kai saw Lin Chen standing with his arms folded and smiled. Why, you like this car too? Lin Chen glanced at him and said nothing. Zhou Kai sneered and walked forward. It's useless even if you like it. Such luxury cars will never have anything to do with our lives. However, although I can't afford a Rolls-Royce, I have a BMW 5 Series. Although it's not as good as a Rolls-Royce, it's still pretty good. Lin Chen frowned slightly and looked at him as if he were a fool. I wonder who gave him the courage to show off his superiority in front of me? Zhou Kai felt a little uneasy when he was looked at by him, and suddenly he became very angry. What's that look in your eyes? You look down on me. Zhou Kai swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach. Because Lin Chen had already taken out the car keys, walked towards the Rolls-Royce, opened the door and got in. Zhou Kai's mouth opened into an O shape, looking like he had seen a ghost. What did he just see? Lin Chen got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom? In other words, this luxury car belongs to Lin Chen? Damn, this luxury car belongs to this little brother? Hey, why does he look familiar to me? Isn't this the helicopter boss? He's the freshman who reported for duty by helicopter? That's not surprising. He has a helicopter, not to mention a supercar. Wow, I don't know if this little brother has a girlfriend. If not, would you mind having one? If he does, would you mind having another one? I'm a very good boy and I won't fight for anything. By the time Zhou Kai reacted, Lin Chen had already driven away in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Listening to the sounds around him, Zhou Kai seemed to have all his strength drained away, and his face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly alive. He also caught an important piece of information just now. Lin Chen is the freshman who reported in by helicopter. He now understood why the two seniors were so attentive to Lin Chen, and also understood why he lost to Lin Chen. They have the money. Zhou Kai's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground, and finally he fled in panic. Chapter 14. This movie ticket is really cheap. Sitting in the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce, Lin-Chin was filled with surprise. The naturally aspirated 60-degree V12 engine, coupled with a ZF6-speed automatic transmission, accelerates from a standstill to 100 km per hour in just 19.8 seconds, and its top speed can reach 240 km per hour. In one word, awesome. 2 words, super cool. Try to stay as far away from the cars around you. If you get bumped into, you might have to sell your car or house. While waiting for the red light, Lin-Chin rolled down the car window. Suddenly, a whistle was heard from the side, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. She is a beauty with an internet celebrity face, big eyes and a pointed chin. Lin-Chin suddenly thought of the snake spirit in the Calabash brothers. She threw a wink at Lin-Chin. Handsome guy, wanna be friends? Lin-Chin withdrew his gaze and silently rolled up the car window. When the light turned green, Lin-Chin stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the Rolls-Royce V12 engine exploded instantly. The Rolls-Royce Phantom disappeared directly from the astonished sight of the internet celebrity-faced beauty. When we returned to Shuyan Yaju, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. As soon as you reached the door, you were stopped by the security guard. After seeing that it was Lin-Chin, the security guard quickly let him in and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, how about I take a photo of your car and register it for you at the property management? This way you don't have to register when you go in and out, which will be much more convenient." Lin-Chin nodded. "Then I'll trouble you. This is what I should do. After taking the photos, Lin-Chin drove the car directly back to Yunshuijian. As soon as I entered the door, a notification tone from my mobile phone rang. It is a friend application, with the note Zhou Kai. Lin-Chin originally wanted to ignore it, but after thinking about it, he agreed to the application. As soon as it passed, several messages were sent in succession. Zhou Kai, Lin-Chin, I'm sorry, I was blind today. Zhou Kai, we are classmates, can you forgive me this time? Zhou Kai, I promise, I will never do this again in the future. Lin-Chin frowned and directly set his message to do not disturb. Just as he was about to wash up, Shen Mingqi sent another message. Shen Mingqi, Jr., are you free tomorrow? Can I treat you to dinner? Shen Mingqi, so cute. JPG. Shen Mingqi, so cute. JPG. Lin-Chin thought for a while and still refused. Shen Mingqi, what a pity. I happen to have 2 movie tickets, so we can go to the movies after dinner. Immediately afterwards, she sent a picture, which showed 2 tickets to a recently popular movie, and underneath the movie tickets was a pair of legs wearing fishnet stockings. Lin-Chin, this movie ticket is so cheap. Shen Mingqi on the other end of the phone pursed her lips and smiled when she saw the message from Lin-Chin. This is her ultimate man-killing skill. Almost without hesitation, she quickly typed a line of text on the chat dialog box. Shen Mingqi, then Jr., will you come and watch a movie with me? Lin-Chin didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin-Chen's silence made Shen Mingqi a little embarrassed, and she continued. I just want to find someone to watch a movie with me. After all, it's so pitiful to go to a movie alone. Lin-Chin, it's better to say goodbye. I'm afraid I'm malnourished. Shen Mingqi suddenly became a little disappointed. Okay then. Per.jpg. Shen Mingqi, who was holding her mobile phone, rested her chin with one hand, feeling worried for the first time in a long time. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Lin-Chen's attitude towards her was aloof. The more he behaved like this, the more itchy her heart became. No, she must take down Lin-Chin. God can't change it even if he comes. Shen Mingqi secretly made up her mind. Chapter 15 Apologize in Public. There was a military training mobilization meeting the next day. Lin-Chin got up late and drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom out directly to avoid being late. When he arrived at the large conference room, he found that it was almost full. At this time, Shen Mingqi in the crowd suddenly stood up and waved to Lin-Chin. Lin-Chin, here! I've got a seat for you. Lin-Chin scanned around and found that there was only one empty seat next to Shen Mingqi, so he had to walk over and sit down. Thanks. Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Why are you being polite to me? Today, Shen Mingqi wore a white slim-fitting sweater and hot pants, which perfectly showed off the advantages of her figure. It attracted some male classmates to look at him sideways. Lin-Chin couldn't help but said, Senior is so charming. Many boys are paying attention to her. Shinmingchi said. No, I don't think your attention is on me either. Lin Chen did not answer her question directly, but asked. Senior, won't you panic? Shinmingchi was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Lin Chen meant, and immediately looked sad. Oh. We have body types that are troubled. Wearing loose clothes will make you look fatter, and wearing tight clothes will make you look fatter. She did not continue speaking, but gave Lin Chen a, look. Then she sighed. I don't want to look fat, so I have to do this. All right. After Lin Chen said 2 words, he turned his attention to the instructor on the podium. Looking at his profile, a smile of success flashed in Shinmingchi's eyes. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention to continue talking, Shinmingchi continued to look for topics. Actually, this mobilization meeting is meaningless. It doesn't matter even if you don't come. You just want to receive military training uniforms. I can get this for you. Lin Chen said quickly. Since I'm already here, I won't bother senior sister. Lin Chen was really not used to the senior's enthusiasm. After all the calculations, they only met 3 times. She wanted to treat her to dinner and watch a movie, and she also helped her occupy a seat. All right. Shinmingchi also knew that enough was enough. If she continued talking, she might offend Lin Chen, so she had to shut her mouth obediently and listen carefully to the instructor above. Zhou Kai, who was sitting not far away, had his attention focused on Lin Chen from the moment Lin Chen entered the door. There were 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes, and he looked haggard. Yesterday, he sent an apology message to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen didn't reply to him. As a result, he couldn't sleep well all night, and his heart was in a state of turmoil. His family is only moderately well off, and the BMW 5 Series was bought with a loan. If he offended a hidden boss like Lin Chen and didn't handle it properly, he would be close to social death in Donghai University. There is almost no room for recovery. The more Zhou Kai thought about it, the more frightened he became, and a layer of sticky cold sweat broke out on his back. His college life has just begun, he doesn't want to die socially. Zhang He next to him asked. Brother Kai, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Are you sick? Zhou Kai didn't reply to him, but glanced at Lin Chen. It was break time now. Zhou Kai thought about it, then stood up and walked towards Lin Chen. When he arrived in front of Lin Chen, Zhou Kai bowed 90 degrees. Student Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for my recklessness and impoliteness yesterday. Chapter 16 Military Training. The sudden bow startled Lin Chen, and he was completely confused. Because of Zhou Kai's action, all the students present looked over here. Perhaps thinking that Lin Chen didn't hear clearly, Zhou Kai repeated it again and added a standard 90-degree bow. The students were confused. What's going on? Why should squad leader Zhou Kai apologize to him? I don't know. Who can tell us what happened? Lin Chen came back to his senses. You worry too much. I don't take it seriously. Zhou Kai felt crazy when he heard this. If you don't take it to heart, then why don't you reply to my message? But although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. Thanks. After thanking him, Zhou Kai sat back in his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen looked puzzled. He turned around and saw Shinmingchi's probing look, and spread his hands helplessly. He really didn't take it to heart, and he didn't expect that Zhou Kai would apologize to him in public. Soon, the military training mobilization meeting ended. After receiving their military training uniforms, the students also left the large classroom one after another. And Shinmingchi also left early because of something else. Lin Chen took the military training uniform and prepared to leave. Downstairs, Song Qingwan looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom with some doubts in her beautiful eyes. This is her favorite car, bar none. Huh! There is actually someone driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the school. Why didn't I notice it before? Is he a new student? Just when she was confused, Lin Chen walked out. She was just about to go up and say hello, but she saw Lin Chen get into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave in style. Song Qingwan was so shocked that the documents in her hands fell to the ground. Is that Rolls-Royce Phantom Lin Chen's? Lin Chen didn't know about this little episode. He went straight back to his own room. As soon as I returned to the villa, I received a message from Song Chi-wan. Song Chi-wan, junior students, you will have military training tomorrow. Here are some friendly reminders for you. Prepare at least a pair of softer and thicker insoles, and sunscreen is essential. Song Chi-wan, otherwise you can only pray to the instructor to let you tan more evenly. Seeing the last sentence, Lin Chun couldn't help but laugh. How to tan a more even sun? As a straight man, Lin Chun naturally didn't know the power of sunscreen. But it's quite late now, so I guess I can only buy it tomorrow. The next day, because it was the first day of military training, everyone got up early. The entire campus is almost full of people in camouflage. Lin Chun and his team's instructors were unlucky and were assigned a playground without any shade as their training ground. The weather in September, although it is early autumn, is still terribly hot. The playground where Lin Chun and his classmates were was like a huge steamer, and they, the students, were the steamed buns in the steamer, steaming hot. At the end of the first day, Lin Chun looked at his arms with obvious black and white lines, and his face was filled with dismay. The military training lasts for half a month. He now understood what Song Chi-wan meant when she said that if they didn't use sunscreen, they could only pray to the instructor to allow them to get a more even tan. Lin Chun sighed, took out his phone, found Song Chi-wan's profile picture, and clicked on it. Senior, can you tell me which brand of sunscreen is the best? Song Chi-wan couldn't help but smile when she received the news. Song Chi-wan, I bought a lot of small gold bottle sunscreen at the last event. I still have several bottles here that have not been opened. I guess I can't use them all. Can I give you a bottle tomorrow? Lin Chun, how can I feel embarrassed about this? Song Chi-wan, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just a bottle of sunscreen. Lin Chun, okay then, I'll treat you to a meal after the military training. After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Chun put down his phone and went to take a shower. The next day, everyone lined up. The instructor said with a serious face. Yesterday, our class monitor saw a message on your campus network. A freshman complained that our military training was not strict enough and did not train him well. So we decided to increase the difficulty. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of complaints from the audience. This is not what a freshman said. It is obviously a prank by sophomores and juniors. Only the instructors would take it seriously. But the ones who suffer are these freshmen. Seeing the freshmen complaining, the instructor immediately became unhappy. Look at you all, how can you be so weak that you can't even withstand a punch from me? Intensifying the training is also to strengthen your bodies. Lin Chun, who was standing at the back, was suddenly startled because he received another task from the system. Chapter 17, Competing with the Instructor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, challenge the instructor, and be rewarded with top-level fighting skills, valid for life. Lin Chun looked at the instructor's sturdy physique, gritted his teeth, and raised his hand. Instructor, I don't agree with you. Swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chun. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, and some were gloating. The instructor frowned. Step out. Hearing this, Lin Chun walked out of the queue and stared at the instructor in front of him with neither arrogance nor servility. No matter what, we must not lose in momentum. Do you have any objection? The instructor asked. Lin Chun spoke slowly. Just now the instructor said that we are so weak that we can't even withstand a punch from you. I disagree with this statement. So, I want to compete with you, instructor. The instructor was stunned, and the other students gasped. What did they hear? Lin Chun wanted to compete with the instructor? Who gave him the courage, LJR? But Lin Chun was not panicked at all, because the moment he finished speaking, the system appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining top-level fighting skills. Host, would you like to use it now? Lin Chun's mind moved slightly. Use. Boom. A large amount of fighting knowledge flooded into Lin Chun's brain, as if he was a person with many years of fighting experience. At the same time, he also felt that his body was full of strength, as if it was about to explode at any time. Looking at Lin Chun's thin arms and legs, the instructor laughed. Are you sure you want to compete with me? I'm afraid I'll knock you down with one punch. Lin Chun stood in place, moving his joints. Instructor, knock me down first. The instructor laughed angrily and rushed forward with his fist raised. Lin Chen dodged to the side and threw the instructor to the ground over his shoulder. The whole audience was shocked. What did they just see? Lin Chen, he threw the instructor to the ground? This is too scary. The instructor on the ground was confused, but he quickly reacted. Good boy, you're quite capable. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Chen again. But this time, he didn't dare underestimate the enemy. Just as he rushed over, Lin Chen swept his leg and the instructor fell to the ground again. Good! The students around burst into loud cheers. Awesome! Lin Chen is so handsome, love, love, love! This is so manly, it gives me a full sense of security. Fuck, Lin Chen is awesome! The instructor stood up and admitted defeat. You are so good, kid. I can't beat you. I admit defeat. Thank you. After saying these 3 words, Lin Chen planned to return to the queue. Unexpectedly, the instructor called him. Wait a moment. Lin Chen turned around with some doubts. What's wrong? The instructor continued. It's like this, I think you have good abilities, why don't you be my assistant teacher? Teaching assistant? Lin Chen was confused. Being an assistant coach means helping me train them. This way you don't have to train, and you can rest in a cooler place. Most importantly, you can get extra credits. The instructor spoke slowly. Lin Chen nodded. That's fine. The students were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why is it that, although they both have 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Chen is the one being trained while they are being trained? They also want to stay in the shade. The instructor glanced at everyone. Are you jealous? You can do the same if you can beat me. Everyone shut up immediately. Let them defeat the instructor? What a joke. After that, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed. He only needed to shout slogans and train them. Delicious. At this moment, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure not far away, waving at him. Lin Chen reported to the instructor, then left the queue and walked over. Chapter 18. Su Mo fell down. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Today, Song Qingwan wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was braided into a pigtail and hung on one side, and even her bangs were carefully curled. She must have been in a hurry. Her bangs were slightly wet and her cheeks were rosy. Song Qingwan took out a small bottle of something from her crossbody bag and handed it to Lin Chen. Hey, did you forget? Sunscreen! Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He had indeed forgotten about this. Because he was having such a good time just now, he just shouted slogans and didn't bask in the sun at all. Although he might not need this sunscreen anymore, Song Qingwan had given it to him, so why wouldn't he accept it? Lin Chen took the sunscreen and said gratefully, Thank you, senior. Then, Song Qingwan started searching in her bag again. Wait, I have something else for you. As she spoke, she handed Lin Chen another small bottle. This is an after-sun repair essence. It can also whiten your skin. Go back and apply it on the tanned areas. It should be white again. Senior, you are so thoughtful. Looking at the bottles and jars in his hands, Lin Chen praised sincerely. Song Qingwan smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. I still have plenty anyway. Then, Song Qingwan asked again. Lin Chen, why did I see you didn't train with them just now? Lin Chen looked back at the team and said, I am now an assistant teacher, specializing in training them. Huh? Song Qingwan was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Did I hear you correctly? You train them? Lin Chen nodded. Song Qingwan was completely confused now. Why can you train them? Aren't you a freshman too? Shouldn't you be training with them? Her cute look made Lin Chen laugh uncontrollably, and even made him want to play with her. I don't know. Maybe the instructor thinks I'm handsome. Song Qingwan was slightly stunned. You're just a talker. As she spoke, she stuffed the iced lemon grapefruit tea in her hand into his hand. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. Carrot, humph. After saying that, she turned and left. Don't forget to look back. When the military training is over, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Lin Chen smiled and waved at her. When Lin Chen returned, he found that everyone was resting and forming a circle, while in the middle of the venue, several girls in the class were dancing enthusiastically. Many boys watched with great interest, and from time to time discussed which girl had a better figure and which girl was prettier. Lin Chen found an empty seat and sat down, drinking his honey axle tea. "Brother, that's great. I didn't expect you could win the heart of the Song University campus beauty." A boy named Zhang Cheng looked at Lin Chen and teased. After taking a sip of lemon grapefruit tea, Lin Chen grinned. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Cheng had an expression of, "I understand all." "Huh! You're still pretending. That's not nice enough. We all saw it just now. The milk tea in your hand was given to you by the campus beauty of Song University, right?" Lin Chen was about to speak when the instructor started talking. After saying a lot, the general meaning is to play a game, or a game of throwing the handkerchief. Lin Chen just felt a little bored. After playing a few rounds, Lin Chen felt so sleepy that he started yawning. This time, Su Emo was chosen. According to the rules of the game, she had to throw the handkerchief behind someone without anyone noticing before the song was finished. Her eyes instantly fell on Lin Chen, and she immediately paid attention to him. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking that she was really stupid. Her eyes had already told him her thoughts clearly. Sure enough, she threw the object in her hand behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen reacted quickly, stood up and chased after him with the object in hand. Su Emo suddenly panicked, her foot twisted, and she fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 19. It's time to treat the senior sister to dinner. Lin Chen subconsciously rushed over and helped her. "Are you okay?" Lin Chen asked. Su Emo shook her head, tears in her eyes, and her lips turned white from the pain. "My ankle is sprained," Su Emo said in a low voice. Lin Chen quickly squatted down to help her check her injuries and found that her ankle was swollen. He immediately reported to the instructor and sent her to the infirmary. On the way, Su Emo looked up at Lin Chen's resolute chin, her heart beating wildly and she couldn't calm down. After coming out of the infirmary, Lin Chen took her directly to the bottom of the dormitory building. "Can you go up by yourself?" Lin Chen asked. Su Emo nodded. "I can do that." She paused and continued. "Thank you, Lin Chen." Lin Chen smiled. "It's my fault. If I hadn't chased you, you wouldn't have fallen." Hearing Lin Chen say this, Su Emo became a little anxious and said quickly, "I don't blame you." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Why is she reacting so strongly? Coming back to her senses, Su Emo also felt that she had overreacted, and quickly explained. "Don't blame you, it was my own carelessness." "Oh, I'm back." After saying this, she limped away into the dormitory building. After finally reaching the second floor, she leaned on the window and looked downstairs, only to find that Lin Chen was gone. She suddenly felt a little lost in her heart. The more than 10 days of military training passed quickly. Except for Lin Chen, all the boys in the class got several degrees darker. Lin Chen, who was exercising on the treadmill in the villa gym, suddenly stopped. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Invite Song Qingwan to dinner, and be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Jiaqing Company." Lin Chen sat on the bench and almost forgot that he still owed Song Qingwan a meal. After all, it was because of her sunscreen that he was saved from becoming a piece of coal. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Qingwan. "Lin Chen, senior sister, when are you free? I still owe you a meal." Song Qingwan replied almost immediately, "How about tomorrow at noon?" Lin Chen, yes. It just so happens that he has no classes tomorrow. The next day, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Everyone who passed by was amazed. "This car is so cool. It looks like it's very expensive. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, it must be worth tens of millions. Awesome! Which rich young man is waiting for a girlfriend?" Lin Chen, who was in the driver's seat, sent a voice message to Song Qingwan, asking her when she would come down. As soon as the message was sent, Song Qingwan was seen coming downstairs. Song Qingwan seemed to have dressed up specially today. She wore a one-shoulder white dress, her hair tied into a bun, and 2 strands of dragon whisker bangs hanging on her cheeks, making her face look even smaller. As soon as she went downstairs, Song Qingwan saw the eye-catching Rolls-Royce Phantom and walked straight towards her. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? So this car is waiting for the campus beauty of Song University. Song University's campus beauty doesn't like dating. Is she the one that got picked up by a rich second-generation Rolls-Royce Phantom? Sure enough, the claim of not being in love is fake. Lin Chen also got out of the car and opened the other door for her. Song Qingwan hesitated to speak, and finally sat in the passenger seat obediently. This is her favorite car, she really wants to drive it, and try out the feel of it. Seeing Song Qingwan looking at his driving seat from time to time, Lin Chen asked, "Senior, do you want to try it?" Song Qingwan's eyes lit up. "May I?" Lin Chen nodded, got out of the car and exchanged seats with her. Song Qingwan, sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, was extremely excited. She stepped on the accelerator, and the sound of the V12 engine exploded. Song Qingwan's face turned red with excitement. Lin Chen lazily leaned back in his seat and said teasingly, "I didn't expect that the senior sister is such an experienced driver." Chapter 20: The company crisis is resolved. Of course. Song Qingwan glanced at him proudly, turned her head away, and drove the car seriously, experiencing the pleasure of driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yujian Western Restaurant. The cool Rolls-Royce stopped at the door, attracting everyone's attention. No one wanted to miss the person who drove such a luxury car. Everyone was amazed when they saw Song Qingwan, whose beauty was close to perfect, come down from the driver's seat. Many men present were about to approach and strike up a conversation, but when they saw Lin Chen getting out of the passenger seat, they froze in place. The expressions on their faces became indescribable. It turns out that she already has a gigolo. They looked at Lin Chen, wishing they could replace him. After finishing the meal, the mechanical voice of the system immediately sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Jiaqing Company. Lin Chen was excited. He had heard of Jiaqing Company, one of the leading enterprises in Dahai City. In other words, he is now the major shareholder of Jiaqing Company. Is there a winner in life? Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen with some doubt. What's wrong with you? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Lin Chen looked at her gratefully. Senior, you are also my lucky star. Song Qingwan. She naturally didn't notice the word, also. Office of the Chairman of Jiaqing Company. Jiangli, dressed in a professional suit, sat in an office chair, rubbing his slightly aching temple with one hand. Recently, Jiaqing Company's capital chain has had problems. She hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days and looks a little haggard. Originally, they found a company that could invest, but their boss was too greedy. If they agreed to their conditions, even if Jiaqing could survive this crisis, it would be seriously damaged. What's more, they want not only Jiaqing's shares, but also her. This is what Jiangli can't tolerate the most. Chairman, Chairman! The anxious voice of Secretary Zhang Yuanyuan came from the door. Jiangli frowned slightly. What's the matter? You look so flustered. Our company's capital chain problem has been solved. What? Jiangli was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. Can you say that again? Zhang Yuanyuan was obviously also very excited. Just now, a man named Lin Chen injected 500 million in cash flow at one time, and our company's capital chain crisis can be resolved. Jiang Li's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and his whole body relaxed from the tense state. Coming back to her senses, she looked at Zhang Yuanyuan. What's the name of that gentleman you just mentioned? Zhang Yuanyuan said quickly. Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Jiang Li was shocked. Could it be her neighbor? As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected. Jiang Li smiled helplessly. How could it be him? He is still so young. Even if he has money, it will cost hundreds of millions to take over Yunshuijian. Where would he get 500 million? They should have the same name and surname. Zhang Yuanyuan asked. Chairman, do you want me to contact Mr. Lin and have him handle the handover procedures? Jiang Li nodded, her red lips slightly parted. Well, go ahead. On this side, Lin Chen had just sent Song Qingwan back to the school dormitory when he received a call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen?" It was a very polite voice, with a hint of respect. "I am. Who are you?" The other end of the phone said. "I am Sun Feifei, the legal officer of Jiaqing Group." "Excuse me, are you free recently? Your relevant certificates are ready. Would you like to find some time to come to our company to handle the handover? Or if you don't have time to come, we can go find you." Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The system had just given him the shares, but he didn't expect Jiaqing's people to be so efficient. He looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He happened to have nothing to do in the afternoon, so he said, "I'm free now, please send me the location." Sun Feifei was slightly stunned. "Okay, then we'll get ready right away and look forward to your arrival." At the same time, the entire Jiaqing company was in an uproar. "Secretary Zhang just issued an order that a distinguished guest will come to our company. I wonder which client it is that requires such a grand ceremony?" "That's not right. When we met with big foreign clients before, it wasn't this grand. Didn't we hear rumors a while ago that our company had capital problems? Could this distinguished guest be related to resolving this crisis?" Jiang Li, who was in the chairman's office, also tidied up her appearance as quickly as possible, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. She couldn't help but start to doubt again. Was it Lin Chen who helped their company solve the capital chain problem? Just then, her cell phone rang. Seeing the note displayed on the phone, a hint of disgust flashed across Jiang Li's beautiful eyes, but she still pressed the answer button. "Mr. Jiang, have you considered it? We want 30% of the shares for the 100 million yuan. If you have considered it, come to the hotel tonight." Chapter 21. It's really Lin Chen. Before he could finish, Jiang Li interrupted him. "Mr. Zhang, that's not necessary." After saying that, she hung up the phone. 100 million in capital, and you want 30% of the shares. Is that a joke? That Mr. Lin directly invested 500 million. Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone looked at his phone in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. "Jiang Li, how dare you hang up the phone on him? By then, Jiang Li will beg him crying." On this side, Lin Chen had already arrived downstairs at the company. After registering with the security guard, he walked into the company. After taking a few steps, I heard a scolding. "Hey, what do you do? Are you here to apply for a job?" Lin Chen turned around in confusion, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit looking at him domineeringly. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't speak, he continued. "Hurry up and leave, we're not hiring today." Then he looked at the security guard not far away. "What are you doing? Don't you know that there are distinguished guests coming today? Why let these strangers in?" Lin Chen is now completely famous. At this moment, a female voice came. "Manager Zhou, what are you arguing about?" Seeing the visitor, Manager Zhou quickly flattered. "Director Sun, these security guards are ignorant and let people in without permission." Lin Chen looked at the woman in professional attire. "Director Sun Feifei?" Hearing this, Sun Feifei was stunned. "Are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin?" Lin Chen nodded. Manager Zhou's face turned pale instantly. He seemed to remember that the distinguished guest was called Lin Chen. Sun Feifei was also shocked. She never expected that Mr. Lin was so young and handsome. Just now, Manager Zhou almost had Mr. Lin kicked out. Sun Feifei was frightened. After all, they haven't taken over yet. If Lin Chen suddenly changes his mind, wouldn't their company be finished? Thinking of this, she glared at Manager Zhou coldly. "Do you know what stupid thing you just did?" Me. Manager Zhou was sweating profusely and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Sun Feifei's tone was cold. "This Mr. Lin invested 500 million in Jiaqing all at once. He is Jiaqing's savior. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect him? I'm going to the finance department to get my salary now. I don't need to come tomorrow. I believe the chairman will support my decision." After saying that, Sun Feifei turned to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, we are really sorry for such a big oversight on our part." "Fine." Afterwards, Sun Feifei took Lin Chen to the chairman's office on the top floor. Manager Zhou stood there with a dejected look on his face, full of regret. But no matter how much he regretted it, it was of no avail. Chairman's office. As soon as Lynchen entered the door, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the office chair. Jianli? Lynchen was shocked. Jianli is the chairman of Jiacheng Company? Jianli raised his head upon hearing the noise, and the next second, he looked stunned. Lynchen? Is it really you? Sun Feifei was confused. She looked at Lynchen and then at Jianli. Chairman, Mr. Lin, do you know each other? Lynchen smiled. We are more than acquaintances. We are neighbors. Jianli also laughed. Earlier, when I learned that a man named Lynchen had injected 500 million yuan into our company, I immediately thought of you, but I didn't dare to believe it. I didn't expect it to be you. Lynchen sat on the soft sofa and said with a smile. It's fate. Jianli also sat opposite him. Zhang Yuan immediately made 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the two of them. By the way, did you know that something happened in my company, so you came to help me? Jianli said with a smile. Chapter 22, Really a Fox. Lynchen glanced at her. I said no, do you believe it? Jianli smiled and narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly. No. Lynchen spread his hands. She didn't believe it, but there was nothing she could do. He really knew nothing, and these 30% shares were a reward from the system. However, if she insists on thinking so, then let her be. Then she continued. Mr. Lin is young and promising. I like him very much. Jianli smiled, her eyes full of cunning. She didn't know why, but she always liked to tease Lynchen. Lynchen coughed twice. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your compliment. Jianli smiled and did not continue the previous topic. She picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said slowly. I imported a large number of skincare products from abroad, but something went wrong. I invested a lot of money, but the goods were stuck in the warehouse, and our company was unable to make ends meet. In other words, your 500 million almost saved the entire Jiacheng. You are also the benefactor of our Jiacheng. Jianli put the teacup on the table and looked at Lynchen seriously. Lynchen felt a little scared when he was looked at. But after a moment, Jianli laughed softly. Tell me, I owe you such a big favor, how can I thank you? How about I pledge my love to you? Lynchen, who was drinking tea, was choked. Is it so direct? Mr. Jiang, please stop joking. I'm just a student. Lynchen said helplessly. Jianli is really a fox, it's impossible to play with him anymore. Hearing this, Jianli raised her eyebrows. A student? From Tanhai University? Lynchen nodded. Freshman. What a coincidence! Tanhai University is also my alma mater, but I have graduated for several years. In that case, you still have to call me senior. Jianli smiled sweetly. Lynchen? Another senior? Before Lynchen could speak, Jianli said. I'm very curious. You just bought Shuijian in full, and now you're injecting 500 million into me. Where did you get so much money? As she spoke, she pushed the bangs on one side of her face behind her ear and looked at Lynchen. What a fox! At this moment, Lynchen had only this one thought in his mind. Her every move reveals her charm. After saying this, Jianli realized that what he said was inappropriate, so he said with a little apology. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. We are in a cooperative relationship, and it's not my place to ask about Mr. Lin's assets. Lynchen was slightly stunned, and it took him a few seconds to realize that Jianli thought he was angry. Fine, Lynchen said. Because of the incident just now, Jianli was a little dazed. The teacup in his hand shook and the tea spilled onto his collar. Well. Jianli took off his suit jacket and wiped the water stains on his white shirt in a hurry. Lynchen took the tissue beside him and handed it to her. Wipe it! The shirt and hip skirt show off Jianli's graceful figure. What a monster! Lynchen couldn't help but say in his heart. Thanks. Jianli thanked him while wiping his clothes with the tissue, feeling very annoyed at the same time. How could she be so embarrassed in front of Lynchen? It's so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Jianli's ears turned slightly red, and even her cheeks were stained with 2 blushes. Looking at the messy clothes, Jiangli gave up trying to save him and sighed. I'm going to change my clothes. Seeing this, Lin Chen was about to stand up. Then I'll step aside? Jiangli shook his head. No, just wait for me here. I have a cubicle in my office. Chapter 23 Equity Handover Ceremony. Good. Then, Jiangli went straight into the compartment and closed the door. Lin Chen drank tea while visiting Jiangli's office. He found that Jiangli had good taste. The whole office was comfortably decorated, and there were several calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Soon, Jiangli changed into a white shirt. Jiangli said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lin Chen shook his head. No problem. Let's go to the conference room and start the equity handover ceremony. Jiangli said. Good. As soon as they went out, they saw Secretary Zhang Yuanyuan standing guard outside the door. Chairman, the conference room is ready and waiting for you and Mr. Lin. As she spoke, she unconsciously glanced at Jiangli's shirt. Jiangli didn't notice her little action and just nodded. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Jiangli took Lin Chen directly to the meeting room. She remembered that Mr. Jiang didn't seem to be wearing this dress today. Moreover, the two of them had been in there for so long, and there were strange noises. When he came out, Mr. Jiang had changed his clothes and his cheeks were slightly flushed. After connecting so many clues together, Zhang Yuanyuan was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Isn't this too exciting? The two were unaware of Zhang Yuanyuan's thoughts. As soon as they entered the conference room, everyone inside stood up, and Lin Chen and Jiangli walked to the two main seats and sat down. The moment they saw Lin Chen, everyone was shocked. Isn't Mr. Lin, who invested 500 million yuan, too young? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. When they were their age, they were probably still in school, while Mr. Lin has already become a major shareholder of a company. Everyone please sit down, Jiangli said. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Jiangli a few times. He didn't expect Jiangli to be so aloof. She looked like a queen with a strong aura. However, when she starts to tease people, she becomes a cunning fox. As soon as Jiangli turned her head, she met Lin Chen's gaze. These are all our Jiaqing senior management. Lin Chen nodded and said nothing. Jiangli continued to speak to the people below. I believe everyone has heard that Jiaqing encountered a crisis some time ago, and its capital chain was broken. Fortunately, Mr. Lin invested 500 million yuan, which enabled us to survive this crisis. Mr. Lin Chen is the benefactor of our entire Jiaqing. As soon as he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. Lin Chen also noticed that when she was speaking, everyone was very serious, and no one was distracted. It is conceivable that they are quite in awe of this beautiful female president. Afterwards, Lin Chen stood up, said a few polite words, and then entered the next step, the share handover ceremony. Sun Feifei came up with a tray with some documents, and 2 pens on it. Jiangli was the first to sign her name, graceful yet powerful. On Lin Chen's side, his writing was vigorous and powerful. After seeing Lin Chen's words on the large display screen, Jiangli couldn't help but look at him with some admiration. Why does she feel that this Lin Chen is becoming more and more interesting? After the handover ceremony, Lin Chen left surrounded by senior executives. When they reached the door, Jiangli suddenly said, Let's go have a meal together. You've helped me so much, I'll treat you. Good. Lin Chen didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Donghai Pearl Hotel. Just as I reached the door, a voice came. Jiangli? Chapter 24 He invested 500 million. Hearing this voice, Jiangli's body stiffened slightly. He turned around and looked at the person coldly. Mr. Zhang. Lin Chen also looked over and saw that the person who came was a middle-aged bald man with a big belly and a pair of triangular eyes that seemed to be sticking to Jiangli. When he saw Lin Chen, he looked him up and down, then smiled contemptuously. You came to a date and brought a pretty boy with you. Go to an appointment? Lin Chen was confused. Jiangli also frowned. Before, she went to ask Mr. Zhang to invest in Jiaqing, but Mr. Zhang not only lowered the price, but also set his sights on her. If she had known that he had chosen this place, Jiangli would never have brought Lin Chen here. I don't know what Mr. Zhang is talking about. I'm here to treat you today. Dinner. Mr. Zhang's eyes fell on Lin Chen. You're not going to tell me it's this guy? Jiang Li's face darkened. This is my guest. Please be more respectful when speaking to me, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You want me to be respectful to such a yellow-haired boy? Lin Chen was completely confused. What does this have to do with him? How did it get to him? Who can tell him what happened? After laughing enough, Mr. Zhang continued. It seems that Mr. Jiang no longer needs my investment. He sneered, his words full of threats. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Chen and said, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhang. We don't need jiaching anymore. Jiang Li deliberately emphasized the word, good intentions. Mr. Zhang was stunned. He never expected Jiang Li to say such a thing. In his opinion, if Jiaching Company has no source of funds, it will be difficult to survive. Could it be that Jiang Li has found the source of funds? Jiang Li sneered and continued. Mr. Lin has already injected 500 million yuan into Jiaching at one time. Therefore, we don't need Mr. Zhang's help anymore. After saying that, she looked at Lin Chen. Let's go in. Lin Chen nodded, glanced at the petrified Mr. Zhang, and followed Jiang Li in. Mr. Zhang stood there blankly, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Are you kidding? A one-time investment of 500 million? That kid is only in his 20s. Where does he get so much money at his age? Could it be that he is a young master from a noble family, and the one who invested 500 million was not him, but the elder in their family? Thinking of this, Mr. Zhang quickly made a phone call. Help me check whether Jiaching Company has found the source of funds, and by the way, check the details of the person who invested in them. Here, Jiang Li and Lin Chen were already sitting in the box. Thinking of what happened just now, Jiang Li smiled bitterly. I just made you laugh. Who is that person? Lin Chen asked. It was Zhang Deguang, the general manager of Sino-Ocean Group. Our company was isolated and helpless due to the capital chain crisis, so I went to ask him for help. He was willing to invest, but the conditions he offered were very harsh and excessive. Jiang Li didn't want to say what came next. After hearing this, Lin Chen probably knew what had happened. It's nothing more than that old pervert Zhang Deguang wants to use this to threaten Jiang Li to give herself to him. It's hard for her. After a short while, Jiang Li calmed down and said with a smile. So I owe you a big favor. If you need any help from Sister Li in the future, just let me know as long as I can do it. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly had a teasing and amusing expression on his face. Oh? Anything is fine as long as you can do it? Chapter 25, 100,000 yuan of wine. Jiang Li is so generous. Jiang Li was a little surprised and raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you want to do? Lin Chen laughed twice. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk about it later. Jiang Li smiled and said nothing more. After dinner, since they both lived opposite each other, they went back to Shui and Yeju together. After arriving at the pickup house, the two returned to their own villas. After taking a shower, Lin Chen put on a loose bathrobe and sat in the living room watching a movie. His eyes suddenly caught sight of the 2 bottles of red wine that Jiang Li sent him last time, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He took out a red wine glass and filled it up, then took a photo and posted it to his moments with the caption, Enjoy life. Within a few minutes there were several comments. Li Xinjian, it's unpopular. It seems that you are having a good time, and you have drunk hundreds of thousands of drinks. Zhou Qian, drinking too much fake wine is not good for your health. Smile. Shen Mingqi, hey, enjoy life without taking others with you. The first one is his good friend in high school, and the second one is his classmate in junior high school, the beauty of the class, one of the best. It seems that he heard that she dropped out of school after finishing junior high school. However, Lin Chen got excited and sat up from the sofa. $100,000 in wine? Lin Chen took his mobile phone and searched online. France's Lumiere Winery Musigny Grand Cru Dry Red. The name is weirdly long. International average price, 92,594 yuan. Just giving away 200,000 yuan worth of wine is really generous. At this moment, Jiangli sent a message. Jiangli, I just saw your friend's circle. This is my favorite wine. How does it taste? Does it taste good? Linchen, it tastes good. Jiangli, as long as it tastes good. Immediately afterwards, Shenmingqi also sent a message. Shenmingqi, my junior is so good at enjoying life. I'm also learning to cook recently, junior fellow, let's see how it goes. Later, she sent some photos of the food she cooked in the dormitory. Linchen, will illegal electrical appliances be confiscated? Shenmingqi, hee, they don't dare to accept mine. Linchen, the weather is dry and things are dry, so be careful about catching fire. After saying this, Linchen put down his phone. The next day, Linchen deliberately got up early and drove to have breakfast. Business was pretty busy in the morning, and Linchen finally found a parking spot. As soon as I sat down and ordered some egg dumplings and crystal buns, I heard a noise next to me. Oh my God! There's a Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. Awesome! I wonder whose car this is. There aren't many luxury cars in Donghai City, but I didn't expect to see one here. How rich does one have to be to spend so much money on this car? There were a few young people, and they started talking as soon as they found a place to sit down. A girl sitting at the table next to them immediately pricked up her ears. Linchen also glanced at them indifferently, said nothing, and ate his breakfast silently. The girl looked around the store several times and her eyes finally fell on an old man. The uncle was about 40 years old, wearing a suit that looked not cheap. Even his leather shoes were polished to a shine. His hair was combed back and tied into a small ponytail. He also has the air of a successful person. The young men seemed to have noticed him as well, and began to discuss in low voices with their heads lowered. It should be that uncle, right? His suit looks very expensive. I think it's him. I didn't expect that someone who drives a luxury car would be so down to earth and come to a place like this for breakfast. I'm so jealous. I wish I could drive a luxury car like that. The girl seemed to have made up her mind. She took out a makeup mirror, touched up her makeup, put on a smile that she thought was her best, and walked towards the uncle with her breakfast. Hello, sir, can I share a table with you? The uncle was stunned, then nodded. She was overjoyed, sat down opposite her uncle, flipped up her hair, and cast a few flirtatious glances. Your car is so beautiful. Can I sit in your passenger seat? Linchen next to him couldn't help laughing, and almost laughed out loud. The girl glanced at Linchen displeasedly, and when she turned to the uncle, she put on a smile. The uncle nodded in confusion. Is his Nissan beautiful? After finishing breakfast, Linchen picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth, got up and walked out. As soon as he stepped down, the roar of the V12 engine exploded, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly disappeared without a trace. Several people in the store were dumbfounded. That Rolls-Royce Phantom belongs to that young man just now? Chapter 26 Shenmingqi's Love Breakfast. Especially the girl, who glared at the uncle with an angry look on her face. That Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't yours? The uncle nodded blankly. No, I drive a Nissan. Bang! The girl stood up and said angrily. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're wasting my time. I don't want to eat anymore. After saying that, she left angrily. She regretted chatting up the wrong person. I should have found that little brother earlier. On this side, Linchen has already arrived in the classroom. Not long after I sat down, a girl next to me came over and whispered. Linchen, thank you? Linchen was confused. Thank me for what? If he remembered correctly, this girl's name seemed to be Chu Qianqian. Chu Qianqian smiled sweetly and said, It's because of you that I became the class monitor. Now Linchen was even more confused. Isn't the squad leader Zhou Kai? When Chu Qianqian heard Linchen's words, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Zhou Kai changed his major, didn't you know? They all said that Zhou Kai changed his major because of you. I became the class monitor only after Zhou Kai left. Linchen. Zhou Kai, was he scared away by himself? Well, I don't know anything. Chu Qianqian wanted to say something else, but then her foreign language teacher came in and she immediately shut her mouth. During this period, Chu Qian wanted to talk to Lin Chen several times, but seeing that he was listening to the class seriously, she did not disturb him. It was time for recess, and Lin Chen was about to lie down on the table and take a nap when a familiar voice came. "Lin Chen, come out for a moment." Hearing this, Lin Chen raised his head and looked towards the door. "Shin Mingqi? What is she doing to herself?" When Lin Chen was confused, Shin Mingqi waved to herself. Lin Chen had no choice but to get up and walk out. Shin Mingqi handed the 2 delicate bags to Lin Chen's hands and said in a soft voice, "I guess you didn't have breakfast. I brought you egg tarts and milk tea." The people next to him immediately started to boo. "Wow! Love breakfast. I admire it so much. Lemon essence is me. I am lemon essence. Why can't I meet such a caring senior?" Listening to the words around her, Shin Mingqi's cheeks were stained with blush. Lin Chen looked at the bag in his hand and said with some embarrassment, Senior, I've had breakfast. How about you take it back and eat it yourself?" Shin Mingqi's expression stiffened for a moment, but returned to normal after a moment. "It's okay, you can have it as a snack. This is an egg tart I baked myself. Do you have the heart to refuse?" The cheers from behind became even louder. Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it. "Then thank you, senior sister." Shin Mingqi suddenly became happy, narrowed her eyes and smiled. It's okay, I'll go back first." Lin Chen returned to his seat with the bag. As soon as he opened it, the smell of egg tarts hit his nostrils. It smells really good, and it's still warm." There were 6 in total, and he had eaten breakfast in the morning, so he couldn't eat so much. Lin Chen glanced at Chu Qian next to him and handed one over. "Do you want to eat?" Chu Qian shook her head. "Eat it, I'm trying to lose weight recently." Lin Chen glanced at her figure and shook his head. "You want to lose weight with your current condition? If you lose more, you will become an adult. Come on, eat a full meal so you can have the energy to lose weight." Having said that, Lin Chen stuffed the egg tart directly into her hand. Chu Qian had no choice but to start eating, praising while eating. "It's delicious." Su Mo, who was sitting not far away, glanced at Lin Chen, then at the egg tart in his hand, silently picked up her cell phone, and found the sister dialogue box. "Su Tao, can you make egg tarts?" Chapter 27 Sister's Love Begins. Soon, Su Tao replied. Su Tao, yes, what's wrong, do you want to eat? Su Mo, no, I want to learn. There was a pause for a while before someone sent a message. Su Tao, sister, what's going on? Don't you hate going into the kitchen? Why do you suddenly want to make egg tarts? Su Tao, by the way, I'm at your school gate. Please come out as soon as the get out of class is over. Tell me if you have anything to say. And pay attention in class. Su Mo pursed her lips and said okay. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Lin Chen went downstairs and planned to have lunch. At the school gate, a girl in a Lolita skirt caught his attention, and Lin Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. The moment the Lolita girl turned around, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Su Mo? Why is she here? Shouldn't she be in the classroom? Moreover, he remembered that Su Mo was not wearing Lolita. I drove out here. Could it be that Su Mo ran faster than the car and changed her clothes at the same time? Lin Chen came back to his senses and looked again, only to find that the Lolita girl had disappeared. He couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that I made a mistake. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the school. On this side, Su Mo just walked to the school gate and was looking for a figure in the crowd. The moment she saw her, the Lolita girl immediately came forward. Sister, I'm here! The moment she saw her, Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The girl wearing a Lolita skirt is her twin sister, Su Tao. They look almost identical, but their personalities are very different. Su Tao came over and hugged Su Mo's arm. Sister, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Su Mo glanced at her calmly. You don't have classes this afternoon? Su Tao squinted her eyes and smiled. I skipped class just to have a meal with you. How about it? Are you touched? Su Mo shook her head. If you are not touched, you should stop skipping classes in the future. Oh yeah, I know. Fearing that her sister Su Emmo would nag at her, Su Tao quickly changed the subject. By the way, sister, why do you suddenly want to learn how to make egg tarts? Don't you dislike sweets? Hearing this, Su Emmo glanced at her, lowered her head slightly, and the tips of her ears turned a little red. Seeing this, Su Tao suddenly revealed a sly smile. Could it be that sister is in love? Are you learning to make egg tarts for a man? After hearing Su Tao's words, Su Mo's face turned even redder, almost bleeding. You, don't talk nonsense! Su Tao held her chin with both hands and looked at her, saying teasingly. Oh my sister is angry. It seems I was right. We were born from the same womb. Don't I know what you are thinking? But you are really good at it. You even know that to win a man's heart you have to win his stomach first. Great! TSK. Su Tao looked at Su Emmo with curiosity, as if she had discovered a new world, which made Su Emmo furious. After a while, she had no choice but to tell the truth and told Su Tao everything that had happened between her and Lin Chin. After hearing this, Su Tao held her face with both hands, her eyes shining frighteningly. He arrived by helicopter dressed simply. He made a big splash during military training, and when you were injured he was the first to check on your injuries and even sent you to the infirmary. This is totally the plot of a sweet campus romance. As she spoke, she grabbed Su Mo's hands with both hands and said excitedly, Is this guy named Lin Chin also like the male protagonist in the novel, with extraordinary abilities and superb IQ? Su Emmo gently pushed her hand away and gave her a subtle look. You should read less sweet romance novels. Su Tao was still immersed in her own imagination, and was extremely excited. After dinner, Su Tao came up with an idea, and Su Emmo was stunned. Change identity. Su Tao kept shaking her arms and said coquettishly, Sister, didn't we often change identities before? I'll just sit in your classroom and see what this Lin Chin looks like, okay? Besides, you finally found someone you like, so I must help you investigate and see if he has good character. Otherwise, with your stubborn personality, you would be cheated and not even notice it. Su Emmo couldn't resist her coquetry and had to agree. In the afternoon, when it was time for class, Su Tao changed into Su Mo's clothes and sat in the classroom looking around, looking for Lin Chin. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Chapter 28 Weird Su Emmo. As soon as Lin Chin arrived in the classroom, he saw Su Emmo staring at him. Excited and curious? Thinking of this, Lin Chin walked directly to the seat next to her and sat down. Arrived early? Su Tao nodded quickly and said with an awkward smile. It's usually early. Lin Chin frowned suspiciously. Why did he feel that Su Emmo was weird today, like a different person? According to her personality, shouldn't she just nod and ignore me? Meeting Lin Chin's strange eyes, Su Tao realized that she had been exposed, and quickly imitated Su Mo's usual behavior and deliberately put on a stern face. Lin Chin nodded. That's more like her. Then, he remembered what happened at the school gate at noon and asked in confusion. I think I saw you at the school gate this afternoon. You were wearing a Lolita? Su Tao's body froze, her eyes wandering, and she said with a guilty conscience. You must have seen it wrong. I don't wear that kind of clothes. It's too conspicuous. I don't like it. This is what Su Emmo said. Lin Chin nodded. Well, I think I saw it wrong. Unless you can teleport, there is no way I can see you there. Su Tao smiled faintly, but she was actually very nervous. Lin Chin looked at Su Emmo twice more. Why did he always feel that Su Emmo was weird today? What do you always look at me for? Is there something on my face? Su Tao pouted and asked. Lin Chin shook his head. Then, Su Tao seemed to remember something and asked again. Do you like egg tarts? Lin Chin was stunned for a moment, then said. I'm fine, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Su Tao squinted and smiled. Nothing. Thinking of what happened in the morning, Lin Chin suddenly laughed. Why, you want to make me egg tarts too? Su Tao was slightly startled, with a proud look on her face. Humph, carrot, no way. Lin Chin was a little uncomfortable seeing Su Emmo looking so cute. but she is still very cute like this. Then, the teacher came and the two stopped chatting. However, Su Tao's mind was not on the classroom, but on Linchin. Su Tao couldn't help feeling tired in spring and sleepy in autumn, and soon she lay down on the desk. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Linchin looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly and knocked on the desk helplessly. Su Tao woke up suddenly and immediately sat up straight like a well-behaved elementary school student. Linchin burst out laughing. Get out of class is over. Su Tao finally reacted, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said ignorantly, Huh! So the get out of class is over? As he spoke, he stretched and yawned. Linchin smiled and said jokingly, You have drool all over your face, wipe it off. Su Tao was stunned for a moment, then immediately reached out and wiped her face randomly, but found nothing. You tricked me! You big liar! Su Tao said angrily. Linchin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go eat together. Su Tao crossed her arms and looked proud. That's more like it. As soon as she said this, she regretted it. She still has to find Su Mo to change her clothes back. After thinking for a while, she said, Forget it, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she picked up her bag and fled. Linchin was completely confused. Baffling. Driving to the school gate, Linchin saw the Lolita girl again. He couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and the next second, Linchin was stunned. Isn't this Su Mo? Linchin drove the car to Su Mo's side and rolled down the window. Su Mo? As he spoke, he looked up and down at Su Mo, who was wearing bunny ears, twin ponytails, and a gorgeous Lolita dress. Hearing this voice, Su Mo's whole body stiffened, and she turned her head mechanically. The moment she saw Linchin, Su Mo almost cried. Linchin, why are you here? Linchin was completely confused. I was just wondering why you are here. Su Mo hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word. At this moment, a clear voice came. Sister! Sister! I just saw him! Linchin looked in the direction of the voice and began to question his life. Another Su Mo? Chapter 29 to Su Mo. The girl who ran over like the wind had an exactly identical face to Su Mo. Su Mo's facial features were almost twisted into a knot. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately, and never come out again in her life. Su Tao had already run to Su Mo, panting and saying, Sister, I'm telling you, I was so scared, I almost got exposed just now. Su Mo wanted to cry but had no tears, and kept winking at her. Su Tao, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, looked puzzled. Sister, what's wrong with your eyes? Is there sand in them? Do you want me to blow them out for you? Su Mo shook her head. She was really about to cry. Only then did Su Tao notice the luxury car beside her. Oh my God! Rolls-Royce Phantom? Looking at the person in the driver's seat again, the excitement on Su Tao's face froze instantly. Linchin? Half an hour later, in a coffee shop. Linchin held his face with one hand and looked at the two girls opposite him who looked almost identical. The two girls lowered their heads and dared not speak or look at Linchin, just like primary school students who were being scolded for doing something wrong. Su Mo, Su Tao, twin sisters? Hearing this, Su Mo nodded, glanced at Linchin secretly, and lowered her head even more. Su Tao raised her head stubbornly and looked directly at Linchin. So what? It's not illegal to change identities for fun. The more Su Tao spoke, the less confident she became, and her voice became smaller and smaller. I'm sorry, sister. I'm scared too. Su Tao muttered to herself. Linchin looked at Su Tao, who was wearing casual clothes, and asked, It was you who was in the classroom just now, right? Su Tao nodded. Yes. Su Mo looked up at Linchin. Did you guess it? Linchin shook his head, picked up the coffee in front of him, and took a sip. I didn't think about it that way at the time. I just thought it was extremely strange. I also wonder if Su Mo has a split personality. Su Tao's face froze and she drank her coffee silently to ease the embarrassment. Su Mo continued to ask. Why? Lin Chen glanced at Su Tao. First, it's a personality issue. The two people's personalities are too different. Then, you never sleep in class, but she slept for nearly 2 classes and didn't even wake up after class. Hearing this, Su Mo immediately glared at her sister with gritted teeth. Su Tao! Su Tao quickly clasped her hands together and begged for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. Oh, too. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. You two are such a funny couple. Su Tao bared her little fangs at Lin Chen. You big bad guy. You're still laughing, it's all because of you. Seeing this, Su Mo gently scolded. Su Tao. Su Tao looked at Su Mo aggrievedly. Oh. The elder sister forgets her younger sister when she sees a beautiful woman. After staying for a while, Su Tao made an excuse to leave, and the two went to the bathroom to change their clothes. Only Lin Chen, Su Mo, and a few other people were left in the coffee shop. Lin Chen looked at Su Mo and suddenly remembered how she looked in Lolita. He smiled and said, You look pretty good in Lolita, very cute. Su Mo looked up at Lin Chen and was stunned for a few seconds. Are you serious? Lin Chen nodded and added. Like a doll. Sumo's pretty face turned slightly red. She felt a little thirsty, so she picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Me, I think it's too conspicuous. Su Mo said weakly. Lin Chen smiled. You have to be eye-catching. People look at you because they think you are pretty. Is there anything wrong with a girl dressing up nicely? Su Mo stared at Lin Chen blankly for a few seconds, then smiled, revealing a pair of cute dimples and pointed little fangs. Lin Chen was a little stunned. Like a kitten, the kind that wants to be patted on the head. Lin Chen was thinking in his mind. His hand had unconsciously covered her head. Su Mo froze as if she had been electrocuted, and she was completely panicked. Sorry, you're so cute, I couldn't help it. Lin Chen explained. Su Mo shook her head. She felt her tongue was tied and she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. After the two of them stayed together for a while, Lin Chen sent Su Mo back to the girls' dormitory. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Su Mo climbed directly onto the bed and covered herself with the quilt. The roommates looked at each other in confusion. After a long time, when she could hardly breathe, she finally poked her head out to breathe. After a while, she picked up her phone again and found Su Tao's profile picture. When you have time, bring me a few of your little skirts, including the one you're wearing today, and the one called Angel Street. I'll give you my saved pocket money. Chapter 30, Encounter with Jiangli. Su Tao, who received the news, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. What the hell? I've been recommending it to you before, but you didn't even notice it. Why do you suddenly want to wear it now? Didn't you say that you would never like something so eye-catching even if you were beaten to death? Sure enough, nothing can escape the law of true fragrance. On this side, Lin Chen has returned to the villa. Just as I was about to take a rest after washing up, the phone rang urgently. Lin Chen picked up the phone and looked at it, frowning slightly. His high school classmate, Li Xingjian? Thinking about it, Lin Chen directly pressed the answer button. Hey, brother. Li Xingjian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chen, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. It's like this. A few of us high school classmates who are studying in the East China Sea are planning to get together. They asked me to notify you. Do you think you can come and catch up when you are free? Just as Lin Chen was about to refuse, a mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the plot mission. Agree to attend the class reunion and obtain 30% of the shares of Donghai Mimi Food Group. Lin Chen was a little confused. If you agree to attend a class reunion, you can get 30% of the shares of Mei Mike? Li Xingjian thought that Lin Chen's signal was not good, so he asked a few questions. Brother Chen, why is there no sound from your end? Can you hear me? Lin Chen smiled. I can hear you. I'll go. Please send me the time and place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission, and you will be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Donghai Mini Food Group. Awesome class. Lin Chen sighed silently in his heart. Li Xinjian was stunned for a moment, and continued. But there is one thing I need to tell you in advance. Sun Qing is here too. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Because the girl Sun Qing liked Xia He had pursued him, he had always held a grudge against her. There was bound to be some tension in this meeting. But Lin Chen is not afraid of him. Now that you've agreed, why shouldn't you go? Li Xinjian asked again. Brother Chen, do you still want to go? How about you not go this time, and we can find a chance to get together privately if we have good relationships? Lin Chen directly refused. Why not go? Just because of that guy Sun Qing? Seeing how persistent he was, Li Xinjian had no choice but to say, Okay, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, at the Earl of the East Sea Hotel. Good. Then Lin Chen hung up the phone. Have a good night. The top management of Meisher Mike was shocked and held a video conference overnight. There is a man named Lin Chen who invested 300 million yuan at one time and acquired 30% of our shares. I heard that Mr. Lin is only 20 years old and a freshman at Donghai University. The next day, the morning sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on Lin Chen's face. He picked up the phone from the bedside and saw that it was only 6 o'clock. So after getting up, washing up, I went outside for a run. Morning exercise and breathing fresh air are always good for your health. I had just run a few steps when someone called me from behind. Lin Chen looked back and saw that it was Jiang Li who was also jogging in the morning. At this moment, she was wearing a slim sportswear that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. You are also doing morning exercises, what a coincidence! Jiang Li ran over and said breathlessly. Because of the exercise, Jiang Li's cheeks were slightly red without makeup, and even the little strands of hair on her forehead were slightly wet with sweat. It is said that most beauties rely on makeup, and after removing their makeup, you can't tell whether they are human or ghost. But Jiang Li is a real beauty, she looks so pretty even without makeup. Lin Chen smiled. What a coincidence. The two ran side by side. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows slightly. Do you also have the habit of morning exercise? No, I just got up early today and felt like running. Normally, I just do some weights in the gym. Lin Chen said honestly. Jiang Li smiled and glanced up and down at Lin Chen, seeing the faintly visible abdominal muscles and the strong biceps under the slightly sweaty white t-shirt. No wonder he has such a good figure and looks very manly. Lin Chen was slightly embarrassed. Do I smell? As he said this, he sniffed himself. Seeing Lin Chen's silly look, Jiang Li chuckled. I don't mean you smell. I mean, you have a great body and are extremely masculine. Lin Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Li chuckled again. Little brother, why are you so innocent and cute? Chapter 31. Sister Jiang Li is terrible. Lin Chen was confused. He is innocent and cute? What adjective is this? Sister Ailey, please stop teasing me. I can't stand being teased. Lin Chen said helplessly. A fox is indeed a fox. It even wants to eat him up completely? Having said that, it's still unclear who will take all the spoils. After running a few laps, Jiang Li invited Lin Chen to have breakfast at her villa. Unable to refuse the kind offer, Lin Chenji followed him. In the kitchen. Lin Chen sat at the dining table, watching Jiang Li busy in the kitchen. Sister Ari, do you need my help? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Li said without turning his head. Forget it. You are a guest. How can you let a guest take action? After saying this, she turned around and smiled slyly. Actually, I'm afraid you'll blow up my kitchen, haha. Lin Chen was stunned. Is he that scary? Even though what he cooks may not be very delicious, it's still edible, right? Then Jiang Li said, I'm just kidding. Just sit and wait for a while. It will be ready soon. Another joke. However, it's really not boring to be with Jiang Li. She is beautiful, has a good figure, loves to joke, and is quite interesting. Having said that, this scene really looks like a young couple, with the girlfriend busy in the kitchen and the boyfriend crying out for food. If Jiangli became his girlfriend, based on her queenly personality. Such a scene suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Jiangli raised his chin with her index finger, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Little guy, finally fell into my hands. Lin Chen was startled by this idea and quickly picked up the glass of water on the table and took a big sip. So scary. Cowardly. At this time, Jiangli had already come up with 2 beautifully presented steak pasta dishes and 2 glasses of milk. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Jiangli twice. He didn't expect Jiangli to be so good at cooking. I wanted to drink with you, but then I thought you still had to go to class and I had to go to the company, so I changed to milk. Jiangli sat down while talking, then looked at Lin Chen and asked, Are you used to drinking milk? If not, can I get you some juice? Lin Chen nodded. I'm used to it. Don't bother. Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with a sharp gaze. Try it and see if it tastes good? Lin Chen picked up a small piece of pasta and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Soft, chewy and full of flavor. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. 666. Delicious. Thumbs up. Jiangli narrowed her eyes and smiled, her peach blossom eyes forming a crescent shape. As long as you like it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and spoke while eating noodles. Hello, who is this? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, very respectful. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the legal director of Meisher Mike. My name is Chen Lin. Hearing this, Jiangli looked up at Lin Chen with some confusion. Why does Meisher Mike's legal director want to find Lin Chen? Really? Thinking of this, Jiangli was shocked. Lin Chen responded calmly. Oh, Director Chen. Chen Lin continued. After you acquired 30% of our gourmet food last night, we held an emergency high-level meeting. We wanted to contact you last night, but we were afraid of disturbing your rest, so we called you now. Excuse me, when are you free to come over and complete the handover procedures? With a click, the chopsticks in Jiangli's hand fell directly onto the table, and she looked at Lin Chen with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 32, The 1,000-Year Fox. Acquired another 30% of the shares of Meisher Mike? What kind of monster is Lin Chen? Lin Chen glanced at Jiangli calmly, then said, At noon, I should be free at noon. The person on the other end of the phone quickly said, Okay, then all of us, the gourmets and guests, are waiting for your presence. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen continued to eat the delicious pasta. I have to say that Jiangli's cooking skills are really good, and the steak is fried to perfection. Jiangli hesitated several times, but finally couldn't help asking. You acquired another 30% of Gourmet Foods shares? Lin Chen nodded. Well, I just bought it. Smoothly? The corners of Jiangli's mouth twitched a few times, and the pasta in front of him suddenly didn't taste good anymore. Are you going to let people live? Are you a monster? Jiangli asked. Lin Chen looked innocent. Why do you say that? I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people? First, she spent a huge amount of money to buy the Yunshuijian, the king of Shuyanjiaju building, and then injected 500 million cash flow into her jiaqing at one time. Now she has acquired 30% of the shares of Meisher Mike. And you still call yourself an ordinary person? Then, Lin Chen grinned. It's not me who's evil, it's you. Jiangli raised her eyebrows slightly, a little confused. Why? Lin Chen said. I think you should be called Fox, that suits you better. Jiangli was a little stunned, but soon reacted. Since you said I'm a fox, will you take me in? Lin Chen finished the last bite of pasta on the plate and burped. You are a 1,000-year-old fox. I am not experienced enough. Compared to you, I am still too young. Jiangli covered her mouth and smiled. In that case, how about I wait for you to finish your training? Lin Chen was slightly stunned and laughed awkwardly twice. Sister Ari, you are joking again. Jiangli held her chin with one hand and pouted slightly. Because you are so cute, I like to joke with you. Lin Chen smiled and checked the time. It's getting late, I should go back. Then he stood up and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Ali. I'll treat you to dinner later. Jianli smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll be waiting for your meal." Lin-Chen walked to the door and suddenly turned back with a sly smile. "From now on, I will call you Ollie, the Lee of Fox." Jianli was slightly stunned, and when she came to her senses, Lin-Chen had already left. "Ari? Haha, interesting," Jianli murmured, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. For the first time, she felt that the adjective, fox spirit, was quite cute. Here, Lin-Chen just found a place to park his car and walked to the bottom of the gourmet food company building, when an elite man in a suit and tie came up to him. He had long hair, which he tied into a small braid at the back of his head. Lin-Chen just felt that he looked familiar. Wasn't this the uncle who was mistaken for the owner of his Rolls-Royce Phantom in the breakfast shop that day? Behind him, there were several men also dressed in suits. "Mr. Lin! I am Chen Lin who called you this morning." Lin-Chen nodded. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Chen Lin was somewhat flattered and said quickly, No, Mr. Lin is joking." Unexpectedly, the new major shareholder of their company is so young and has such a good temper. Afterwards, Lin-Chen followed Chen Lin into the building. "Mr. Lin, do you want to go to the VIP reception room to rest, or start the handover ceremony directly?" Chen Lin bowed slightly and asked respectfully. Lin-Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's start the handover ceremony right away. I have something else to do later. I have to go to the Earl Hotel to attend a high school reunion later." Besides, he was not familiar with these people, and if he stayed in the VIP room, he would inevitably have to exchange pleasantries with them. He doesn't like such occasions. Chen Lin said quickly. "Okay." The handover ceremony was completed quickly, and Lin-Chen left without staying. The chairman, general manager, and other senior executives directly sent Lin-Chen to the door. Lin-Chen was just about to drive away when he saw a beautiful girl live streaming next to her car. "Look, this is my boyfriend's car. Rolls-Royce Phantom, isn't it awesome? Damn audience, send a few rockets and I'll show you the perspective of the co-pilot of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, haha." "What? My boyfriend went shopping for me, of course he's not here." Lin-Chen felt a little helpless. He folded his arms and looked at her. The beautiful woman also noticed Lin-Chen's presence. She rolled her eyes and turned on the rear camera, aiming it at Lin-Chen. "Look, this pervert has been staring at me with lustful eyes. Oh, I'm so scared." Chapter 33. Can you give me away? Lin-Chen? Is he a pervert? Oh my god, I originally wanted to wait for her to leave before driving. There were suddenly more comments in the live broadcast room. "Anchors, be careful. There are perverts every year, but this year there are especially many. Don't be afraid, Anchor. Didn't your boyfriend who drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom go out to buy something for you? Ask him to come back and protect you. It's so hard to be a live streamer these days. I even encountered a pervert when I was live streaming outdoors." Lin-Chen looked at her silently. "You're calling me a pervert?" The female anchor glared. "You're not a pervert, so why were you staring at me with lustful eyes just now?" Lin-Chen laughed angrily. "That's because you blocked my way." "You are talking nonsense. Who is blocking it?" Suddenly, as if she realized something, she swallowed back the words she was about to say and looked at Lin-Chen in shock. Lin-Chen silently took out the car keys, walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened the door, and got in. The female anchor was dumbfounded, and the comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Anchor, didn't you say that this car belonged to your boyfriend? How did it become this pervert's? Could this pervert be your boyfriend? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to people in need. It's obvious that the anchor used someone else's car to show off, and slandered the owner of the car as a pervert, and then got slapped in the face. This anchor is so unlucky, isn't he? He's pretending to be cool with the car owner. I just want to ask, Anchor, does your face hurt? Lin-Chen rolled down the window and looked at the anchor. Can you please make way? The female anchor had a dazed look on her face and mechanically stood aside to make way for the Rolls-Royce. Lin-Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove off with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. The female anchor suddenly became covered in dust. She said quickly, "I feel a little dizzy, so I'm going to log off now." After saying this, he hurriedly ended the live broadcast and was completely devastated. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Earl Hotel, a VIP room. Several men and women sat down together, talking and laughing. Li Xingjian looked at his phone. It's already 7:30. Why hasn't Brother Chen come yet? A man came over with a glass of red wine and sat opposite Li Xingjian. This person is Sun Qing. Why, Lin Chen hasn't come yet? Is he afraid to come? He said with contempt, smiling. When he said this, Xia He, who was sitting in the corner, couldn't help but prick up her ears. Is Lin Chen really not coming? Li Xingjian glanced at him unhappily. Drink your wine and shut up. If Brother Chen says he's coming, he's definitely coming. Sun Qing was not annoyed by being challenged by Li Xingjian, and still had a smiling face. I heard that Lin Chen is now pretending to be old. The photos he posted on WeChat Moments were immediately recognized as fake wine. TSK, what a slap in the face! Li Xingjian said angrily. How do you know that their wine is fake? Besides, what does it have to do with you? You live by the sea, why do you care so much? At this time, Zhou Qian smiled and sat next to Sun Qing, hugged his arm intimately, and looked at Li Xingjian. What? You're embarrassed to drink fake wine and act cool, but you're embarrassed to let people talk about it. Li Xingjian frowned, too lazy to waste words with the two of them, so he stood up and sat on the other side, just opposite Xia He. Xia He couldn't help but ask. Li Xingjian, Lin Chen, will he really come? She didn't want to attend this class reunion in the first place. If she hadn't heard that Lin Chen was coming, she wouldn't have bothered to join in. Li Xingjian looked at Xia He deeply and said slowly. I will come, maybe something delayed him on the way. Xia He nodded, looking a little dazed. Sun Qing, while holding Zhou Qian's slender waist, kept glancing in the direction of Xia He. In fact, he has always liked Xia He. If Xia He's mind was not completely on Lin Chen, he would not have settled for second best and been with Zhou Qian. Compared with Zhou Qian, Xia He is very different. This time, he just wanted to let Xia He understand that he, Sun Qing, was 100 times better than Lin Chen. Xia He will definitely see his shining point. As he was thinking about this, Zhou Qian in his arms had already peeled a grape and put it to his mouth. Sun Qing opened his mouth and ate it, then pinched Zhou Qian's face twice. On this side, Lin Chen just arrived at the hotel entrance, but there was no parking space. Lin Chen found a temporary place to park his car at the door. As soon as he got out of the car, a security guard came over. Hello, sir, you can't park here. Lin Chen was slightly startled, took out his wallet, took out a few banknotes from it, and handed them to him. Can you please be flexible? If there is a car leaving, please let me know and I will come down and move the car immediately, okay? Chapter 34. Sir, please move your Rolls-Royce. The security guard happily took a few bills and said with a smile that he would be notified when a car left. Lin Chen went straight into the hotel and walked towards the private room that Li Xingjian mentioned. When he pushed the door open and came in, everyone in the box focused their attention on him. Xia He looked delighted and wanted to say something, but she didn't open her mouth. She just looked at Lin Chen affectionately. Li Xingjian came forward and punched Lin Chen in the chest. Brother! You are finally here! Some people can't wait any longer. As he said this, he deliberately glanced at Sun Qing, who was sitting on the sofa. When seeing Lin Chen, Sun Qing smiled contemptuously, while Zhou Qian nestled into Sun Qing's arms like a little bird, looking Lin Chen up and down with a look of disdain. Long time no see, Lin Chen. Sun Qing smiled. Lin Chen also replied. Haven't seen you for a long time. Afterwards, Lin Chen, Li Xingjian and a few other good friends went to reminisce about the past. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him, Sun Qing felt a little dissatisfied. He thought about it, took a bottle of red wine, and walked in front of Lin Chen. Have a drink? Lin Chen sat on the sofa and looked at him, with a slight smile on his face. Okay. Sun Qing poured Lin Chen a glass of red wine and sat opposite Lin Chen. Zhou Qian also followed. Lin Chen, it seems that you have been doing well recently. You have been drinking wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mine is only over $1,000 a bottle. I hope you don't despise it. Sun Qing said deliberately. As soon as he said this, Zhou Qian beside him gave a fake smile and said, What wine worth hundreds of thousands? That must be fake. It's probably just a few dozen bucks from Taobao, right? Sun Qing pretended to scold. Qian, be careful with your words. Lin Qin is our friend after all. How can you be so disregarding of his self-esteem? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian immediately nestled into Sun Cheng's arms. Okay, dear, I won't say anything more. Don't be angry. As she said this, she rolled her eyes at Lin Qin. Lin Qin had written love letters to her before, but she was the most beautiful girl in the class after all, so how could she possibly fall for a poor boy like Lin Qin? Although Lin Qin is quite handsome, can being handsome be enough to make a living? These days, money is the most important thing. Sun Cheng's father is the boss of a listed company and drives a BMW. He is her prince. Lin Qin watched the two perform silently. The singing of these two, one with the red face and one with the white face, is so awesome. The whole world owes them an Oscar. Li Xingjian couldn't stand it anymore and was about to speak up for Lin Qin when there was a commotion at the door. Fuck! I'm telling you, I just went out to buy a pack of cigarettes and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the door. The person who came in was Chao Han, who had just left. When they heard the words, Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone's eyes fell on him. Chao Han continued, I'm serious, I'm not lying to you. That model of car, the bare car price is more than 6 million, but it's the top model. I guess it won't cost more than tens of millions. I don't know what kind of rich person can afford a car like this. Sun Qing also sighed. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is also my dream. I don't know when I can drive a car like that, but the BMW I drive now is pretty good. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Qin and asked with a smile. Lin Qin, what car are you driving? Zhou Qian snorted and said, Honey, you should ask him if he bought a car. But judging from his appearance, I think he probably didn't buy one, right? Just then, a receptionist came in. Excuse me, who is Mr. Lin Qin? Lin Qin raised his hand. I am. The receptionist said respectfully. Sir, a car is leaving. Please move your Rolls-Royce. There is a parking space inside. You can park it there. Chapter 35. The car is rented. The entire box was silent and quiet. Lin Qin calmly took out his car keys and handed them to the receptionist. Please move it for me, thank you. Yes. The receptionist took the car keys with both hands and left. Zhou Qian stared at Lin Qin blankly. The double R logo on the car key stung her eyes and made her mind go blank. Sun Cheng's face turned pale and blue, and he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It hurts so much when I get hit on the face. Li Xingjian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Great, Brother Qin, you're driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Awesome! Xia He also unconsciously looked in the direction of Lin Qin, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. As far as she knew, Lin Qin's family was average, and it didn't seem like he could afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Other students also started discussing. I didn't expect that after Lin Qin went to college, his agent would drive a Rolls-Royce. Awesome! Has he become a nouveau riche? That's too embarrassing for Sun Qing, isn't it? Didn't he just show off his BMW? Lin Qin drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and didn't say a word. This is the difference. Lin Qin smiled and looked at Li Xingjian. It's just a means of transportation. No need to get so excited. Li Xingjian was stunned and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother Qin, I won't lean on the wall, I will just obey you. Rolls-Royce Phantom, you actually casually call it a means of transportation? Invisible pretense. Look at Lin Qin, and then look at Sun Qing, who can't help but show off his BMW. Isn't the contrast obvious enough? Feeling the strange looks from his classmates, Sun Qing felt extremely embarrassed. Today was clearly his day to show off, but now he has completely become a foil to Lin Qin. How can he be willing to accept this? Looking at Xiaohe again, her eyes were as tender as water, and she wanted to stick to Lin Qin, which made Sun Qing angry. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Qin didn't look like someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce. Could it be that? Sun Qing suddenly smiled, and everyone's eyes were focused on Sun Qing. Sun Qin, what are you laughing at? Li Xingjian said unhappily. Sun Qing ignored Li Xingjian and stared at Lin Qin. Lin Qin, I didn't expect you to become so vain after entering college. In order to show off at the class reunion, you even rented a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow. The whole audience was shocked and looked at Lin Chen. Is Lin Chen's Rolls-Royce Phantom rented? Seeing that Lin Chen did not refute, Sun Qing showed a triumphant smile. As he expected, Lin Chen's car was rented. Lin Chen, if you don't have a car, then you don't have a car. Not everyone here has a car. We are all old classmates. There is no need to act so arrogant. Sun Qing smiled. Zhou Qian next to her couldn't help but roll her eyes. I thought he was really driving a Rolls-Royce, but it turned out to be a rental. She said, how could a poor boy like Lin Chen afford a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce? Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. If you insist on thinking so, I can't help it. Sun Qing chuckled. Are you admitting this? Lin Chen also laughed. Whatever you say. It's a waste of time to talk to these people who look down on others. Besides, who are they to me? Why should I care about what they think? Xiaohe, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Lin Chen with a hint of disappointment. She remembered that Lin Chen was not like this before. However, at this moment, the door of the box was knocked, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie looked inside cautiously. When his eyes fell on Lin Chen, his eyes lit up and he immediately walked forward. Director Lin! You are here indeed! Chapter 36. Lin Chen is the major shareholder of the Earl Hotel. Audience? Mr. Lin? Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen and the middle-aged man. Is the Mr. Lin mentioned by this man Lin Chen? Lin Chen was also confused. Who are you? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Director Lin, I'm Tan Guang, the person in charge here. Oh. Lin Chen nodded. What do you want from me? Tan Guang said quickly. Didn't you just buy 30% of the shares of Gourmet Food Group yesterday? Our Earl Hotel is owned by Gourmet Food Group. The higher-ups issued the document today. I just heard the receptionist mention your name, so I wondered if it was you. I came over to take a look and it was you. Everyone was shocked and stunned. What did they just hear? Lin Chen bought 30% of the shares of Meisher Mike Catering Group? Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled twice, not knowing what to say. He doesn't want to show off. At this time, Tan Guang snapped his fingers outside, and a waitress came over immediately. General Manager, the presidential box is ready. Tan Guang nodded, and immediately looked at Lin Chen and said respectfully, Director Lin, this level of box is not worthy of your distinguished status. We have prepared the presidential box for you. Do you want to move to the presidential box with your friends? Lin Chen did not make a decision, but looked at the people in the box. What do you think? Before Li Xingjian and the others could come to their senses, Zhou Qian spoke first. Go! Go! Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Zhou Qian could only laugh awkwardly and explained. This is also their good intention, we can't let them down. Everyone's eyes turned contemptuous. Who was the person who just mocked Lin Chen the most? Zhou Qian. I really don't know how she can still have the nerve to talk now. As expected, a tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible. Tan Guang also said. This lady is right, Mr. Lin, you should stop hesitating, right? Lin Chen nodded. Okay, in that case, let's follow Mr. Tan. At this time, Sun Qing quickly grabbed Zhou Qian's sleeve and whispered. Let's go first, don't stay and embarrass ourselves anymore. Zhou Qian turned around and glared at him fiercely. Why are you leaving? If you want to leave, just go by yourself. After saying that, Zhou Qian left with the main force. Sun Qing was stunned for a moment, then followed. Soon, everyone followed Tan Guang to a luxurious private room, which was many times better than the previous one. Wow! I didn't expect the Earl Hotel has a presidential room. It's worthy of being the president's room. It's luxurious enough. Awesome place. If it weren't for Lin Chen, we probably wouldn't be able to come to a private room of this level in our lifetime. Hearing these voices, Sun Qing's face became even uglier. Because the VIP room just now was booked by him. At this time, Zhou Qian suddenly interrupted. I used to think Lin Chen was extraordinary, I didn't expect that my guess would come true. He became a major shareholder at the age of 20. He even drives a Rolls-Royce. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned strange. Hiss. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone so shameless. Seeing this, Sun Qing gave Zhou Qian a warning look. Zhou Qian glared at him impatiently. Sun Chen, look at Lin Chen, then look at you, this is the difference. Sun Cheng's face darkened instantly, and he asked, Zhou Qian, what do you mean? Zhou Qian sneered. Sun Chen, I'm telling you, I want to break up with you. Don't bother me anymore. Everyone sat aside and watched the two people quarreling silently. Sun Qing was almost furious. He pointed at Zhou Qian and called her, you, for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Zhou Qian walked directly in front of Lin Chen and smiled sweetly. Lin Chen, I'm single again. Lin Chen touched his nose. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? Zhou Qian covered her mouth and laughed, saying coquettishly, How can it not matter? This means that you have another chance. Chapter 37 The Love Letter is a Prank. Lin Chen? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? Lin Chen laughed dryly twice. I don't know what you're talking about. After saying this, Lin Chen wanted to find Li Xinjian to rescue himself. Sun Qing on the side exploded. Zhou Qian! You're actually going to cuckold me in front of me? Hearing this, Zhou Qian said impatiently. Why are you green-hatting? I just broke up with you. Break up. Do you understand? Can you please stop stopping me from pursuing true love? It's impossible between us. Pursuing true love? Sun Qing was so angry that his face turned green. Afterwards, Zhou Qian stopped paying attention to Sun Qing and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let me tell you the truth. Over the years I have always liked you. I told you those words that hurt you because I wanted you to cheer up and work hard. Look, isn't it working now? This proves that what I said was right. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Qian's clever operation refreshed their three views. It was the first time they had met someone who could describe shamelessness in such a pure and elegant way. Sun Qing also felt ashamed and had no face to stay here, so he fled. Lin Chen laughed dryly twice. Don't be ridiculous. Zhou Qian strikes while the iron is hot. Lin Chen, I like you and you like me, why can't we be together? Lin Chen's face was full of question marks. I like you? How come I don't know that? I don't have such strong tastes. Hearing this, Zhou Qian said shyly. Have you forgotten? When we were in high school, you handed me a love letter. Hearing this, He looked at Lin Chen suddenly. Hand over a love letter? Could it be that Lin Chen likes Zhou Qian's type? Now Lin Chen was even more confused. Handing over a love letter? How come I didn't know that? Zhou Qian pretended to hit Lin Chen's chest. Hate it! What is there to be embarrassed about? Why don't you admit it? Lin Chen suddenly got goosebumps all over his body and quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from Zhou Qian. At this time, Li Xinjian raised his hand weakly. I have a say in this matter. For a moment, Li Xinjian became the focus of the entire box. It's like this, that love letter was a prank by a few of us brothers, and Lin Chen didn't know about it. Lin Chen, Li Xinjian, fuck you. Everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is, no wonder. He also breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhou Qian was struck by lightning and looked incredulous. No, that's impossible, that's not the case. Zhou Qian's face turned pale as she murmured softly. Li Xinjian scratched his head embarrassedly. It's been so many years since this happened. If Zhou Qian hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. The implication was that it was just a prank, but Zhou Qian kept it in mind. Zhou Qian staggered and her face turned pale. Seeing the strange looks from her former classmates, she finally couldn't help it and ran out crying. Seeing this, He suddenly felt very happy. After the two annoying people left, everyone felt that the air in the box became a lot fresher. Soon, delicious dishes were served. General Manager Tan Guang also sent someone to deliver a few bottles of fine wine. Apart from the little episode between Sun Qing and Zhou Qian, this class reunion was still a great success. After eating and drinking, Lin Chen was ready to pay the bill, but Tan Guan gave him a free meal. Who dares to let the major shareholders of the head office pay for it? Even if you give him 100 more courages, he wouldn't dare to do it. Afterwards, the classmates left one after another, and Lin Chen also found a designated driver. While waiting for the designated driver, Xia he walked over here. Long time no see, you are getting better and better. Lin Chen smiled. As a human being, you always have to move forward. You can't go back in time, right? Xia he also smiled bitterly. Yes, everyone is going up. But they are still climbing the slope, while you have already reached the top of the mountain, enjoying the scenery. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of you. Xia he kept this sentence in her heart, and dared not say it out loud. When she was pursuing Lin Chen in the past, Lin Chen always avoided her, so she had to watch Lin Chen silently in the dark and like him silently. Soon, someone came to pick up Xia he. Xia he got in the car and looked at Lin Chen reluctantly. Then I'll go back first, and we'll get together again if there's a chance. Lin Chen nodded. Good. Xia he left, and Lin Chen felt a bit confused. A quick cell phone ring rang out. It was the designated driver. After answering the phone, Lin Chen noticed that the other party was a young lady. After meeting, Lin Chen was shocked. Su Tao? Chapter 38. I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell it. Who else could this girl wearing a light blue Lolita princess dress be but Su Tao? As for Su Mo, it would be better for Lin Chen to believe that the sun can rise from the west than to let him believe that she dares to come out so late to drive. When Su Tao saw Lin Chen, she was also shocked. Lin Chen? Did you call the designated driver? Lin Chen looked around and found that he was the only one waiting, so he said. Although I can't believe it's such a coincidence, but it's true. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Tao couldn't help swallowing. You let me drive this Phantom? Lin Chen folded his arms and smiled. What else? Su Tao clasped her hands together, wanting to cry but unable to do so. Brother, please forgive me. If I accidentally bump into you, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell me off. Lin Chen shook his phone. If you refuse, I will give you a bad review. Su Tao, big bad guy. There was no choice but to carefully sit in the driver's seat and fasten her seat belt. As if remembering something, Su Tao said quickly. You big bad guy, let me make it clear first, if I accidentally scratch it, I can't afford to pay for it. She is just a designated driver. Is it easy for her to drive such an expensive car? Crying. Lin Chen looked her up and down and said, Isn't it said that 9 out of 10 loli are rich, and one lives in a beachfront villa? You can't afford to pay? Hearing this, Su Tao immediately revealed a pitiful expression. If I were a rich loli, could I still come out as a designated driver? As she spoke, her hands were shaking slightly as she touched the steering wheel. Lin Chen felt a little scared when he saw this. How about I do it? I thought Su Tao would agree directly, but I didn't expect her to refuse on the spot. No, you've been drinking, and you reek of alcohol. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and took out a small box of yogurt from her bare bag and stuffed it into Lin Chen's hand. Here, I'll give you some yogurt to protect your stomach after drinking. You're a big drunkard. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Huh! I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Su Tao glanced at him proudly and started driving seriously. Along the way, other cars were very far away from them. Su Tao was a little confused at first, but she soon understood. If an ordinary person accidentally scratches such an expensive car, he might have to prepare to sell his house, right? It turns out that driving a luxury car is not as scary as you imagine. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of Shuyan Yaju. Or I'll take you here and you can drive in by yourself? Su Tao looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen smiled. Are you so irresponsible as a designated driver? Su Tao snorted angrily and drove the car in. Do you believe that I can make your luxury car wrecked? See if you dare to bully me again. Su Tao bared her fangs and threatened. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair leisurely. You can try. Su Tao looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Then, Lynchen said leisurely, as long as you can afford it, or are prepared to work as my nanny for the rest of your life and pay the compensation. Su Tao glared at Lynchen angrily. I knew you were a bad guy with bad intentions. When they arrived at Yunshwijian and saw the exterior of the extremely luxurious villa, Su Tao was so surprised that her mouth opened into an O shape. Big bad guy, is this really your home? Lynchen raised his eyebrows slightly. What else? Suddenly thinking of a question, Lynchen asked. So how are you going to get back? Su Tao was stunned for a moment, then immediately took out her cell phone and found that it was already past 10 o'clock. It's bad. Our school's curfew is over. If you go back now, you'll be punished. Su Tao suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. I want to stay in a hotel. It's too expensive. If I had known this, I wouldn't have accepted your order. Lynchen couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so stupid? Don't you know how to check the time before accepting the order? As he said that, he rubbed her head. Su Tao immediately glared at Lynchen angrily. Don't touch my bun! Lynchen just found it funny. Okay, why don't you stay at my place? Chapter 39 Big Bad Guy, this is really your home. Su Tao suddenly took several steps back and looked at Lynchen with a vigilant look. You big bad guy, what do you want to do? Lynchen frowned and poked her forehead with his index finger. I really don't know what's going on in your head every day. I have plenty of rooms at home. You can sleep anywhere you want except my master bedroom. Lynchen paused and said, or you can stay in a hotel. Su Tao looked Lynchen up and down several times. Although I call him a bad guy, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. When Su Tao thought about the high cost of staying in a hotel, which could be used to buy a few skirts, she felt very disappointed. Well, that's great, Su Tao said weakly. As soon as she entered, Su Tao was amazed by the environment inside. Wow, isn't this the kind of mansion you can only see in TV dramas? This is very expensive, right? As she spoke, Su Tao looked at Lynchen and said cautiously, Big bad guy, can I just take a look? Lynchen laughed. Calling me a bad guy? Is that so insincere? Hearing this, Su Tao's face suddenly became a little conflicted. So, what should I call you? She tilted her head and thought for a while, but couldn't think of what to call him. Lynchen sat down on the sofa slowly and said teasingly, Call me brother and let me hear it. Su Tao's face turned red, and she hesitated for a while before calling out, Brother Lynchen. Lynchen smiled happily and waved to her. Go ahead. Hearing this, Su Tao glared at Lynchen, then ran away skipping and jumping, with her two ponytails swinging happily. It really tempts people to commit crimes. Su Tao looked around, as if she had seen something new, but she didn't dare to touch it. Who knows if she can afford to pay for the things here if they are damaged? After a long while, Su Tao had enough of shopping and sat down on the sofa, swinging her legs in white tights. Lynchen had already changed into home clothes and came out. He took out a glass from the sterilizer and poured her a glass of water. Su Tao took the water with a smile, revealing two small canine teeth. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You knew I was thirsty. Lynchen smiled, shook his head helplessly and said nothing. Su Tao looked around and asked, Are you the only one living in such a big villa? I'm alone for now, Lynchen said lightly. Su Tao raised her eyebrows slightly. Temporarily? What do you mean? Lynchen smiled. It's just temporary. Think about it, if I have a girlfriend in the future, won't she be with me? Hearing this, Su Tao's eyes rolled. So you don't have a girlfriend yet? Lynchen nodded. Su Tao was delighted. In that case, does my sister still have a good chance? No, I have to ask my sister to help me when I get back. Seeing her eyes rolling around, Lynchen teased. Why, you want to be my girlfriend? Su Tao was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. She said angrily, No way! You're such a bad guy, who would want to be your girlfriend? She snorted heavily, picked up the glass of water on the table and took a big gulp. Lynchen was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled expression on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Tao choked. Lin Chen glanced at her, pointed at the water cup in her hand, and said quietly, What I just drank was the water in my cup. Su Tao looked at the cup in her hand and on the table. There was a faint lipstick mark on both, which was a sign of being abused by her. She just drank the water that Lin Chen had drunk. Does this count as an indirect kiss? The scene was silent for a few seconds. Ah! Boom! Su Tao put the water cup heavily on the table and said calmly, What's the big deal? It's already 0202. She pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but the slightly red tips of her ears betrayed her. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen was about to go upstairs to rest when he heard Su Tao's pitiful voice from behind. Bad guy, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Chen thought about it and realized that he hadn't been to the supermarket in the past few days and there was no food left at home. Then I'll take you out for hot pot? There happens to be one nearby that's open pretty late. Lin Chen asked. Hearing the word hot pot, Su Tao quickly refused. No, I don't eat hot pot. This is a rule I set for myself. It makes me fat. Half an hour later, Lin Chen looked at Su Tao, who was eating heartily across from the shabu shabu hot pot, and fell into deep thought. Don't you say you don't eat hot pot? And you made up your own rules? Chapter 40 Woman's Strange Creature. Su Tao's hand holding the chopsticks froze for a moment, and she smiled awkwardly. Rules are dead, but people are alive. We need to decide whether to implement them based on the actual situation. Besides, aren't rules meant to be broken? Besides, I just thought about it carefully. How can I have the energy to lose weight if I don't eat enough? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He thought Su Tao didn't look fat, so he didn't know why she always wanted to lose weight. It seems that women, no matter whether they are fat or not, are obsessed with losing weight. It is really hard to understand. I don't understand. Soon, after Su Tao had eaten and drunk her fill, Lin Chen took her towards Shui and Yaju. Su Tao said a little embarrassedly, Big bad guy, give and take, I'll treat you to a meal in the future too. Lin Chen laughed. Then I'll make a note of this meal. Su Tao snorted proudly. At this time, the two had already walked to the door of Shui and Yaju. The security guard was the one who led Lin Chen last time. When he saw the two of them, he quickly greeted Lin Chen. Mr. Lin! Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded at him, then took Su Tao away. This should be Mr. Lin's girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful. A small discussion came from behind. Su Tao stiffened and looked at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen seemed to have heard nothing and asked, What's wrong? Su Tao shook her head absent-mindedly. When he returned to Yunshuijian, Lin Chen left a message. I'm going to go back and rest. You can choose any room here except my master bedroom. Each room has an independent bathroom and disposable toiletries. After saying that, he went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. The next day, Lin Chen forgot that Su Tao was still living here and went downstairs directly wearing a loose bathrobe. Su Tao was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window when she heard some noise behind her and turned around subconsciously. WW. Lin Chen. Why don't you put on your clothes properly? Su Tao quickly covered her eyes and turned around with her back to Lin Chen. What did she just see? Lin Chen was wearing a loose bathrobe, tied casually, and his abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Ah! She is not clean anymore. Lin Chen looked at himself in confusion. Is there anything wrong with this? It's already 20202. However, seeing Su Tao's reaction so big, Lin Chen had no choice but to go back and change his clothes. Su Tao sat on the sofa, her heart pounding as she thought of the scene just now. So scary. Looks a bit handsome? As soon as this thought came out, Su Tao was shocked. No, she couldn't do this. At this time, Lin Chen had already changed his clothes and came out. Come on, I'll take you to breakfast, and then I'll take you to school. Su Tao raised her head and looked at Lin Chen resentfully, said oh lightly, and followed him. After breakfast, Lin Chen first sent her to Tanhai Conservatory of Music. Tanhai University and Tanhai Conservatory of Music are almost adjacent to each other, and not far away. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the music conservatory. Everyone around looked sideways, wanting to see who this luxury car belonged to. The car door opened and Su Tao got out of the car. Not far away, several of Su Tao's roommates were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Su Tao? Is it her? That car logo is a Rolls-Royce. She didn't come home last night. Did she hook up with a rich guy? Shocked. I didn't expect that Su Tao, a straightforward woman like her, would also have a happy ending? Chapter 41. Su Tao is not Su Mo. Su Tao had just said goodbye to Lin Chen and had only taken 2 steps when she was surrounded by several roommates. Su Tao, is the man driving the luxury car just now your boyfriend? Hearing this, Su Tao shook her head like a rattle. No! Don't talk nonsense, he is not my boyfriend. We are just friends. But the roommate snorted and said disdainfully, You didn't come home last night, and he sent you here this morning. Are you staying at his place? Hearing this, Su Tao, feeling guilty, stammered, not knowing what to say. Su Tao, just tell me, isn't that right? The roommate continued to ask. Su Tao felt like crying but had no tears, so she just nodded. Look! We found us! That's right, you actually want to hide it from us. My Su Tao is awesome. Don't forget us when you become rich! Don't forget us, Jimei, in the future! Su Tao raised her head and looked towards the sky in silence. On this side, Lin Chen had already arrived in the classroom. Lin Chen, who was playing with his mobile phone, suddenly heard a burst of booing. He subconsciously looked up and saw Su Tao wearing a cute Lolita dress. No, that evasive look is from Su Mo. Su Mo? The sun rose from the west today? The classmates around were talking in low voices, but they all praised Su Mo for her beauty. Su Mo looked embarrassed. She quickly found Lin Chen's location and walked over. Lin Chen, can you move a seat inside? Lin Chen said oh, and sat inside. Su Mo also sat down in the seat where Lin Chen had just sat. She looked at her skirt, then at Lin Chen. A hint of confusion flashed across her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end she pursed her lips and said nothing. Lin Chen also noticed her little action and felt it was a little strange, but he still praised her sincerely. You look really good today. Hearing this, Su Mo's eyes lit up and she asked cautiously. Really? Lin Chen nodded and glanced at the students around him. Look, everyone's eyes are sharp, and they are all praising your beauty. Su Mo lowered her head and smiled. As long as you like it. What? She spoke this very quietly and Lin Chen didn't hear it clearly. But Su Mo was like a frightened deer. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen looked at her suspiciously and said nothing. In this class, Su Mo hardly listened at all, her attention was all on Lin Chen. And Lin Chen had no idea that he had become an arsonist. After class, Lin Chen just got downstairs and ran into a girl with the documents in her hands scattered all over the floor. Senior Song? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Song Qingwan raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Chen. It's you. Lin Chen quickly squatted down and helped Song Qingwan pick up the documents on the ground. For some reason, Song Qingwan looked very bad and dazed. She is completely different from what I saw before. Are you okay? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Song Qingwan was slightly startled, then revealed a bitter smile. Fine. Are you really okay? Lin Chen was a little skeptical. Hearing this, Song Qingwan sighed, as if she had made a decision, and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, can you walk with me? Good. Lin Chen nodded. He had a hunch that something must have happened to Song Qingwan. In any case, Song Qingwan was the first person he met at Donghai University, and she was usually pretty nice to him. Now seeing her like this, he was also a little worried. The two walked on the path in the campus. The cool autumn breeze blew down a gust of maple leaves. Senior, just say what you want to say. Looking at Song Qingwan's hesitant look, Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Song Qingwan sighed and said, Forget it, it's no use talking about it. Something happened to her family's company, what's the point in telling Lin Chen? It's better not to cause unnecessary trouble to others. Chapter 42 Hongda Shopping Mall has a new owner. Song Qingwan didn't want to say, and Lin Chen didn't dare to ask any more. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Take the school beauty Song Qingwan out for a walk, and be rewarded with the Hongda Shopping Mall in Donghai City. Lin Chen was slightly shocked. Hongda Shopping Mall, located in the most prosperous golden area of Donghai City, has an astonishing daily turnover. He glanced at Song Qingwan and comforted her. Look at you, you look so bad, don't think about it for now, I'll take you out to relax. Song Qingwan was slightly startled and smiled. Okay, thank you, Lin Chen said indifferently. It's okay, you're welcome. There was still a class to go, but Lin Chen simply skipped it and took Song Qingwan to the beach in a Rolls-Royce. The sky is blue, the sea is boundless, and the sea and the sky are one color. Song Qingwan's white dress fluttered, her hair flew, and she looked like an immortal. How are you? Are you feeling better? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Song Qingwan nodded and then said, My father's company is going bankrupt. Lin Chen didn't speak. Song Qingwan continued. My father spent a lot of money to buy a batch of high-quality clothing from abroad, but the cooperation with Hongda department store fell through. After that, my father looked for several other department stores, but they all colluded with Hongda. Now our company is in a dilemma. Hearing the words, Hongda Shopping Mall, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Are you talking about the Hongda Shopping Mall in the prime location of Donghai City? Isn't it such a coincidence? Did the system reward me with this shopping mall just to let me save Song Qingwan? Hearing this, Song Qingwan nodded. Lin Chen also nodded. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen. What do you know? Lin Chen smiled slightly. It's nothing, trust me, it'll be fine. Song Qingwan wanted to ask something else, but after thinking about it, she decided not to ask. What does Lin Chen mean? After leaving the beach, Lin Chen took Song Qingwan out for dinner and then sent her back to school. When we returned to the villa, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Just when I was about to sit down and take a rest, my cell phone rang urgently. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and saw an unfamiliar phone number. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the legal officer of Hongda Shopping Center. You can call me Xiao Wu. It's like this. We have already prepared the property transfer certificate and other relevant documents. Please take a look. When are you free to come over to complete the handover procedures? Lin Chen was a little surprised. Are their efficiency so high? Only a few hours have passed? Let me see. As he spoke, Lin Chen flipped through his schedule, took a look, and discovered that he had no classes the entire day tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay. The next day, Hongda Shopping Mall. Today, Hongda was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and gongs and drums were beating loudly. Even the road was covered with red carpets, and there was even a banner hung at the top of the door. Welcome the new boss. Passers-by were all surprised. New boss? Could it be that Hongda, the largest shopping mall in Donghai City, has a new owner? What? I just heard them say that the owner of Hongda Shopping Center has changed. Hasn't Hongda always been developing well? Why did it suddenly change its owner? Yeah, could it be that the bright and beautiful Hongda is actually riddled with holes on the inside? In the crowd, Shin Mingqi looked thoughtfully at the banner in front of her. She came to buy things with her 2 roommates today, but she didn't expect to bump into Hongda's new boss. What kind of person can buy the entire HTC? At the same time, many men's eyes lingered on Shin Mingqi. Beautiful creatures attract attention wherever they go. Not to mention a beauty like Shin Mingqi. The 2 roommates next to Shin Mingqi felt a little unhappy when they saw Shin Mingqi being the center of attention. Lu Lily leaned into Jia Jiahui's ear and whispered. Have you heard? Meng Qi is chasing a freshman student recently. It is said that she is the one who flew a helicopter to report. Look at her, she is dressed up every day now. The one who flew the helicopter to check in. Didn't someone say that the helicopter was rented? Why did Shin Mingqi still stick to it? Jia Jiahui said puzzledly. Lu Lily glanced at Shin Mingqi and whispered. I don't know. Didn't she make egg tarts in the dormitory last time? I didn't even give any of them to me. I heard that she gave them to the junior student. Ah? Is she licking like this? It's not like her style. At this time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped over and stopped at the entrance of Hongda Mall. The two people quickly stopped whispering and looked at the luxury car with heart-wrenching eyes. Shin Mingchi frowned slightly. Isn't this Lin Chen's car? When Lin Chen got off the car, Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui were dumbfounded. Lin Chen? How could it be him? Chapter 43 Freshman. Shin Mingchi looked normal, because she had just recognized Lin Chen's car. After a brief moment of surprise, the look on Lu Lili's face turned to contempt. You can even rent a helicopter, let alone a luxury car. This Lin Chen is simply hopeless. In order to pick up girls, he will do anything to pick up girls. It is simply shameless. But Jia Jiahui was a little confused. Is it really what you said? At this moment, Shin Mingchi walked over with a sweet smile on her face. Lin Chen, what a coincidence that I can meet you here. The moment he saw Shin Mingchi's forehead, Lin Chen was slightly startled. It's quite a coincidence, senior. Are you here to buy something? Lin Chen asked. Shin Mingchi smiled. Yeah, you too? Before Lin Chen could answer, two middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes walked over and asked uncertainly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Chen nodded. I am. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin is so young, so much so that I didn't even dare to come and recognize him just now. Seeing this, Lin Chen was slightly confused. Are you guys? One of the bald middle-aged men said. I am the general manager of Hongda Shopping Mall. My name is Peng Dehai. The other one was also wearing an expensive suit and seemed to belong to Hongda's management. I heard you were coming yesterday, so we arranged it all night just to give you the highest courtesy. Peng Dehai bowed slightly and said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded towards him, thanked him, and then looked at Shin Mingchi. Senior, I still have something to do, so why don't you leave first? Hearing this, Shin Mingchi recovered from her surprise and said with a smile. It's okay, just go ahead. Afterwards, Lin Chen followed Peng Hai into Hongda Shopping Mall. The passers-by around were stunned. What, this young man is Hongda's new boss? Isn't this terrible? He's so arrogant. This young man looks like he's only in his 20s. I was still in college when I was his age, but he has already become the boss of Hongda. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Yes, this is probably a wealthy young man from some family, right? Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui were already petrified on the spot. And Shin Mingchi's hands hanging underneath her body slowly tightened. As expected of the person Shin Mingchi fell in love with, he always brought her a big surprise inadvertently. After this time, Shin Mingchi once again made up her mind to capture Lin Chen no matter what. At this time, Lin Chen had already followed Shin Yi and other Hongda executives into the mall. Seeing Lin Chen's back completely disappear, Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui finally came to their senses. I didn't expect Lin Chen to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom and be the new owner of Hongda Mall. Isn't this amazing? Lu Lili said in surprise. Hearing this, Jia Jiahui glanced at her casually and murmured in a low voice. Didn't you just say that helicopters and supercars are rented by others? Lu Lili was also very embarrassed to be slapped in the face. She coughed twice. Then I was also blinded by the rumors, right? Suddenly, she changed the subject. I will be Lin Chen's #1 fan from now on. Whoever says bad things about Lin Chen to me again will be my fault. The corners of Jia Jiahui's mouth twitched slightly, and she was speechless for a while. Is this change of attitude too fast? At this time, Shin Mingchi turned back to look at them and said, Let's go. Lu Lili and Jia Jiahui quickly followed, and the three of them entered the mall together. Meanwhile, high-rise offices on the top floor of the mall. Zhao Yuhui, the real boss of Hongda, was talking to his son Zhao Yuanheng. Dad, I wonder what kind of person this person is who paid 800 million yuan in one go to buy the Hongda shopping center. The young man asked doubtfully. The old man took a sip of the tea in the cup slowly and said with a smile. I'm also very curious. The estimated value of Hongda Shopping Mall is only 700 million, but the other party directly offered 800 million. I really have no way to refuse. The person should be here soon, and I can see him then. At the same time, Peng Dehai took Lynch into the door of the conference room, knocked on the door, and walked in. When they saw the person coming, both Zhao Yuhui and Zhao Yuanheng were stunned. Seeing this, Peng Dehai quickly introduced. Chairman, this is Mr. Lin. Zhao Yuhui was slightly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I never expected that Mr. Lin is so young. It's really amazing how young people can be. Mr. Zhao, you are overpraising me. As they spoke, the two shook hands. Zhao Yuanheng also laughed and said, When I heard what my father said just now, I also thought that Mr. Lin was quite old. I never thought that Mr. Lin was actually the same age as me. Seeing this, Zhao Yuhui introduced at the right time. This is my son Zhao Yuanheng, a senior at Donghai University. Lynchen smiled faintly and looked at Zhao Yuanheng. Now that I think about it, I have to call you senior brother. Senior brother? Everyone in the VIP reception room was confused. Lynchen explained. I'm also from Donghai University, and I'm a freshman. Everyone was dumbfounded. Freshman? He spent 800 million to buy the entire Hongda shopping mall as a freshman? Who can tell them what kind of monster this is? Zhao Yuanheng was also surprised. He seemed to remember something and suddenly laughed. I suddenly remembered something that caused a sensation throughout Donghai University. This year, a new student from Donghai University arrived by helicopter to register. The student's last name seemed to be Lin. Hearing this, Lynchen nodded. It was indeed me. Chapter 44. Being a son-in-law is not a bad thing. At this moment, countless eyes were focused on Lynchen. There is surprise, disbelief, and scrutiny in these eyes. As a freshman, he arrived in a helicopter and spent 800 million to buy the entire Hongda shopping mall. How generous! It's just so arrogant. When we were this age, we were still studying hard, but they already had their own businesses. Yes, the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. We old guys simply can't compete with them. Lynchen smiled slightly and said nothing. On this side, Chenxi Foreign Trade Company, Ltd. Song Jianming looked at the information in his hand and was slightly surprised. Hongda Shopping Mall, has the owner changed? The secretary beside him nodded. Yes, we just received the news as well. The development momentum of Hongda Shopping Mall is pretty good, isn't it? Why did they suddenly sell it off? If it were him, he would never take action at this time. But Hongda's boss Zhao Yuhui is not a fool. Hearing this, the secretary said. It seems that the price offered by the other party is too high, and they can't refuse it. The price offered is too high. How high a price would it take for Zhao Yuhui to sell the Hongda Shopping Mall? Song Jianming held the document and fell into deep thought. They had previously imported a batch of high-quality clothing from abroad, but then something went wrong, so they had to hoard all the clothing in their own hands. Later he went to see the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall. The other party was willing to cooperate, but the price was lowered very low. As a result, they would only lose money after the cooperation was negotiated. If this batch of goods cannot be shipped out, their company will face a huge economic crisis. Now that Hongda Shopping Mall has a new owner, does this mean that he can try again? Thinking of this, Song Jianming quickly stood up and instructed the secretary beside him. Get ready, I'm going to Hongda Shopping Mall to find out what this new boss has to say. Here, after completing the handover procedures, Zhao Yuhui and his son left one after another. Lynchen stayed in the office, looking at Hongda's financial statements. Immediately afterwards, there was a knock on the door, and it was Peng Hai. Boss, Mr. Song Jianming from Chenxi Foreign Trade is here. He is waiting in the VIP room. Do you want to see him? Song Dynasty? Could it be Song Qingwan's father? Let's meet. With that said, Lynchen put down the documents in his hands and walked out. When he entered the VIP reception room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. Between his eyebrows, he did have some resemblance to Song Qingwan. There were footsteps at the door, and Song Jianming quickly stood up subconsciously. Seeing that the person who came was so young, Song Jianming was a little puzzled, and then he reacted and asked, Is this the new owner of Hongda Mall, Mr. Lin? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's me. As he said that, he walked to the sofa opposite Song Jiaming and sat down. Song Jiaming was so surprised that his mouth opened slightly. After a few seconds, he reacted and sat on the sofa. As soon as I heard that the Hongda Mall had changed its owner, I immediately rushed over to visit, but I didn't expect that the new owner of the Hongda Mall was so young. Lin Chen said calmly. I'm sorry to have made Mr. Song laugh. I wonder what Mr. Song wants to talk to me about. Lin Chen asked knowingly. Hearing this, Song Jiaming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Chen to get to the point so quickly, but he had no choice but to say. It's like this. I heard that Hongda has a new boss. I came here this time to visit Mr. Lin and discuss cooperation with him. Oh? Mr. Song, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me? Song Jiaming straightened himself and began to speak. It is well known that Hongda department store focuses on high-end department stores. Most of Hongda's customers are women, but Hongda has not yet started to develop high-end women's clothing. And our Chenxi focuses on high-quality women's clothing. If we move into Hongda shopping mall, we can find a breakthrough point for Hongda in this field. If our Chenxi foreign trade and Hongda shopping mall can work together, it will definitely be a win-win situation. After listening to Song Jiaming's words, Lin Chen was also slightly surprised. Song Jiaming is indeed a veteran who has been immersed in the business world for many years. He has a thorough understanding of Hongda shopping mall and gave him a reason that he could not refuse. It seems that Mr. Song did a lot of preparation before coming here. Lin Chen nodded. Mr. Song is right. But what? Hearing the word, but Song Jiaming became a little nervous. Could it be that the new boss of Hongda also had no intention of cooperating? Lin Chen smiled and continued. Many people have different definitions of quality goods, and we at Hongda Shopping Mall also have our own standards. We will send professionals to appraise them. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Song Jiaming was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, although Mr. Lin is young, he has a good business sense and has thought of problems that he has not even thought of. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, there will be absolutely no problem with our goods. Just send someone over. Song Jiaming said quickly. Lin Chen nodded and continued to add. In addition, I will add a clause to the contract. If Chenxi Trading's goods do not meet our standards, we will immediately terminate the cooperation. Song Jiaming looked up to Lin Chen. He didn't expect that Mr. Lin would be so decisive. Afterwards, Lin Chen asked someone to print a new contract and the two parties reached an agreement on cooperation. The two talked for another half an hour, and Song Jiaming stood up and prepared to leave. General Lin is so young and promising. It's really a formidable young man. I will need your guidance in the future. Song Jiaming said with a smile, looking very proud because he had reached a cooperation agreement. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Mr. Song, you are joking. You should be the one to teach me. Boss Lin is only in his 20s, right? But he has such a big business. How can we old guys compare to him? Song Jiaming suddenly thought of his daughter, Song Qingwan, who should be the same age as Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen is a young man with strong abilities and promising future. He also likes him very much. If he can become his son-in-law, that couldn't be better. Thinking about it, he looked at Lin Chen and said, I wonder if Mr. Lin is free tonight and want to have dinner together? We can also take this opportunity to discuss future cooperation matters. What do you think? Lin Chen hesitated for a while and wanted to refuse, but unexpectedly the system appeared at this time. Chapter 45 Pagani Fengxinqiwen, the only one in the world. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Accept Song Jiaming's invitation and be rewarded with a Pagani Huayra. Lin Chen was shocked. Pagani Wind God Jiwen? This is a custom made by Pagani for Daxia. Without tens of millions, it is basically impossible to get it. Unexpectedly, the reward this time turned out to be such a super luxury car. Seeing that Lin Chen did not answer, Song Jiaming asked cautiously. Does Mr. Lin have no time? At this time, Lin Chen came back to his senses and said, I have time. What time tonight? At 7 p.m., Earl's Hotel. We are waiting for Mr. Lin to arrive, haha. After saying this, the two said goodbye and Song Jiaming left. A mechanical voice also appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a Pagani Wind God Chiwen. Note: the car is parked downstairs and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Chen touched his trouser pocket and was immediately delighted. He immediately took out the key to the Pagani Wind God. On this side, as soon as Song Jianming walked downstairs of Hongda Shopping Mall, he immediately called his daughter Song Qingwan. Qingwan, Dad's company issues have been resolved. Hearing this, Song Qingwan was also delighted. Then, Song Jianming continued. I plan to treat this benefactor to a meal. You can come over in the evening. Song Qingwan on the other end of the phone frowned slightly. Dad, forget it. I don't like occasions like this. But Song Jianming quickly said, Hey, don't rush to refuse. You two are about the same age, and young people have more common topics. Maybe you can make friends. You should also learn from him. But Dad, it's settled 7 p.m. at the Earl's Hotel, try to come early. Before Song Qingwan could refuse again, Song Jianming hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of your phone, Song Qingwan was speechless and had to follow you. On this side, when Lin Chen went downstairs, he did not see his Pagani Zephyrus, but saw a lot of people gathered in front of him. He gathered around curiously, and sure enough, in the middle of the crowd was his Pagani Zephyrus. The black and gold body shows luxury. Someone in the crowd recognized the car and said in surprise, This can't be the Pagani Chiwen? Someone who doesn't know much about cars asked, What kind of car is the Pagani Chiwen? You don't even know about Pagani Chiwen? This is one of the 3 dragon sons that Pagani customized for the Xia kingdom based on the legend that a dragon gave birth to 9 sons. And this one is named Chiwen after the 9 sons. Each of these cars is unique. The price has reached over 30 million, and you can't just buy it if you have money. Hearing what this man said, everyone opened their mouths in shock and quickly moved away from the Pagani Fengxing Chiwen. There is only one supercar in the world. If they accidentally scratch it, they won't be able to afford the compensation with all their belongings. This is too extravagant. What kind of rich person would spend tens of millions to buy a means of transportation? A means of transportation? You are too ignorant. This Chiwen is not just a means of transportation. It is the dream of countless men and a symbol of identity, status, and nobility. You sound so impressive. I wonder where the owner of the car is. I really want to meet this super rich man. At this time, Lin Chen slowly squeezed in from behind. Excuse me, please make way, please make way. The onlookers looked at Lin Chen in confusion, but they also consciously made way for him to pass a path large enough for one person to pass through. What is this young man doing? Hey young man, you better be careful, this car is so expensive, they just said it costs tens of millions, don't touch it. Yes, if you accidentally break it, you won't be able to compensate for it even if you work for the rest of your life. The conversation ended here. Because Lin Chen took out a bunch of keys, opened the door of the Pagani Huayra, and got in. The whole place was silent. Chapter 46. This car is his. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the driving seat, touched the steering wheel and sighed. It is worthy of being the only car in the world. The handling is so good that it is amazing. The roar of the engine sounded, and everyone consciously made way for Lin Chen. Not until the shadow of Chiwen's car completely disappeared did everyone come to their senses and gasp. That young man just now is the owner of this supercar? Isn't this too unbelievable? Yeah, he looks only about 20 years old, but he drives a car worth tens of millions? He really knows how to reincarnate. Huh! He looks familiar to me. He seems to be the new owner of Hongda Shopping Mall. I feel jealous. My son is so old but he still asks for money from his family. Look at him, he already has such a big business and drives a supercar. Lin Chen drove his supercar around for a few laps. The cars around him didn't dare to get close. They just kept a certain distance and watched from afar. Wherever it goes, Chiwen becomes a beautiful scenery and the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Chen looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. When he reached the intersection, he turned and drove towards the Earl Hotel. In the luxurious box of the hotel, Song Jianming and Song Qingwan had already arrived early and were waiting. Song Jianming kept telling Song Qingwan. Qingwan, when Mr. Lin comes later you must talk to him more. Song Qingwan was restless, looking at her father, and said embarrassedly, Dad, I'm not used to this kind of occasion. I don't understand what you guys are talking about business with, so why don't I go first? Normally, Song Jianming would not bring her along when discussing business, but this time he made an exception. Plus, she said they were of similar age, so Song Qingwan could roughly guess what his intention was. It's just an attempt to bring them together. As expected, Song Jianming said with some displeasure. Why are you leaving so early? I brought you out this time because I wanted you to broaden your horizons. You haven't even seen anyone yet. After proposing this several times, her father refuted it every time, so Song Qingwan had no choice but to compromise. At worst, I can just talk less later. At this moment, a handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind. Lin Chin. I wonder what Lin Chin is doing now. She took out her cell phone and wanted to send a message to Lin Chin several times, but she held back. On this side, Lin Chin just arrived at the Earl Hotel and walked towards the box that Song Jianming mentioned. As I reached the door and was about to go in, I heard a familiar voice. Dad, I can stay, but please don't try to match me up with someone. I already have someone I like. Don't take your house tricks seriously. Song Qingwan? Lin Chin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Song Qingwan to come. Does she have someone she likes? Why haven't I heard her say that? But from what Song Jianming said, he seemed to want me to be his son-in-law. This senior sister's father is really open-minded. This is only the second time we met, and he already wants me to be his son-in-law. Isn't he afraid that his daughter will be cheated? Thinking of this, Lin Chin shook his head with amusement and knocked on the door. The two people in the box heard the noise at the door and subconsciously looked over. Seeing this, Song Qingwan was so shocked that she stood up and accidentally knocked over the teacup beside her. Lin Chin? Chapter 47 It's a Small World. Lin Chin smiled and greeted. Senior Song. Song Qingwan obviously hasn't reacted yet. Lin Chin, why are you here? Suddenly, a thought came to her mind and Song Qingwan covered her mouth in shock. Could it be that Lin Chin is the partner that my father mentioned? At this time, the shocked Song Jianming also reacted. This is the Mr. Lin I was talking about. Why, Qingwan, do you know him? Lin Chin smiled. More than just knowing each other, she is my senior, and she has helped me a lot. Song Qingwan was shocked. She never thought that the person who saved her company was Lin Chin. If her father hadn't insisted on her coming, she probably wouldn't have known about this. Thinking about what happened yesterday, Song Qingwan was in a trance for a moment. Was all this done by Lin Chin specifically to help me? Song Jianming was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. This world is really small. I didn't expect that you two are from the same school. What a fate! As he spoke, Song Jianming hurried forward, put his arm around Lin Chin's shoulders, and led him to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly thought of something. I remember Qingwan guessed that she was a sophomore, so you're only a freshman? Song Qingwan nodded. Yes, Lin Chin is a freshman. When he registered for school at the beginning of the semester, I took him to complete the registration procedures. Hiss. Song Jianming never imagined that his partner would be his daughter's junior. Young people today are really amazing. Song Jianming couldn't help but sigh. The way he looks at Lin Chin now is like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looks, the more satisfied he is. Then he looked at his daughter. Qingwan, look at Lin Chin. You should learn more from him. Do you hear me? Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Chin gently and nodded shyly. Yes, there is still a lot I need to learn from you, junior brother Lin Chin. Lin Chin felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Uncle Song and senior sister are overpraising me. I still have a lot to learn from Uncle Song. Lin Chin's words made Song Jianming burst into laughter, and he liked Lin Chin even more in his heart. Just then, the door of the box was knocked. Song Jianming said, "Come in," and the door was pushed open. The person who came in was the person in charge of the Earl Hotel, Tan Guan. Seeing the person coming, Song Jianming quickly stood up and greeted him. Mr. Tan? What brings you here? He was a frequent visitor to the Earl Hotel, so he naturally knew the person in charge, Tan Guang. Seeing this, Tan Guang also greeted him, and then said, I'm here to see our director Lin. Mr. Lin? Song Jianming and Song Qingwan were both shocked. Tan Guang said that the director Lin, who came to see them, besides them, the only other person present was Lin Chen. And Lin Chen's surname just happens to be Lin. Both of them looked at Lin Chen in surprise. At this time, Tan Guang also walked towards Lin Chen, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Director Lin, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could arrange a private room for you? Song Jianming and Song Qingwan were stunned. It's Lin Chen indeed, Lin Chen said lightly. I just came to have a meal, I don't want to bother you. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? You are the major shareholder of the head office, Mimi. This is what I should do. How can it be considered a trouble? Tan Guang said quickly. Then he spoke again. Director Lin, do you want me to change to another private room and order new dishes? Lin Chen thought for a few seconds and looked at Song Jianming. Uncle Song, senior sister, what do you think? Song Jianming felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that when he invited guests, he would end up inviting them to someone else's territory. It's not right to change it, and it's not right not to change it. Song Qingwan also saw her father's embarrassment, and said, It's better not to change it. The dishes are already served. It's troublesome and wasteful. Lin Chen nodded. That's true. Seeing this, Tan Guang felt a little embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. Well, shall I bring up a few bottles of good wine? That's fine. Lin Chen knew in his heart that it would be bad to refuse this again. After getting Lin Chen's permission, Tan Guang immediately waved his hand behind him, and two waiters immediately brought several bottles of wine and placed them on the table. Tan Guang bowed slightly. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin from dining? Lin Chen nodded. Mr. Tan, please go and get busy first. After Tan Guang stepped out, Song Jianming and Song Qingwan's eyes all fell on Lin Chen again. I didn't expect that you are not only the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall, but also the major shareholder of Meisher Mike Catering Group. Song Jianming said with some disbelief. He has been in the business world for many years, but has never seen anyone like Lin Chen. How great it would be if Lin Chen could become my son-in-law. As he said this, he glanced at Song Qingwan. He is naturally confident in his daughter's appearance and abilities, but nothing can be forced. It all depends on whether the two are destined to be together. Song Qingwan was also very surprised. Originally, there was a big gap between her and Lin Chen, but now, he seemed to have reached a height that she could not reach. There is an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness. But, at the same time, I am also very proud that Lin Chen is so outstanding. During the dinner, Song Jianming went out several times just to create opportunities for Song Qingwan and Lin Chen to be alone. Lin Chen and Song Qingwan were also clear about his intentions. The meal came to an end. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to skip the meal, but Song Jianming insisted on paying the bill, saying that it was his treat, so how could he let Lin Chen get away with it? Lin Chen couldn't persuade him, so he just let him go. At the door, Song Qingwan looked at her father. Dad, it's a bit late. Can you give me a ride? I'm going back to school. Hearing this, Song Jianming was slightly stunned, and then said, Qingwan, I have to go back to the company for something urgent, so I can't take you there. As he spoke, he winked at his daughter several times. Song Qingwan looked at him in confusion for a long time, but couldn't understand what Song Jianming meant. Song Jianming had no choice but to cough dryly before saying, Why don't you ask Lin Chen if he's free? Chapter 48. He looks so handsome when he opens the Chiwen with one hand. These young people are in love, we should create more opportunities for them to be alone. Lin Chen immediately understood what Song Jianming meant, looked at Song Qingwan and said, Senior, how about I take you home? My home is not far from the school. Song Jianming's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at Lin Chen and said, Haha, thank you for your help. Song Qingwan already understood what her father meant. Her face turned slightly red as she thanked Lin Chen. Thank you? Fine. Song Jianming was about to leave when he suddenly saw a car not far away. He was instantly startled and stunned for several seconds. This is the Pagani wind god Chiwen. Song Qingwan was puzzled and asked, "What is Feng Xing Chiwen?" Song Jianming's eyes were still fixed on the Chiwen, and he exclaimed, "This is a car designed by Pagani specifically for the Xia kingdom based on the legend of the dragon giving birth to 9 sons. There are only 3 of them in total, namely Buxia, Yazi, and this Chiwen. Each of these 3 cars is unique. You can't get one without more than 30 million. Song Qingwan smacked her lips in amazement. She had not expected that this car had such a great origin. Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, "Uncle Song knows a lot about cars." Hearing this, Song Jianming said modestly, "I only have a little knowledge of it. I didn't expect to see luxury cars of this level in Dahai City." Originally, he wanted to wait a little longer to see what kind of person the owner of this car was, but after thinking about it, Song Jianming decided to forget it. After all, I don't know when others will come out. So Song Jianming had to leave first. Here, Song Qingwan also looked at Lin Chen. "Or let's go back too." "Good." Lin Chen nodded. He took out his car keys and walked towards the Pagani Huayra. Song Qingwan followed Lin Chen and felt more and more that something was wrong. "Lin Chen, do you want to see that car too?" Lin Chen turned around and looked at Song Qingwan's puzzled expression, shook his head with amusement, and said nothing. But this made Song Qingwan even more confused. What kind of reaction is this? But soon she found out. Lin Chen opened the car door and got in. Song Qingwan was so shocked that she stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The owner of this car is Lin Chen? Thinking back to what my father just said, this car is the only one in the world. What kind of background does Lin Chen have to be able to afford this car? Seeing that she was still standing there blankly, Lin Chen rolled down the window and honked the horn. "Senior, what are you standing there for? Come up!" Only after hearing Lin Chen's voice did Song Qingwan come back to her senses. With great trepidation, she sat on the passenger seat of the Chiwen. "Lin Chen, this car is actually yours." Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "It's mine. It's just a car. Don't be too surprised, senior." "Just a car? All right." She didn't know what to say. Lin Chen reminded her to fasten her seat belt, and as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the roar of the engine suddenly exploded. The luxurious supercar Chiwen has become a beautiful scenery on the road. Many people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Song Qingwan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't take her eyes off Lin Chen's profile as he was driving, and her heart was beating wildly. Lin Chen looks so handsome when he opens the Chiwen with one hand. Lin Chen also felt Song Qingwan's gaze and said jokingly, "Senior, I can't concentrate on driving if you keep looking at me like that." Chapter 49. How about giving yourself to me? At this time, Song Qingwan came back to her senses and her face flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. I'm really sorry." "Are you distracted? Are you distracted by looking at me?" Lin Chen added another sentence. Now Song Qingwan's face turned red all the way to her neck. Is there anything more embarrassing than being caught peeking? What should she do? Waiting online? Then I won't look at you anymore. Even she didn't notice that after she said this, she unconsciously glanced at Lin Chen's profile a few times. Song Qingwan bit her lip and said, "Lin Chen, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what our family would do." As soon as he finished talking about his father's company yesterday, Lin Chen immediately bought the entire Hongda shopping mall and helped his father resolve the crisis. Song Qingwan herself didn't believe it was a coincidence. I didn't expect that Lin Chen would go to this extent for her. At the same time, she was also surprised at Lin Chen's ability, which was simply not something a freshman could do. But Lin Chen, he did it. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "It's no problem. It's just a piece of cake." Song Qingwan pursed her lips and said nothing. But she knew in her heart that this favor was great. "How can I repay you?" Lin Chen looked at her thoughtfully and said jokingly, "Well, they say that great kindness cannot be repaid in any way, and the only way is to repay it with your body. Otherwise, how about you repay it with your body? Song Qingwan was stunned for a moment, and after she reacted, her cheeks turned red with shame at a speed visible to the naked eye. You'd better stop joking. I will take it seriously. Lin Chen laughed twice and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Song Qingwan forced a smile on her lips, with a hint of disappointment in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, I regretted what I just said. Then, Lin Chen asked casually, Can you cook? Cooking? I can, what's wrong? Song Qingwan was a little confused. Do you want me to cook for you? Lin Chen glanced at her and said, Senior, don't you know how to repay me? Why don't you come to my house when you have time and help me cook a few meals? Is it that simple? Song Qingwan couldn't believe it. Lin Chen said, It's that simple. Okay then. After that, the two of them didn't talk much along the way. This supercar caused a huge sensation as soon as it entered the school. Another supercar! Another Pagani! Pagani Huayra! There is only one of its kind in the world. I want to see who is so awesome. This is my dream car. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it on TV news. I thought I would never get the chance to see it in person, but I didn't expect someone in my school actually drives one. Is this the third supercar that appeared in our Donghai University? When Lin Chen parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory and got out of the car, everyone was petrified. Isn't this the junior who came to report in by helicopter? I heard that the Rolls-Royce Phantom that caused a sensation in the school was also his. It hasn't been long since I bought another luxury car, and it's the only one of its kind in the world. You can't just have money to buy a car like this, right? Who is this junior? Look, isn't that the school beauty Song Qingwan? Are they already together? Don't you know, there have been rumors like this before? Chapter 50. It's just so heroic. Lin Chen just ignored the discussions around him, but Song Qingwan felt a little embarrassed. After all, everyone thought that she and Lin Chen had that kind of relationship. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan felt a little secretly happy. Well, I'll go back first. Be careful on your way. After Lin Chen said okay, Song Qingwan entered the dormitory building. After seeing her go upstairs, Lin Chen also drove away. Not long after returning to the villa, Lin Chen received a message from Song Qingwan. You decide the time, and I'll come over when I'm free, okay? Lin Chen thought about it and typed a line on his phone. Tomorrow, are you free tomorrow? Song Qingwan replied immediately. I happen to be free tomorrow. What time? Send me the location and I'll go over then. Lin Chen said. How about 10 o'clock in the morning? I'll pick you up then. After sending this message, Lin Chen threw his phone aside and went to take a shower. The next day, Lin Chen slept until 9 o'clock. After getting up and washing, he went straight to the school to pick up Song Qingwan. The two of them went to a small supermarket to buy some ingredients, and then returned to Lin Chen's villa. After getting off the car, Song Qingwan was shocked when she looked at the cloud and water room in front of her. This Yunchuijian is the most luxurious house in Donghai City. I heard that it was bought by someone before, but I didn't expect that the buyer would be you. Lin Chen brought her so many surprises. But Lin Chen just said indifferently. I just came to college and I'm not used to living in a dormitory, so I found a place to live outside. Song Qingwan's breathing stagnated. I found a place, so I bought Yunchuijian, the king of buildings in Donghai City? Isn't this too scary? She couldn't help but become curious. What kind of person is Lin Chen? First, he arrived in a helicopter, which shocked the whole school. Then he drove luxury cars such as Rolls-Royce Phantom and Pagani Fengxingqiwan. Later, he bought the entire Hongda shopping mall. Now, he owns the Yunchuijian, the most luxurious house in Donghai City. Why does she feel that Lin Chen's money will never be spent? Lin Chen, who was about to enter the villa, saw Song Qingwan standing there in a daze, so he had to call out a few words. Song Qingwan finally came to her senses and followed Lin Chen into the villa. Compared with the exterior, the interior of the villa is even more luxurious. After dinner, Lin Chen sent Song Qingwan back to school and returned to the villa. As soon as I reached the door, I ran into Jiangli. What a coincidence, brother! Jiangli greeted with a smile. and Lin-chan also smiled. What a coincidence, Sister Ari. Hearing this, Jiangli smiled and looked up at the sky. Look at those two clouds in the sky. Lin-chan looked up obediently, but found nothing. What happened to Yun? Jiangli said jokingly. Look at those two clouds. Do they look like the meal you owe me? As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin-chan with some teasing. Lin-chan then remembered that the last time he went to Jiangli's house and had breakfast, he did promise to treat her to a meal, but it had been several days and he had completely forgotten about it. He said apologetically. Sorry, I've been busy lately and forgot. How about going out tonight? Jiangli supported his chin with one hand, thought for a few seconds, and then said, I'm just kidding about the meal, but I do have something I want to ask you for help with. What's up? I'm going to attend a charity auction tonight, and I'm in need of a male companion. Jiangli said with some annoyance. Are you free tonight? I want you to come with me. Just then, the system suddenly appeared. Chapter 51, Not Understanding Romance. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Agree to Jiangli's request and be rewarded with 3 times charity consumption cashback cards, unlimited amount. Is it a consumption cashback card with unlimited amount? The kind where the more money you spend, the more money you have? Awesome. Lin-chan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiangli. Be your male companion? Yes. Jiangli said with a smile. Lin-chan nodded. Sure, what time? At the same time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with 3 charity consumption cashback cards, unlimited amount. If you are free now, I will take you to do the styling together? Still need styling? Hearing this, Lin-chan just felt a little troubled. After Lin-chan drove the car out, Jiangli was shocked when he saw the Pagani Wind God. After several seconds, he reacted and immediately went forward and touched it. Oh my goodness, isn't this the Chi-1 that Pagani just released? There is only one, how did you get it? Jiangli looked at Lin-chan in astonishment. But Lin-chan just smiled faintly. You guess. Jiangli was stunned and looked at Lin-chan with some suspicion. Tell me the truth, are you the biological son of the richest man in Xia country? Or are you the son of some hidden big family? I said neither, do you believe it? Lin-chan smiled. Jiangli looks like this, which is rare and quite cute. You are such a monster, are you going to let me live? Jiangli sighed. As she spoke, she sat in the co-pilot's seat and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that one day I would be able to sit on the passenger seat of a Pagani Huayra. As she spoke, she looked at Lin-chan who was driving beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She is becoming more and more curious now. Who is Lin-chan? The place the two were going to now was Jiangli's personal stylist's studio. Along the way, Jiangli kept giving directions, and finally they arrived. Downstairs, the Pagani Wind God Chi-1 still caused a sensation. As soon as he entered the door, a white beauty named Linda came up to him and gave Jiangli a big hug. Then, Linda looked at Lin-chan and asked in a standard Xiao language, somewhat teasingly. Jiangli, is this your boyfriend? He looks a little young. Hearing this, Jiangli smiled. He's not my boyfriend. Then she added. Not yet. Linda had a smile on her face that said, I understand. Oh? But Lin-chan felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiangli also changed the subject appropriately. Okay Linda, let's get started. In order to avoid ruining their makeup when changing clothes, Lin-chan and Jiangli changed their clothes first. Lin-chan wore a conventional black suit and a burgundy bow tie. Lin-chan, who seldom wears formal clothes, is really not used to it. He still prefers comfortable casual wear. Jiangli changed into a strapless starry sky dress, which showed off her perfect figure. The ink black skirt is dotted with many tiny diamonds, which sparkle under the light and are very dazzling and attractive. She has no makeup on her face, but she still has a unique charm. She is indeed a natural beauty with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Lin-chan coughed twice and quickly retracted his gaze. If you keep reading this, you'll become malnourished. A bit high. Jiangli raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Lin-chan. Why, sister, do you have a good figure? Are you stunned? Lin Chen smiled at her and said, Isn't it normal to be stunned? Aren't beautiful women pleasing to the eye? Jiangli said coquettishly. Such a sweet mouth. Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly felt playful. You haven't tried it, how do you know? Jiangli was slightly stunned. Usually she was the one who teased Lin Chen, but now the situation suddenly turned around. Jiangli found it difficult to adapt. Hey! I haven't seen you for a few days. You've improved a lot? Lin Chen smiled. That's natural. Could it be that Jiangli really thinks of him as an innocent little brother? Okay, I'm capable now. Lin Chen looked at her deeply and said nothing. After completing her hairstyle, Jiangli looked bright and charming, with her waist-length wavy hair tied up in a bun and a pair of pearl earrings. She looked bright and charming, like a queen. Lin Chen inexplicably developed a mature temperament, but he felt several years older. Even Jiangli looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the younger brother has become the older brother, interesting. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Whatever you think is good. It was already late after they finished styling their hair, so Linda sent the two of them downstairs. Lin Chen was just about to drive when he saw two beautiful women in suspender skirts posing and filming videos next to his car. I got my first car. After becoming financially independent, I have achieved one of my small goals. Someone asked me what it feels like to be financially independent. For me, financial independence means buying the things I like, seeing the scenery I want to see, and allowing myself and my family to live the life we want. The moment Linda saw the Pagani Wind God Chiwen, she was so shocked that she stopped. Pagani Wind God? Jiangli, your boyfriend is not simple! Linda exclaimed. Jiangli looked at Linda proudly. Of course. On this side. Excuse me, miss, I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen walked straight forward and interrupted the two beauties who were filming a video. Puff! Linda at the back couldn't help but laugh. She came close to Jiangli and said, Your boyfriend is really unromantic. He has the heart to interrupt a beautiful woman while she is recording a video. Jiangli looked at her helplessly. He's not my little boyfriend yet. Next to the Pagani, the two beauties who were interrupted from filming a video looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Eh? What did you say? Is this car yours? Lin Chen took out the key and opened the car door. What else? Upon seeing this, the two beauties' eyes suddenly filled with hearts. Rich. Young. Still handsome. It's their dish. Little brother, can you add some prestige? The two girls immediately came forward and spoke in a coquettish voice. Yes, little brother, I'll skin you and make friends. As she spoke, she kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Chen. The strong smell of perfume hit his nose, and Lin Chen was already a little impatient. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. But the two who finally met a high-quality rich son-in-law still did not give up. Then please give us your authority and we will add you. Linda looked at Jiangli with interest. Your boyfriend is being besieged. Why don't you go and help him? Aren't you afraid that he can't resist the temptation? Jiangli smiled and glanced at her. He is not the kind of person who would eat anything when he is hungry. It is getting late. I will leave first. As she spoke, she flipped her hair and walked over in high heels. Honey, why don't you wait for me to go together? Jiangli said coquettishly. Chapter 52 New Business Opportunities Discovered. The two beauties looked surprised and looked Jiangli up and down. A high-end dress, Gucci leather shoes designed for the red carpet, a Patek Philippe necklace, and the air is filled with the scent of Chanel No. 5. The two beauties' faces turned ugly in an instant. Strong enemy. This is a real socialite. But Jiangli didn't even look at the two of them. She walked straight to Lin Chen and put her arm around his. Lin Chen looked at her with slight surprise. The two beauties looked at each other. Could this woman be the girlfriend of this handsome guy? Jiangli winked at him, and Lin Chen finally reacted and walked to the other side to help Jiangli open the car door. Jiangli smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, dear. This coquettish voice made Lin Chen feel itchy inside. As the roar of the engine sounded, the two beauties subconsciously hid to the side and watched the luxury supercar go away. In the car, Jiangli received Linda's message and couldn't help laughing out loud, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. He was really curious about what could have made Sister Yuli laugh like that. Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with some amusement. Do you know that your prestige is worth 10,000? This sentence left Lin Chen confused. What does this mean? Jiangli replied to Linda's message and said, The two beauties just now each raised 5,000 yuan for Linda, just to get your prestige signal. Well, Lin Chen smiled. In that case, I seem to have discovered a new business opportunity. Oh? Jiangli raised his eyebrows slightly. Tell me about it. I can create a small and prestigious account and sell it to people like them. This can also bring in a lot of money. I'm a genius. Jiangli couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are such a bad boy. Lin Chen glanced at her calmly. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Then Jiangli asked again. Those two beauties are both good-looking. Aren't you a little tempted? Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Jiangli with something hard to say. Does my taste seem so bad in your eyes? Am I such a hungry person? Jiangli held her chin with one hand and looked at Lin Chen's profile. That's not the case. That's more like it. Thinking of how Jiangli addressed him when he was being harassed by those two ladies, Lin Chen couldn't help but say. By the way, what did you call me just now? I forgot. Jiangli covered her mouth and chuckled twice, then scolded with a smile. I said you were a little scoundrel, but you really don't even breathe? I just called you dear to help you out. What's wrong? Do you want to hear it a few more times? Lin Chen nodded and said thoughtfully. That's a good idea. Jiangli was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected Lin Chen to say that, and her cheeks felt a little hot. She suddenly felt as if she had been tricked. Lin Chen looked at her with some surprise. I don't know if it was his illusion, but why did he feel that Jiang Huli was blushing? I've never seen this before. In order to ease the embarrassment, Jiangli coughed twice, fanned himself with his hands, and said casually. It's a bit hot in this car. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect her to be so arrogant, and so concerned about face. The latter glared at him angrily. Why are you laughing? Lin Chen suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. You haven't answered my question yet. Is it okay or not? Jiangli was slightly stunned. She had finally started the conversation, but he brought it back again. Thinking of this, Jiangli couldn't help but look at Lin Chen a few more times. Is the little sheep going to transform into a big bad wolf? Jiangli glared at Lin Chen with a proud and somewhat shy look. Dear, is that all right? Just barely. Lin Che drove the car without looking around. Soon, we arrived at the hotel. The Chiwen has appeared and has attracted everyone's attention. Lin Chen and Jiangli got out of the car and immediately became everyone's focus. A handsome man and a beautiful woman are a beautiful scenery wherever they go. What's more, this handsome guy also has a Pagani Huayra. All the women present envied Jiangli and wished they could replace her. After registering at the entrance, Jiangli took Lin Chen into the venue. As soon as the two found a seat and sat down, Jiangli told Lin Chen some matters related to the charity auction. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a navy blue halter dress looked over here with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Jiangli? The guy next to her, is he her boyfriend? I didn't expect she would like something so tender. In the past, when attending such events, Jiangli usually came alone, but this time she brought a male companion, so Luo Weiwei preconceived that he was Jiangli's boyfriend. The man next to Luo Weiwei, her boyfriend Li Hao, also looked over there. The moment I saw her wearing the ink-black starry sky dress, I was instantly stunned. Weiwei, is that your friend? Li Hao leaned close to Luo Weiwei's ear and asked. Luo Weiwei nodded. Then, Li Hao asked again. How about going up and saying hello? Luo Weiwei thought about it and said okay. Afterwards, Luo Weiwei fixed her makeup, stepped on 10 centimeters high heels, and walked towards Jiangli. Women, you can't lose in terms of temperament. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Luo Weiwei greeted Jiangli with a smile. As she spoke, she looked Jiangli up and down at her clothes. Even the haute couture dresses were taken out. What a generous move. Jiangli looked up and saw the person coming, his face turned slightly cold. Mr. Luo? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Luo Weiwei smiled and glanced at Lin Chen next to her. This is a friend of mine, Jiangli said lightly. Luo Weiwei smiled and sat down next to Jiangli. I see, it's your boyfriend, right? Jiangli frowned and wanted to explain first, but Lin Chen spoke. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Hearing this, Jiangli looked at Lin Chen with slight surprise. If he does this, it will easily lead to misunderstandings from Luo Weiwei and others. However, since he doesn't mind, there's nothing much to say. Luo Weiwei smiled at Lin Chen. Hello, my name is Luo Weiwei. Then, she looked at the man next to her and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Li Hao. Li Hao glanced at Lin Chen and stretched out his hand to him. Mr. Lin. Lin Chen also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him symbolically. Then, Li Hao asked again. I wonder where Mr. Lin is working? Lin Chen thought about it and said casually. I'm still a student. Li Hao was a little surprised, but looking at Lin Chen's appearance, he didn't seem to be very old. Then, he glanced at the aloof Jiangli. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman actually liked this. Luo Weiwei also glanced at Lin Chen, and her eyes became contemptuous. Student. So he was kept by Jiangli? Jiangli was slightly embarrassed, but didn't say anything. Is this kid pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? At this moment, Li Hao, who was browsing on his phone, exclaimed, Oh shit! And several people's eyes fell on him. Li Hao suddenly said somewhat embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I was a little rude just now. What's wrong? Luo Weiwei asked. Li Hao quickly showed his phone to Luo Weiwei. I saw a message on Chunli saying there was a Pagani Feng Xingqiwen parked at the door, and the owner seemed to be here to attend the auction. As he spoke, he glanced at the people present. I don't know which boss it is. I've only seen this car at auto shows. It's the only limited edition in the world. I didn't expect to see it here. Chapter 53 It's all for charity. What they didn't notice was that Lin Chen and Jiangli looked at each other, with a slightly subtle expression on their faces. Then, Li Hao handed the phone to Lin Chen. This is the only Chiwen in the world. I guess you have never seen it before? Come, let me show you. Lin Chen glanced at the photo above. Isn't this his car? But then again, there is only one of its kind in the world, how could it possibly crash? Li Hao looked at Lin Chen with some pride. How about it, handsome, right? Lin Chen laughed twice and said, Very handsome. Jiangli almost couldn't help laughing and looked at Li Hao as if he was a fool. However, Li Hao did not notice their unusual behavior and cursed Lin Chen in his heart for being worldly wise. At the same time, I was a little envious of him for being able to be with a beauty like Jiangli. Although his girlfriend Luo Weiwei is beautiful, she is still far behind Jiangli. After all, Jiangli is a typical beautiful woman with temperament, but Luo Weiwei has a more worldly air. Then, the auction began. After the host spoke, he announced the official start. Doing charity does not mean that the money is thrown in and then wasted. It is necessary for companies to do charity, which can increase public visibility and also help future development. Therefore, most of the people who come here are CEOs of major companies. The first item to be auctioned was a work by a relatively famous local calligrapher from Donghai. Because it is a charity auction, the reserve price for all auction items is 0. Soon, someone started bidding and offered 10,000. Seeing this, Li Hao slowly raised the sign in his hand. 100,000. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Hao. It grew 10 times in one go. How generous is that? Li Hao smiled and enjoyed everyone's gaze. At the same time, he also glanced at Lin Chen. He's just a student, so he probably doesn't have the money to bid, right? Number 41 is bidding 100,000. Is there anyone else bidding? And this time, someone else bid. 120,000. The smile on Li Hao's face faded slightly, and he raised the sign in his hand again. 200,000. He is determined to get this calligraphy. Swish. The people around were slightly shocked. Seeing this, the gentleman who had just bid had no choice but to give up. The auctioneer on the stage saw that no one was bidding and asked, 200,000, first time. Anyone else want to follow along? 200,000 for the second time. He raised the small hammer in his hand high. However, at this moment, Lynchen raised the sign in his hand. 1 million! Boom! The whole audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes fell on Lynchen. Whose young master is this? Why is he so generous that he spent 1 million on a piece of calligraphy without blinking an eye? I don't know. He shouldn't be a local. Otherwise, why haven't we seen him before? Offering 1 million directly doesn't give others a chance to bid. Li Hao looked at Lynchen angrily. Don't mess around, this is not a joke. It's not that he couldn't afford 1 million, but he felt that it was not worth it to use 1 million to buy a piece of calligraphy, not even one by a great calligrapher. Luo Weiwei also rolled her eyes at Lynchen and said sarcastically, You're asking such a high price. Do you have that much money? Lynchen glanced at them indifferently without saying anything, and continued to look at the stage. Several industries have made profits for him during this period, and he now has tens of millions in his hands. If he was not afraid of scaring them, he would have directly asked for 10 million. Anyway, it will return 3 times in due time. This million is just a small appetizer. Jiangli was also very surprised. She came close to Lynchen and asked, Do you like this calligraphy work? Lynchen shrugged. To be honest, I don't like it. Hearing this, Jiangli was speechless. You don't like it, but you still paid such a high price to buy it? Lynchen grinned. For charity. Jiangli. Well, you have money but don't know where to spend it, just ignore what I said. Zhao Yuanheng in the crowd was slightly surprised when he saw Lynchen. Lynchen? He couldn't help but smile. This junior fellow is really interesting. The host on the stage suddenly became excited. Mr. 62 is offering 1 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 1 million once. 1 million twice. Next, the result was obvious. After Lynchen made his bid, no one raised their hand anymore. 1 million 3 times. Boom! The final word. This painting was undoubtedly photographed by Lynchen. Please invite Mr. Number 62 to come up to the stage to receive a piece of calligraphy and start the handover ceremony. Lynchen came close to Jiangli. I still need to speak, right? How about you go up and take the lead for me? I'm really not used to this kind of occasion. Jiangli looked at Lynchen suspiciously, took the bank card handed over by Lynchen, stood up, and walked towards the stage under the gaze of everyone. Just as the card was swiped successfully, a mechanical voice sounded in Lynchen's mind. Congratulations to the host for using 1 charity consumption card and getting triple cash back. Lynchen picked up his phone to check, and sure enough, there were 2 million more in his account. Soon she came back with a piece of calligraphy and handed it to Lynchen. Here your spoils. Lynchen just glanced at it lightly and said, This is for you. I took this photo especially for you. Hearing this, Jiangli was slightly surprised. Give it to me? You're just going to give it to me for the $1 million purchase? Lynchen loosened the tie around his neck and looked at her with a smile. You can do charity and help those in need, and you can also please a beautiful woman. It's a 2 birds at 1 deal. Why not do it? Jiangli was stunned for a moment, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. I didn't realize you were quite good at teasing people. Lynchen raised his eyebrows and looked at her. There are so many things you don't see. Jiang Lilian blushed slightly and stopped talking. Luo Weiwei, who was sitting next to Jiangli, saw the interaction between the two and said sourly, Mr. Lin is really generous. He gave me 1 million just like that. Hearing this, Lynchen and Jiangli glanced at her lightly, and tacitly did not speak. Li Hao, who was standing next to him, quickly comforted Luo Weiwei. Weiwei, I'll take pictures of you later. Thanks, dear. Li Hao looked at Lynchen with dissatisfaction. He had just spent 1 million yuan, so he should be out of money now, right? He's just a student. Even if he's a rich second generation, he can't spend money like this, right? Soon, the second round of bidding began. This time, it was a pair of jade bracelets donated by an antique collector, which are said to have a history of 100 years. The quality is not very good, but it is expensive because of its long history. The first person who called out a price directly said 100,000. Then, one after another, many people started bidding. Luo Weiwei leaned on Li Hao like a little bird and said delicately, "My dear, I really like this pair of jade bracelets." As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Li inconspicuously. Li Hao's body softened by her coquettish voice, and he quickly said, Okay, I'll take the picture for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sign in his hand. 500,000! This is a full 200,000 more than the last bid of 300,000. Wow! The person who was about to bid for the bracelets stopped instantly. Li Hao glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of pride. He can't do that. This time this kid can snatch it from him. The host on the stage began to shout, and just as the hammer was about to fall, Lin Chen raised the sign in his hand again. 10 million! The whole place was silent. Chapter 54. Are you going against me on purpose? Jiang Li was shocked and quickly pulled Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen, what are you doing? But Lin Chen just looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Jiang Li leaned close to his ear and whispered. The charity auction only raised more than 8 million last year. You've brought in 10 million this time, which is more than the total amount raised last year. Although I know you are not short of money, but this is not the way to spend money. Lin Chen just said calmly. It's okay, it's all for charity. Now Jiang Li was completely speechless. Having money means you can do what you want. On this side, Li Hao went berserk. What do you mean, are you here to cause trouble? Lin Chen glanced at him calmly. I bid according to the process, is there any problem? Li Hao opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. He just angrily said, If you have the guts, don't run away when you pay me later. This time, it was Jiang Li who went up to get the things for him again. At the same time, a text message was sent to Lin Chen's mobile phone. Spend 10 million and earn another 30 million. Comfortable. At this time, Li Hao was obviously shocked. He said, I'm going to the bathroom, and got up and left. At this moment, Luo Weiwei glanced at Jiang Li on the stage, then at Lin Chen, took out her phone, searched for the skin function, and came over. Mr. Lin, how about we add each other's contact information, and I'll skin you, and we can just be friends. Lin Chen frowned slightly and glanced at her. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Hearing this, Luo Weiwei felt a little embarrassed, then smiled and said, Mr. Lin is really good at joking. I just saw you take out your cell phone. Lin Chen smiled and did not explain, but asked directly. Does your boyfriend know that you like making friends so much? The smile on Luo Weiwei's face froze. Seeing that Jiang Li was about to return from the stage, she stepped back, secretly cursing Lin Chen in her heart for being unromantic. At the same time, she began to doubt her own charm. Could it be that my charm has decreased significantly during this period? At this time, Jiang Li also returned to his seat, glanced at Luo Weiwei lightly, and said nothing. Lin Chen smiled and said to Jiang Li, I'll give you the bracelet. Jiang Li raised her eyebrows. Is this bracelet taken for me again? He is a boy and can't use it. Apart from giving it as a gift or collecting it, this bracelet seems to have no other use. As expected, Lin Chen smiled and said, Yes. Seeing this scene, Luo Weiwei was filled with envy and felt jealous. Lin Chen also has a cash-back card, which he plans to save for last. Lin Chen did not bid for the next few auction items. At this time, Li Hao also returned to his seat. The item being auctioned on the stage now is the last one. This is a crystal necklace, said to be made by a famous American designer. When Luo Weiwei saw the image projected on the big screen, her eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Li Hao beside her. Honey, you just agreed to take a photo for me. Li Hao quickly agreed and immediately raised the sign in his hand. 5 million! The starting price was 5 million, which discouraged many people who were interested in buying it. But Lin Chen didn't even frown and just shouted out the 3 words, 10 million. The whole audience was shocked. Li Hao was also shocked. Didn't he already spend 11 million in the last 2 rounds? Why did he ask for another 10 million? He was robbed twice before, and he was unwilling to give up this time. Besides, Luo Weiwei wouldn't just let it go like that. Li Hao gritted his teeth and raised the sign in his hand. 11 million! Before everyone could react, Lin Chin. 20 million! Boom! The whole audience was shocked. What happened to this year's charity auction? How come so many wealthy people have emerged? Li Hao was so angry, but he didn't dare to bid anymore. Seeing Li Hao's face flushed with anger, Luo Weiwei quickly gave him a way out. My dear, forget it. I don't really like that necklace. On this side, Jiang Li, who got the necklace, hadn't spoken yet when Lin Chen said, For you. Jiang Li laughed so hard that her body shook. It seems that you are vowing to take me down? Lin Chen also smiled but said nothing. Another 60 million was deposited into his card. A certain string in Jiang Li's heart moved, and she looked at Lin Chen with some gratitude. Thank you, the necklace is very beautiful, I like it very much. Then she added, I like every gift you give me. Lin Chen nodded. As long as you like it. Luo Weiwei, who was standing aside, felt extremely jealous. She always liked to compete with Jiang Li openly or secretly, but this time, she lost miserably. It would be great if Lin Chen was her boyfriend. She wanted to go up and try again, but when she thought of Lin Chen's attitude just now, she backed off. As the auction came to an end, some reporters rushed in and surrounded Lin Chen and Jiang Li. Sir, you spent more than 20 million yuan on this charity auction. Why? Sir, do you have anything to say? In response to the questions from reporters, Lin Chen just smiled and said, For charity. After saying this, he took Jiang Li away, leaving the reporters looking at each other in bewilderment. After the auction, there will be a charity dinner, which will be held in another banquet hall. As soon as he arrived at the banquet hall, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. Mr. Lin! Lin Chen and Jiang Li both turned around. Jiang Li was slightly stunned. Isn't this Zhao Yuanhang, the son of the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall? No, it's the former boss. A few days ago, she heard that Hongda Shopping Mall had a new owner, and she was planning to find time to visit, but she never found the opportunity. Lin Chen was a little confused. The person in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanhang quickly introduced himself. I'm Zhao Yuanhang, from Hongda Shopping Mall. Hearing the words, Hongda Shopping Mall, Lin Chen remembered. It turns out to be Senior Zhao. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. If he didn't remind him, he would not be able to remember it. Mr. Lin is really a noble man who forgets things easily. Lin Chen chuckled twice. Then Zhao Yuanhang looked at Jiang Li. Is this Mr. Jiang from Jiaqing? Jiang Li smiled at him politely. Mr. Zhao has a good memory. Then, she looked at the two of them. Do you know each other? Before Lin Chen had time to speak, Zhao Yuanhang spoke. It's more than just knowing each other. Mr. Lin spent 800 million to buy our Hongda Shopping Mall. What? Lin Chen bought the Hongda Shopping Mall? Hearing this, Jiang Li froze in place, too shocked to know what to say. She never thought that the new boss of Hongda, whom she was planning to visit, was actually Lin Chen. Chapter 55, Invisible Pretense is the Most Deadly. The more Jiang Li thought about it, the more frightened she became. Who exactly is Lin Chen? She is becoming more and more interested in Lin Chen. Senior Zhao is joking. Lin Chen said calmly. He had no idea what Jiang Li was thinking. Then, Zhao Yuanhang remembered the Pagani chivalry he saw at the door. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, The Pagani Fengxing Chuan parked outside? The following words were not finished, but they were self-evident. Lin Chen also heard his tentative intention and said with a smile, Be mine. Hiss. Although he had guessed the answer, he couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Lin Chen admit it himself. I remember Mr. Lin already had a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and not long ago, he got another Chiwan. By the way, there is only one Chiwan in the world, and Mr. Lin was able to get one. To be honest, I admire him very much. Zhao Yuanhang's words were filled with envy. He is also a car lover, and he has only seen this Chiwen at auto shows. Lin Chen laughed dryly twice and said, "It's just a car. TSK TSK TSK. What is heroism?" "That's it." After sighing in his heart, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly said, "By the way, Mr. Lin, we have a supercar club here. Are you interested in joining?" "Supercar club?" Hearing these words, Lin Chen became slightly interested. Zhao Yuanhang explained, "I am the founder of our Donghai City Supercar Club. It's just a group of supercar enthusiasts who get together for fun and sometimes race cars. By the way, there is someone in our club who drives a Pagani, but it can't compare to yours. As soon as you come in, this Chiwen alone will be enough to crush all the supercars, and even make people envious." Lin Chen listened with some interest. "So how do you get into this club?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang took out his cell phone. "Let's add each other's contact information and I'll add you to the club's group chat." "Good." Lin Chen responded, took out his mobile phone and added Zhao Yuanhang as a friend. Then, after the two chatted for a few minutes, the dinner began. Afterwards, Luo Weiwei and Li Hao seemed to be deliberately avoiding Lin Chen and Jiang Li, who did not see them throughout the entire dinner. Lin Chen thought that the two had left early. But when the dinner was over and Lin Chen was about to drive, he saw the two of them again. "This Pagani Wind God is really cool. Yeah, if I could drive this car, I would be willing to not touch it for a year. This car is simply a man's dream. I don't know what kind of boss this is." Li Hao was sighing when Luo Weiwei beside him suddenly tugged at his clothes and winked at him towards where Lin Chen was. When he saw Lin Chen, Li Hao felt a little embarrassed and a little angry. "Are you looking at this car too?" Li Hao asked. Lin Chen smiled. "It's just a car, what's so good about it?" After hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Hao's mouth twitched twice. The way he looked at Lin Chen was like looking at a fool. "There's only one Chiwen in the world, and you're saying it's just one car?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. "Why isn't it a car?" Li Hao was choked and was speechless. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what Lin Chen said. "Yes, it is a car, but it is more than just a car. It is the dream of every man and a symbol of identity, status and dignity," Li Hao said righteously, as if Lin Chen had insulted his beliefs. Jiang Li on the side was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his shoulders were shaking. "I wonder how they will react when they find out that the owner of this car is Lin Chen." Jiang Li expressed her anticipation. Lin Chen glanced at her indifferently, and felt that she was also in a difficult situation. The people around also began to speak up for the Chiwen. "Yeah, what do you mean it's just a car? I think he's just saying the grapes are sour because he can't eat them." "Yeah, who would say that? There are always some people who can't get what they want but want to slander others. Such people are shameful. If the car owner came and heard what he said, I really don't know how he would react." Li Hao folded his arms and stared at Lin Chen triumphantly. "Did you hear what everyone said? Do you have anything else to say?" At this time, Jiang Li put her arm around Lin Chen and said coquettishly, "Honey, let's go back first." "Good." Lin Chen responded indifferently, took out the car keys and walked towards the Chiwen. Boom! The whole audience was petrified. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Chen opened the car door for Jiang Li and sat in the driver's seat. Li Hao didn't come to his senses until the body of the Chiwen completely disappeared from his sight. At the same time, the embarrassment reached the extreme. That super luxury car belongs to Lin Chen. Thinking of what he had just said in front of Lin Chen, Li Hao wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The people around him also started looking at him strangely. It turns out that the young man just now is the owner of this Chiwen car. This guy is showing off to the car owner. Isn't this too embarrassing? Really? You led us all astray. You deserve it. Luo Weiwei also felt ashamed, so she shook off Li Hao's hand and left alone. Li Hao was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly chased after him. And on this side, in the car, Jiang Li gave Lin Chen a meaningful look. "I didn't expect you to spend more than 20 million at this charity auction." Lin Chen laughed twice. "It's all for charity." Hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You always say the same thing. Can't you try something new?" Suddenly thinking of the scene he saw on the stage, Jiangli couldn't help but ask. Did Luo Daxiong attack you today? Linchen couldn't help but cough twice. What did Luo Daxiong do to me? Jiangli said faintly. I saw it on stage. Only then did Linchen remember that it was that incident. She wanted my contact information, but I didn't give it to her. But... Linchen glanced at Jiangli. Call him Luo Daxiong? How shameless of you. Yours is obviously bigger than theirs, okay? Chapter 56. The basketball game was crushed. Hearing this, Jiangli was somewhat surprised. That Luo Daxiong is a famous socialite in the circle. She has dated countless men. How come you are not attracted by her? She is not bad looking either. Linchen said lightly. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare. Jiangli laughed twice. Interesting. Today, quite a few people asked for your contact information. It seems that you have good luck with women. Linchen smiled bitterly twice. I don't want this kind of luck in love. The two chatted casually and soon arrived at Shuyan Yaju. Linchen drove the car to the door of Jiangli's villa and sent her home first, even though it was only a few steps away. After saying goodbye to each other, Jiangli went into her villa, and Linchen drove the car back. As soon as he got home and turned on his mobile phone, Linchen found several unread messages, all from Su Mo. Linchen, why haven't you come to class these days? Fortunately, the teacher didn't check too strictly, otherwise you would have been punished. Will you come to class tomorrow? Linchen replied with a message. Well, I'm a little busy lately. I'll go there tomorrow. After saying this, Linchen threw down his phone and went to take a shower. The next day, Linchen got up early and went to class according to the schedule. As soon as Linchen entered the classroom, he saw Su Mo waving at him. Linchen, I saved a seat for you. Linchen walked directly to Su Mo's side and sat down. Thanks. Fine. Su Mo said. Then, she looked at Linchen again. Have you been busy lately? Linchen nodded. Yes, I am very busy. At this time, the squad leader Chu Qianqian in front suddenly turned around and asked pitifully. Linchen, can you play basketball? What's wrong? Linchen asked. Hearing this, Chu Qianqian sighed. It's like this. The school is going to hold a basketball game recently. But you know that our school of arts is more female than male. We simply can't get enough players for the men's basketball team. Well, Linchen couldn't help but feel sorry for Chu Qianqian for a few seconds. Indeed, the most feminine school is the liberal arts school, not to mention that there are more than twice as many girls as boys in their school. But... Linchen's mouth twitched twice, and he looked at Chu Qianqian with an indescribable expression. You don't want me to come on, do you? Upon hearing this, Chu Qianqian nodded immediately. Linchen shook his head like a rattle and quickly refused. I'm telling you, I can't play basketball, but I can't even. Linchen was just about to say that he had never even touched a basketball, but System Dad appeared at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Participate in the basketball game and acquire top basketball skills. Well... Linchen was speechless. Linchen, what's wrong with you? Chu Qianqian's voice brought Linchen back to his senses. Nothing. I'll join in. Linchen said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Qianqian's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Linchen, you really helped me a lot. Su Mo on the side also said quickly. When the time comes, I'll go cheer you on. Linchen smiled. Okay, thank you. He sighed inwardly. I guess he would gain a large number of fans this time. In college, the most attractive skills for girls are playing basketball and playing guitar. As for the ball skills rewarded by the system, they are definitely not bad. At least there will be no problem in crushing the people from this school. Soon, the day of the basketball game arrived. Because Linchen was famous, many girls gathered around the venue after learning that Linchen was also participating. The entire venue was packed with people. Even the beautiful cheerleaders who were performing the opening dance took a long time to squeeze in. Since he hadn't played yet and hadn't acquired top-level skills, Lin Chen hadn't performed well during training in the previous few days. Therefore, Lin Chen was also arranged to be a substitute player. Many girls who learned about this arrangement still had complaints. The order of appearance in this competition was decided by a draw by counselor representatives from each college, and the luck of the College of Arts was extremely bad, as they were directly drawn by the College of Physical Education. You know, all the players of the sports college are strong and have muscular bodies. In the previous several basketball games, the sports college basically won the championship. In other words, the School of Arts encountered its strongest opponent right from the start, and it is very likely that it will not even be able to pass this first hurdle. What's even more unfortunate is that Chen Kai, who had a conflict with Lin Chen when he reported to school at the beginning of the semester, is also in this team. He also recognized Lin Chen at a glance. When he learned that Lin Chen was a substitute player, he felt a little sorry. Lin Chen has been stealing the limelight since he entered school, which makes him very unhappy. He planned to use this game to teach Lin Chen a lesson. As for Lin Chen, he didn't even remember who he was, let alone recognize him. After a lively dance, the basketball game began. When Lin Chen changed into his team uniform, a lot of basketball knowledge flooded into his mind. Lin Chen even felt like he had been playing basketball for decades. Awesome, Lin Chen said silently. As Lin Chen expected, the School of Arts was suppressed by the School of Physical Education from the beginning. The School of Physical Education scored 12 goals, but the School of Arts only scored 1. 12:1. Who is number 11 from the Sports Institute? So cool. That looks like the captain, Chen Kai, a real basketball expert. Chen Kai is so handsome, he's my type. Since they were crushed from the beginning, the players from the School of Arts on the field became more and more anxious, and their tactics became more and more chaotic, resulting in not scoring a single goal later. Several team members were also injured. Below the stage, the 3 substitute players except Lin Chen also sighed. Is there any need to compare? Aren't those from the sports academy bullies? Why not just admit defeat? The people on the stage are already in such a state, not to mention us substitutes. Lin Chen glanced at them lightly. The game isn't over yet, one of them said. Is there any need to watch this? We are definitely losing. The score is 28-1. Isn't that tragic enough? Lin Chen turned his head and said nothing more. It is simply boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. At the end of the first half, the score was 30-2. During the 10-minute break, the beautiful cheerleaders came on stage again and danced passionately to liven up the atmosphere. However, none of the basketball team members were in the mood to watch as they were all discussing tactics for the second half. Those guys at the Sports Institute are so damn strong. That's right, I got hit several times, and the referee didn't even blow the whistle. We will definitely lose if we continue like this. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I can't fight anymore. My knees hurt so much. Several team members kept complaining. Lin Chen asked. Who among you wants to leave? I'll take your place. You. Several people looked at Lin Chen strangely, and then thought of Lin Chen's performance during training. Everyone had an indescribable expression on their face. Lin Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, it's just your skills. Ahem, Lin Chen, everyone knows your skills. You're just here to make up the numbers, so why don't you just stay on the court? Let them go. Yes. Lin Chen looked back at the substitute players. Who of you wants to go up? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. You guys! The captain was furious. If you don't want to play, why are you a substitute? Several people suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. We were all captured to make up the numbers. One of their players was injured and could no longer play. But among the substitutes, only Lin Chen was willing to play. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Then I'll be the only one on. The captain sighed. Well, that's all we can do. Soon, the 10-minute halftime break arrived. When Chen Kai saw Lin Chen coming on the court, a smug gleam flashed in his eyes. He whispered to the team members behind him. Have you seen the kid number 14? Take good care of him later. If you can't offend him openly, you can do it secretly, right? Chapter 57 Big Reversal. The second half of the game begins. Shinkai grabbed the ball first, took 3 or 2 steps forward, and dunked again. There was immediate cheering around the venue. This Shinkai is amazing! He has dunked several times. It looks like this sports institute is going to win again. Shinkai is too strong, and the School of Arts doesn't have anyone who can show off. Wait! Lin Shin ran directly to the midfield, received the ball, and jumped up suddenly. An extremely beautiful arc passed through the air, and the ball went into the basket accurately. 3-point shot. The Faculty of Arts is in an uproar. This was also the first 3-pointer made by their college team since the start of the game. Awesome! Who the hell told me that Lin Shin can't play basketball? Come out and I promise I won't beat you to death. But don't be happy too soon. The score is so far apart that even if Lin Shin knows how to play, he won't be able to catch up. I think so. On the court, the opposing number 3 made a mistake in passing the ball, which was intercepted by Lin Shin, who then made a 3-step layup and dunked the ball into the basket. There was another round of cheers. Shinkai became a little confused. Keep an eye on that kid and don't let him score again. Finally, the ball was passed to Shinkai. Before he could react, Lin Shin snatched it away and made a long-range shot. Another 3 points. Shinkai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I just told him not to let him score again, but he made a 3-pointer in the blink of an eye. A member of the sports academy team panted and said, Brother Kai, we can't stop him. This guy is too fucking fierce. If you can't stop me, you have to stop me. Shinkai gritted his teeth. The game was getting more and more intense, and the people off the field were all watching with fear. The score was getting closer and closer, and the School of Arts was even leading the School of Physical Education by 3 points. The students from the Faculty of Arts, who had been feeling dejected at first, suddenly became excited. There are many girls in the Faculty of Arts, and their voices are sharp and penetrating, and the whole venue can be filled with their cheers. Come on, Lin Shin! Lin Shin is the most handsome. Lin Shin is my idol. Who made my idol a substitute player before? Come on, Lin Shin! Long live the Faculty of Arts! Suemo, who had finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, was shouting until her face turned red and her neck became thick. It seems like this is the first time she's been so crazy. The game is coming to an end, only 1 minute left. At this time, the ball was passed to Shinkai. He was preparing to shoot and even jumped up. As a result, a figure also jumped up and slammed the ball to the back. Depend on! Stop him! Violent block! It's Lin Shin again. The player grabbed the ball and passed it to Lin Shin. Several people immediately surrounded him. Lin Shin squatted down with the ball and made a fake pass. While the opponent was confused by his fake move and squatted down to intercept, he suddenly jumped up, swung in the air, and shot the ball directly into the opponent's basket. The referee's whistle sounded and the game was over. Waves of cheers rang out. The people in the Faculty of Arts immediately relaxed. Hot. It's so hot. Lin Shin took off his jersey and threw it aside. This scene caused screams to ring out one after another at the scene. This figure is amazing! Oh my god! This is too fierce! He's a fierce player and even fiercer in body shape! Mamma mia! I'm going to get high! The girls from the School of Arts and the School of Foreign Affairs were all excited. Suemo also widened her eyes in shock. These abdominal muscles, these biceps. Suemo was stunned. And in the few seconds she was stunned, a group of girls rushed towards Lin Shin and handed him the mineral water in their hands. Lin Shin, I just went to the supermarket to buy you some water. Choose mine. Mine is soda water, it's better for your health. Lin Shin was frightened by this scene and didn't know who to attack for a moment. Suemo glanced at the mineral water in her hand, then looked at Lin Shin, who was surrounded in the middle, feeling a little at a loss. At this time, Lin Shin, who had an absolute height advantage, saw Suemo, who was standing there stupidly, at a glance. Lin Shin suddenly remembered that she had said in class that she would bring him water. Did she really come? Thinking about it, Lin Shin hurriedly said, Excuse me, Please make way for a moment, please make way for a moment. After much difficulty, he walked in front of Su Mo and extended his hand to her. Where's my water? Ah? Su Mo was stunned for 2 seconds before handing over the bottle of mineral water on her phone. All the girls felt jealous. Lin Chen took it directly, unscrewed the lid roughly, and started drinking. His throat was almost smoking. Because of the extensive exercise, Lin Chen sweated a lot. Even more tempting. As soon as this thought came to Su Mo's mind, she was shocked. How could she have such obscene thoughts? At this time, someone from the basketball team called Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly stuffed the half-drunk water back into Su Mo's hands. Please help me throw it away, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. After saying this, Lin Chen left. Su Mo was left alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. She panicked and immediately took out her cell phone to search Baidu. What should I wear when I go out to eat alone with a guy? On this side, Qin Kai stared at Lin Chen, extremely angry. The match was originally a sure win, but the situation was completely reversed because of Lin Chen's participation. It's so abominable. What's even more embarrassing is that their sports college had won the championship for several years in a row, but this generation lost the championship. And he was eliminated on his first try. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? After dealing with the follow-up matters, Lin Chen changed back into his own clothes, only to find Su Mo waiting for him. Lin Chen smelled his body, which was full of sweat odor, and said a little embarrassedly, I still need to go back and take a shower, how about you go to my house and wait for me? Su Mo waved her hands quickly. No, I just have to go back to the dormitory. I'll come find you later? Lin Chen thought about it, and felt that this was a good idea, so he drove back by himself. Su Mo also returned to the dormitory immediately, and started rummaging through the drawers. 2 hours later, Lin Chen finished his shower and sent a message to Su Mo. He found out that she was still in the dormitory, so he went to pick her up. Su Mo hesitated in front of the mirror for a long time and finally chose a French white princess dress. On this side, Lin Chen had just arrived at the bottom of Su Mo's dormitory building and was lamenting how troublesome women were when the system task appeared again. Chapter 58 Beautiful Girls Chatting Up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Take Su Mo to Yezelin for dinner, and be rewarded with Pagani Wind God Yezi. Hiss. Lin Chen was surprised. Another unique supercar? He already owns 2 of these 3 Dragon Sun supercars, and he can't help but become curious. Who will get the 3rd one? Just when he was wondering, Su Mo had already gone downstairs. Lin Chen was happy today. He got out of the car, walked to the other side, and helped Su Mo open the door very gentlemanly. Thanks. Su Mo sat in the passenger seat and thanked Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. This is what I should do. Seeing Lin Chen's beaming expression, Su Mo was a little confused. You seem very happy today. Did something good happen? Good thing? Having another unique supercar is certainly a good thing. But thinking this in his heart, Lin Chen said, Of course I'm happy to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Su Mo was slightly startled. This sentence caused an uproar in her heart. Lin Chen knew nothing about it. Su Mo tried to calm herself down and asked, Where are we going to eat then? Yezelin. Soon, a Pagani Fengshen stopped at Yujilan's door. It still caused quite a stir. Lin Chen had gotten used to it, but Su Mo was still a little embarrassed. Yezelin is located in a relatively remote area. If it weren't for navigation, Lin Chen would have to spend some effort to find this place. As soon as I stepped into the gate of Yezelin, the system reward arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with a Pagani Fengshen Yazi. Note: the car is parked in the parking lot of Yunshuijian Villa and the key is in the drawer of the bedside table in the master bedroom. Lin Chen smiled. However, the environment of Yezelin is quite good, fresh and elegant, with a faint aroma of food floating in the air, which directly aroused the gluttony in Lin Chen's stomach. Su Mo gently tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes and whispered, Lin Chen, it seems that the average cost here is 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per person, which is quite expensive. Hearing this, Lynchen said directly, "It's okay. I can still afford a meal." Seeing this, Suemo stopped talking. She also didn't expect that Lynchen would invite her to dinner at such a high-end place. She had originally planned to invite him back, but now she was in a bit of a dilemma. After ordering the dishes, Lynchen took Suemo and found a seat to sit down. Soon, delicious dishes were served. "Where's Su Tao? Why haven't I seen her recently?" Lynchen asked casually while eating. She has to go to class." "Oh." Lynchen responded indifferently. "I have to say, the dishes at Yuzelin are quite good. When eating caviar frozen shrimp paste, put it on your tongue. The moment the shrimp paste melts in your mouth, the shrimp aroma explodes, which is extremely refreshing, and then there is the aroma of chewing the biscuit bottom. The fish maw stewed with matsutake mushrooms is rich, salty and fresh, and the fish maw is soft and gluten. Especially a small dish of noodles, the noodles were thin, smooth and fragrant, but when the dish was served, Lynchen did not hear the name of the dish clearly. He looked at the waiter beside him and asked, "What is this called?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Hello, sir, this is called cordyceps golden noodles." "How much is it?" Lynchen asked again. "This noodle is 198 yuan per portion in the set menu, but if you order it a la carte, it's 398 yuan per portion." Suemo looked at the teacup-sized portion of noodles in front of her and smacked her lips slightly. "This is so expensive. However, it tastes delicious." Lynchen nodded. "Well, give me 2 more pots." Cordyceps golden noodles, a cup-sized portion costs 400 yuan, and this requires 2 large pots. "Not more than 10,000? The guests at the nearby tables all turned their eyes to Lynchen. Suemo was also dumbfounded. But thinking about the fact that Lynchen was driving a supercar, although she didn't know much about cars, this 10,000 yuan should be a small matter for Lynchen. But spending 10,000 yuan on a bowl of noodles is really a luxury. Sir, are you sure you want 2 pots?" The waiter confirmed again, afraid that he had heard it wrongly. Lynchen nodded. "Yes, I do." Seeing this, the waiter quickly retreated and contacted the kitchen using the intercom. It was the first time she had seen this, and she ordered the cordyceps and golden thread noodles in a basin. Suemo also lowered her voice and said to Lynchen, "Lynchen, 2 pots, can we finish them?" Lynchen frowned slightly. "That should be okay, right? You like to eat it, right? It's so boring to finish a small cup in 2 sips." But when Suemo heard Lynchen's words, she was slightly stunned. Could it be that Lynchen ordered this noodles just for me? Thinking of this, Sumo's heart was deeply moved. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Lynchen's wallet, because this noodles was really too expensive. Soon, the cordyceps and golden thread noodles arrived. Lynchen first served a large bowl to Suemo, and then started eating himself. Suemo on the opposite side, while eating noodles, couldn't help but glance at Lynchen from time to time. After the meal, Lynchen sent Suemo back home and then couldn't wait to return to the villa to experience the feel of the new car. Pagani Huayra has 3 cars specially designed for this model, including Chiwen and Yazzie. The Chiwen is a luxurious black gold color, while the Jiaozi is a noble and mysterious dark purple. The driving feel of the 2 cars is similar, but the expensive part is that it is unique. The next day, Lynchen drove the Yazzie directly to have morning tea. Lynchen often visited this restaurant. As soon as he arrived, he ordered his usual dishes, crystal buns, tofu pudding, and steamed dumplings, then found a seat and started to eat with relish. At the door, a short-haired beauty impatiently sent a voice message. "Hello? Ji Yiming, have you arrived?" The other party immediately replied. We're here. Well. The beauty sighed deeply and walked in. Her name is Yi Qinxue. She came here today to meet a blind date at her mother's strong request. He said he had returned from studying abroad, had a very high opinion of himself, and spoke half Chinese and half foreign languages, which was annoying just to watch him. She didn't want to come here at first, but in order to make him give up, Yi Qinxue had to come over. For this purpose, she deliberately made herself ugly, and used eyeliner to draw freckles all over her face, just to scare away that Ji Yiming. But when she walked into the store and looked around, her eyes finally fell on Lin Chin. Everyone was in pairs except him. Could it be that this sunny and handsome young man is Ji Yiming? However, I haven't arrived yet. Why is he eating first? Chapter 59. I recognize the wrong person. I've seen photos of Ji Yiming before, and he doesn't seem to look like this. Could it be that he deliberately made himself ugly to test himself? Thinking of this, Yi Qinxue quickly retreated to the door, wiped off the freckles on her face with a makeup remover towel, and put on a man-killing makeup in the fastest possible speed. One last stroke of lipstick and you're done. She closed the makeup mirror with satisfaction and walked into the store. Beautiful women are always eye-catching no matter where they are. Yi Qinxue is 1.7 meters tall, has a pair of straight and slender thighs, and a golden ratio head-to-shoulder ratio. She has a perfect figure. The moment she entered, everyone's eyes fell on her. This beauty has such a good temperament and a great figure. Is she a model? He looks familiar. He looks a lot like that celebrity. What's his name? I wonder if this beautiful lady is alone. Nonsense, if not a human, what else could it be? A monster? That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I wondered if she was eating alone. Lin Chin, who was eating breakfast, also looked up at her. She is indeed a beauty. However, he has seen many beauties, including the school beauty Song Qingwan, the class beauty Su Mo, and Jiang Huli, each of whom is beautiful in her own way. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are one in a million. Thinking of this, Lin Chin lowered his head and continued to eat his breakfast. But Yi Qinxue, under everyone's gaze, sat directly opposite Lin Chin. Hey, you're here early! Lin Chin was stunned for a moment, and greeted him stupidly. Hi! You're early too. What's going on? Do they know each other? Lin Chin was about to ask the question in his mind, but Yi Qinxue suddenly exclaimed. Crystal buns! And this tofu pudding! Lin Chin was stunned again. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Qinxue said happily. This is my favorite food too. This shop has been open for more than 10 years. When I was in school, I felt that the happiest thing was to come here to eat a basket of hot crystal buns and drink a bowl of hot tofu pudding. But there's one thing missing. As she spoke, she looked around. What's missing? Lin Chin asked. Wait me a moment. After saying this, Yi Qinxue stood up, walked to the shelf where sauces and pickles were placed, and brought over a small bowl of sauce. This is? Yi Qinxue looked at him proudly. You don't understand this, do you? Crystal buns, dipped in this sauce, are absolutely amazing. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Lin Chin looked at her doubtfully, picked up a crystal bun, dipped it in the sauce, took a bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. Yeah. It's different. Leaves a sweet taste in your mouth. Very fresh. Seeing this, Yi Qinxue smiled and said, How's it? Awesome, right? Lin Chin also looked at her with appreciation. Okay, you? Yi Qinxue skillfully pulled the half plate of steamed dumplings that Lin Chin had not finished eating in front of her, picked up one with chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce and started eating. This sauce is delicious with anything, she said while eating. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched twice. He really wanted to ask, this was the first time they met, was it really okay for them to be so familiar with each other? How old are you? Yi Qinxue asked while eating. I am already 24, and Ji Yiming has studied abroad for a few years, so he should be a few years older than her, right? But why does he look like a college student? Lin Chin replied. 20. Ahem. Yi Qinxue was choked and coughed violently twice. Are you okay? Lin Chin poured her a glass of boiled water. Yi Qinxue felt warm in her heart. I didn't expect that. This Ji Yiming is quite heartwarming. However, these 20 years old. Yi Qinxue suddenly remembered that her mother once said that Ji Yiming was a child prodigy. Could it be that he skipped grades repeatedly and returned from studying abroad at the age of 20? Bull beep. Yi Qinxue silently took out her cell phone, edited a message and sent it to her mother. Mom! I am very satisfied with this blind date. Thank you, Mom/love. and Ye's mother replied immediately. As long as you are satisfied. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue put away her phone and looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Do you like people who are a few years older than you? Lin Chen was stunned again. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. But Yi Qingxue said coquettishly. Hate it, I want to ask you, do you mind a relationship between an older woman and a younger man? Lin Chen? Just then, a man in a suit with his hair full of hair wax came into the store, panting. When he saw Yi Qingxue, his eyes lit up instantly. He immediately took out his cell phone and found her photo. That's right. This is his blind date, Yi Qingxue. I didn't expect that Yi Qingxue not only looks good in photos, but is even more beautiful in person. Thinking of this, he quickly took 3 or 2 steps forward. Qingxue, sorry I'm late, I'm Ji Yiming. Yi Qingxue was stunned. She looked at Lin Chen, then at Ji Yiming, and was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 60. Where is your father, Lin Chen? You are Ji Yiming? Yi Qingxue was so shocked that she stood up. Ji Yiming nodded excitedly. Yes, I am Ji Yiming, your blind date. Then, Ji Yiming looked at Lin Chen and frowned somewhat unhappily. Qingxue, is this your friend? What's the point of bringing a friend of the opposite sex to a blind date? It was not until this time that Yi Qingxue realized that she had recognized the wrong person. Lin Chen only realized later that this was a huge misunderstanding. Ji Yiming continued. Qingxue, this is where you're wrong. Why would you bring a friend of the opposite sex with you on a blind date with me? I'm a straight-talking person, don't blame me. We're going to be in a relationship now, so you have to throw away all your friends of the opposite sex. After all, you already have a boyfriend, so you can't have any contact with them anymore. Stop! Yi Qingxue quickly made a stop gesture, but just as she realized that she had been led astray by Ji Yiming, she was speechless. She quickly looked at Lin Chen, clasped her hands together, and said pitifully. Sorry, little brother, I recognized the wrong person just now. I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Fine. The little brother is so handsome when he smiles. Look at Ji Yiming this time, he is so attractive that it's hard to get enough of him at first sight. Ji Yiming directly pulled Yi Qingxue to the other side. Since you don't know me, don't say so much. Yi Qingxue shook off his hand, followed him to another table and sat down. Ji Yiming wiped the table with his fingers, looking disdainful. In China, it's just dirty. It's not hygienic at all. Look at this restaurant, compared to those abroad, it's just too low. Yi Qingxue rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Will you sit down? If not, I'll leave. Everyone else can sit, why can't you? Do you really think that you have become a superior person just by breathing Western air for a few years? Pretentious. Then, Ji Yiming continued. Qingxue, let me tell you, all the ladies abroad are independent, and I hope you are that kind of girl, so let's split the bill later. Okay. Yi Qingxue was almost in despair. This Ji Yiming is so annoying. His hair is so shiny from all the hair wax, he looks like a greasy uncle. Look at her little brother, how sunny and handsome. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look in the direction of Lin Chen, but just happened to see that Lin Chen had finished eating and was about to get up and leave. Seeing that his blind date was still looking at other men, Ji Yiming felt that he was being humiliated and immediately said in dissatisfaction. Qingxue, how could you? Before he could finish his words, Yi Qingxue interrupted him. Ji Yiming, I'm sorry, I don't think we are suitable. I hope you can find happiness soon. I want to find mine too. After saying this at an extremely fast speed, Yi Qingxue chased after him. Little brother, wait a minute! Lin Chen, who had just stepped out of the store, stopped when he heard a call from behind. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yi Qingxue said a little embarrassedly. Little brother, my name is Yi Qingxue, can we be friends? Lin Chen nodded. My name is Lin Chen. On this side, Ji Yiming also chased out and happened to see this scene. What are you doing? He roared, and the customers who were having breakfast in the store immediately looked over here. Yi Qingxue, I am a top student who just returned from studying abroad, but I am actually no match for this kid. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yiming glared at Lin Chen fiercely, as if he was an unforgivable criminal. Lin Chen? What did he do? However, at this moment, the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Slap the weird blind date man Ji Yiming, rescue Yi Qixue, and be rewarded with run firm. Well... Lin Chen hesitated slightly. Is this the slap in the face that he understands? Ji Yiming looked at Yi Qixue and said angrily. How can you be so shameless? You've already gone on a blind date with me, and you still... Bang! Ji Yiming looked at Lin Chen, who slapped him in the face with a confused look on his face. If it weren't for the burning pain on his face, he would have almost thought he was dreaming. Even Yi Qixue was so shocked that she covered her mouth. At this time. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and obtaining run law firm. Yes, you can slap the weird blind date guy and add another industry. You hit me? Ji Yiming pointed at Lin Chen, so angry that he couldn't even finish his words. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a blind date. Do you really think she's your wife? If you insult a woman, who else should I hit? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Qinshua's eyes almost turned into hearts. Ah! So handsome. His 3 views are positive, which is exactly her type. While Ji Yiming was confused, Lin Chen drove away. When Yi Qinshue reacted, she realized that she had not asked for Lin Chen's contact information, so she immediately chased after him. Only Ji Yiming was left standing there, disheveled in the wind. On this side, Run Law Firm, conference room. The former boss Li Run was sitting in the main seat, and below him were his capable subordinates. Do you know why this emergency meeting was called? A mysterious big shot acquired Run Law Firm, which means... As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone present one by one. You have a new boss. Hearing these words, the people below were shocked. What? Isn't Run Fajan doing well? Why did you suddenly take action? Yeah, boss, isn't this too sudden? Boss, Run is your hard work. Listening to the discussion of the employees below, Li Run leaned back in his chair leisurely, lit a cigarette, and said slowly. There's nothing I can do. The other party paid 500 million in one lump sum. I really couldn't refuse. 500 million? Everyone was stunned. The valuation of their law firm was only around 300 million, but the other party directly gave 500 million. What kind of rich person is this? On this side, Lin Chen had just returned to school when he received a call from Run Law Firm. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am a legal officer at Run Law Firm. Are you free? Can we arrange a time to complete the handover procedures? Without waiting for Lin Chen to reply, he continued. If you don't have time, we can come to your house. Okay, then come over here. Lin Chen directly reported his home address. Afterwards, Lin Chen played games at home, waiting for them to come. An hour later, at the entrance of Shuyan Yaju Villa District, Li Run looked a little solemn. It seems that this Mr. Lin is not a simple person. He lives in Shuyan Yaju, and it is the king of the building Yunshui Jian. Among all the villas in Waterside Yujuli, only this one has its own name, Yunshuijian. He Jiahai also said. Yes, I remember this elegant waterfront residence, but you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. When I learned that this villa had been sold, I wondered which rich man bought it. I didn't expect that this rich man would become my boss. After registering at the door, the two entered Shuyan Yiju. On this side, Lin Chen was playing games. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Lin Chen quickly put down his phone and went to open the door. 2 middle-aged men in formal suits came over. One was Li Run and the other was He Jianhai. Lin Chen was only wearing a loose home suit. Are you from Run Law Firm? Lin Chen asked. The two nodded. Yes. Oh, please come in. After the two entered the villa, they found that Lin Chen was the only one inside. Li Run asked. Where are your parents? What? Lin Chen thought he had heard wrongly. What does he mean? Li Run quickly repeated. I mean, where is your father, Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Chapter 61 Uncle, I was beaten. Oh, I'm Lin Chen. You're from a law firm, right? As he said this, he sat directly on the sofa and said to the two of them. Sit down. What? Is he Lin Chen? The person who spent 500 million to buy Run law firm was actually a young man who looked to be only about 20 years old? They were dumbfounded. What is wrong with this world? It's just so scary. When they were this age, they were still asking their families for money, right? Look at them again, they have already moved into Yanshuijian, the most luxurious house in Dahai City, and bought their law firm. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. They both shut themselves off. Seeing the two of them staring at him in a daze, Lin Chen was also a little confused. Sit down, why are you looking at me? Oh, good. The two of them then came to their senses and sat opposite Lin Chen. After introducing himself, Li Run said awkwardly, I'm sorry, we were so surprised just now. We really didn't expect that you, Mr. Lin, are so young. Then, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Mr. Lin, how old are you this year? Lin Chen replied, I'm 20. Hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched a few times. Just now they thought that Mr. Lin should be in his 20s, or at least graduated from college. But I didn't expect that she was only 20 years old. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be younger than I thought. Is he still in college? Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, freshman. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. He Jiahai also immediately began to flatter him. Lin Chen smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Then, he remembered that the people came from far away, and he couldn't let them not even have a cup of tea, right? Lin Chen said apologetically. Sorry, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment. I'll make you a cup of tea. Having said that, he stood up and left. He Jiahai looked around behind him. This is worthy of being the #1 mansion in Donghai City. It's luxurious inside, well-designed, and has just the right amount of lighting. He even went to make tea for us personally. He must be the only one living in such a big villa. This Mr. Lin, at such a young age, lives in the most expensive apartment in Donghai City and bought an entire office. It's really eye-opening. Li Run also nodded in agreement. Yes. He doesn't seem to be a local. He is probably a nobleman from the imperial capital. Otherwise, how could he be so generous? At this point, Li Run quickly added, Remember later, don't pry into his family background. It's very taboo at this time. He Jiahai nodded quickly. Good. As soon as the two finished talking, Lin Chen came over with 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Li Run and He Jiahai. He had no idea that in the eyes of these two people, he had already become a noble son of the imperial capital. After chatting for a while about the future development direction of Run law firm, we started the subsequent handover procedures. Li Run then took out a number of documents from the briefcase he brought with him. These were the law firm's equity transfer contracts and other information. After the handover procedures, the two prepared to leave. Before leaving, Li Run said solemnly, Mr. Lin, from now on, Run will rely on you to lead it forward. Lin Chen smiled. You're welcome. We all need to work together. Although Li Run is no longer the boss of Run, he is still a major shareholder, so he will not leave Run. As soon as he left Zhui and Yaju, He Jiahai received a call. He is his sister's son, and also his nephew Ji Yiming. Uncle! I was beaten! As soon as I pressed the answer button, these words came from the receiver. What? He Jiahai was immediately furious. This guy was unbalanced, but he was the one his sister held in her hands and loved him so much, and now he was beaten this time? Li Run beside him also glanced at him. What's wrong? What happened? My nephew said he was beaten. He Jiahai frowned. Li Run was slightly surprised. There is such a thing? Ask first. Hearing this, He Jiahai nodded and continued to ask. Just tell me what's going on. Although he was angry, He Jiahai was not an unreasonable person. If it was Ji Yiming's fault, he naturally would not help him. But if it is the other party's fault, even if he doesn't sue the other party to bankruptcy, he will make him suffer. And his nephew Ji Yiming, who had just returned from studying abroad, was also well-educated and well-mannered. It was very likely the other party's fault that he got beaten this time. Hearing this, Ji Yiming quickly said, It's like this, my mom recently introduced me to a blind date, and I liked the guy, so I went for it. My blind date picked the wrong person, that's fine, but he even tried to snatch her away from me. I just argued with him for a few words and he started to hit me. My face still hurts. Ji Yiming had no guilt at all when he mixed up right and wrong. After listening to Ji Yiming's words, He Jiahai became angry. What? This person is so excessive and even slaps me in the face? Yes. Then, He Jiahai asked, what's this guy's name? I will never let him go. Ji Yiming thought about the situation at that time. He remembered that Yi Qinxue chased him out and asked him what his name was. It seems his name is something like Lin Qin, Ji Yiming said. Upon hearing this, the expression on He Jianhai's face froze instantly. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. Lin Qin, their new boss, isn't his name Lin Qin? This Lin Qin, is it Shuang Mulan Meiyu Chen? He Jianhai continued to ask. Ji Yiming was stunned for a moment. He only vaguely heard the man's name, so how could he know what the characters were? That should be it. Then, He Jianhai asked again. So he's about 20 years old, like a college student, handsome and clean-looking? At this point, Ji Yiming was stunned again. Uncle, how do you know? Do you know him? He Jianhai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the anger in his heart. Yes, I know him. Ji Yiming is happy. That's great, Uncle. Uncle, I want him to stay in prison for at least 10 years. Wait until that guy gets in and see how he can snatch Yi Qinxue from me. He Jianhai no longer wanted to talk to him. He was afraid that he would be angry to death. Where are you? He Jianhai asked. I'm at home, what's wrong? Stay home, I'll be there now. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The person my nephew that bastard was talking about is Lin Qin. He Jianhai held the phone tightly and said through gritted teeth. What? Li Run was shocked. So, he offended Lin Qin? He Jianhai nodded. Now, he wanted Ji Yiming to go and apologize to Lin Qin in person. On this side, Ji Yiming was leisurely staying in his villa, waiting for his uncle He Jianhai to arrive. His uncle He Jianhai is a famous lawyer in Dahai City. As long as he is willing to help, Lin Qin is likely to go in directly. At this time, the doorbell rang, and Ji Yiming hurriedly went to open the door. When Ji Yiming saw He Jianhai for the first time, he was about to call him uncle when a heavy slap came directly at him. The air suddenly became quiet. Ji Yiming looked at He Jianhai in astonishment. Uncle, why did you hit me? Chapter 62, Being Scammed. He Jianhai pushed him in and closed the door. Uncle. Ji Yiming looked at He Jianhai pitifully, not understanding why he slapped him in the face without any explanation. You know, He Jianhai is most afraid of his mother, and Ji Yiming is the only son in the family and has been spoiled since he was a child. It was bad enough that he was beaten by Lin Qin, but now even his own uncle slapped him in the face. He Jianhai was so angry that he raised his hand, but after thinking for a moment, he put it down. Have you offended that Lin Qin? He Jianhai asked, suppressing his anger. Come with me and apologize to him. When he went to take over, he also met Lin Qin, and he could tell what kind of person he was from his words and behavior. At first I thought Ji Yiming was bullied, but now it seems that it was Ji Yiming who offended Lin Qin. When Ji Yiming heard what He Jianhai said, he was immediately unhappy. Uncle, what do you mean I offended him? And why should I apologize to him? It was obviously he who was extremely rude and attacked me without saying a word. You evil creature! He Jianhai was so angry that he kicked him to the ground. Over the years, your family has really spoiled you. They actually raised a thing like you. Ji Yiming felt so depressed. He secretly swore in his heart that he must go back and tell his mother to let her deal with his uncle. At this time, He Jianhai pointed at him and said angrily, Do you know who Lin Qin you offended is? Ji Yiming was also angry. Who he is has nothing to do with me. He is just a kid wearing cheap clothes. He Jianhai was so angry that his head hurt, his blood was boiling, and he almost fainted. That Lin Qin, right after you offended him, immediately bought out most of the shares of our run law firm. He is now the controlling shareholder of our law firm and our new boss. So what, it's just... Ji Yiming, who was about to complain, was immediately dumbfounded after he realized what was going on. Uncle, what did you say? This Lin Chin is now the boss of Run? He Jiahai was so angry that he kicked the chair next to him down with a clang sound, which scared Ji Yiming. It's more than that. Do you know how much money he spent? 500 million, and it was paid in one lump sum, he Jiahai said. Also, do you know where he lives? In the waterfront villa district. His villa is the most luxurious one in Donghai City, Yunshuijian. After hearing what he Jiahai said, Ji Yiming's legs softened and he collapsed on the sofa. How could this happen? He Jiahai sighed quietly. My boss Li Run and I have always felt that this young man Lin Chin is unfathomable. You are so bold that you dare not offend even us. Ji Yiming was in great pain. Uncle, I didn't know. If I knew he was such a big shot, I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10 guts. He was puzzled. How could such a rich man eat breakfast in such a roadside shop? Even he doesn't like that kind of place. Could it be that the rich always have a habit of pretending to be poor? Hearing this, he Jiahai stood up and said, Come on, follow me and apologize to them. This time, Ji Yiming didn't dare to talk back and just followed he Jiahai away. On this side, Lin Chin was preparing to drive Yazzie out for lunch. When the cars on the road saw this cool supercar, they all tried to avoid it. Just as they arrived at the busy pedestrian street, Lin Chin slowed down. Suddenly, an old lady who was on the phone appeared in front of me. She was trembling and didn't hide when she saw the car coming. Is it the purple-black one that drove over here? Are you sure that one is more expensive? Okay, I know. Lin Chin thought it was a blind person who was about to cross the road, so he stopped. Unexpectedly, after the old lady hung up the phone, she took 3 or 2 steps forward, sprained her ankle and fell directly in front of Lin Chin's car. Ouch! My old waist! What the hell, you're driving without looking at the road. I'm already old. If anything happens to me, what should I do? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Chin was stunned. Was he being scammed? As soon as I got off the car and was about to check the situation, a middle-aged man and woman rushed over. Oh my God! What's wrong with you? Are you okay? The bald man howled. The woman also started to cry out. Oh my God, my mother is so old, and she was hit by a car. What should I do? The bald man glared at Lin Chin. Tell me, how do we deal with this? The woman yelled. Pay compensation, you must pay compensation. The people around also pointed and said, This is obviously a fraud. Yeah, I just saw it. The guy's car didn't even hit the old lady. This family often scams people here. This young man is so unlucky. If he runs into them, he will probably get ripped off. He can't leave now. Well, Lin Chin shrugged. Listen, the eyes of the masses are sharp. The bald man rolled his eyes and said with a specious argument. I don't care, it was you who scared my mother, pay me back. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone rang and he picked it up and took a look. It's He Jianghai. Oh my God, I was just about to contact them. As soon as the call was connected, He Jianghai said respectfully, Boss, where are you now? Is it convenient for me to meet you? I have something to ask you. Lin Chen reported his location and asked him when he would arrive. He Jianghai said hurriedly, I happen to be nearby. It will take about 10 minutes to get there. Good. Lin Chen responded indifferently, hung up the phone and turned on the recording. At this time, the bald man sneered. It's no use for you to find someone. You can't refuse to pay this money anyway. If you don't pay this amount, don't even think about leaving. As he said this, he held up 5 fingers. The middle-aged woman next to him, and the old lady lying on the ground, unable to get up, also echoed him. 5 million? Okay, I'll give it to you. Lin Chen sighed in annoyance, and took out his cell phone. Jifu Bao Wei Xian, I will pass it on to you. The whole place was petrified. 5 million? What the hell is this? The bald man's jaw dropped in shock. He just wants 50,000. If he doesn't have 50,000, 5,000 would be fine. But why did the other party give 5 million? But of course the more money the better. The people around were simply dumbfounded. 5 million directly? Isn't that too much? Young man, you can't do this. It will only encourage evil trends. Yes, young man, don't be impulsive. Lynchen readily took out his mobile phone and transferred 5 million to the bald man. How many years in prison will be awarded for extortion of 5 million? Waiting online. Looking at the balance in Zafubo, 1, 2, 3. Together with his original savings, he now has more than 5 million in his account. The other party really transferred the money to me. The bald man was floating around as if he was dreaming. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Suddenly, someone who knew the business recognized Lynchen's car. Holy crap! This car is a Pagani Wind God, and it's one of the Dragon's sons. Awesome! What is Pagani Wind God, and what is Dragon's son? I won't say anything else. I'll just say this is the only car in the world. Do you know how expensive it is? At least 500 million. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Oh my God! I've never seen anything like this before. No wonder he offered 5 million without blinking an eye. After hearing these words, the three scammers started to panic. They never imagined that they would hit a car worth 500 million. But the money has already arrived, so the best strategy is to run away. Thinking of this, the bald man winked at the two of them, and the latter immediately understood. The old lady who had just been lying on the ground, dying, immediately climbed up, looking full of energy. Good job. The whole world owes you an Oscar. Just when a few people were preparing to slip away, He Jiahai arrived with Ji Yiming. Mr. Lin, I finally found you. He was just about to ask Ji Yiming to apologize to Lynchen when he suddenly saw a luxury car parked next to Lynchen. No, it should be a super luxury car. This is the Pagani Wind God Yazi. He Jiahai gasped in shock. Ji Yiming was also confused. He also hangs out in the circle of rich second generations, so how could he not know Yazi, one of the dragon's sons? I heard that this car cannot be bought without 500 million yuan. In addition to losing money, you also need great rights. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down Ji Yiming's face. He was very glad that his uncle brought him here to apologize. He is indeed my uncle. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. On this side, seeing He Jiahai in a daze, Lynchen waved at him. He Jiahai finally reacted and was about to speak, but Lynchen said first. Let's talk about your matter later. I was blackmailed for 5 million by someone. I need to deal with it. What? He Jiahai was shocked. The boss of their Donghai No. 1 law firm was blackmailed for 5 million yuan by a fraudster. How can this be tolerated? Chapter 63, Evil Will Be Rewarded. He glanced at the family of three next to him. Is it you? The bald man was a little panicked. What do you mean by blackmail? This is the compensation he gave us. What's wrong with compensation? He Jiahai didn't argue with him. He just took out his mobile phone and took photos of several people's faces. What are you doing? The bald man looked confused. He Jiahai directly showed his lawyer's license and said expressionlessly, I am He Jiahai, a lawyer from Runhe Law Firm. I want to sue you for extortion on behalf of my client, Mr. Lin Chen. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. What? The man the rich man found was actually a lawyer? At this moment, everyone realized that the 5 million given by the rich second generation was just a bait. The three people who committed fraud were so frightened that their faces turned pale, their lips trembled for a long time, and they couldn't utter a word. They never expected that they would hit a wall this time. The crowd around was immediately amused. Ha, I told you, how could a rich person be a fool? They gave 5 million just like that, but it turns out they have a trick up their sleeve. That's a great job. These people need to be treated. Send them in and let them learn a lesson. Awesome class. It's so cool to watch, haha. I guess they must be regretting this now, right? A curious person asked. Lawyer we want to know, how many years will you be sentenced for extorting 5 million? He Jiahai said directly. 5 million? This is already a very large amount of extortion, and the sentence is more than 10 years in prison. There was an uproar among the crowd. At this time, He Jiahai looked at the family and said, 5 million, you are asking for too much. It was not until this time that they realized the importance of the matter. They knelt down in front of Lin Chen and He Jiahai on the spot, crying bitterly. We were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We won't dare to do it again. You can't do this, the 5 million was given by you, it's none of our business. We will return all the money to you, please don't cause us any trouble. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. It's none of your business? As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and pulled out the recording. It's no use looking for someone. You can't deny this money anyway. If you don't pay this amount, don't even think about leaving. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the rich man had made such a preparation. But no one felt sorry for that family, and everyone said they deserved it. After all, what these people did was against the law of nature. If they were to be blackmailed, they would be truly miserable. Now that they have received their retribution, no one is not applauding. The three of them were so frightened that they were sweating profusely. They exchanged glances, got up and prepared to run away. But the onlookers reacted quickly and stopped them directly. At this moment, the bald man took out a fruit knife and waved it in the air. Get out of the way, get out of the way! Otherwise, don't blame me for having no eyes for the knife in my hand. Everyone was frightened and stepped back. Lin Chen's face turned cold instantly, and he walked forward slowly. Hey! Don't go over there, he has a knife! Don't go any closer! Be careful, he may become desperate! Little brother, don't go over there! The bald man was also forced into a corner, and stabbed Lin Chen directly with the fruit knife. A scene that shocked everyone happened. Lin Chen dodged his attack by moving sideways and snatched the knife away directly. At the same time, there was a crisp, crack sound. The bald man screamed, and Wu covered his hands and wailed. Several brave young men in the crowd stepped forward and subdued him. Soon, people from the Public Security Bureau arrived and the three people who committed fraud were taken away directly. The farce was over, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Lin Chen looked at He Jiahai and said, By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? He Jiahai smiled embarrassedly, then waved to Ji Yiming who was not far away, and Lin Chen then noticed his presence. Is it him? That weird blind date guy? Ji Yiming swallowed silently. He was scared when facing Lin Chen. He saw everything that happened just now. Lin Chen is indeed not an ordinary person and is very good at calculating. Is it you? Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Ji Yiming quickly bent down slightly. Brother Lin, it's me! What are you doing here? Still calling him Brother Lin? He's almost 30, is it appropriate to call him a young man in his teens or 20s? I'm here to apologize to you for my rudeness this morning, Ji Yiming said quickly. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Apologize to me? What are you apologizing to me for? Didn't I hit you this morning? Ji Yiming laughed twice. What's the big deal? Brother Lin's fight is great. It hit me right in the heart. Lin Chen. Is this guy a masochist? The thought of this gave him goosebumps. Seeing Lin Chen's indescribable expression, He Jiahai quickly slapped Ji Yiming on the back of his head. Can you speak? Ji Yiming looked at his uncle with resentment. Why does he feel like everything he says is wrong? He has it so hard. He Jiahai said. Boss, it's like this. This kid has been frightened since he offended you this morning. I want to apologize to you. Oh, I see. As he said that, Lin Chen glanced at Ji Yiming, who quickly lowered his head. Lin Chen continued. Why are you apologizing to me? You should go apologize to your blind date. Yes, Brother Lin is right. Ji Yiming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Well, if everything is okay, I'll leave first. Well. Then, Lin Chen got into the car and left. The cool Yazzie was running in the traffic like an agile cheetah, and the cars next to it avoided it one after another. A BMW on the opposite side suddenly braked. The BMW driver's face was pale and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. That was a close call. Yi Zhonghua, a middle-aged man who was taking a nap with his eyes closed in the back seat, was hit directly against the back of the front seat due to the inertia of sudden braking. He rubbed his aching nose and angrily asked, Old Wu, how do you drive? Just as he finished speaking, A Pagani wind god whizzed past outside. Yi Zhonghua quickly turned around and looked behind him, feeling a little confused. No wonder. He looked at the driver, Old Wu, who was in the driving seat. Old Wu, you braked well. Chapter 60 for investment. That's a Pagani, it would be a big deal if it got damaged. Old Wu was also a little scared. Yeah, I didn't expect that there would be people driving such luxury cars in Donghai City. Yi Zhonghua sighed and said, It's nothing special. There were rumors before that a Chiwan was seen in Donghai City, and now another Yazzie has arrived. The driver casually said, Could the owner of these two luxury cars be the same person? Hearing this sentence from dead silence, Yi Zhonghua was stunned. After a few seconds, he hurriedly said, Quick! Old Wu, turn around and catch up with that car! Although he was confused, Old Wu immediately did what Yi Zhonghua said. After turning around, he asked in confusion, Boss, why is this happening? Yi Zhonghua said solemnly, What you just said enlightened me. The owner of these two cars is likely to be the same person. Even if not, this one car alone would cost at least 50 million. The owner must be rich. I'm going to go up and try to see if I can convince him to invest in our company. If he can, our company will be saved. On this side, Lin Chen went directly to the Ritz-Carlton and planned to have afternoon tea. Afternoon tea at Leah-Colton is all about the view. I have heard this sentence before, and now Lin Chen deeply understands it. Having afternoon tea in the cafe on the 32nd floor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is simply the ultimate enjoyment. The hotel decoration is also very luxurious. From where Lin Chen is sitting, he can have a bird's-eye view of the entire East China Bund. The Bund is really beautiful when the sun is about to set. The sky is covered with clouds, and the rays of light penetrate the clouds and fall layer by layer, which is a beautiful sight. But there are also times when it spoils the fun. At a table nearby, some so-called socialites were filming a video, and there was a queue next to them. A bit noisy. Several celebrities looked at Lin Chen and started whispering to each other. Hey! Look at that handsome boy. He's really good looking. I wonder if he's a rich second generation. Rich second generation? Come on, look at what he's wearing. It must have cost him a few dozen bucks on Taobao with free shipping, right? I guess he's here to group order too, but the group order isn't here yet, right? In this way, Lin Chen survived. The afternoon tea we ordered has arrived. Afternoon tea is divided into 3 layers, and Lin Chen started eating directly from the finger-sized sandwiches on the first layer. Not far away, the socialite who said Lin Chen was also a group spender was stunned. Why didn't he take a photo of such an expensive afternoon tea and just ate it? Just then, a middle-aged man came up. He was wearing a suit and looked like a successful man. The celebrity's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he is a little old, he is still a good old man. He has a minimum living allowance. After the middle-aged man looked around, his eyes suddenly locked on Lin Chen. That's right, this middle-aged man is Yi Zhonghua. When he saw Lin Chen, he was still slightly surprised. Even though I already knew that the other person was young and was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw him with my own eyes. He looks like he's still in college, right? At such a young age, he can drive a luxury car like Yazzie. His family background must be extraordinary. The super luxury car was parked downstairs at the Leicester-Colton Hotel, and he had asked the staff downstairs before coming up, and they said that only a young man in his 20s had come and went to the cafe on the 32nd floor. That's why he came here directly. He was the only young man in his 20s present. Just when several celebrities went up and were about to strike up a conversation with Yi Zhonghua walked directly in front of Lin Chen, bowed slightly and asked, Sir, can we chat for a few minutes? Lin Chen, who was eating the second layer of scone, looked up in confusion and gave him a surprised look. It took Lin Chen a few seconds to react. Seeing that the other party's attitude was not bad, he pointed to the seat opposite him and said, Sit down. Thanks. Yi Zhonghua sat down directly and asked again, Is the Yazzie car parked downstairs yours? Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? The socialite who was listening not far away was suddenly confused. What is Jiaozi? One? Is it a car? However, Yi Zhonghua quickly resolved their doubts. This Yazzie is a one-of-a-kind car in the world. You can't buy it without spending more than 500 million. Your ability is truly admirable. The celebrities were all shocked. $500 million? This young man's car is worth at least $500 million? The eyes of the celebrities became heart-shaped. The old man suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. The young ones are still better. But Lin Chen frowned. Sir, you seem to have something else to say. Just say it directly. This is exactly what Yi Zhonghua was waiting for. I am the chairman of Lecking Beverage. My name is Yi Zhonghua. Afterwards, he told Lin Chen about the investment and the company's future development plans, hoping to win Lin Chen's investment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Invest 200 million yuan in the conscientious company Lecking and be rewarded with 1 billion yuan. Just when Lin Chen was hesitating, the system spoke. Invest 200 million and get a reward of 1 billion. Even if the 200 million goes down the drain, you've still made 800 million. Besides, based on what Yi Zhonghua just said, Lecking does have great potential. He won't lose anything with the 200 million he invested. Seeing that Lin Chen had been silent for a long time, Yi Zhonghua said, Mr. Lin, you don't have to give me an answer so quickly. Before he could finish, Lin Chen said directly, I've thought about it. I'll vote. What? Yi Zhonghua was dumbfounded. Was it so fast? Lin Chen continued, I really appreciate what Mr. Yi said just now, and I am also optimistic about the development potential of your company. In this case, I think it is a business that is sure to make money, so why not do it? Mr. Lin is so courageous. Yi Zhonghua was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Chen was so young, even looked younger than his daughter, but he had such a long-term vision that even he couldn't help but admire him. Then, how much does Mr. Lin plan to invest? Yi Zhonghua asked tentatively. Their company needs 30 million, and with just 20 million, they will have a chance to turn things around. Lin Chen slowly stretched out 2 fingers. 200 million. Hiss. Yi Zhonghua took a breath of cold air. A socialite who was eavesdropping not far away had her hand shaken, and her phone dropped directly into the cakes they ordered, attracting angry glares from everyone. If the rich young man hadn't been there, they would probably have ganged up on him. Yi Zhonghua was so shocked that he stood up and spoke incoherently with excitement. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Lin Chen nodded. It's more real than real gold. Before Yi Zhonghua could speak, Lin Chen asked again. Are you free now? If you are free, you can contact the secretary to prepare the contract. After signing, I will transfer the money immediately. Yi Zhonghua was stunned. So fast? After realizing what was happening, he quickly said, I'm free, I'll contact the secretary right away. As he said that, he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Lin Chen. Maybe I'll have to trouble Mr. Lin to go to our company. Lin Chen waved his hand. It's okay, I just finished eating, let's go. The two of them walked out of the cafe directly. It was not until the 2 figures disappeared that the socialites reacted and rushed out in their high heels. I just happened to see 2 people in the elevator, and the elevator was about to close. Brother, wait a minute! Looking at the socialites pouring in, Lin Chen was startled and quickly closed the elevator door to keep them out. Yi Zhonghua looked at Lin Chen with some doubts. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and said, There are too many of them. There is no room in the elevator. Let them wait for the next one. So, the socialites banged on the elevator door and found that the elevator was already moving down, so they quickly pressed the button for the next elevator, which attracted a lot of attention. If they weren't on the 32nd floor, they would have rushed down the stairs directly. Chapter 65 How Can We Live as Ordinary Students Like You? After getting downstairs, Lin Chen drove away in his car. Yi Zhonghua sat in the passenger seat of Lin Chen's car, gave him directions, and made a phone call to ask the driver, Lao Wu, to drive his BMW back. He sat upright and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would be able to ride in a car like this one day. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to see this car. Lin Chen was driving seriously and smiled faintly. Mr. Yi is joking. If he had heard such words in the past, he would probably be embarrassed, but now, he has become accustomed to it. Then Yi Zhonghua said, Pagani designed a total of 3 Dragon Suns for China. Now that Yi is here, I wonder who took the other two, Xia and Chiwen. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. I wonder what his expression would be if he found out that he had two dragon sons in his hands. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder, could he collect 3 dragon sons? This thought just flashed through his mind. Lin Chen was not the kind of person who was unsatisfied. It was already good enough to get 2 machines. The rest would be up to fate. Soon, the two arrived downstairs of Leck & Company. Since the secretary had already prepared everything, Lin Chen went up and signed the contract directly and transferred the 200 million yuan. Almost at the same time, the system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving 1 billion cash. Note, 1 billion in cash will be transferred to the host's account in the form of stock profits, so the host does not need to worry about the unknown source of funds. Lin Chen picked up his phone and checked the balance in his bank account. 1, 10, 100,000. There were so many zeros that Lin Chen was dazzled and simply stopped looking at it. Yi Zhonghua, holding the contract with his seal and fingerprint, felt like he had just woken up from a dream and couldn't believe it was true. He held Lin Chen's right hand with both hands, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Lin, you saved our entire company. The company was suppressed and isolated. If you hadn't helped, we might have collapsed. Lin Chen also roughly knew the truth. The beverage industry in Donghai City was dominated by several companies headed by Huaning, and the emergence of Lecking undoubtedly took a piece of the pie. Lecking mainly promotes healthy, conscientious and cost-effective beverages, and its unique taste has won it the love of the public. Therefore, several major companies led by Huaning naturally would not allow Luqing to shake their position, so they joined forces to suppress it, which led to an economic crisis for Luqing. Lin Chen smiled, looked at Yi Zhonghua in front of him, and patted the back of his hand. Lecking has great development potential. I am optimistic about you. At this time, Yi Zhonghua also realized that he was a little rude, and quickly let go of Lin Chen's hand, wiping his tears with a handkerchief. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Lin. Fine. Then Yi Zhonghua said, I wonder if Mr. Lin is free later. I want to treat you to a meal. Lin Chen looked at the time, thought about it, and decided to refuse. Some other day. Seeing that Lin Chen said so, Yi Zhonghua had no choice but to give up. After leaving Luqing, Lin Chen went straight back to the villa. As soon as he took out his mobile phone, he found that he had dozens of friend requests. These were all his former high school and junior high school classmates. They probably came to him one by one to test his abilities after learning that he had become successful. Lin Chen simply ignored them all. What surprised Lin Chen slightly was that Shen Mingqi also sent a message. I haven't seen you recently. I miss you so much. How have you been lately? By the way, Vice Principal Su would like to have a dinner with you. Please reply to my message when you see it, so that I can reply to Vice Principal Su. Vice Principal Su? Lin Chen had no impression of this person at all. Why does he want to invite him to dinner? Thinking about it, he sent a message to Shen Mingqi. Why would Vice Principal Su find me, an ordinary student? Can you tell me something? When Shen Mingqi saw Lin Chen's news, the corners of her eyes twitched slightly, and she quickly typed out a few lines. Ordinary student? You registered for school and drove a helicopter. Less than a month after school started, you bought 3 supercars, 2 of which were unique. You even bought a Hongda shopping mall. You still call yourself an ordinary student? Are we, the real ordinary students, allowed to live? As for what I'm looking for you for, I don't know. But I guess it's because of the Hongda shopping mall. Hongda shopping mall? Lin Chen became even more confused. Senior sister, please finish your words. Your appetite is making me uncomfortable. Shen Mingqi on the other end of the phone saw Lin Chen's words and suddenly became playful. Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want me to give you some relief? Seeing Shen Mingqi driving, Lin Chen just pretended not to understand and made a black question mark face expression. Fine. As long as I pretend not to understand when others are driving, the other person will be the one embarrassed. Seeing this, Shen Mingqi also knew that enough was enough and got down to business. Vice President Su is the instructor of the School of Management. I heard that recently the school is planning to arrange internship positions for students who are about to graduate, and they want to cooperate with your Hongda Mall. After she finished speaking, she added, For reference only. Okay, I get it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen asked again. I have a question. Why did Vice President Su of the School of Management come to talk to you? Shin Mingqi was silent for a while, and then sent a message. Because he is my cousin, he asked me for help to ask what you mean. Just skip the meal. I'll go directly to his office to discuss this matter tomorrow. Lin Chen suddenly felt that it was a pity that Shin Mingqi did not become a secretary. She was very good at figuring out the thoughts of those in power. However, if someone with her looks and figure works as a secretary, she will probably inevitably fall into unspoken rules. Afterwards, Lin Chen put down his cell phone and prepared to wash up and rest. At the same time, the Yi family. Yi Qingxue was sitting on the sofa, with her mother sitting opposite her. You damn girl, I finally found you a good guy in every aspect, but you messed it up. What do you want? Yi Ming is such a good boy, why can't you look down on him? Besides, didn't you say you were satisfied with this blind date before? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yi Qingxue was annoyed. Mom! How many times have I told you that Ji Yiming is just a bastard? I said I was satisfied because I mistook another sunny-eyed boy for him. I like that sunny boy, not Ji Yiming. She felt annoyed when she thought of little brother Yang Wang. Why didn't I get the other person's contact information? Yi Qingxue was regretting so much that her intestines turned green. It is said that when a man pursues a woman, a mountain is between them. When a woman pursues a man, a layer of gauze is between them. Why didn't she take more initiative in the morning? If they had been more proactive, would they have already started a story? Then, Ye's mother sighed heavily and said, You know that your father's company has problems. They originally planned to help you if you and Ji Yiming could get married smoothly. As she spoke, Ye's mother began to wipe away her tears. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue became impatient. Mom, you are so naive. I don't mean to help us at all, okay? Besides, are you really willing to push your precious daughter into Ji Yiming's fire pit? Ye's mother knew she was in the wrong and cried even harder. Yi Qingxue also sighed and was about to go up to comfort her when the doorbell rang. I'll open the door. When Yi Qingxue saw the person coming through the cat's eye, she was startled. Ji Yiming? What are you doing here? Chapter 66. Dragged the whole family to apologize. Behind him stood his parents. What is this bastard trying to do by bringing his family here? Are they here to call for punishment? Ye's mother also came over to take a look and suddenly became a little scared. Here, Ji Yiming was about to speak when his mother glared at him fiercely, so he had to shut up. Then, Ji's mother showed a kind smile. Xiaoxue, it's like this, we didn't teach our son well, and we said something unpleasant and offended you. I'm so sorry. We have already taught him a lesson, and he now knows he is wrong. How about you open the door and let him in to make amends and apologize to you? Both people in the room were stunned. After thinking about it, Yi Qingxue opened the door. They dare not do anything. The group sat down in the living room and placed the bags of gifts they brought on the coffee table. They all looked a little awkward. Father Ji said, I'm sorry, Qingxue, we are here to apologize to you this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yiming quickly said, Yes, Qingxue, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you like this, it's my fault, can you forgive me? Hearing this, Yi Qingxue frowned. I accept your apology, but you don't need to forgive me. It's impossible for the two of us to be together. Before she could finish, Ji Yiming said quickly, I know that you like Mr. Lin, and I will not dare to have any delusions about you anymore. Yi Qingxue was confused. Is it so straightforward? Also, is Mr. Lin Lin Chin? Hearing the conversation between the two, Ye's mother suddenly became anxious. She still wanted to bring the two together, so she quickly said, Don't be like this. Our Qingxue has nothing to do with that Mr. Lin. I think you two are still a good match. Upon hearing this, Ji Yiming panicked. Let him compete with Mr. Lin for the woman? Please spare him. No, Aunt Yi, Qingxue and I are really not suitable. I will bless her and Mr. Lin. Ye's mother was completely stunned. Even Yi Qingxue herself was confused. However, what Ji Yiming said was pleasing to the ear. After paying homage and apologizing, Yi Qingxue no longer blamed them. They all stood up, said goodbye, and left. In the room, Only Ye's mother and Yi Qingxue were left staring at each other. What exactly happened, or did the Ji family take the wrong medicine? Just when the two were confused, Ye's mother's cell phone rang. It's your father. Having said that, she directly pressed the answer button. Old Ji, why haven't you come back yet? Yi Zhonghua on the other end of the phone couldn't hide his joy. What a great thing! Our family has met a noble person. Noble lady? Ye's mother was puzzled. What noble person? Yi Zhonghua continued. I found an investor, and he invested 200 million yuan in us. A full 200 million yuan. What? Mother Yu was so shocked that she stood up from the sofa, her face full of shock. Yi Qingxue, who was standing next to her, was shocked. Okay. After saying okay several times, she hung up the phone. Mom, what happened? Yi Qingxue asked puzzledly. Your father found an investor and invested 200 million yuan in one go. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue was also delighted. Dad has been so worried about this matter recently that he even has a lot more white hair. She feels really bad for him. Now it's finally solved. Then Ye's mother said, I heard that you are very young, only in your 20s. That's amazing. Yi Qingxue didn't think much about it and nodded. Well, it's quite impressive. At the age of 20-something, he can invest 200 million at a time. He is not an ordinary rich second generation. Hearing this, Ye's mother's face lit up. Do you think so too? Yi Qingxue nodded in confusion. Why did my mother react so strongly? Did she say something wrong? Seeing this, Ye's mother quickly grabbed Yi Qingxue's hands and said, Qingxue, you must work hard to grab this rich son-in-law. Young men like this must be very popular. If you don't work hard, you will have no chance. Mom! Yi Qingxue was so angry that she shook off her mother's hand. My goodness, she said why she felt something was wrong just now. She didn't expect her mother would come up with this idea. I like the guy I met at the breakfast shop. Why do you always want to push me to someone else? Am I still your biological daughter? Listening to Yi Qingxue's questioning, Ye's mother also became angry. Why are you so casual? You only met her once, how do you know what kind of person she is? I don't care, I must find him. Yi Qingxue looked stubborn. Ye's mother was furious and said, Hey! You're getting cocky. Let me tell you, your father's partner is definitely a rich man. You must listen to me this time. Otherwise, I'll just pretend you're not my daughter. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue was stunned for a few seconds and then ran out crying. At this time, Ye's mother realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly chased after her, only to find that her daughter was missing. The next day, Lin Chen got up late, washed up, and drove directly to school. As soon as I arrived at school, I received a message from He Jiahai saying that the 3 people who committed fraud had been punished. The bald man was sentenced to 12 years in prison and fined 100,000 yuan. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt no emotion. He is not a saint, and if the other party tries to scam him, he will be punished accordingly. It was him who committed the fraud this time, and he has the ability to resolve the matter and punish them, but if it was someone else, they would most likely succeed. After all, there is no place to seek justice for this matter. But fortunately, evil will be punished. After expressing his feelings, Lin Chen put away his phone and went to the teaching building of the School of Arts. At the top of the stairs, several girls were looking around, looking for a certain figure. I haven't seen Lin Chen recently, I feel so disappointed. Yeah, I can't eat well, and I can't sleep well either. You can pull it up, look at how fat your waist has become. Brother Lin Chen likes this type. Just look at Shen Mingqi. Are you jealous of me? You are thinking too much. Shen Mingqi is called fat, plump, and super. You are really fat. As soon as Lin Chen reached the second floor, the eyes of several girls suddenly lit up and they rushed over. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Wait a minute! Lin Chen was startled and looked at them doubtfully. Is something wrong? Several girls squeezed in front of Lin Chen and handed over the carefully prepared breakfast. Lin Chen, you didn't have breakfast, did you? We prepared a loving breakfast for you. Can we add a contact? Yeah, we really like you, can we be friends? I'm a very good person. I don't fight or compete. Chapter 67. I would rather offend anyone than Lin Chen. Lin Chen was shocked. After the basketball game, he became a celebrity in the entire school and gained a large number of little fans. But I have so many fans and so many troubles. I don't know how many times I have been confessed to. Looking at the several portions of breakfast that were almost hitting his face, Lin Chen was speechless. Although he did not have breakfast, he couldn't eat so much. Besides, in this situation, it's not appropriate to take anyone's. Sorry, I'm in a hurry and will be late. After saying this, Lin Chen walked past them and left. But a few girls refused to give up and chased after him again. Lin Chen, you are lying. You still have more than 10 minutes until class starts. Don't leave. We really like you. Yes, I miss you so much every day that I can't sleep. Can you give me your contact information? The girls' voices were so shrill that they hurt Lin Chen's eardrums. Song Qingwan, who was preparing to go to class, just went upstairs and saw this scene. And Lin Chen looked as if he was annoyed. Song Qingwan lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and made a silent decision in her heart. She fixed her hair and walked forward. Lin Chen! The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on Song Qingwan. Senior sister Song? Lin Chen said secretly. The girls around were very embarrassed. Song Qingwan was the campus belle of Donghai University. She was top-notch in both figure and appearance, and was many times better than them. They had heard rumors before that Song Qingwan and Lin Chen were together, but they didn't believe it. Now they happened to be bumped into by Song Qingwan, so they were naturally extremely embarrassed. Song Qingwan just glanced at them calmly, walked directly to Lin Chen's side, put her arm around his, and said in a coquettish tone, Did you get up late again today? Lin Chen's body stiffened. This posture caused a very feminine part of Song Qingwan's body to stick directly to Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen was very surprised. What happened to Song Qingwan today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Song Qingwan seemed to have noticed this embarrassing situation. She moved back unnoticeably, her face blushing. Lin Chen coughed twice. Ahem, I got up late. Seeing how close the two were, several girls' hearts were broken. Lin Chen pulled his hand out, put his arm around Song Qingwan's shoulders, and took her away. What he didn't realize was that the moment his hand rested on Song Qingwan's shoulder, Song Qingwan's body stiffened straight, even her breathing became rapid, and her head felt dizzy. When they reached a place with fewer people, Song Qingwan suddenly stopped and gently took Lin Chen's hand off her shoulder. Lin Chen then looked at Song Qingwan, only to find that her face was flushed. Song Qingwan explained, Well, just now, I was just trying to help you out. I know, so thank you. Oh. Song Qingwan looked up at Lin Chen, then quickly lowered her head. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air, and the extremely awkward atmosphere. Well, I'll be busy now. I have things to do in the club. Good. Looking at Song Qingwan's fleeing figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Senior sister Song is still as cute as ever. Thinking of this, he walked straight to the classroom. Not far away, Su Mo, who was coming back from fetching water, was silent for a few seconds, holding the cup in her hand, thinking about the scene she had just seen. Finally, she made up her mind and her eyes became firm. Su Mo followed Lin Chen into the classroom and found that there was only one empty seat next to him. She walked over and was about to sit down when a male classmate behind her hurriedly said, Su Mo, this seat is taken. Su Mo frowned. Lin Chen also looked at her, and was about to say something to help her when an unexpected scene happened. Roll! Su Mo shouted at the empty seat, then looked at the student who had just spoken. Okay, there's no one here now. After she finished speaking, she sat down with a swagger. Lin Chen? The boy? What is this operation? After realizing what was happening, Lin Chen burst out laughing. Ha, you're really talented, Su Mo. Next time I see someone occupying a seat, I'll do the same as you. Su Mo smiled, her face slightly hot. Lin Chen looked at Su Mo with some admiration. He didn't expect that she had such a dark and cute side. In college, people often reserve seats like this. Each dormitory even sends a representative. Books, pens, tissues, water cups, etc., anything can be used to reserve seats. In short, there is nothing they can't do, as long as you can't think of it. You are so sinister. Lynchen couldn't help but say. Sue-mo raised her head and looked at him. What does black-bellied mean? Lynchen couldn't help laughing. It means cute and adorable. Sue-mo tilted her little head, her big eyes full of confusion. Is this really the case? So cute. Lynchen couldn't help himself, and reached out his hand to rub her head twice. Did you grow up eating cuteness? Sue-mo was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. So do you like to eat cute things? Sue-mo asked. I like it, Lynchen said. He really didn't expect that Sue-mo, who was always introverted, would ask such a question. That's good. Sue-mo smiled at him, revealing two pointed little fangs. Lynchen was in a trance for a moment. When he came to his senses, Sue-mo had already turned around and was writing something in her notebook. Later, a boy came back from the toilet and saw that his seat had been taken by someone else. He was about to ask Sue-mo to get up. The boy next to him shook his head at him and pointed at Lynchen. He immediately understood and hurried to another place, feeling a little scared. There is a saying circulating in the Faculty of Arts: it is better to offend anyone than to offend Lynchen. Chapter 68. Drunk again. A long class passed. Lynchen stretched. Sure enough, one class in college is longer than 6. When he was about to pack his things and leave, Shinmingchi's voice came from the door. Lynchen! Hearing this, Lynchen subconsciously raised his head and happened to see Shinmingchi waving to him. Yesterday, he said he was going to see Vice Principal Su today, and now Shinmingchi is here to take him there. Senior, wait a moment. Sue-mo also raised her head and glanced at her, then lowered her head silently. Lynchen directly stacked several books together, and Sue stood up directly and made way for an aisle. See you tomorrow! He held the book in one hand and caressed the top of Sumo's head with the other hand before leaving. Sue-mo was stunned for a moment, and stretched out her hand to the top of her head. There seemed to be a warm touch still on it. She smiled sweetly. Vice President Su's office. Several students were busying around, while Vice Principal Su was standing beside them, giving instructions and reminders. Have you wiped the windows, tables, etc.? Have you replaced the potted plants with new ones? Have my 2 boxes of fine tea leaves been prepared? By the way, have the top 3 winners of our School of Management tea art competition arrived? A few students nearby were discussing in a low voice. It's such a grand occasion. Is there any distinguished guest coming to visit? I don't know. Even if the principal came, Vice Principal Su wouldn't be so concerned. It seems like a freshman is coming. His name is Lynchen. Lynchen? Are you talking about the basketball star Lynchen who drove 3 supercars here in less than a month? Okay, I understand. No wonder the vice principal is so concerned. When Lynchen arrived at the School of Management, he was shocked. There were 2 rows of seniors standing next to him, and Vice President Su stood in the middle to greet him. Oh Lynchen, you're finally here! Seeing Lynchen, Vice Principal Su, like a familiar figure, stepped forward and put his arm around Lynchen's shoulders, and walked to the office. Lynchen's mouth twitched twice. Vice Principal Su is so polite! After Shinmingchi brought Lynchen there, she said she had something to do and left. After arriving at the office, the 2 sat down on the sofa. 2 senior sisters who had studied tea art were making tea. Soon, 2 cups of Longjing tea with a delicate fragrance were brought to them. Vice Principal Su smiled and said, Lynchen, I originally wanted to treat you to dinner, but now I can only treat you to 2 cups of tea. This tea is quite fragrant, Lynchen said. Then, he got straight to the point. Vice President Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Vice Principal Su slapped his thigh and said, Oh no! Look at me, I almost forgot about the important matter. Lynchen smiled and said, It's okay, just tell me. Vice President Su said, It's like this, I heard that Hongda Shopping Mall has been bought by you, and our School of Management plans to arrange for junior students to go there for internships. So, our School of Management would like to cooperate with your Hongda Shopping Mall. Do you think it's okay? You provide internships for our students. As for interviews and assessments, that's up to you. Just give them a chance to hone themselves. When they graduate, A considerable number of them will continue to stay at Hongda, and the quality of students in our School of Management is also very good. Do you want to consider it? Just then, the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Agree to Vice Principal Sue's request and be rewarded with Thompson 1 Building Number 1. Thompson 1 Building Number 1? That is, the entire building? Having received so many system rewards, Lin Chen has become accustomed to it and is no longer alarmed. At this time, Vice Principal Sue urged twice before Lin Chen responded. Take a look at our proposal. Is it okay? Asked Vice President Sue. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. Let me go back and say hello to Tan Guang, the general manager of Hongda Shopping Mall. Vice President Sue can discuss the remaining details with him directly. Hearing this, Vice President Sue was immediately delighted. Okay, on behalf of our entire School of Management, thank you. As he spoke, he toasted Lin Chen with tea instead of wine. At this time, the system prompt also arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining Thompson 1 Building Number 1. Note: the property certificate is in the drawer of the master bedroom, please check it carefully. Afterwards, Lin Chen stayed there for a while and left directly. On the way back, I happened to meet Song Qingwan. Senior Song? What a coincidence, I see you again. Song Qingwan smiled and said, Yes, it's quite a coincidence. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and made an appointment to have dinner together. In a high-end box in Zilin Mansion. Lin Chen sighed. This is the first day I registered, and this is where I came to eat with my senior sister. Yeah. Song Qingwan smiled and said, I remember that day, I was drunk. Recalling the scene of that day, Lin Chen teased. You also remember that you drank too much? Will senior sister drink too much tonight? Tonight? Song Qingwan was stunned for a moment, then asked, What about you, do you want me to drink too much? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Song Qingwan. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will do something to you? Song Qingwan's hand, which was pouring tea, trembled slightly and some tea spilled out. I believe you, Song Qingwan said without raising her head. Lin Chen laughed. Am I being given the nice guy card? Even I don't believe in myself. I didn't expect that senior sister believes in me so much. Song Qingwan pursed her lips and said nothing. She didn't know why she believed in Lin Chen so much. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan's face turned slightly red. Lin Chen glanced at her secretly. It seems that the senior has lost her mind. Just then, dishes began to come up one after another, just easing the awkward atmosphere. Song Qingwan was obviously in a bad mood tonight, and drank 2 glasses, so Lin Chen didn't stop her. However, afterwards, Lin Chen deeply experienced what it meant to be knocked over with 1 glass of wine. 2 cups of peach wine can make you pass out. I've never seen this before. It was impossible to send her back to the dormitory given her condition. After thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to take her directly back to his home. However, when he was hugging the drunk Song Qingwan and just walked out of Zilin Mansion, a girl not far away was suddenly startled. Isn't this Lin Chen? And Song Qingwan? Lin Chen and Song Qingwan are both celebrities at Tanhai University. And this girl is a crazy fan of Lin Chen. Seeing Song Qingwan leaning in the arms of her male god, she suddenly became furious. She immediately came up with an idea and took out her cell phone to take a few photos. Lin Chen held the staggering Song Qingwan in one hand and took out the key to open the door with the other hand. As soon as she opened the door, she twisted her ankle and leaned directly on Lin Chen. Why? Song Qingwan murmured incoherently. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Why? Why, you are so outstanding, I am not worthy of you. Song Qingwan's words made Lin Chen slightly stunned. I will work hard. After saying this, Song Qingwan began to breathe evenly. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing and shook his head. What a fool! Lin Chen picked her up by the waist and carried her to the guest room. Looking at Song Qingwan sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Chen cursed her inwardly. Little witch! After covering her with the quilt, he went back to the master bedroom and took a bath for an hour. The next day, early morning, Lin Chen slept until 10 o'clock. When he got up, washed up and went downstairs, he found Song Qingwan wearing his t-shirt and standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Chen was about 1.8 meters tall, and Song Qingwan's clothes just covered some parts of her body, leaving only her two long and straight thighs exposed. Hearing the noise behind her, Song Qingwan turned around and said, "I got up early, so I found some ingredients in the refrigerator and made some breakfast and put it on the table. This breakfast is so white." Song Qingwan finally reacted when she realized that Lin Chen had been staring at her. She took a look at her clothes and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I reeked of alcohol, so I took a shower and washed my clothes, but they weren't dry yet, and I changed into your clothes." "You won't blame me for acting on my own, right?" Song Qingwan said. "Of course not. It's its honor to be worn by my senior sister," Lin Chen said as he walked down the stairs. "I was in a bad mood last night," Song Qingwan explained. Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, I know, so I didn't stop you." Song Qingwan glanced at Lin Chen gently without saying anything. Lin Chen looked at the dining table and saw 2 egg and ham sandwiches on it. One was larger and the other was obviously much smaller. "2 servings? Haven't you eaten yet?" Lin Chen asked. Song Qingwan replied, "I'm waiting for you to come down and eat together." As she spoke, she put the 2 sandwiches in the microwave to reheat them. "It's a little cold. You need to heat it up. Eating cold food in the morning can easily cause diarrhea." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I didn't expect that senior sister is such a good wife and mother." Song Qingwan turned her back to Lin Chen and smiled. "There are so many things you didn't expect." After breakfast, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and watched a movie, while Song Qingwan changed back into her clothes and browsed her phone next to Lin Chen. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, her face turned pale in an instant, and she stared at her phone. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. But Song Qingwan didn't react at all. Lin Chen took the phone directly from her hand. "This is a post posted anonymously on the campus website. Shocking! The pure school beauty Song Qingwan's image has collapsed. She is actually a gold digger?" Chapter 69, People's Rumors Are Fearful. This is a post attacking Song Qingwan. It simply means that Song Qingwan said on the surface that she would not fall in love during the 4 years of college, but the next moment she pretended to be drunk and seduced the popular male god Lin Chen. She must have been attracted by Lin Chen's money. He says one thing and means another. There are several pictures interspersed in the middle of the text. School beauty? I think that's a joke, right? She's simply a complete green tea. It's a pity that she's not allowed to learn tea art. Yeah, she keeps saying she doesn't want to date, but she's deliberately trying to seduce our man. She must be attracted to him. I hope the male god Lin Chen can open his eyes and not be deceived by such a green tea bitch. I was wondering why Song Qingwan was so hard to pursue. I thought she was just aloof, but now it seems that our wallets don't meet her expectations. So good at pretending to be drunk, disgusting. There are all kinds of disgusting comments below, all of which are diss Song Qingwan, and most of them are from girls. Some people who had been pursuing Song Qingwan for a long time but failed to win her heart also joined the ranks of verbal criticism. They attributed the reason why they couldn't pursue Song Qingwan to lack of money. Judging from the surrounding environment, the photo was probably taken when Lin Chen was hugging Song Qingwan and leaving Zilin Mansion. Song Qingwan was completely panicked. As the school belle, she has always been the center of attention. How could she have ever encountered such a thing? Lin Chen's expression also became slightly solemn. After all, this was all caused by him. Don't worry, I'm here. I will help you solve this problem, Lin Chen said. Song Qingwan's nose felt sore and she began to sob. I'm not that kind of person. I know, don't worry. The top priority now is to resolve this matter. Lin Chen immediately took out his cell phone and called He Jianhai. I'm in trouble here and I need your help. Hearing this, He Jianhai immediately became serious. Boss, you say? Then, Lin Chen told the whole story from beginning to end. He Jianhai analyzed it and said, according to what you said, all the conditions for infringement of reputation rights have been met. We will start preparing immediately. The incident continues to ferment. Lin Chen also contacted the school as soon as possible and explained the truth. Since Lin Chen's Hongdao shopping mall had a cooperative relationship with the school, and this incident also affected the school's reputation. The school immediately stepped in and deleted the post. Besides, the post is only circulating on the campus network. If it is not dealt with quickly and spreads outside, the consequences will be disastrous. Tanhai University, in a girls' dormitory. Yangli was a little anxious when she saw her post was deleted. What was going on? Why was her post deleted? That's right, she is the girl who took the photo and posted it. Public opinion is developing in a direction that is unfavorable to Song Qingyuan. How can she be willing to accept having her post deleted at this time? She immediately logged into her other small accounts and kept posting. She wants Song Qingyuan to pay the price. Due to the deletion of the post, the comments section became more heated. Delete the post? Are the school going to protect such a poor student? Yes. On the surface, she looks like a pure and innocent girl, but I didn't expect that she is actually such a person. It's a waste that I liked her before. Yangli, who was reading the comments on her bed in the dormitory, smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dormitory door and a roommate went to open it. The first thing I saw was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, and behind him were several officers from the Public Security Bureau. What are you doing in the girls' dormitory at this time? A roommate asked in surprise. I saw a man in the girls' dormitory, and I still haven't reacted until now. There are also several police officers behind him. Did someone in their dormitory commit a crime? He Jiahai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said expressionlessly, Let's find Yangli and ask her to come out. Ah? Looking for Yangli? Fortunately, it's none of their business. Yangli, someone is looking for me. Thinking of this, she shouted towards the dormitory. Yangli, who was reading the comments, didn't even raise her head. Let them in. The roommate walked under the bed, looked at Yangli lying leisurely on the upper bunk, and said with some fear, It's the security officer who came. You should get out by yourself. Swish. Her phone dropped to the ground, and she suddenly sat up in bed. Security uncle? Why are you looking for her? Thinking about what she had done today, she felt scared for the first time. Could it be because of Song Qingyuan's matter? It's impossible. She had done worse things than this before in high school and nothing happened. Why did the security officer come this time? Hearing the words, security uncle, the other two roommates subconsciously looked at Yangli. You'd better hurry up, people are waiting, urged the roommate. Yangli hurriedly picked up a piece of clothing from the bedside and put it on. Her hands were shaking as she put on the clothes. The moment she saw He Jiahai and several security officers, she was completely stunned. You guys, why are you looking for me? Yangli said a little scared. Seeing this, He Jiahai looked at her and said, Are you Yangli? Yangli nodded coldly. He Jiahai sneered twice and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose again. I am a lawyer from Manhwa law firm, He Jiahai. You fabricated false rumors on the internet, which seriously violated the reputation rights of my client, Ms. Song Qingyuan, and caused her great psychological harm. I want to file a complaint against you on behalf of my client, Ms. Song Qingyuan. The extremely cold voice exploded in Yangli's mind. I didn't make up rumors. Everything I said was true, Yangli said, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. This is not the first time she has done such a thing, so why did a lawyer and the police come to her this time? Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Yangli began to regret it. He Jiahai said coldly, Whether it is fabricated or not, whether it is a rumor or not, it is not up to you to decide. But I have to remind you that your behavior has had a huge impact on Ms. Song Qingyuan, causing her social reputation to plummet. Your behavior is extremely bad, and you are expected to be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of less than 3 years. When Yangli heard the word sentence, she was so scared that she burst into tears. The public security officers behind her came forward and took her away. Some of the girls who were watching looked at each other in bewilderment. Why was Yangli arrested? It seems to be related to Song Qingyuan. I heard that those posts exposing Song Qingyuan's true face were posted by Yangli. It seems that Song Qingyuan directly found a lawyer. Are those things true or false? It's probably fake in about 10 seconds. Oh my God! I remembered that I also commented something insulting Song Qingyuan. I have to go back and delete the comment. Soon, Yanli posted an apology, explaining the whole story and apologizing to Song Qingwan. She herself was also detained for 15 days. However, the punishment is far from over. Chapter 70 The Boss is Coming. In view of the extremely bad nature of Yang Li's behavior, which also affected the school's reputation, and because of Lin Chen's reasons, the school directly persuaded Yang Li to withdraw. Compared with being detained for 15 days, being persuaded to quit is the most painful. Tunghai University is also a good school. I worked hard for 3 years to get admitted to the university, but I was expelled just like that. But people always have to pay the price for their actions. But people on the internet are always forgetful, and soon a popular star was involved in another scandal, diverting almost everyone's attention. Song Qingwan's matter was also suppressed. Between clouds and water. Lin Chen read the comments on the campus network regarding Yang Li's apology post and breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally resolved. If this matter is not handled properly, Song Qingwan might be expelled from school. After all, reputation is the most important thing for a school. Lin Chen, thank you. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Chen and said with sincere gratitude. Lin Chen was decisive and quick in his actions. After the incident, he immediately contacted Runhe Law Firm to handle the matter. At the same time, he kept reading the comments and observing the direction of public opinion. Once any problem is discovered, the law firm is contacted immediately, and the culprit is caught and her innocence is cleared in less than a day. Hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head. Actually, it's my fault this time. I was accidentally photographed. Otherwise, what happened later wouldn't have happened. Song Qingwan hurriedly said. No, it's also my fault that I was drunk. In fact, there is a faster way to deal with it, that is, Lin Chen comes forward and directly says that Song Qingwan is his girlfriend. However, this cannot solve the problem at its root. In addition, Song Qingwan's fame in Donghai University will deprive Lin Chen of the right to choose his spouse for several years. Besides, in Lin Chen's mind, it was also his fault that the photo was taken. Such an approach would be tantamount to making Song Qingwan pay for her own mistakes, while the people who spread rumors and cause trouble are still at large. This incident has a huge impact. Do you want to take a leave of absence from school and go home for a while? Lin Chen asked. Song Qingwan was silent for a few seconds before she said, okay. Afterwards, Lin Chen sent Song Qingwan directly back home. Lin Chen's Yunshuijian is only an hour's drive from Song Qingwan's home. It is neither close nor far. Before going back, Song Qingwan had already called Song Jianming to tell him the whole story and also told him that Lin Chen had sent her back. When Lin Chen and his friends arrived, Song Jianming and his mother went to the door to greet them. Xiaolin, you're finally here. I've wanted to invite you over for dinner before, but I was delayed by some work at the company these days, so I didn't mention it. Song Jianming said. Qingwan's matter is all thanks to you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Uncle Song, you don't have to thank me. I am responsible for this matter. If it weren't for me, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Song Jianming sighed. Well, it's good that the man was punished. How come kids nowadays believe everything they hear? At this time, Song's mother reminded. Why don't you invite them in to sit down? Song Jianming finally reacted. He was so happy to see Lin Chen just now that he started chatting with him. Now they were still standing outside the villa. Xiaolin, come in and sit down. We'll have dinner together later, said Song Jianming. Hearing this, Lin Chen quickly declined. No, it's late, I still have to go back, I have early classes tomorrow. Originally, he wanted to keep Lin Chen for a while, but after he gave such a reason, Song Jianming didn't know what to say. On the way back, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. The way Song Jianming looked at him was exactly the same as how a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law. It seems that he fully approves of himself. I just don't know what Song Qingwan means. The next afternoon, Lin Chen finished class and was about to leave. Lin Chen? Hearing this, Lin Chen turned around and saw that it was Zhao Yuanheng. Senior Zhao. Lin Chen greeted politely. Zhao Yuanheng laughed heartily twice. What a coincidence! Then he continued to ask. Last time I pulled you into the Supercar Club chat group, why didn't you say anything? Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I forgot about this. He indeed forgot. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen set the group message to do not disturb, and then he completely forgot about it. Zhao Yuanheng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. But are you free later? We'll get together at the night bar. Do you want to come and play with us?" Lin Chen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he had nothing to do. Just as he was about to agree, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Accept Zhao Yuanheng's invitation and be rewarded with the ultra-luxury yacht RY 125 feet. Yacht? Lin Chen suddenly thought that now that he had a helicopter and several luxury cars, it would be nice to have a yacht. Okay. Lin Chen agreed happily. He had been planning to go anyway, so this yacht was a free gift. Seeing Lin Chen's Pagani Fengxing Yazzie, Zhao Yuanheng couldn't help but sigh. I heard that you opened a new Yazzie before. I wanted to come and see your new car, but I didn't have the time. Now I finally see it. Lin Chen smiled and said, Senior, feel free to look at it. Zhao Yuanheng smiled. The people in the club are all fast car lovers. They were so envious when they knew you had a Chiwen. If they knew you bought a Yazzie, they would be jealous to death. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two headed towards the night bar. Night bar is one of the 3 major entertainment venues in Donghai City. It is located in a prime location in Donghai City and is a city that never sleeps. Although Lin Chen had never been there, he had heard of it. As soon as they arrived at the night bar and stopped the car, a yellow-haired young man who was slightly older than them trotted towards them. Brother Zhao, everyone is waiting for you inside, said the yellow-haired man. Suddenly seeing the supercar next to Lin Chen, the yellow-haired guy slapped his thigh in shock. Fuck! Oh my god! He hurried over, stretched out his hand, and wanted to touch it but didn't dare. What a Pagani! It's amazing to see a car like this here. Huang Mao was like a car fanatic, looking around here and there. Zhao Yuanheng couldn't help laughing. He looked at Lin Chen and said, This is Mr. Huang from our club, just call him Huang Mao. Then he looked at the yellow-haired man and said, Okay, stop looking and go in first. Huang Mao then reluctantly took Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanheng into the bar's private room. When he first entered, the place didn't seem as smoky and dirty as Lin Chen had imagined, but rather clean. There were about a dozen young men and a few heavily made-up women inside. These young people are all members of the Supercar Club headed by Zhao Yuanheng. In other words, these are a group of genuine second-generation rich people. Zhao Yuanheng clapped his hands. Come on, be quiet. Let me introduce someone to you, Lin Chen. The big guy who owns the Pagani Chiwen that I told you about before. The whole place was silent. Fuck? The boss is coming? Chapter 71 Zhao Yuanheng's Troubles. Today I finally saw the big guy from Chiwen. Chiwen is my dream car. I'm so jealous. Lin Chen smiled and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chen. People in the club also began to introduce themselves and get to know each other. At this time, Huang Mao said, There is a Yazzie car parked at the door, which also belongs to Lin Chen. What the hell? There were sudden cries of surprise in the box, and the eyes of several heavily made-up women lit up instantly. The 3 dragons, Yazzie, Chiwen, and Baxia you already have too? Isn't this too unbelievable? I'm so fucking envious. I thought I had a little money, but now I feel like I'm just a poor bastard. Zhao Yuanheng laughed and cursed. Okay, you bastards, be careful not to scare my friend away. Then, he looked at Lin Chen. You don't have to pay attention to them. As he said that, he took Lin Chen and sat down on the sofa, while the others went to play their own games. A young man next to him asked, Mr. Lin, judging from your accent, you are not a local, right? Lin Chen nodded. I'm from Kyoto. The young man's name was Chen Xiao. Lin Chen took some note of him when he was introduced just now. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Xiao's heart was slightly shocked. Kyoto is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. No wonder, he owns 2 of the only 3 supercars in the world. This is not something that can be achieved just by having money. It seems that Lin Chen's family is not only rich, but also powerful. Zhao Yuanheng suddenly smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Do you know? After the school beauty incident, many people in the school have been digging up your background. What? Lin Chen was a little confused. Dig up his background? How? I'll look for it for you. As Zhao Yuanheng spoke, he took out his cell phone, logged into the campus network, found a few recommended posts, and handed the phone to Lin Chen. Dig deep into Lin Chen, the top rich second generation from Tanhai University. Lin Chen frowned. After the Song Qingwan incident was resolved, he rarely looked at the campus network anymore. The entire post is analyzing Lin Chen's family background. As soon as the school started, a helicopter came to the school, and there was even a retired captain as the management specialist of his private helipad. A helicopter costs at least tens of millions, and the fuel and maintenance costs are also high. A few days after school started, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to class. Next, there are the Pagani Fengxing Chiwen and Yazzie. The combined price of these two cars is at least 150 million. And there are rumors that the house Lin Chen lives in is Yunshuijian in Sheyan Yaju, which is the king of buildings in Dahai City. Then he concluded, Lin Chen's family assets are at least in the billions. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I didn't expect these spectators to be so idle. Haha, I'm quite free. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of continuing, Zhao Yuanheng changed the subject. By the way, the short holiday is coming soon. Do you have any plans? After all, this would be suspected of snooping into other people's family assets. Although he also really wanted to know how rich Lin Chen's family was. Lin Chen thought about it, then shook his head. Not yet. How about you come and attend our Supercar Club's anniversary celebration? Zhao Yuanheng suddenly suggested. Okay. Lin Chen agreed without thinking too much. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanheng smiled and said, with your participation, this anniversary celebration will be much more interesting, but... Having said this, Zhao Yuanheng suddenly stopped and sighed. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. It's like this, we all want to do a good job for this anniversary celebration, and originally planned to rent a yacht, but the difficulty lies in this yacht. Oh? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. What is it that can stump Senior Zhao? Zhao Yuanheng glanced at Lin Chen, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. Why can't it be difficult? I'm not a god. Originally, there were only 3 yachts in the entire Dahai city, but we arrived too late and all the yachts were rented out. Yacht. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the system rewarded him with a yacht, but he didn't know when it would be delivered. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. He stood up. I'll take a call. The box was crowded and noisy, so Lin Chen went straight to the door. The phone was connected and a clear and pleasant voice came. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Well, who are you? I'm a customer service representative from the yacht company. Sir, the luxury yacht you ordered has been loaded and will be shipped tomorrow. I'm calling to let you know in advance. So fast? Lin Chen was shocked. It has only been a few hours since the system rewarded the yacht, but it is already ready to be sent out. Originally, Lin Chen thought it would take a lot of time, so when Zhao Yuanheng was worrying about the yacht just now, Lin Chen didn't say anything. After all, there was no news about the yacht yet, so he couldn't guarantee it. When will we arrive? Lin Chen asked. Well, if it's sent out tomorrow, it's expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Then, the customer service lady said, By the way, sir, can I help you arrange a handover ceremony and launching ceremony? What is this? Lin Chen asked. It's a good habit to ask when you don't understand. The customer service lady said, We will help you arrange media and professional personnel to handle the handover procedures of the yacht for you, and we will also help you record the first launch of the yacht. So troublesome? And the media? Lin Chen immediately said, Forget it, let's keep it simple. He likes to keep a low profile and really doesn't like those fancy things. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went straight into the private room and sat opposite Zhao Yuanheng. You still can't figure out what to do with the yacht? Lin Chen asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanheng sighed. Yes, I even contacted the surrounding cities and rented them all out. I have a solution regarding the yacht, leave it to me, Lin Chen said lightly. Zhao Yuanheng was slightly startled. Can you rent a yacht? As soon as he thought about it, Zhao Yuanheng shook his head and smiled. This is impossible. I have thought of all the ways I can think of. Can you still conjure a yacht out of thin air? A boy nearby was silent for 5 seconds, and then said quietly, "Brother Zhao, have you forgotten that Mr. Lin can even get 2 dragon sons? What I'm most afraid of is that the atmosphere will suddenly become awkward." "Forget it, pretend I didn't say what I just said," Zhao Yuanheng said helplessly. Chapter 72 Rent a Thompson Eping Building. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yuanheng said again, "Lin Chen, do you really have a way to get a yacht?" Lin Chen nodded. "Senior, just rest assured. If you can really get the yacht, you will be doing me a big favor. I, Zhao Yuanheng, will owe you a favor from now on," Zhao Yuanheng said. Now he really believed it. If Lin Chen was not sure, he would not have looked so confident. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanheng was even more surprised. Who on earth is Lin Chen, and how could he have such great abilities? The heavily made-up woman at the side pondered for a while, poured a glass of red wine, and sat next to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, have a drink?" A strong smell of perfume wafted into his nose, and Lin Chen frowned. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanheng hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin doesn't like this, go over there." As he spoke, he pointed to a group of rich second generations who were playing dice not far away. The woman looked slightly embarrassed, but she was also tactful. She apologized to Lin Chen and walked away. After that, Lin Chen stayed for a while, felt a little bored, and left. The next day, Lin Chen remembered that he still had 1 Thompson Eping to sell, but now it seemed that it was only enough to rent it out. He took out a pile of property certificates from the bedside table in the master bedroom, about 100 in total. "Wow, if we rent all of these out, we'll earn a lot of money," Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly found a backpack and stuffed all the property certificates into it. Not to mention, it's quite heavy. After having a quick breakfast at home, Lin Chen drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom directly to Thompson Eping. Thompson 1 Property Management Office. Manager Lee looked at the people standing in a row. "In the past few days, an unprecedented event has occurred. A man named Lin Chen directly bought the entire building number 1. Hiss." Hearing this, everyone gasped. What does it mean to buy a building? You have to know that many people work hard all their lives and still cannot afford to buy a house, let alone a luxury house like Thompson 1. The manager continued to scold. "From now on, be more careful and keep your eyes open. If you offend Mr. Lin, don't blame me for being rude." The meeting ended only after everything was explained. On this side, Lin Chen also arrived. After parking the car, I walked in carrying my backpack. Several sales staff looked Lin Chen up and down, but had no intention of going up to greet him and continued chatting. "What kind of rich person do you think would buy a building? Too scary, this must be at the level of a super rich person, right? I wonder when this rich man will come over. It would be great if I could catch up with him. They have all been working here for quite some time, and they can tell at a glance what kind of people come to buy houses and what kind of people cannot afford them. Some people also come here to take photos just to show off. They are not uncommon to see people of this kind." And Lin Chen was directly classified as this kind of person in public. Manager Lee frowned when he saw this and was about to scold the salesman, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. Lin Chen also saw the manager and walked straight towards him. "Hello, I want to rent a house," Lin Chen said. "Excuse me, do you have any conditions for the house you want to rent?" the manager asked politely. "What?" Lin Chen didn't understand what he said. The manager continued to explain. "Aren't you here to rent a house? I want to ask you what conditions you have for the house you want to rent so that I can recommend it to you." Lin Chen then realized that he was looking for a place to rent, so he said, "I'm here to rent, not to look for a place to rent." "What?" The manager was slightly surprised and looked Lin Chen up and down. Unexpectedly, this customer who could afford to buy a house in Thompson first floor actually dressed so simply. The manager smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Which house do you want to rent?" Lin Chen took his backpack and walked directly to the coffee table. He opened the backpack and poured out all the property certificates inside. Some of them even fell to the ground. The whole place was silent. Looking at the property certificates on that piece of land, everyone was stunned. "That's all. You can do whatever you want," Lin Chen said. It took Manager Lee about 10 seconds to react. Manager Lee swallowed and said, You are the Mr. Lin who bought a building? Lin Chen nodded. Yes. Manager Li was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Mr. Lin was so young and looked like a student. It's not easy to buy a Thompson Tower at such a young age. Several sales staff standing by immediately regretted their decision. They were the first to see Lin Chen come in, but they lost the opportunity to receive this super-rich man. Manager Li suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, squatted down tremblingly, picked up several property certificates that had fallen on the ground, and sorted them out. He also didn't expect that the real estate certificate of Thompson Epine, which countless people dreamed of, was thrown on the ground casually. Sir, do you want to rent out all of them? Asked the manager. His tone just now was merely polite, but now it was absolutely respectful. Well, yes, Lin Chen said. Manager Li asked again. How do you plan to rent it out? Rent it as a whole or rent it with a partner? Renting it as a whole is more convenient, but renting it with a partner may be more troublesome. Lin Chen felt that it was a bit troublesome when he heard it, and said directly, Well, you can do whatever you think is appropriate. Perhaps he saw that Lin Chen found it troublesome, so he said, If you find it troublesome, I can help you manage it, and I will deposit the monthly rent into your account. Do you think this is okay? Lin Chen nodded. That's great. As for the rent, you can decide whatever is appropriate for you. You can take a commission from it as management fee. Let him take a commission, don't have to worry about anything, and just sit back and wait to get paid. Is there anything better than this? Seeing this, Manager Li immediately showed his joy and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Lin! Thank you, Mr. Lin! The sales staff next to them were so envious that they cried. A building. The commission is a huge income. After explaining some things, Lin Chen was about to leave, but on his way out, he bumped into a figure. Sorry! Lin Chen apologized subconsciously. But the other party was stunned. Lin Chen? I finally found you! Chapter 73, Ghost. Lin Chen took a closer look and recognized that it was Yi Qinxue who had mistaken her blind date for someone in the breakfast shop. It's you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yi Qinxue's eyes lit up. Do you still remember me? After she ran away from home, she stayed in a hotel for a few days. During those days, she hung out near the breakfast shop every day, hoping to run into Lin Chen again, but unfortunately she didn't even see him. This time, she wanted to rent a house. I didn't expect that after searching for a long time, I could find it without any effort. Lin Chen is actually here. Of course I remember. Lin Chen smiled. He could even mistake his blind date. How could he not remember such a weird girl? Yi Qinxue immediately smiled and said, That's great. By the way, are you here to rent a house too? That's great, me too, maybe we can be neighbors. I'm here for rent, Lin Chen said lightly. The expression on Yi Qinxue's face was very surprised. I didn't expect that he was the owner of this place. Those who can afford to buy a house in Thompson 1 are either rich or noble. Nouveau riche often like to be covered in gold and silver, wear all branded clothes, and want the whole world to know that they are rich. The real rich second generation are much more low-key, but they usually wear custom-made clothes, which are no worse than those brand-name ones. But Lin Chen. It seems like none of them are occupied. He is worthy of being the boy she likes, so unique. Which house are you renting out? I just want to rent a house here, so why not rent yours? Yi Qinxue said. Since he is here to rent a house, and I am here to rent a house, we each get what we need, right? And with Lin Chen as her landlord, is there anything better than this? Lin Chen smiled and said, I have a lot of houses for rent, so it depends on which one you want to rent. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Qinxue was confused. At this time, the manager at the side stepped out and said, It's like this, Mr. Lin just bought the entire building number 1 from us, and now he plans to rent it out. The entire building number 1? Yi Qinxue opened her mouth in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. You bought a whole building? Yi Qinxue was beginning to doubt her life. She had seen generous people, but she had never seen anyone more generous than this. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, So if you want to rent a house, just talk to Manager Li. I will let him manage all these matters. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he walked outside. Seeing Lin Chen's figure disappearing before her eyes, Yi Qinxue finally realized that she hadn't even asked for his contact information yet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly chased after him. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Wait a minute! Hearing this, Lin Chen stopped and looked at her. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Let's add each other's contact information. You're going to be my landlord soon. Can you add each other's contact information? Yi Qinxue said. Lin Chen didn't care about renting a house. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be too lazy to join. But the other party is a beauty over 80, so why not join? Thinking about it, Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and the two of them added their contact information. Okay, if you want to rent a house, just ask managerly. I want to move out. After saying that, Lin Chen took out the key and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing this scene, Yi Qinxue was stunned again. Rolls-Royce Phantom? She was in such a hurry that she didn't see such a luxury car parked here, and it belonged to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what kind of treasured little brother is he? Here, Lin Chen was planning to go to the International Finance Center to buy some seasonal clothes. After all, the weather was getting colder. As soon as he arrived at the International Financial Center, he received news from Shen Mingqi. Junior, what are you doing? Are you free today? Can I treat you to dinner? I found a very good store and I want to try it with you. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt appeared again. Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, inviting Shen Mingqi to the International Finance Center, and being rewarded with 5 times the consumption cashback card X3. Another cashback card? Lin Chen immediately asked. Oh? What store? Shen Mingqi replied. It's called Fish You Together near the International Finance Center. I heard that the pickled fish at this restaurant is great. Lin Chen didn't know if she was hinting, so he sent an expression. Thinking of the system task, he asked again. Sister, are you free now? I'm at the International Financial Center now. Come up with me to buy something, and then come back and eat the awesome pickled fish you mentioned? Shen Mingqi replied instantly. Okay. Then I'll go up and hang out first. Call me when you get there. Yeah, okay. Then, Lin Chen closed his phone and entered the IFC Center. IFC is the shopping mall with the largest number of international high-end brand direct-operated stores in Donghai City. Its diamond-level merchant combination, coupled with unique and meticulous store design, is simply a shopper's paradise. When Lin Chen walked in the mall, he really felt that this place was extraordinary. On the second floor, 2 girls from the Donghai Conservatory of Music were sitting on a bench, looking down at every passerby below. Suddenly, Li Feifei pointed at Lin Chen and said to Yang Jingyi beside her, Look! There is a handsome guy over there. Hearing this, Yang Jingyi also looked in the direction she pointed. But after a moment, she looked away again. What's the point of being handsome? Without money, everything else is useless. After entering college, she was no longer the little girl who only wanted love in high school. Love is based on material. Li Feifei disagreed and said, How do you know this little brother has no money? Yang Jingyi held her chin with one hand, looked at Lin Chen downstairs, and said, Look at him. His clothes, pants, and even shoes are all from unknown brands. How can a truly wealthy person dress like this? Also, you can see that he looked around from the moment he came in. He had no purpose at all. He would just look around in many stores and then leave. It's clear that he doesn't have the means to spend money here. Many people come to IFC Mall to buy things, but many also come to broaden their horizons. To sum up, of the 2 words tall, rich and handsome, this little brother only has the 2 words tall and handsome, and has nothing to do with rich. After saying that, Yang Jingyi turned around and no longer looked at the handsome young man downstairs. She came here with a purpose, and this kind of boy was obviously not within her target range. So, she'd better not waste her time. However, Li Feifei on the side suddenly said, No, Jingyi, look! Yang Jingyi looked at Li Feifei in confusion, then looked downstairs. Lin Chen was seen in a Gucci men's clothing store. He then pointed at a few pieces of clothing and asked the waiter to pack them up. Yang Jingyi was stunned for a few seconds. Did I really see a ghost? Chapter 74. Did you meet with other people? Sir, the total is 320,000, said the shopping guide with a smile. Lin Chen frowned. 320,000? So cheap? Hearing this, the shopping guide was stunned and the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously twice. She has been working as a shopping guide here for several years and has met all kinds of customers. But this. It was the first time she had seen 3 sets of clothes costing more than 300,000 yuan. However, it is unknown whether this is because they really think it is too cheap or just an excuse because they cannot afford the bill. She, on the other hand, would rather lean towards the latter. After all, the customer was wearing ordinary clothes. She couldn't even tell the brand. It was probably just a bunch of unknown brands. Upstairs, Yang Jingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. I told you, so what if it's wrapped up? Without payment, everything is fake. I guess I didn't check the price when I bought it, and I was dumbfounded when I paid the bill. How stupid! She said this, but her eyes still glanced downstairs unconsciously. She wanted to prove that her guess was correct. Meanwhile, Lin Chen said to the shopping guide, "Put it there first. I'll pick 1 or 2. The shopping guide was slightly stunned. What, you still need to choose? Can he afford it? But even though she was unhappy, the salesgirl did not show it. As a salesgirl working for an international brand's flagship store, she still has this quality. When Lin Chen chooses clothes, he doesn't look at the price or the brand. He just picks up whatever he likes. Soon, Lin Chen took 2 more pieces of clothing, a coat, as well as some small items such as belts and wallets. More than 1 million. The shopping guide was terrified. She thought for a moment and said, "Sir, there are several pieces of clothes you just picked out, and the styles and designs are very similar." This is to give Lin Chen a way out. The implication is, put it back. But Lin Chen didn't understand what she meant and said casually, "It's okay." Hearing this, the shopping guide sighed. There was nothing she could do. I originally planned to give him a way out so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed when paying the bill later. But the other person didn't appreciate it, and there was nothing she could do. Do the best you can. Lin Chen looked around and found nothing he liked, so he said, "Let's check out. That's all for now." As he spoke, Lin Chen took out a bank card and handed it to the shopping guide who had just received him. The moment the card was swiped successfully, the shopping guide was slightly shocked. This is a real rich man. It was the first time she had seen such a generous customer who spent more than 1 million yuan on clothes at one time. The young men nowadays really know how to have fun. Even though they are rich, they pretend to be poor students. Thinking that she had just doubted Lin Chen in her heart, she suddenly felt a little guilty, and her attitude towards Lin Chen became more respectful. As for Lin Chen, congratulations to the host for using the consumption cashback card, which offers 5 times the cashback, with the cashback amount being 20 million yuan. After returning the bank card to Lin Chen, she called a few other shopping guides, hurriedly packed up Lin Chen's clothes, and handed them to Lin Chen respectfully. Upstairs, Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei were so shocked that they stood up. "How much did he buy? It's such a large amount, it must be over 1 million in total, right?" "I guess it is there," Li Feifei said in amazement. "The clothes here are incomparable to those outside. It is normal to cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And these big and small bags are worth millions. I guess you have them. How rich do you think you are if you spend $1 million to buy a few pieces of clothes?" They can't even imagine it. On this side, after Lin Chen paid the bill, he asked, "Where is the place where you sell luxury goods?" "On the 6th floor," the shopping guide said respectfully. "Good." Lin Chen spent more than 1 million yuan here, and there is a door-to-door delivery service. After leaving Yan Shuijian's address, Lin Chen left the store directly. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to go up by himself, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait here for Shen Mingqi. He looked at his phone. Shen Mingqi also said that she was almost there. Upstairs, Yang Jingyi stood up quickly and stared at Lin Chen below with burning eyes. "Jingyi, what's wrong with you?" Li Feifei asked. Yang Jingyi took a deep breath and showed a sweet smile. "This little brother is my favorite, I want to take action." Li Feifei said doubtfully, "Didn't you just say that?" "Philosophically speaking, things are always changing and developing. I didn't like him just now, but now I like him." As she said that, she brought over an unopened bottle of mineral water from Li Feifei. Lend it to me! As soon as she finished speaking, she took the mineral water and walked directly to the elevator. This little brother is rich, handsome, and all three things. He will not come back when the opportunity is too late. If she misses this opportunity, she thinks she will regret it. Lin Chen was playing with his cell phone and waiting for Shen Mingqi. Suddenly, a bottle of mineral water was handed to him. He subconsciously looked up and saw a girl wearing a pleated skirt and a neat high ponytail, looking at him with a pair of big eyes. Brother, can you help me unscrew the bottle cap? Lin Chen looked at the water in her hand, looked at her again, took the water from her hand, unscrewed the bottle cap and returned it to her. Yang Jingyi smiled happily. Thank you. She took the water, took a symbolic sip, and asked, Brother, are you waiting for someone? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. So cold. Yang Jingyi secretly clicked her tongue in her heart. However, even if the other person is a stone, she must find a way to melt him. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jingyi chatted with Lin Chen leisurely. Brother, I think you look a lot like a friend of mine. Oh. Lin Chen glanced at her lightly, thinking why Shen Mingqi hadn't arrived yet. Yang Jingyi finally looked a little embarrassed. Since her arrival, this little brother has only said 2 words and oh. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was almost sick with embarrassment. Yang Jingyi thought for a while. She was unwilling to give up just like that. Little brother, I think we are quite destined. Can you add your prestige? Yang Jingyi said innocently. Lin Chen then turned his head to look at her. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now, Lin Chen understood. This is obviously just to strike up a conversation. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about how to refuse, a familiar voice came. What, you've made an appointment with someone else? Chapter 75 Junior, Let's Be a Human Being. Lin Chen turned around and saw Shen Mingqi walking over with a sweet smile. She wore a sky blue slim-fitting dress that perfectly outlined her proud figure. Shen Mingqi, who has obviously been carefully dressed, is full of aura. And Yang Jingyi was stunned. She had just thought that the person he was waiting for was a girl, but she didn't expect that she was such a top-notch girl. Yang Jingyi looked at Shen Mingqi up and down, and suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. Is this your friend? Shen Mingqi looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know him. Yang Jingyi was immediately embarrassed. I'm sorry, I came to see this little brother for help. Thank you, little brother. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Shen Mingqi covered her mouth and smiled, looking at Lin Chen with interest. It seems that my junior has become an arsonist again. Lin Chen smiled. Senior, I was joking. Where are we going now? Junior, do you have anything to buy? Shen Mingqi asked. A watch, Lin Chen said. He did still lack a watch. Famous watches are no longer a tool for telling time. After all, technology is so advanced now. If you want to tell the time, why don't you use your mobile phone? Nowadays, luxury watches are more of a symbol of identity and status, which is why there is a saying, the poor want cars, the rich want watches. After all, watches are not as flamboyant as supercars. But Lin Chen did not agree with this statement. Sometimes, cars are more expensive than luxury watches, so those who play with watches are not necessarily richer than those who play with cars. Shen Mingqi nodded and said thoughtfully, If you want to buy a watch, you should go to the 6th floor. It is a paradise for luxury goods lovers. Oh? What Shen Mingqi said was actually the same as what the shopping guide told him just now. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Sister, do you come here often? Shen Mingqi smiled. I haven't been here a few times in total, and I've never been to the 6th floor. Then, she sighed and pretended to be melancholy. I would like to go, but my wallet doesn't allow me to go. Let's wait until later. I've made a lot of money. I must go up and buy it to my heart's content. Lin Chen also smiled. You don't have to wait until later, you can do it now. He still has 2 cash-back cards that are useless. What? Shen Mingqi thought she heard wrongly. Nothing, come on, let's go, Lin Chen said. Finally, the two got on the elevator and walked to the 6th floor. And this side of the 2nd floor. Looking at the figures of Lin Chen and Shen Mingqi, Li Feifei and Yang Jingyi were filled with envy. Oh, I didn't expect that such a handsome, rich and high-quality young man actually has a girlfriend. Li Feifei sighed. Then, she looked at Yang Jingyi who was standing beside her. Jingyi, how did you fail this time? Didn't you always get the contact information no matter how you tried before? How come you didn't even get it this time? Yang Jingyi also sighed, looking depressed. This little brother is too hard to tease, like a rock, it's hard to tease him. Are you not proactive enough? Li Feifei suddenly asked. Yang Jingyi was also a little confused. Is it really because she is not proactive enough? On this side, Lin Chun and Shen Mingqi had already reached the 6th floor. The two stopped in front of Patek Philippe. Just in terms of convenience of decoration, Patek Philippe embodies a high-end and classy feeling. Although Lin Chun doesn't understand luxury goods, he has heard the saying, Patek Philippe is the strongest king in the watch industry. Just an entry-level watch costs tens or hundreds of thousands. In addition, Patek Philippe's annual production is limited, and a considerable number of people will not be able to buy it. Therefore, many wealthy people regard buying Patek Philippe watches as a form of investment. Do you want to buy a Patek Philippe? Shen Mingqi asked. But then I thought about it, it's not unusual for a person of Lin Chen's worth to have a Patek Philippe watch. Lin Chen nodded. Well, let's go in. As soon as I stepped into Patek Philippe, a beautiful female shopping guide came forward to receive me. Sir, may I help you with anything? Let me take a look first, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen inadvertently glanced at a watch in a display cabinet nearby. His eyes immediately lit up, and he walked over immediately. He likes the color blue very much, and this watch gives him a feeling of that sky and that sea. Take out this watch and let me see it. The salesgirl immediately stepped forward, put on white gloves, and carefully took out the watch from the display case. Sir, you have a good eye. This is Patek Philippe's super complex chronograph series 6104G001, a very rare watch. This watch has 3 metallic discs made of sapphire crystal glass on the dial. The part surrounded by the oval circle represents the night sky of Geneva. The bottom of the sky is made of a glass disc that integrates a wheel with 279 teeth, which indicates the angular movement of the moon. This watch is priced at 3.99 million. When she said this, the shopping guide looked at Lin Chen cautiously. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The shopping guide sighed in her heart and thought, forget it, there's no hope this time. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's next sentence surprised her. Less than 4 million, so cheap? Lin Chen muttered. Hiss. When the people around who were looking at their watches heard this, their eyes all fell on Lin Chen. There were doubts, scrutiny, and contempt. The shopping guide was ashamed. A Patek Philippe watch worth nearly 4 million was rejected as too cheap. I've never seen this before. What level of rich man is this? But the shopping guide looked at Lin Chen. He looks like just an ordinary student. Shen Mingqi was only slightly surprised. After all, Lin Chen owned several luxury supercars. But even so, watches are different from supercars. Supercars can be considered a necessity, but watches are just a decoration. Someone who can spend 4 million to buy a watch can be described as extremely arrogant, okay? Shen Mingqi sighed and said quietly, Junior, be a human being. Lin Chen glanced at Shen Mingqi next to him and smiled. Then he said to the shopping guide, Wrap it up for me. Then, Lin Chen looked at Shen Mingqi. Is there anything you like? There is also a consumer discovery card, so you can use it in vain. If you can raise more, why not raise more? 5 times cash back. Besides, I have to ask Shen Mingqi for a favor later. What? Shen Mingqi was slightly surprised. What does this mean? Could it be that Lin Chen also wanted to buy it for himself? You go and pick one too, Lin Chen said. Shen Mingqi took a breath of cold air. Naturally, she would not think that Lin Chen was joking. Thinking of the price of Patek Philippe, Shen Mingqi shook her head. No, it's too expensive. Because of these words, Lin Chen looked at Shen Mingqi a few times. Lin Chen looked at the shopping guide aside. Can you recommend one? The shopping guide immediately understood what Lin Chen meant and said with a smile, Sir, you are so kind to your girlfriend. Chapter 76. I was moved to tears. Hearing the words, girlfriend, Shinmingchi felt slightly embarrassed and quickly looked at Lin Chin. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, Shinmingchi lowered her head and said nothing. The shopping guide took the two to a display cabinet and took out a rose gold watch. This is a complex function chronograph, model 4948R001, 18K rose gold inlaid with diamonds, and the case is inlaid with 347 diamonds, the shopping guide introduced. Then, she looked at Shinmingchi and added, "This watch suits you very well. Do you think it suits you?" Shinmingchi looked at the watch, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then asked weakly, "How much does this cost?" The shopping guide smiled slightly. 600,000. Hiss. Shinmingchi was shocked. She pulled Lin Chen's sleeve. "It's better not to buy it. This is so expensive, I can even pay the down payment for a house." Lin Chen also saw what she was thinking, so he said to the shopping guide, "Let's wrap it up together." Shinmingchi was dumbfounded. By the time she reacted, Lin Chen had already finished swiping the card. And while the card swipe is successful, congratulations to the host for using the consumer cashback card and getting 5 times the cashback, with a cashback amount of 202.59 million. Well, yes. After buying something, I gained more than 200 million yuan in assets. Lin Chen directly gave the women's watch to Shinmingchi. Here it is." Looking at the watch worth 600,000 yuan in her hand, Shinmingchi felt in a daze. "Really gave it to me?" Lin Chen said. "What else? This is a women's watch. It's useless for me to keep it." Shinmingchi put it into her bag, still a little unbelievable. "Actually, you can keep it for your future girlfriend." Lin Chen spread his hands. "I don't have a girlfriend now. I'm not sure when I will get one in the future. Should this watch be left to collect dust?" Shinmingchi sighed and took a deep look at Lin Chen. "I don't understand the world of you rich people. This watch is not given to you for free. It comes with a price." Lin Chen smiled. "Huh!" Shinmingchi was slightly surprised. Then, as if he thought of something, his cheeks suddenly turned red. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Shinmingchi asked softly. Lin Chen continued, "Are you free during the short holiday?" Shinmingchi lowered her head and nodded slightly. "That's good. I'm going to attend a supercar party during the short holiday, and I want you to go with me," Lin Chen said. "It is estimated that many people will bring a female companion. If they don't have one, wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" Shinmingchi looked up at Lin Chen. "That's it? Nothing else?" Lin Chen spread his hands with an innocent look. "That's it." Seeing Shinmingchi's blushing face, Lin Chen suddenly had a bad idea. "Senior sister, why is your face so red? What are you thinking about?" After hearing Lin Chen's words, Shinmingchi's face turned even redder. "No, it's nothing." Oh my god, she never thought that one day she would be seduced by Lin Chen like this. It seems to be the reason why I have never been in love. That must be the case. Seeing that she was really shy, Lin Chen stopped teasing her. "Are you going?" Lin Chen asked again. Shinmingchi smiled and said, "I have accepted everything, so why not go?" "Good." Lin Chen looked at the time and found that the last cashback card was about to expire, so he said directly, "I will take you to buy some clothes. You will need them for the party then." Shinmingchi wanted to refuse, but thought that the place she was going to was a supercar party, and there must be some rich second-generation people there, so she gave up the thought. Moreover, she still followed Lin Chen, so she represented Lin Chen's face. In this case, how could she wear her usual clothes and make Lin Chen's face look bad? Therefore, she did not refuse this time. Soon, the two arrived at the women's clothing area on the 3rd floor. "You can choose this. I don't know much about it. Don't care about the price," Lin Chen said. "Good." Shinmingchi was extremely moved. She even felt like she was being taken care of. "I can't laugh or cry." The two entered the Chanel Direct store. Shinmingchi lingered next to the clothes rack for a while, selected 5 or 6 sets of clothes she liked, carried them into the fitting room together, and tried them on Lin Chen one by one. When just asking for his opinion, Lin Chen said it looked good. In the end, even Shinmingchi was confused. When she finished trying on the last item and was about to go into the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, Lynchen handed her bank card directly to the shopping guide. Check out the ones she just tried on, all of them. The shopping guide was so surprised and dumbfounded that it took him a few seconds to react. Sir, the total of these clothes is 635,000 you see. Lynchen said lightly. Brush it. The shopping guide was shocked. He bought more than 600 yuan worth of clothes as soon as he said he wanted to. After swiping the card, she returned the bank card to Lynchen. Sir, your card? Congratulations to the host for using the consumer cashback card and getting 5 times the cashback, with the cashback amount being 3,175,000. Lynchen put the card away, and at this time, Shiminchi also changed her clothes and came out, holding 5 or 6 pieces of clothes in her hands. I really don't know which one to choose. I feel like each one has its own characteristics. Shinmingchi looked troubled. Lynchen smiled and said nothing. The shopping guide on the side said with envy, Madam, when you were trying on clothes just now, this gentleman has already bought all these clothes for you. Why didn't she meet such a wonderful man? This girl saved the universe in her previous life, right? I almost cried with envy. Shinmingchi didn't react for a moment. What? She glanced at the clothes in her hand, then looked at Lynchen. You bought all these clothes? Lynchen smiled. Don't you really like it? Hearing this, Shinmingchi's nose felt sour, and her eyes were immediately covered with mist. But I can't wear that many clothes. You girls, you still think you have too many clothes? Lynchen was slightly surprised. Shinmingchi said hurriedly. No, I just think it's too expensive, and you spent a lot of money on me. As he spoke, 2 tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Lynchen couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Are you so moved that you cry? Wipe your tears, Lynchen said helplessly. In fact, he just wanted to use up the limited-time consumer cashback card. The amount didn't matter, the main thing was that he couldn't let it expire in vain. Hearing this, Shinmingchi wiped her tears and whispered, Lynchen, thank you. Outside the store, 2 figures stopped and watched for a long time. Jingyi, why don't you give up? This little brother is not that kind of person. Chapter 77. You bought a big yacht. Li Feifei sighed and said helplessly. This little brother is a good person, and he already has a girlfriend. You'd better not ruin other people's feelings. But Yang Jingyi did not agree with her words. It's precisely because he's so good that I shouldn't give up. Besides, they are just boyfriend and girlfriend now, and they are not married yet. Yang Jingyi stared at the 2 people in the Chanel Direct store. How could she be willing to give up this little brother? Li Feifei glanced at Yang Jingyi helplessly. She really couldn't agree with her best friend's views. At this time, Lynchen came out with Shinmingchi. Seeing this, the 2 hurriedly hid aside. Lynchen asked, Just now, where did you say you were going to eat? It was somewhere near here. Let's get rid of the fish together. The pickled fish here is particularly delicious. I'll treat you to it, Shinmingchi said generously with a wave of her hand. Okay, then I'll have a good meal. Lynchen smiled. I've been shopping for a few hours and I'm really hungry. Lynchen drove directly and took Shinmingchi to eat. But here, Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei had just rushed out of the International Financial Center, but they were shocked to see Lynchen's Rolls-Royce speeding away. Is this a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Yang Jingyi was dumbfounded. In order to attract a rich husband, she also did a lot of work on luxury cars. The car was instantly recognizable as a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is the first time she has seen a luxury car of this level. Yang Jingyi immediately regretted it. Why did she think Lynchen was a poor student at the beginning? This is obviously a super rich man. Driving a supercar like a Rolls-Royce, no wonder he spends hundreds of thousands or more on clothes. Now Yang Jingyi can't wait to replace Shinmingchi next to Lynchen. Yang Jingyi took a deep breath and asked Li Feifei beside her. Where did they say they were going to eat just now? Li Feifei was very surprised. No way? You still want to catch up? I'm not willing to give up like this, Yang Jingyi said decisively, with a firm look on her face. A rich, handsome man is no less good than such a high-quality man. If you miss it, you may never meet him again. Oh, okay. The place they just mentioned is the Fish U together not far from here. Li Feifei looked helpless. Although she doesn't agree with Yang Jingyi's approach, who makes her only best friend. However, if she really gets that little brother, she will probably benefit from it in the future. Fish you together. Restaurant. The two of them went in and found a seat, and soon a dish of pickled fish with pickled vegetables was served. I have to say that this restaurant recommended by Shin Mingqi is really good. The pickled fish is sour and delicious. Lin Chen has not eaten such authentic pickled fish for a long time. At this time, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Hello, sir. I am a staff member of the yacht factory. Your yacht has arrived at the Donghai City Pier. We are waiting for you here. When are you free to sign for it? Lin Chen was very surprised. We're here? So fast. How about we arrange a grand yacht handover and launching ceremony to record this moment for you? That's not necessary. Just keep it simple. I don't care about that. The staff on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Most people who buy a yacht would like to let the whole world know about it. But I didn't expect that this customer would be so low-key. Then, shall we just have a simple handover, and then proceed directly to the launching ceremony? Asked the staff. Okay. Lin Chen responded, and then he continued. I will be at the pier in about an hour. Please wait for me. While Lin Chen was on the phone, Shin Mingqi used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish for Lin Chen and carefully picked out all the bones. After making the call, Lin Chen didn't think much and ate the piece of fish directly. Shin Mingqi looked at this scene and smiled slightly, her eyes forming a beautiful crescent shape. Lin Chen said, We may have to eat faster, something will happen later. Did you buy something? Shin Mingqi asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. I bought something and I will sign for it later. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen said again. Should I take you back after dinner? Shin Mingqi didn't pay much attention to the words, pier, and just thought Lin Chen bought an ordinary express delivery. How about you take me with you? I don't have anything to do in the afternoon anyway, Shin Mingqi said. Lin Chen thought about it and decided that this would be a good idea. I'm just afraid it will scare her. However, since she agreed to go to the party with him, this scare would come sooner or later. Thinking about it, Lin Chen nodded. Okay, let's go together. On this side, Yang Jingyi, who was stuck in a traffic jam, was so angry that she almost went crazy. Why is there a traffic jam at this time when there is no traffic jam? I guess by the time we get there, they won't be there anymore. I'm so angry, so angry. Looking at the irritable Yang Jingyi, Li Feifei could only sigh. I think this may be God's will. You two have no fate. Even if there is no fate, I will create it. Do you understand that man can conquer nature? Yang Jingyi said angrily. Li Feifei said helplessly. Jingyi, I think we should just forget it. But Yang Jingyi glared at her fiercely. Li Feifei, are you still my best friend? Why don't you stand by me at all? Li Feifei suddenly became anxious. That's not what I meant. But before he could finish his words, Yang Jingyi retorted. What do you mean? Are you on my side or on that woman's side? Li Feifei sighed. Okay, I won't say anything. After saying this, she turned her head and stared blankly out the window without saying a word. As expected by Yang Jingyi, when they arrived, they searched inside and outside but could not find Lin Chen and Shin Mingqi. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the pier, attracting the attention of many people. Lin Chen and Shin Mingqi got out of the car. Shin Mingqi was confused. Lin Chen, didn't you say you wanted to sign for something? What are you doing here? Lin Chen smiled, showing his white teeth. Sign for the things. What are you signing for? Shin Mingqi asked. Lin Chen pointed to the heavy truck not far away. Here, there. Shin Mingqi looked in the direction he pointed and saw only a large truck and a large yacht on the truck. Etc. Yacht? Shin Mingqi was suddenly startled, and even her heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Lin Chen, what you bought is not the yacht, is it? Chapter 78 Mobile Sea View Room. Shin Mingqi looked at the huge yacht in front of her in shock. It's unimaginably big. When you watch TV, aren't yachts the size of trucks? But what is going on with this giant ship in front of me? Isn't this too shocking? Shin Mingqi looked at Lin Chen dumbfounded. Why did you buy a yacht? Could it be that Lin Chen had too much money to spend? Lin Chen glanced at her and said with a smile. Have you forgotten? The supercar party during the short holiday is planned to be held on a yacht. Senior Zhao can't rent a yacht, so he asked me for help. The logo on the yacht is the two letters, LC, with a sense of design. Aren't these the first letters of Lin Chen's name? Hearing this, Shen Mingqi swallowed hard. So you just bought a yacht? If that were the case, that would be downright terrifying. Lin Chen smiled and said, No, this yacht was customized a few months ago and was just delivered now. He can't say that he bought it a few days ago and it arrived today, right? This is too unbelievable. At this time, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. It's Zhao Yuanheng. Lin Chen, tell me the truth. Can you handle the yacht issue? If not, it's okay for us to hold it on the beach, Zhao Yuanheng said. After thinking it over, he still felt that it was impossible for Lin Chen to get a yacht. In order to give Lin Chen a way out, he had to say this. Lin Chen looked at the huge yacht in front of him, his mouth curled up slightly. We're already here, at the dock. What? Zhao Yuanheng, who was drinking water on the other end of the phone, was so shocked that he choked. Are you at the dock? The yacht has arrived? Zhao Yuanheng asked in disbelief. Yes. I'm near the dock, go over now, soon. Wait for me. After saying that, Zhao Yuanheng hung up the phone with a bang. Lin Chen glanced at Shen Mingqi. I have a friend coming later. He is a senior from our school. You may know him. Who? Shen Mingqi asked. Zhao Yuanheng. Shen Mingqi nodded. I have indeed heard that senior Zhao Yuanheng is a well-known figure in the school and a representative of good students. And here, a middle-aged man in a suit saw Lin Chen, trotted over quickly, bent slightly in front of Lin Chen, and said respectfully, Are you Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of the yacht factory. According to your request, we have simplified the handover ceremony and the launching ceremony. When can we hold the launching ceremony? Asked the middle-aged man. Lin Chen looked at the time and estimated that Zhao Yuanheng should be almost there, so he said, Let's go. Yes. 2 minutes later, a supercar came speeding and stopped at the dock. Zhao Yuanheng got out of the supercar with a beauty. After getting off the car, he ignored the beauty beside him and ran directly over here, staring at the huge yacht in front of him in amazement. Lin Chen, where did you rent such a big yacht? There are no yachts this big in Dahai City. Zhao Yuanheng looked shocked. But how come this yacht was pulled here by a big truck? Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. You didn't buy this yacht, did you? Lin Chen smiled. I just arrived and haven't entered the water yet. Hiss. Zhao Yuanheng not only took a breath of cold air. Bought a yacht? Although their family is relatively wealthy, buying a yacht is still too luxurious for them. Zhao Yuanheng asked in shock. Lin Chen, you didn't buy the yacht specifically to help me, right? At this time, Shen Mingqi was also shocked. She glanced at Zhao Yuanheng and then at Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior, what you said can easily be misunderstood. I ordered this yacht a few months ago, but it just arrived now. He checked online and found out that if he wanted to customize a yacht, the procedures would be complicated and the construction period would be very long. It will take at least a few months to get it. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to get it for a year and a half. Zhao Yuanheng looked at the yacht, and sure enough, there were 2 huge letters on it, LC. LC, isn't it, Lin Chen? It's really custom-made. Only then did he notice Shen Mingqi standing next to Lin Chen. Why does this look familiar to me? Shen Mingqi stretched out her hand towards him. Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am Shen Mingqi, a sophomore in the literature department of Tanghai University. Zhao Yuanheng stretched out his hand and shook it symbolically. It turns out to be a junior high school girl. No wonder I said she looked familiar. In this way, we have gotten to know each other. On this side, the manager of the yacht factory was already directing the crane to hold a launching ceremony for the yacht. The so-called launching ceremony is just the first launch of the yacht. However, as usual, there should be media taking photos, flowers and a red carpet around. Because Lin Chen didn't like this high-profile way of showing off his wealth, these cumbersome ceremonies were cancelled directly. After the launching ceremony, Lin Chen and others, led by the manager, visited the interior of the yacht. The entire yacht is divided into 3 floors and can accommodate approximately 200 people. The first floor is the master room and several guest rooms, the second floor is the entertainment area, equipped with KTV bar, gym, game room, etc., while the top floor is an open-air observation deck and driving platform. In order to protect against sun and rain, soft tents are also provided. It took more than an hour for Lin Chen and others to finish the tour. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but sigh. This is obviously a mobile sea view villa. Sure enough, the world of rich people is happiness. There is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. The manager at the side smiled and said, Madam, you are right. Our yacht is designed according to the specifications of a sea view villa. After handing the key to Lin Chen, the manager took his people away. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuanheng and asked, How is it? Is it to your liking? Zhao Yuanheng exclaimed, It's not just what I want, it's absolutely satisfying. There are less than 50 of us, and this yacht can accommodate hundreds of people. Lin Chen handed the key directly to Zhao Yuanheng. I have already got the yacht for you. The rest depends on your arrangements. Zhao Yuanheng laughed out loud. I'm good at this. After the yacht issue was resolved, Zhao Yuanheng directly invited the two to the Ritz-Carlton for afternoon tea. Different from the last time Lin Chen came, maybe because of luck today, there were no ladies queuing up to take photos of hair ties. Looking down from a high-rise building, you can almost have a panoramic view of the entire Donghai city, giving you a refreshing feeling. So beautiful. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but sigh. This was her first time in a place like this, but Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanheng were already used to it. For the first time, Shen Mingqi felt inferior. She and Lin Chen didn't seem to be from the same world at all. When she first got close to Lin Chen, it was indeed because of his identity and status, but after being in contact for a long time, she became fascinated by Lin Chen's character and essence. Zhao Yuanheng looked at Lin Chen and said, Thank you, Lin Chen. You really helped me a big favor this time. Lin Chen was a little confused. Why do you say that? If you don't have a yacht, you can hold a beach party. I believe that with your ability it won't be too bad. But Zhao Yuanheng shook his head. This party is not just a party, it is also the 3rd anniversary of the establishment of our Supercar club. Before, it was all done on yachts. If we can't rent a yacht this time, it will give people a big sense of disparity. Besides, how can we survive such a memorable day if we don't do anything about it? Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. That's right. At this time, Shen Mingqi peeled a grape and brought it directly to Lin Chen's mouth, and Lin Chen subconsciously ate it in one bite. Zhao Yuanheng was looking at the two of them with a subtle look. Are you killing dogs? Chapter 79. Are you crying with envy? Ah? Shen Mingqi realized belatedly that this was not good, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, Shen Mingqi said apologetically. Zhao Yuanheng laughed twice. It's okay, just kidding. I understand how sweet the couple is. As he said that, he raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled helplessly and shook his head. That's right, Zhao Yuanheng said suddenly. We have temporarily added a racing program on a mountain road. You won't want to participate in this exciting program, right? Lin Chen hesitated slightly. Although he could drive, his racing skills were somewhat difficult to describe. Just when I was about to decline, the system appeared at this moment. Beep! Congratulations to the host for triggering the drama mission. Agree to Zhao Yuanheng's proposal and reward the next Pagani Fengshenba. Hiss! Lin Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Did you really get it together for him? The 3 Pagani Fengshenlong sons, Yuqi, Yasui, and Baxia, are all complete? System Dad is awesome. Seeing that Lin Chen was distracted, Zhao Yuanheng called out twice, but Lin Chen didn't respond. It was Shen Mingqi who gently pushed Lin Chen's arm, and Lin Chen came back to his senses. What's wrong? What are you doing? Zhao Yuanheng laughed. This is just a show. The yacht belongs to you. If you don't participate, no one will say a word to you. Lin Chen also smiled. How can I not participate in a program like racing? Almost at the moment Lin Chen said these words, the system prompt arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and getting the next Pagani Fengshenba. Note, the car is parked in the Yunshuijian parking lot, and the key is on the keychain in the host's pocket. Lin Chen took out his keychain, and sure enough, there was an extra key on it. Ha 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 ha, okay, okay. Zhao Yuanheng laughed. Soon, the 7-day-long vacation arrived. The first day of the long vacation is the day of the yacht party. While the roommates were packing their things and getting ready to go home, Shinmingchi was changing into one dress after another, dressing up carefully. In the end, she chose a black one-shoulder dress and put on delicate makeup on her face. Lin Chun was downstairs in the women's dormitory, half leaning against me on the body of the sports car, playing with his cell phone and waiting for Shinmingchi. Today, the Pagani Fengshen Bashia, a new reward in the system, was opened, which attracted the attention of many students. Is this Lin Chun? The Lin Chun who reportedly drove a helicopter to check-in and drove 3 sky-high-priced supercars to the school less than a month after the school started? Yes, it is said that 2 of his 3 supercars are unique in the world. Look, why did he switch to a supercar again? Changed again? I don't recognize this one. It seems to be Pagani? It's Ba Xia. Ba Xia. When Pagani settled in the Xia kingdom, he specially customized 3 unique cars for Xia Gua. Lin Chun drove both Yuqi and Yazan to the school. Unexpectedly, Ba Xia also got into his hands. So, Lin Chun has collected 3 sacred vehicles? I cried with envy. When he came downstairs about 10 minutes later, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Today's Shinmingchi can be said to be full of aura, just like a temperamental lady, with a perfect figure that makes people unable to take their eyes away. Senior, you are so beautiful today! Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. Shinmingchi immediately smiled sheepishly. Really? I was afraid that what I wore was too tacky. You're just going to return to the soil, are you going to let others live? Shinmingchi laughed twice, and when she was about to get in the car, she was suddenly stunned and looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Lin Chen, you changed cars again? But Lin Chen just said lightly. Well, I changed it to another one. Shinmingchi was surprised. This is Pagani's Zonda, right? Lin Chen glanced at her in surprise. Do you know anything about cars? Shinmingchi shook her head. I don't understand, but you have a Pagani Fengshen car, so I checked the relevant information and did some homework. I didn't expect that you actually collected these 3 unique cars in the world. Senior is so considerate. With that, the 2 got in the car and drove away. The students behind me were almost crying with envy. Woo, I also want to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car. I don't know if the boss needs any accessories. I can do it. I can do anything. I can be a concubine, I won't fight or compete, I'm super obedient. If you guys had even a peanut, you wouldn't be so drunk. Zhao Yuanheng planned to gather everyone together, meet in the Golden Triangle first, and then go to the mountain road together. At this moment, the Golden Triangle is filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and the scene is quite spectacular. Many spectators stood not far away, admiring this spectacular sight. Oh my God, what day is today? Why are there so many luxury cars parked here? Haven't you heard? This is the anniversary of our Donghai City Supercar Club. They're probably going to hold some kind of party, right? Supercar Club? Is it a club where you have to own a supercar to join? What else? Alas, there are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more like me? I wish I had a supercar like this too. Come on, everyone, make way. I'm going to wake him up with my pee. Soon, a blue Ba Xia came speeding over. Its body was like a blue lightning, and the roar like an explosion attracted everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? It looks so majestic. That's called the Pagani Fengshen Bashia, a one-of-a-kind car in the world. Fuck? Is it that awesome? Does it cost millions? How many millions? I'm really ignorant. Not even 500 million, don't even think about it. 500 million? Ouch. My little heart, please come here and help me. On this side, the people in the Supercar Club were dumbfounded. Who is this? Does our Supercar Club own this car? I don't know. Could it be that Brother Zhao found him? As he said that, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Yuanheng. Zhao Yuanheng was confused. He didn't remember that anyone in the Supercar Club had owned this car. Only Lin Chen, Chi-Chi and Yazan. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanheng's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that this person is Lin Chen? In the midst of surprise and confusion, Ba Xia had already driven in front of everyone, and Lin Chen got out of the car with Shin Mingqi. Everyone was shocked. What? Is it really Lin Chen? Chapter 80. The luxury fleet dispatches and the crowd is confused. We have gathered 3 Pagani's Ondas. What kind of monster is this? Damn it! I thought I was rich at first, but now I see that I am a fucking poor person. It's so hard for us. Here, Lin Chen has led Shin Mingqi to Zhao Yuanheng. Senior! Lin Chen greeted. Zhao Yuanheng smiled and said, Okay, you actually gathered 3 Pagani's Ondas, you are so heroic. Learn to joke. Out of politeness, Shin Mingqi also said hello to Zhao Yuanheng. Zhao Yuanheng's eyes also fell on Shin Mingqi, and his eyes lit up slightly. Why didn't I realize before that this schoolgirl is so good-looking? He smiled and nodded towards Shin Mingqi. The two exchanged a few words. During this period, many men present could not help but glance at Shin Mingqi. Wearing a black dress and short skirt, Shin Mingqi looked as dazzling as a queen. It's not that they haven't seen beauties before, but there are too few beauties with temperament like Shin Mingqi. However, since Lin Chen was present, they naturally did not dare to be too presumptuous, and only dared to look at him occasionally. After all, in front of Lin Chen, they all had a little money, but Lin Chen was the real rich. What's more, Lin Chen was invited by Zhao Yuanheng, and Guiting wanted to give him this face. Zhao Yuanheng said, Let's go to the mountain road first. That area is suitable for racing. It is simply a sacred place for us. Lin Chen smiled. Okay. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yuanheng said again, Lin Chen, it would be a pity not to use it as the finale, your boss. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Chen spread his hands and said, I don't care. You can arrange it however you want. Zhao Yuanheng immediately decided. Okay, that's it. Soon, one cool supercar after another came out, including BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, etc. The surrounding cars didn't dare to get close and stayed far away, for fear of touching the paint of another car. This spectacular scene has become a beautiful landscape in Dahai City. Many passers-by couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and take short videos. Even car owners waiting at traffic lights rolled down their windows and watched from afar. So many luxury cars. It's so eye-catching. Which one is the most expensive one here? Can anyone who knows cars tell me? Did you see the last car at the back? It's the only one in the world. Don't even think about buying it if you don't have $500 million. Don't say that. That car is the dream of countless men. Many wealthy people want it. It's extremely popular. In other words, even if you have $500 million, you may not be able to get it. Soon, everyone arrived at the racing location, a mountain road. Zhao Yuanheng half leaned on the car and said, This road was built specifically for racing. There is not a single camera on the entire road, and the road conditions are very winding and… As he spoke, Zhao Yuanheng looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, there is one road you need to pay special attention to. After reaching the top of the mountain, there is a road down the mountain. That road is quite steep and has 6 sharp turns. This should be your first time here, so be careful there. After all, everyone is out here to have fun, and the purpose of the competition is to have more fun, so safety comes first, and competition comes second. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Okay. He didn't intend to win anyway. After all, when it came to racing, his driving skills were not enough to show off. Therefore, he decided to just go through the motions. As for whether the curve was steep or not, it was not a big problem for him. At this time, Zhao Yuanheng said again, Lin Chen, how are your driving skills? I really want to compare with you. How about we join a team? I'm just a little trash, don't laugh at me when the time comes, Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanheng couldn't help laughing a few times. Why do I not believe it so much? Lin Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, What I said is the truth. However, at this moment, the prompt from the system father arrived. Beep! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, asking Shin Mingqi to race with him to reward top racing skills. Hiss! Lin Chen discovered that the system really knew what he needed, so it gave him whatever rewards he needed. It seems that he can no longer live quietly as a racing trash. With top driving skills in hand, I have the championship. Later, Zhao Yuanheng added, By the way, in this racing, there is a reward for first place. Oh? Lin Chen suddenly became interested. What reward? A black and white Swarovski swan necklace worth more than 30,000 yuan, plus a VIP card for supercar maintenance, Zhao Yuanheng said. These two rewards are not attractive to Lin Chen. However, several of his supercars do seem to need some maintenance. As for that necklace? Lin Chen looked at Shen Mingqi beside him. Necklace, do you want it? Shen Mingqi felt happy for a moment, but then she became a little worried. Is it okay? Lin Chen smiled. As long as you sit in the passenger seat and join the race with me, that's fine. How about that? His smile dazzled Shen Mingqi. Why does she think Lin Chen is so handsome? Why is it okay if I'm in the passenger seat? Shen Mingqi asked. Because you are my lucky star, Lin Chen said casually. What he said was true. After all, he had to have Shen Mingqi as his co-pilot before he could achieve top-notch driving skills. But his unintentional words touched Shen Mingqi's heartstrings. Shen Mingqi's heart felt warm, and her face quickly became flushed. Okay, I'll join the competition with you, Shen Mingqi whispered, looking shy. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Aren't you afraid? Afraid, but didn't you say that I am your lucky star? As your lucky star, of course I will follow you. Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Seeing Shen Mingqi's rare naive look, Lin Chen couldn't help but rub her head. Zhao Yuanheng next to him really couldn't stand it anymore. Stop killing dogs, okay? Bullying me for not having a girlfriend? I also have a female companion, okay? As she said that, she waved to a girl not far away. When she saw this, she who was chatting immediately walked over here. Brother Zhao. Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at this girl. She seemed to be a small internet celebrity, known as the killer of otakus. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of beauty. This otaku killer is indeed very different from the stunning appearance in the live video. But despite this, her foundation is still there, and she is still a beauty. Do you want that Swarovski black and white swan necklace? Zhao Yuanheng asked. Hearing this, the little internet celebrity's eyes lit up. I want it! You know, this Swarovski is worth more than 30,000. At this time, Zhao Yuanheng looked at Lin Chen with a smile. What should I do? These two rewards are both for first place, but there is only one first place. Chapter 81 Record-breaking. Lin Chen also laughed. It depends on who has better skills. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, Zhao Yuanheng said. You may not know that I have been the champion for several consecutive years, and I am very familiar with the road conditions on this road. If I am not mistaken, this should be your first time here, right? That would be very unfair to you. Then, he said, how about we let you go for a while? I'm afraid you don't have this chance, Lin Chen said. Haha, Zhao Yuanheng laughed. Junior Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite confident, but you have to be mentally prepared later. After all, he is already a veteran of racing. Soon, the game will begin, and Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanheng are in the last group, as the final team. Finally, it was almost their turn. The moment Shen Mingqi became the co-pilot, the system prompt arrived immediately. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and acquiring top racing technology. Immediately afterwards, a wealth of racing experience and knowledge flooded into Lin Chen's mind, which he quickly digested. Shen Mingqi suddenly said, Lin Chen, safety comes first later, don't care so much about the first place. Lin Chen smiled and looked at her with a slightly raised eyebrow. Why, you don't believe in my skills? No, Shen Mingqi said quickly. Later, Lin Chen reminded. Sit tight later, the car will not be like usual, so you have to be mentally prepared. Yeah. Shen Mingqi nodded heavily. I know, isn't it just like riding a roller coaster? I've been on a roller coaster when I went to an amusement park, and I can still bear it. Shen Mingqi's words directly made Lin Chen laugh. Xiao Tianjin, racing is not as simple as riding a roller coaster. Ah? What does that look like? Shen Mingqi was a little surprised. Lin Chen pondered for a while and said, It's several times faster than riding a roller coaster, right? Hiss. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but gasp, and her face turned slightly pale. If it doesn't work, just go down, it'll be fine. Lin Chen smiled. Seeing her pale face with fright, Lin Chen couldn't bear it anymore. But Shin Mingqi shook her head. I want to go with you. No matter what, I'll hold on tight. If you're scared, just close your eyes and stop watching. Okay. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. You are very courageous. I give you a thumbs up. Shin Mingqi felt a little embarrassed. She quickly came up and touched Lin Chen's face, then quickly withdrew. Lin Chen only felt a warmth on his face. When he reacted, Shin Mingqi had already sat back down, pretending to be nonchalant. If it weren't for the warm breath that still lingered on his face, Lin Chen would have really thought that the scene just now was his hallucination. The red tips of Shin Mingqi's ears also betrayed her. You said I am your lucky star, so I just want to pass on all my blessings to you, Shin Mingqi explained in a low voice. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't expect that Shin Mingqi actually had this side. But I am so blessed that my heart is in a state of confusion. What should I do? Shin Mingqi was a little confused, and immediately regretted that she had messed up. After all, there was going to be a competition later, and she was still like this. How about we stop competing now? I'm just kidding, I just want to tease you, Lin Chen said. At this time, the game for the team in front was also over. Lin Chen, Zhao Yuanhang and other participants immediately started their cars and drove to the starting point of the track. There are 5 lanes in total, with 1 car parked on each lane. Sit tight and hold on tight, Lin Chen reminded Shin Mingqi beside him. Shin Mingqi nodded heavily and immediately grasped the armrest, because she was so nervous that her breathing began to quicken. When the indicator flag fell, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared wildly, and the car body rushed out like a blue lightning. As the sports car leaped through the air, Shin Mingqi's breath froze, her eyes widened, and her hands subconsciously clutched the armrests, her knuckles turning white. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and the sports car fell to the ground and sped away. Only then did Shin Mingqi react. She was breathing heavily like a fish that had come ashore and was short of water, and her brain was buzzing. Ejection starts. Everyone was confused. With just such a start, the car behind him was thrown away. I'll wipe it! Zhao Yuanheng cursed subconsciously. This king bomb at the beginning is so freaking evil. Thinking about it, he quickly chased after him, but even if he increased his speed to the extreme, he still kept a certain distance from Lin Chen's car. The little internet celebrity in the car was also scared to death. It was now a straight road, and Zhao Yuanheng planned to overtake Lin Chen when turning. The people who were shouting for cheers all looked dull, and there was only the roar of sports car engines. Before Shin Mingqi could recover, Lin Chen directly reminded him. Sit tight and hold on tight. Shin Mingqi quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look any further. There is a U-shaped curve ahead. Lin Chen didn't even slow down, and drifted directly over. Zhao Yuanheng was also shocked and cursed again. FCK! Is this guy going to die? These are 2 connected U-shaped curves. Do you dare to do this? Fearing that something might happen to Lin Chen, Zhao Yuanheng turned pale with fear. The audience nearby were also stunned. It started with a slingshot, and now it can't even pass the U-turn without slowing down. And he actually went over there. This is fucking ridiculous. You can't play like this. One small mistake and it's going to end in disaster. Even professional racing drivers wouldn't dare to do this. How brave is Lin Chen? When you reach the next bend, keep drifting. Everyone had nothing to say except the 2 words, awesome. Before they could react, Lin Chen was already at the finish line. The roar of the Basya engine came from far away, and even though he was about to reach the finish line, Lin Chen did not slow down. What is he going to do? Everyone no longer understood Lin Chen's actions. Lin Chen drifted directly, crossed the key line, and stopped steadily with the sound of violent friction between the tires and the ground. Extremely arrogant. The whole place was dead silent. At this time, the car door opened, Lin Chen got out of the car, and walked over here supporting Shin Mingqi, who was crying and weak in fear. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at the people keeping time. 6 minutes, 43 seconds and 56 seconds. 6 minutes, 43 seconds and 56 seconds. What kind of result is this? You must know that the record of the last champion Zhao Yuanheng was 9 minutes, 21 seconds and 13 seconds. Faster than 2 minutes and 40 seconds. In other words, record-breaking. This result is not even inferior to that of domestic first-line professional racing drivers. Chapter 82. Happy to be named the car god. The people present swallowed unconsciously. Is the timing correct? Nothing is wrong. Look, Brother Zhao and the others haven't arrived yet. More than 2 minutes later, they saw Zhao Yuanheng's car. Zhao Yuanheng's result was 9 minutes 32.14 seconds, which was worse than his previous result. Because he was really scared by Lin Chen's actions. The first thing he did after getting off the car was to rush over and punch Lin Chen lightly on the shoulder. Good fellow, you are pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Tell me, are you a hidden professional racing driver? Zhao Yuanheng's words also made everyone's eyes fall on Lin Chen. Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly. Can I say that this is my first time participating in a racing competition? First? Everyone present was shocked. The first time you raced, did you reach the level of a professional racing driver? When Shen Mingqi, who was supported by Lin Chen, heard Lin Chen's words, she was so frightened that her legs weakened and she froze. Zhao Yuanheng quickly shook his head. I don't believe it. But it is indeed my first time to run, and it is also my first time to come to this track, Lin Chen said helplessly. Zhao Yuanheng was about to cry without tears. Stop hitting me. He was a racing enthusiast with many years of experience, but he lost to a novice. There is no need to look at the results of this competition. Lin Chen came out on top. Soon, the reward was delivered. Lin Chen directly stuffed both items into Shen Mingqi's hands. Here's the necklace for you. Can you please keep it for me? Okay. Shen Mingqi nodded. She opened the necklace gift box and saw the black and white swan necklace worth 30,000. It matches her outfit very well today. Thinking about it, she took out the necklace and put it around her neck. Does it look good? Shen Mingqi looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen turned to look at her. The black and white swan necklace complemented her delicate collarbones, fair skin and beautiful appearance, which was the finishing touch. Lin Chen sincerely praised. Yes, it looks good. Shen Mingqi smiled sweetly. Even the discomfort caused by racing has eased a lot. Thank you, Shen Mingqi who suddenly said. Lin Chen smiled. Then how do you plan to repay me? Shen Mingqi was stunned for a moment, and lowered her head shyly. Just when she was about to say the words, I pledge myself to you, Zhao Yuanheng suddenly came over. Lin Chen, we are going to the dock later. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Okay. Shen Mingqi glanced at Zhao Yuanheng resentfully. The latter touched his nose innocently. What's the look in Xue Shen's face? Did he do something wrong? Racing is just an appetizer. Next, we officially enter the theme yacht party. Looking at the huge yacht, the rich second generation present were a little surprised. Brother Zhao, that's great. You found such a luxurious yacht. How awesome! When did Donghai City get such a big yacht? Why didn't I take it with me? Yeah, how come we didn't hear anything about it? But Zhao Yuanheng shook his head. This yacht was not found by me, but by Lin Chen. Thanks to him, our yacht party can be held normally. Everyone was slightly surprised. How did Lin Chen do it, and rent such a luxurious car? Just when everyone was confused, Zhao Yuanheng said. To be precise, this was bought by Lin Chen. The whole place was petrified. They took a closer look and, sure enough, saw the LC logo on the exterior of the yacht. They understand this. LC, isn't that Lin Chen? What the hell? But I am uneducated, so I can only say wow. Brother Chen is awesome. From now on, I will be Brother Chen's loyal little brother. Come on. Are you worthy? I want to be a pendant on Brother Chen's leg. Fuck you. Not far away, Lin Chen saw some excitement on Zhao Yuanheng's side, so he led Shen Mingqi over. What are you talking about, so lively? As soon as Lin Chen came over, he saw that everyone's eyes were on him, with a strange light shining in their eyes. He suddenly felt a little scared. Why are you looking at me like this? The second generation of wealthy people immediately came up to flatter him and said, Brother Chen, do you still need a younger brother? I'll call you here and there, and I'll be there whenever you call me. Brother Chen, are you still short of pendants? Brother Chen, are you still in need of flatterers? Lin Chen touched his nose and looked at Zhao Yuanheng. Can you tell me what happened? Zhao Yuanheng smiled and said, These guys all know that you bought the yacht. So it's like this. It's all trivial. Don't take it to heart, Lin Chen said casually. Listen? What does this say? I bought a super luxury yacht, and you still say it's a trivial matter? And Shin Mingqi was also surprised. These rich second-generation people who are usually aloof and superior are now almost all sycophants in Lin Chen's place. Lin Chen has such great magic power. Of course, she also knew that the transformation of these rich second generations was not only due to Lin Chen's arrogance, but also because of Lin Chen's blockbuster success in racing too. There were all racing enthusiasts present, and Lin Chen's move almost won the hearts of everyone. In their circle, Lin Chen even has the title of Little Car God. Thinking about it, Shin Mingqi unconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Chen, staring intently at his profile. Lin Chen, feeling Shin Mingqi's gaze, also turned around. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Chen said with a smile. Is it because I'm so handsome that I'm stunned? Shin Mingqi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, I'm stunned. How can you be responsible? Lin Chen was about to reply when Zhao Yuanheng stopped him. Lin Chen, get ready to board the yacht. Hearing this, Lin Chen waved to him. Here he comes. Then he turned to Shin Mingqi and said, Let's go. The atmosphere that finally got up came to an end. Shin Mingqi felt so depressed. She glanced at Zhao Yuanheng resentfully again. Zhao Yuanheng in front only felt a chill behind him. He turned his head and saw nothing. He scratched his head in confusion. Strange, is it because the weather is getting colder? The road leading to the yacht was covered with a red carpet, with flower baskets on both sides and people firing salutes. Lin Chen, Shin Mingqi and Zhao Yuanheng walked in the front. Is it such a grand event? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. But Zhao Yuanheng didn't take it seriously. What? What's this? With you, the little car god, here, I'm afraid that this display will be unfair to you, Zhao Yuanheng said with a smile. Little car god? Lin Chen was a little confused. Zhao Yuanheng was slightly stunned, then said, By the way, you may not know yet, based on your achievements in racing, they all call you the little car god, saying that it would be a waste of talent if you don't become a professional racing driver. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. You are really flattered. This group of rich second generation are quite cute. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanheng quickly said, What do you mean by flattery? Let me tell you, even professional racing drivers may not have as good a record as you, so don't be so modest. The two chatted as they walked into the yacht. And this side, the pier. A Bentley stopped and a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses got out of the car. If there were other people present, they would definitely recognize her. She is the popular film and television queen Lu Yuxing. Chapter 83 Xiao Tian comes later. Next to her is her assistant, Ellie. Seeing a yacht parked in front and the faint sounds of bustle, Lu Yuxing frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. What's going on ahead? The assistant quickly replied. I also heard from others that it seems that the Supercar Club in Donghai City is holding a yacht party. Yacht party? Lu Yuxing murmured softly. She looked to the side and sure enough, there were quite a few supercars parked there. It was a little dark just now, so I didn't notice it. Assistant Ellie asked tentatively. Should we join in the fun and make friends with those rich second generations? It should be easy if you come forward. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yuxing shook her head. Forget it, there's no need. Why? The people attending this party are all second-generation rich people in Donghai City, and your career is on the rise. Making friends with these second-generation rich people will be of great help to your career, Ellie said quickly. But Lu Yuxing did not agree with her words. There's not much use in making friends with them, and I don't have the intention to do so. Besides, I'm just here for a spin and some fresh air, Lu Yuxing said. Ai Li was a little anxious. How can it be useless? They are all rich second generations in Donghai City. Lu Yuxing glanced at her calmly, shook her head, and then looked at the luxury car next to her. This Ferrari Roma, the landing price is less than 3 million. The Maserati president over there, even if it's the top configuration, only costs more than 1 million yuan. Porsche 911 and BMW 8 Series also cost more than 1 million yuan. This is just a bit of money. Lu Yuxing's calm tone made the young assistant Ai smack her lips slightly. Nowadays, people who drive million-dollar luxury cars can only be considered to have some wealth, right? Is it that her vision is too short-sighted, or is it that Lu Yuxing's vision is too high? Lu Yuxing sighed and glanced casually at the side. But just this one glance made her stunned. After coming to her senses after a few seconds, she hurried forward to check. Is this the Pagani winged god Bashia? Lu Yuxing was surprised. Ellie was a little confused. What is Pagani Fengshen Bashia? Is this car expensive? Lu Yuxing explained. Not only is it expensive, there is only one in the world, it costs at least 500 million. Hearing this, Ellie was stunned and took a deep breath. Hiss! 500 million! Lu Yuxing looked towards the yacht, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. What kind of person can drive a sports car like this? Ellie quickly asked. Do you want to go up and take a look? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuxing nodded. Okay. But here, almost everyone is on the yacht, and there is everything on the yacht. The service staff on the yacht have also been in place early, standing on both sides of the yacht to greet the guests. What are your plans tonight? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuanhang and asked. Zhao Yuanhang said, That's right. We plan to drive the yacht to Bay Island and then come back. I made a rough estimate and the time for this round trip should be enough for us to play. Also, there are a lot of performances planned tonight, including singing, dancing, etc. Just make sure you won't be left disappointed. Well, okay. Lin Chen nodded. And here, many little celebrities and internet celebrities took the initiative to chat with Shen Mingqi. Shen Mingqi originally wanted to follow Lin Chen, but seeing that Lin Chen's place was full of boys, it was not good for her to be a girl there. After talking to Lin Chen, Shen Mingqi followed them to the side to chat. However, at this moment, there was a moderate noise at the entrance. Is Lu Yuxing and Lu Tianlai coming? Brother Zhao is too proud. He even invited Lu Tianho. This Queen Lu is much prettier than the one on TV. She is indeed a queen. On this side, Zhao Yuanhang was slightly startled. Lu Yuxing is here? Damn it, this is my goddess! Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Didn't you invite me? Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. It's not me. How could I have the ability to invite Lu Tianho over? So you just came uninvited? Let's go and meet my goddess. With that said, Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen stood up and walked over. Hello, Miss Lu. I am the organizer of this party, Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Yuanhang greeted and extended a hand towards Lu Yuxing. Lin Chen also looked up and down at this popular little queen. The other person was wearing a simple slim-fitting top and a floral skirt, which gave her a fairy-like feeling. As expected of a little diva, Lin Chen felt that she could score 95 points for her looks. Hello, Mr. Zhao. As she spoke, she glanced at the hand Zhao Yuanhang extended, but did not move. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanhang withdrew his hand with a little embarrassment. I came here uninvited, Mr. Zhao, you won't mind, right? Lu Yuxing said with a smile. Zhao Yuanhang waved his hand quickly. Of course not, it is our honor that Miss Lu can come. Lu Yuxing smiled slightly. Then we'll just take a look. Zhao Yuanhang was slightly stunned and said okay. Then, he said, we are going to the Gulf Island and then come back. We will probably go ashore tomorrow. If Miss Lu has nothing to do, she can join us for the party. It just so happens that I have a day off tomorrow, Lu Yuxing said. That's good. After the two of them talked for a few words, Lu Yuxing took Ai to sit alone aside. She picked up a fashion magazine on the table and began to read it. Ai glanced at Zhao Yuanhang, then moved closer to Lu Yuxing and whispered, That supercar worth 500 million probably belongs to Mr. Zhao just now. I see that everyone here is centered around him, and he is also the organizer of this party. But Lu Yuxing shook her head. Not necessarily. Why? Lu Yuxing paused, closed the magazine, sat up straight, looked in the direction of Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen, and said faintly, Are these people really centered around him? Isn't it? Ellie asked back. Lu Yuxing shook her head again. Take a closer look. Ellie really looked over there obediently, I did see some clues. This Mr. Zhao seems to be very respectful and polite to the young man next to him. Lu Yuxing opened the magazine in her hand again and looked down. If I'm not mistaken, the people here are indeed mainly Zhao Yuanhang, and Zhao Yuanhang is mainly the young people around him. Do you remember the LC logo we saw on the ship before we boarded it? Ellie was a little confused. LC, these two letters, what's wrong? Lu Yuxing slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Chen beside Zhao Yuanhang. Just now I vaguely heard Zhao Yuanhang call him Lin Chen. Ellie murmured LC. Suddenly, her eyes widened. It's Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen subconsciously looked over here. Chapter 84. You brought a watch worth more than 4 million to the barbecue. Lu Yuxing was stunned for a moment, smiled at him, and then looked away. Keep your voice down. Only then did Ellie react and quickly covered her mouth. She asked quietly. In other words, this yacht was most likely bought by this person named Lin Chen? After all, only custom-made yachts will have logos added. Thinking of this, Ellie was shocked. Buying a yacht, what kind of rich person can enjoy this kind of life? Sister Yuxing, why don't you go up and say a few words to him? Wait a minute, Lu Yuxing said. On this side, Lin Chen also retracted his gaze and frowned slightly. Strange. What's wrong? Zhao Yuanhang asked. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Nothing. There was a small stage in the center, with several internet celebrities dancing passionately with their hair flying, which made the audience cheer. Even Zhao Yuanhang started whistling. Then Zhao Hongdao looked at Lin Chen again and asked, Aren't you going to go up and perform a show? With your figure and appearance, you will definitely gain a lot of fans. No, you made a splash at the basketball game and won over a lot of girls. Now that I think about it, you're such a good basketball player, and you're also such a great racer. Tell me honestly, are you God's illegitimate child? Zhao Yuanhang's words made Lin Chen laugh out loud. I didn't expect you to have such a vivid imagination. It's a shame you don't write a novel. Go away, you just know how to tease me. Zhao Yuanhang scolded with a smile. However, at this moment, the system appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Use the acquired musician talent to perform on stage and be rewarded with god-level cooking skills. After the system finished speaking, Lin Chen felt dizzy. A large amount of music knowledge flooded into his mind, and it took him half a minute to digest it. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a musician who was proficient in various musical instruments, and was also a singer. Seeing Lin Chen's ugly face, Zhao Yuanhang asked worriedly, Lin Chen, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I just fainted for a moment, but I'm back to normal now. As he said this, he looked towards the stage. The task assigned by the system is to let him perform on stage. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuanhang. Do you have a guitar? Zhao Yuanhang nodded. Yes. As he said that, he stood up and took his guitar and handed it to Lin Chen. This is mine. I don't know if you are used to using it. If not, I will ask someone else for you. After taking the guitar, Lin Chen said, It's okay, I can do it. At this time, Zhao Yuanhang was about to call the people off the stage, but Lin Chen stopped him. Wait until they finish their performance. Zhao Yuanhang had no choice but to sit down. What's so good about dancing? I'm tired of watching it. I can't wait to see your performance. Lin Chen smiled and said, You'll see it in a few minutes. Seeing this, Ai Li came up to Lu Yuxing and whispered, It seems that Lin Chen is going to perform on stage. Hearing this, Lu Yuxing also raised her head and looked in the direction of Lin Chen. At that time, several rich second generations came over with wine glasses. Miss Lu, would you please do me the honor of having a drink? Hearing this, Ai Li quickly said, I'm sorry, Yuxing doesn't drink. The young men looked at each other, then said sorry and left. Several waves of people came, but were rejected every time, so naturally no one came anymore. After they all left, Ai Li approached Lu Yuxing and asked, Do you want to go talk to that guy named Lin Chen? Wait a moment. Everyone here has a female companion, and I guess he does too, Lu Yuxing said. Besides, he's going to perform on stage soon, so it's not too late to take a look. All right. Over here, the performer upstairs had finished, and Lin Chen came on stage with a guitar. Zhao Yuanheng originally wanted to help liven up the atmosphere, but suddenly he felt that it was not necessary. After Lin Chen came on stage, people started looking over at him one after another. What the hell? The boss is going to perform? It looks like a guitar singing. Wow! The boss is going to sing for me. Well, even if you had only one peanut, you wouldn't be so drunk. Lin Chen found a standing microphone, adjusted its position, and sat on a high chair. The fingertips plucked the strings, and melodious music spread throughout the cabin. Coffee on the left bank by the Seine. I have a cup in my hand, savoring your beauty. At this moment, everyone in the cabin fell silent and looked intently at the figure on the stage. The voice is deep and magnetic, and the vibrato is just right. Many women present have become nymphos. Many people took out their mobile phones and recorded the scene. The moment Lin Chen spoke, Lu Yuxing was shocked. Shen Mingqi held her chin in her hands, as if she had completely become Lin Chen's little crush. I didn't expect that Lin Chen could sing so beautifully. After the song was finished, Lin Chen picked up the guitar and stood up, bowing slightly to the audience. Thank you, everyone! The scene was quiet for several seconds, and then there was deafening applause. This sounds so good. My ears are pregnant, and little brother Lin Chen is responsible. With a voice like this, it would be a shame not to participate in Xiaogui's good voice. Lin Chen had already walked off the stage with his guitar. He returned the guitar to Zhao Yuanheng and sat back in his seat. Lin Chen is so awesome, how come you know everything? I even doubt that you are omnipotent, Zhao Yuanheng said in amazement. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. Maybe. Meanwhile, Ally's eyes had turned into little hearts. Wow, so nice! Love it! Then, she looked at Lu Yuxing and said, Why don't we talk to him? Lu Yuxing hesitated for a few seconds and was about to stand up when she saw a girl in a black dress walking up to Lin Chen. She frowned slightly. Could this be his girlfriend? Or is she just a simple female companion? Here, Shen Mingqi sat down directly and took Lin Chen's arm. You sing so well, why didn't I notice it before? Seeing the closeness between her and Lin Chen, many girls were envious, and wished they were Shen Mingqi sitting next to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, It's not too late to find out now. Shen Mingqi sighed and pretended to be sad. It's too southern. I actually found out about it together with them. Lin Chen smiled and rubbed her head. Naughty. Shen Mingqi smiled at him. Okay, I'm going to chat with the little sisters. With that said, she left. And this side. Lu Yuxing took the red wine glass on the side, poured a glass of red wine, held up the hem of her skirt, and walked towards Lin Chen. Hi, do you mind having a drink? Lu Yuxing said with a smile. When she spoke, she was talking to Lin Chen. Of course, he also glanced at Zhao Yuanheng next to him. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I'm very happy to do so. As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass beside him and poured a glass of red wine for himself and Zhao Yuanheng. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. People not far away couldn't help but talk in low voices. Hey! It turns out that Queen Lu doesn't refuse to drink, she just doesn't drink with us. I really envy Brother Chen for being able to get Queen Lu to come up and toast. Only Brother Chen can do this. For people like us, even if we take the initiative to toast, no one will drink with us. What surprised everyone was that Lu Yuxing really just went up to offer a glass of wine, chatted for a few words, and then returned to his seat. Ai Li asked anxiously, Sister Yuxing, why are you back so soon? Lu Yuxing, who had just sat down, glanced at Ai Li lightly. What do you know? Boys are creatures. The closer you get to them, the less they take you seriously. Ellie was slightly stunned. So that's how it is. Lu Yuxing smiled slightly and couldn't help but look in the direction of Lin Chen, but found that the other party was watching the show on the stage and didn't pay any attention to her at all. Something is wrong. Could it be that the strategy was wrong? It's impossible. At this time, Zhao Yuanheng suggested going to the open-air viewing platform for a barbecue, which was agreed by many people. After this, many people were already hungry. Lin Chen was naturally eager to go as soon as possible. It's just a good time to try out the god-level cooking skills rewarded by the system. After calling Shen Mingqi, they went to the outdoor observation deck together. The sea at night is particularly beautiful. The bright moon is in the sky, the stars are shining brightly, and the beautiful sky and sea make people forget to leave. The cool breeze of early autumn hit, and Shinmingchi couldn't help but flinch. Lin Chen asked Zhao Yuanheng on the side to ask someone to get a coat, and he put it on Shinmingchi with his own hands. Shinmingchi felt warm in her heart. "Thank you, Lin Chen, I will bake something for you later." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Okay." While Lin Chen and Zhao Yuanheng were chatting, Shinmingchi had already baked a plate of delicious food and brought it over. Lin Chen took a mutton skewer and was about to eat it, but was stopped by Shinmingchi. "That one is freshly baked. Come on, eat this one first." As he spoke, a peeled prawn was brought to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen was slightly startled, then opened his mouth and ate it. "Is it delicious?" Shinmingchi asked, her voice as gentle as water. Lin Chen nodded. "It's indeed good. I didn't expect that to seem your sister is a master. As long as you like to eat." Shinmingchi hugged Lin Chen's arm when she was happy. Lin Chen sniffed and took his hand out of Shinmingchi's arms without leaving any trace. "I'll try baking something too." A little malnourished. Then, he walked directly to the barbecue grill, picked up the ingredients placed aside and started grilling them. Shinmingchi, on the other hand, was holding her chin in her hands from behind, looking at Lin Chen like an nymphomaniac. How come Lin Chen knows everything? It can be said that he is a perfect man. After a while, a burst of fragrance hit her nostrils, and Shinmingchi, who was a little sleepy, suddenly woke up. She quickly got up and walked quickly towards Lin Chen. "What is it? It smells so good," Shinmingchi said in surprise. As a result, I saw what Lin Chen was baking, but it was nothing special. She had even baked many of them just now, but why weren't the ones she baked so fragrant? The men and women chatting and playing around were also attracted by the scent. "What smells so good? Brother Chen is baking something. Damn it! Brother Chen doesn't have a hidden identity, is he a super chef?" Lin Chen didn't notice a word of their discussion. He was wearing a shirt today, and it was not very convenient when baking, so he just rolled up his sleeves. The watch was accidentally revealed. Many people around suddenly became agitated. "Damn! Isn't that a Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch worth 4 million? The boss actually had a barbecue wearing a watch worth more than 4 million? Chapter 85, I'm going to cry. To be honest, I'm dumbfounded. If you had a watch like this, I would burn incense to worship it. The boss is really the boss." At this time, Zhao Yuanheng also came over. "It's amazing. You treat such an expensive watch like this? Don't you feel sorry for it?" Zhao Yuanheng was surprised. Lin Chen smiled slightly without stopping the work of roasting something in his hands. "No matter how expensive a watch is, it's just a watch, a tool to tell time." His calm words caused a great deal of coldness and disturbance in Zhao Yuanheng's heart. He could also tell that Lin Chen was not pretending to be cool, but really just thought it was just a watch. Zhao Yuanheng sat aside and said, "You are the only one who would say this. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. It really makes sense. Just because you play with cars doesn't necessarily mean you're poor. In many cases, a supercar is much more expensive than a famous watch," Lin Chen said calmly. But Zhao Yuanheng also smiled and said, "Yes, I don't play with those watches, but I play with other watches." "Oh? What watch?" Zhao Yuanheng smiled mysteriously and whispered, "At a female radical." Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then he understood and gave Zhao Yuanheng a thumbs up. "High, really high." Hearing this, Zhao Yuanheng laughed twice. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Chen discovered that this senior Zhao was quite serious when they first met him, but he let himself go after he lost. However, it could also be due to a few drinks. The things Lin Chen was baking became more and more fragrant, and many people around him were not attracted to come over. "It smells so good. How did Brother Chen roast it? Are the ingredients we roast different? What's the difference? Didn't you see that Brother Chen took the same ingredients we just took? That's because his cooking skills are better. I'm drooling because of it." Zhao Yuanheng also came over. "They are all the same ingredients, why do you bake them so deliciously?" Lin Chen smiled and said. Is it that exaggerated? It's not an exaggeration at all, look up, Zhao Yuanheng said. Lin Chen looked up and saw many people surrounding him, all attracted by the scent. Well, the god-level cooking skills rewarded by the system are awesome. At this time, Shen Mingqi couldn't help but come closer. Are you ready? Lin Chen estimated that the time was almost up, so he took out a mutton skewer, sprinkled it with spices, and handed it to Shen Mingqi. Here, be careful to burn it. Shen Mingqi took the mutton skewers, blew on them, and bit into a piece of mutton. Her eyes instantly lit up. Super delicious! On the other side, Lu Yuxing, who had been watching the situation here, swallowed unconsciously. I can't help it, it smells too good. After Lin Chen finished processing the skewers, he took them aside and ate with Shen Mingqi and Zhao Yuanheng. Aren't you going to call your goddess over? Lin Chen asked. Zhao Yuanheng shook his head. The goddess is too cold, so she probably won't come over. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuxing walked over. Can I sit down and eat with you? Lu Yuxing said with a sweet smile. The three people at the table were stunned for a moment, and then Zhao Yuanheng quickly said, Of course. After Lu Yuxing arrived, Zhao Yuanheng obviously felt more cramped. Shen Mingqi also looked Lu Yuxing up and down. As expected of Lu Tianhou. She has an appearance that would captivate a country. Her waist is full of willows, her skin is like gelatin, and she is as white as jade. Shen Mingqi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This competitor is really too strong. Then I ate it? As he spoke, Lu Yuxing picked up a skewer of mutton and started eating it without hesitation. One bite, and you'll find the flavor is fresh, spicy, and numbing. Every taste bud starts to enjoy it and become intoxicated by it. It was so delicious that I squinted my eyes. Mr. Lin, your craftsmanship is excellent. I could smell the fragrance from a distance just now. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but praise. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. The people around were drooling as they watched the people at the table feasting on their food. They wanted to go up and order 1 or 2 skewers, but when they saw the few skewers of barbecue on the plate, they gave up the idea. You can't possibly work so hard to grill the food, but you can't even eat a few skewers, right? The girls looked at Lin Chen with stars in their eyes. I always wanted to strike up a conversation and ask for my contact information, but over there with Lin Chen, there was not only Shen Mingqi, but also the Queen Lu Yuxing. Even Shen Mingqi and the others felt they couldn't compare, let alone Lu Tianhou. So everyone could only stay away. Soon, the yacht party was coming to an end. The ship has docked. When saying goodbye to Zhao Yuanheng and others, Lin Chen was planning to leave with Shen Mingqi. But what he didn't see was that when he passed by Lu Yuxing was about to call him. Seeing that he didn't even look at her, Lu Yuxing stopped. She looked at her unlocked phone, which already showed the Weixin scan interface. Lu Yuxing looked at Lin Chen's leaving back with confusion, put the screen of his cell phone back into his bag, and fell into deep thought. On this side, since it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, Shen Mingqi had no choice but to stay at Lin Chen's house. However, when Lin Chen parked the car, Shen Mingqi was stunned when she saw the villa that looked like a palace. Oh my God! This villa is so big! Chapter 86. Is it still the Jiang Fox he knows? Lin Chen was about to take the key and enter the villa, but when he turned around, he saw Shen Mingqi standing there blankly. What are you doing standing still? Come here. Huh? Oh. Only then did Shen Mingqi react and follow Lin Chen into the villa. The further she walked inside, the more frightened Shen Mingqi became. I didn't expect that Junior Lin Chen would be able to buy such a big villa when he came to school. Oh, by the way, there are some luxury supercars. She has never seen such luxury. It seems that the male protagonists in those idol dramas are nothing compared to their juniors. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile. It seems that senior sister also watches a lot of idol dramas. Then, he added, except for my master bedroom on the 2nd floor, you can choose any room here to live in. Yeah, Shen Mingqi nodded slightly. Afterwards, Lin Chen went upstairs. Shen Mingqi looked around and secretly clicked her tongue. The next day, when Lin Chen woke up, it was already 11 o'clock. After washing up, I went downstairs and saw a note from Shinmingchi left on the table. Junior Lin-chin, I had a great time last night. Thank you for taking me in. I have something to do at the moment, so I will leave first. _ He took out his phone and saw several messages from Shinmingchi. Lin-chin, I still have your VIP card, I forgot to leave it for you. Yes, 8. Do you need it urgently? If so, I'll send it back to you right now. Lin-chin smiled and sent her a message. It's okay, just take it first, that thing is of little use to me. After the transmission was successful, Lin-chin threw the phone aside. Just when I was about to make some breakfast, my cell phone suddenly rang. It's Jiangli. Lin-chin, are there any arrangements later? Jiangli said. No. Then, will you accompany me to visit the school? It's been so long since I graduated, and I haven't gone back to visit for a long time. Just as Lin-chin was hesitating, the system appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Agree to take Jiangli to visit the campus, and be rewarded with a Lamborghini Veneno. Lamborghini Veneno, is it poison? Lin-chin smiled and said, Why, senior sister Jiangli has been there for 4 years, and she still needs me to be her guide? Jiangli said angrily. Really? Do you really want me to admit it? I just want to ask you out, okay? Lin-chin couldn't help laughing. Okay. I have nothing to do later, so I'll go shopping with you. We can go to the cafeteria to have a meal. As soon as the words fell, the system prompt arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission and obtaining the Lamborghini Veneno. Note: the car is parked in the parking lot of Yunshuijian Villa and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin-chin reached out and touched it, and sure enough, there was an extra car key in his pocket. He took out the car key and looked at it. Well, a bit ugly. As expected, the quality of a car cannot be judged by its keys. On this side, Jiangli said again, I will take your car later, please come and pick me up. Then the two hung up the phone. Lin-chin went straight to the garage, and sure enough, in addition to his previous supercar, there was also a super cool Lamborghini Veneno parked quietly there. Lamborghini Veneno, also known as Lamborghini Veneno, is Lamborghini's most expensive sports car, with a price tag of up to 90 million. Its V12 engine can generate 552 kilowatts of power, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds, and can reach a speed of 354 kilometers per hour. There are only 13 of these cars in the world, 8 of which are convertibles and 5 are hardtops. But among these 5 hardtops, only 3 are for sale to the public, and Lin-chin's car is one of them. Lin-chin couldn't help but open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. It is indeed a car that fascinates everyone. It's so cool. It just so happens that I'm going to go to school with Jiangli today, and I can also try out the feel of this car. Thinking of this, he drove his Lamborghini Veneno directly to the villa opposite. It is always troublesome for women to go out. Lin-chin had been waiting at the door for nearly 20 minutes. When he was about to make a phone call to urge them, Jiangli came down. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin-chin looked up subconsciously and was suddenly shocked. Jiangli was wearing a white shirt with a bow tie, a short plaid skirt, her long wavy hair tied into a high ponytail, light makeup on her face, and a youthful aura. She is totally a young and beautiful JK girl. Is this still the Jiang Fox he knows? Lin-chin was completely dumbfounded. However, Jiangli is at least a school beauty. If he were asked to decide who is better between Jiangli and Song Qingwan, he really couldn't tell the difference. After all, the two are not of the same type at all. Song Qingwan is like a jasmine, white and pure. Jiangli is a red rose, passionate as fire. Seeing this, Jiangli smiled and raised her eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin-chin looked Jiangli up and down. What's wrong with you today? A fox suddenly wearing the skin of a little white rabbit. This is not like you. Jiangli was amused by Lin-chin's words and burst into laughter. This proves that I can be salty, sweet, mature, or a lowly. Besides, I want to walk around the school, just to experience what it was like to be in school. What? Doesn't it look good to wear this? Jiangli asked. It looks good. Jianli glared at Lin Chen arrogantly. That's it. Then, as if she remembered something, she looked at Lin Chen slyly. Looks good? Were you stunned by me just now? Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, You discovered this too? Jianli raised her chin and said, If you can't even tell, then I'm unworthy of the title of fox you gave me, don't you think? Lin Chen nodded. That's true. Jianli smiled, and when she was about to get into the car, she was shocked, and even her hand that was about to open the car door stopped in midair. Lamborghini Venom? You changed the car again? Chapter 87. Are you worthy? Well, I liked it and bought it, Lin Chen said calmly. Hiss. Jianli took a breath of cold air. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand and count on her fingers. Let me see how many cars you have. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chiwen, Yazzie, Bashya, and now a Lamborghini Venetian. TSK, 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 TSK. I've seen people who are generous, but I've never seen anyone as generous as you. These are 5 top-of-the-line sports cars, and each one of them would cause quite a stir if taken out. Looking at Lin Chen, she didn't know what to say. She just felt that her self-esteem had suffered a great blow. How old is Lin Chen? 20 years old. At the age of 20, he bought a luxury villa and several top-of-the-line sports cars. So scary. Lin Chen looked at Jianli in a daze and smiled helplessly. Calm down, we still have to go around the school later. Jianli had no choice but to try hard to calm herself down, sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, and went to Donghai University with Lin Chen. After all, Jianli has graduated for several years, and during this period, Donghai University has also undergone considerable changes. Since he was walking around the campus, Lin Chen parked his car directly near the school gate. Standing at the school gate again, Jianli couldn't help but feel emotional. After many years, I came back here again. Lin Chen was a little confused. Aren't you in Donghai? Can't you come whenever you want? Hearing this, Jianli glanced at him and said, How boring it would be if you came alone. With your looks and figure, with just a word from you, many boys from Donghai University would rush over to be your guide, right? Lin Chen said. He is telling the truth. Although it is a short holiday now, there are still many students staying on campus. Ever since Jianli stood here, all the boys passing by had their eyes lingering on her, which shows how charming Jianli is. After all, why not take a school beauty around the campus? But Jianli rolled her eyes at him and said, You are such a straight man. Lin Chen touched his nose, a little confused. What's wrong with him? How did you become a straight man? Jianli glanced at Lin Chen arrogantly. Did you not understand what I meant? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't understand. I said you are a straight man, so you are really a straight man? Jianli said helplessly. What I mean is that I want you to come with me. Lin Chen still shook his head. Oh, so that's how it is. Jianli sighed. Sure enough, you are single by your own ability. After saying that, she shook her head and walked into the school. Lin Chen hurriedly followed. But is he single by his own merit? How is this possible? He wants to be single, right? How can a single flower smell as good as a garden? The campus of Donghai University is quite large. It took nearly 2 hours for Lin Chen and Jianli to walk around the campus. Lin Chen's feet were a little sore, but Jianli still looked very excited. Sister, aren't you tired? Lin Chen said helplessly. But Jianli was very energetic, and raised her foot to show her canvas shoes. Look, I'm not wearing high heels today, I'm wearing canvas shoes. But Lin Chen didn't think it was a problem with the shoes. It was clearly a gender issue. It's just like shopping, a woman can walk for hours without even taking a breath. He is too southern. At this time, Jianli suddenly asked, I'm a little hungry. Is there anything delicious in the school cafeteria now? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, let's go. I can finally take a break. The cafeteria of Donghai University is well known far and wide, and it is no exaggeration. Jianli found a seat and sat down, while Lin Chen went to the window to order food. She supported her chin with one hand, quietly looking at Lin Chen's figure at the window, waiting for him to bring back food and feed her. At this time, several boys came to Jianli. Hello, Junior, can you add my WeChat ID? one of the boys asked shyly. Jiangli was slightly stunned and looked at the boy with some surprise. He is about 1.80 meters tall and thin, and quite fair. Only. What the hell is a schoolgirl? I'm several years older than you, okay? Jiangli suddenly had an idea. She pointed at Linchen, who was not far away, and said to him, "See the guy in the black coat? He is my boyfriend." The boy looked at him carefully, and suddenly his face turned pale. Linchen? His companions were also obviously frightened, as if they were facing a great enemy. Before Jiangli could react, the boy bowed to Jiangli several times. Sorry, I didn't know you had a boyfriend. Sorry to bother you. Sorry. After saying this, he hurriedly left with his companions. Jiangli was left alone, looking disheveled in the wind. Linchen, who was walking back with the bag in his hand, also saw this scene. After placing the dishes on the tray on the table, Linchen asked curiously, "What happened just now? Did anything happen?" Only then did Jiangli come back to his senses from his confusion. "Just now those boys came over to chat with me, and I pointed at you and said you were my boyfriend. They acted like they saw a ghost, kept apologizing to me, and ran away." Jiangli wondered. Then she looked at Linchen. "Why are they so scared when they hear your name? Are you the devil of the school?" Ahem. Hearing the words, "the devil of the world," Linchen accidentally choked. "Do I look innocent like a devil?" Linchen spread his hands helplessly. Jiangli couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's true, then why are they so afraid of you?" "Maybe it's because I'm a little famous in school," Linchen said calmly. "But Jiangli is not a fool." Jiangli smiled and said, "This little famous person is probably well known, right?" Linchen smiled, said nothing, and just shook his head helplessly. Suddenly I remembered that I was planning to take advantage of the short holiday to maintain several of my supercars. Thinking about it, he looked at Jiangli and asked, "Donghai City, is there any place that can do supercar maintenance?" "Supercar maintenance?" Jiangli frowned slightly, then thought for a moment. "There are several 4S stores in Donghai City, including Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Ferrari. In comparison, the Ferrari 4S store is better." Linchen nodded. "I know about the Ferrari 4S store." Jiangli raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Do you want to maintain your supercar?" Okay. After the two of them had their fill in the cafeteria, they prepared to leave. Strolling on the path in the campus, Jiangli jumped up and down, looking like a rare and cute girl. The handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of many passers-by. When we arrived at the school gate, we saw some strange phenomena. I saw several cars parked on the side, and on the hood of each car was a bottle of drink, either green tea, black tea, or Pocari Sweat, etc. Jiangli was a little curious. "What is that for? Give it to the sanitation workers to drink, do charity?" "Puff!" Linchen burst out laughing. He couldn't help but rub Jiangli's head with his hand. "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Looking at Jiangli's confused eyes, Linchen immediately understood that she really didn't understand. Linchen made two tsk sounds, shook his head and said, "Are you still the Jiang Fox I know?" Jiangli punched him in the chest with her fist. "Just tell me now." Linchen coughed twice before saying, "Look, let me give you an example. Green tea costs 3 yuan, right?" Jiangli nodded. Then, Linchen continued, $3 means $300. If any girl thinks the price is okay, she will take the drink from the front of the car and sit in the passenger seat. If the owner is satisfied, the car will leave. I don't need to tell you where it will go, right?" Jiangli's face was filled with an indescribable expression. Okay." Linchen smiled and said, "Okay, wait here for a while, I'll drive the car over." After saying that, Linchen was about to drive away, and before leaving he didn't even remind her not to take other people's drinks. Jiangli was so angry that she laughed and called him a little bastard. But at this time, the eyes of several beverage truck owners nearby couldn't help but fall on Jiangli. "This girl is so hot. Look at this appearance, this figure, it's the best." Thinking of this, one of the car owners got out of the car and walked towards Jiangli. "Little sister, are you waiting for your boyfriend?" Jiangli, who was playing with his mobile phone while waiting for Lin Chen, looked up and immediately frowned. I saw a fat, middle-aged man with a beer belly smiling at her. Jiangli changed his position calmly. But the uncle refused to give in and followed him. He pointed to the Audi A8 parked nearby and said, "Little sister, do you see it? That's my car." Jiangli took a casual look and raised his lips slightly. "Audi A8, a car worth more than 1 million yuan." Hearing this, the uncle immediately looked proud. "How is it? My car is nice, right? Come with me, I'll give you 3,000 yuan." Jiangli smiled as he caught a glimpse of the Lamborghini Veneno driving towards them. This smile made the uncle stunned. Jiangli's mouth curled up slightly with a hint of sarcasm. "A car worth more than 1 million, do you deserve it?" The smile on the uncle's face froze. "What did you say?" he said angrily. At this time, there was a commotion around. "Quick, quick, get out of the way! This is poison!" "What poison? What kind of poison is this?" "It's the Lamborghini poison! This car costs 90 million. If you scratch it by accident, you will lose everything." "What the hell?" The uncle was stunned when he saw the car coming towards him. "Lamborghini poison!" The uncle took a breath of cold air. How come there is a Lamborghini Veneno worth 90 million here? Just as he was shocked and confused, the extremely expensive Lamborghini Veneno stopped right beside him, and its two doors slowly rose up like cicada wings. Jiangli walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, without even looking at the stunned uncle behind him, and sat in the passenger seat. The uncle was completely stunned on the spot. Chapter 88: The Innocent Intern. On this side, after Lin Chen sent Jiangli back, he went directly to the Ferrari 4S store she recommended. The store is located in a remote area. If there was no navigation, Lin Chen estimated that he would have to look for a while. After parking the car at the door, Lin Chen walked straight in. There were a few people looking at cars in the store, and a few salesmen who had some free time were eating melon seeds and chatting on the side. When they saw Lin Chen coming in, they just glanced at him, and then looked away. Everyone who works here is a smart person. They can roughly tell whether the customer is rich or poor by looking at his clothes. People like Lin Chen, who dressed modestly and didn't wear any luxurious accessories, were naturally classified as poor by them. Naturally, they are unwilling to waste their time and energy on this kind of people. At this time, a girl in her 20s, holding a tray with several cups of coffee, walked towards this side. In front of her there is a sign that says, "Intern Wang Ziming. Sister Zhang, Sister Li, Sister Wu, your coffee." One of the salesmen said disdainfully, "Just put it there." Then, she looked at Wang Ziming and gestured in the direction of Lin Chen. "Did you see that guest? Go and receive him. It's a good opportunity for you to exercise." Wang Ziming quickly said, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Here, Lin Chen was looking around, and a young girl came over shyly. "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Because he was a newcomer and was introverted, Wang Ziming stuttered when he spoke. Lin Chen didn't care. He just thought that the girl looked very young and pretty, and was a cute type. He asked directly, "Can your store provide maintenance services for supercars of other brands?" Wang Ziming said, "Of course, sir." But she hesitated. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "But what?" Hearing this, Wang Ziming looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he said in a low voice, "But it's not worth it." "Oh? Why?" Lin Chen suddenly became interested. "Why don't you tell me why it's not cost-effective?" Wang Ziming said, "If you have a luxury supercar, you can do it. But if it's an ordinary sports car, it's not cost-effective." "Yeah." Lin Chen nodded. "Just tell me the price." Wang Ziming paused and said, "As for the price, it depends on which package you choose. In our store, the regular package is 5,999, the VIP package is 89.99, and the deluxe package is 109.99. If we make a luxury package, how long will it take for each car?" Lin Chen asked. Hearing this, Wang Ziming was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Chen would ask about the deluxe package right away. "There aren't many people doing maintenance right now. If you come, we can do it right away. For luxury maintenance, since there are more procedures, it will take about 1 hour to do one car." Lin-Shan nodded. Okay. Seeing that this girl was quite interesting, Lin-Shan immediately said, I have more than one sports car, and I have to go back. Leave me your contact information, and I will contact you directly when the time comes. He had also heard about the rules of this kind of place, which was basically whoever received the guests would get the commission. He was obviously not familiar with the girl yet, and she didn't even ask for her contact information. He was the one who asked for it first. After hearing what Lin-Shan said, the girl immediately reacted and hurriedly rummaged through her pocket to take out a business card and handed it to Lin-Shan. On it was her name, Wang Ziming, and her cell phone number. Lin-Shan took a look at it and put it in his pocket. A few salesmen who were eating melon seeds nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw this scene. Never seen the world. For them, customers like Lin-Shan are basically useless and can just be dealt with perfunctorily. But he didn't expect that Wang Ziming actually left him a business card. It turns out that it is still too tender. However, at this moment, several customers came in from outside with looks of disbelief on their faces. What the hell? There's a Lamborghini Veneno at the door. I didn't expect that there would be such a luxury car in a place like Donghai City. This Lamborghini Veneno is worth more than 90 million now, right? Even 90 million may not be enough to buy it. Several female salespeople immediately stood up and looked at each other in shock. Lamborghini Venom? Thinking of this, they ran out quickly. When everyone saw the cool and attractive supercar, their eyes widened in shock. This is really a Lamborghini Poison. Wang Ziming naturally heard the noise outside, so he stuck his head out and wanted to go out to see what was going on. Do you want to go out and take a look too? Lin-Shan asked. Hearing this, Wang Ziming nodded rapidly. She also wants to see what the 90 million supercar looks like. Lin-Shan smiled and said, If you want to go out, go out. Thank you, Wang Ziming said quickly, and then ran out. Lin-Shan shook his head helplessly. I really don't know how such a naive girl can survive here. Just when everyone was shocked by the Lamborghini Venom, Lin-Shan directly took out the car keys and walked towards the luxury car. The car door opened slowly like a cicada's wing. The whole place was silent. Chapter 89 Ferrari 4S store caused a sensation. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin-Shan got directly into the car. It was not until the shadow of the Lamborghini Veneno completely disappeared that everyone came to their senses. Several female salespeople immediately regretted their decision. Because what they lost was a big client, and that was the kind that cost 90 million Poison. Wang Ziming felt ashamed. Just now, she actually thought that the other person was driving an ordinary supercar, and ran out to look at the car right under his nose. Ah! Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Waiting online. Although she was an intern, she knew that such clients deserved to be treated with more respect. And if she was a step slower, it might have been snatched away by someone else. Thinking of this, she hurried to the manager's office. When Wang Ziming knocked on the door and came in, the manager was looking at documents. Manager, I have something to tell you. The manager continued to look at the documents in his hand seriously, and said without raising his head, What's the matter? Tell me. Wang Ziming took a deep breath and said, It's like this. Today, a customer came to our store and wanted to have his supercar serviced. Hearing this, the manager immediately slammed the document in his hand onto the table with an impatient look on his face. Wang Ziming, if you really have nothing to do, just go find a few more clients. You have to report to me for something as small as supercar maintenance. What's the use of you guys? Are you all here to eat for free? Wang Ziming quickly said. That's not the case, manager. This guest is driving a Lamborghini Veneno. I don't care what he opens. Suddenly, she was stunned. What did you say? What kind of car does this customer drive? Wang Ziming was a little stunned. Didn't the manager hear clearly? Lamborghini, it's Poison! Hearing this, the manager stood up in shock and confirmed again. Are you sure it's the Lamborghini Venezia worth 90 million? Wang Ziming nodded. Yes, not only me, but also other seniors in the store have seen it. The manager quickly put down the documents in his hand. Quick, take me to see it. On this side, Lin-Shan was in trouble when he saw several luxury cars in his garage. I can only find a designated driver. I originally wanted to look for it on the designated driver software, but after thinking about it for a while, I gave up. Instead of asking strangers, it's better to ask people in the club for help. He contacted Zhao Yuanheng directly and asked him to call several people from the club to help drive the car to the Ferrari 4S store. Soon, the 5 people in the club arrived at Shuianyiju. When everyone learned that the villa Lin Chen lived in was Yunshuijian, they were all surprised. But then I thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. After all, Lin Chen drives so many supercars and lives in Yunshuijian, a luxury apartment in Dahai City. Isn't this too much? After meeting, Lin Chen took them directly to his garage. Even though they were mentally prepared because Lin Chen had several luxury cars, they still couldn't help but feel a little scared when they saw this full garage. No matter which car in this garage is taken out, it will be enough to cause a huge sensation outside. What's even more terrifying is that the 3 sons of wind are all in Lin Chen's hands. It's simply thrilling. At this time, Lin Chen took out a bunch of keys and threw them to them. Pick the ones you can open. Okay, Brother Chen. They had been itching to do it for a long time, so after getting the key, they started working right away. Soon, 5 top supercars drove out together. The guard had never seen such a spectacular scene and was stunned. Soon, almost the entire Dahai city was in an uproar. The road, which was originally somewhat congested, became unobstructed in an instant. Fuck? That's a Lamborghini, and there are 3 Zondas from Pagani, and there's also a Lamborghini Venezia? Am I dreaming? Please wake me up by slapping me in the face. I wonder if I am dazzled. But some people who don't know much about cars said, "Don't you know that yesterday the Supercar Club's supercars were all out? Those dozens of supercars were really spectacular." Ha! Someone sneered. You know nothing. How many of yesterday's supercars can be replaced by each of these 5 supercars? Ferrari 4S store, the whole store is almost brand new. While Li Linchen was driving, the manager ordered all the staff to clean the store, even the glass doors were wiped clean. Xiao Zhang, is the fine long Jingti I asked you to prepare ready? Xiao Wu, that silk banner is a little crooked, go and straighten it. Xiao Li, is the VIP room spotlessly clean? It's the most important part, we can't leave it behind. Everyone was busy except Wang Ziming, who didn't have to do anything. She just had to follow the manager to meet the big client. The salesmen all turned into jealous people, feeling extremely jealous. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ziming received a call from Lin Chen, saying that he would be here soon. The manager immediately asked everyone to stop what they were doing, pack up and get ready to go out and greet this important customer. Everyone in the Ferrari 4S store stood in 2 rows to welcome Lin Chen's arrival. Soon, a luxury supercar drove in. Rolls-Royce Phantom? That's not right. Wasn't the customer driving a Lamborghini Veneno? The manager frowned, looking confused. Wang Ziming was also confused. It's Lamborghini Venetian for sure. The others also looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, they all saw that the customer was indeed driving a Lamborghini Veneno. But before they could react, another car drove in. Pagani's Wingshrei. This is a one-of-a-kind car in the world, specially made for Xia country by Pagani. Soon after, Yazzie and Chiwen also came in one after another. Oh my god! The 3 cars that Pagani customized based on Xia Guolong's 9 sons are all here? I'm not dreaming, am I? This is so fucking fantastic. Wang Ziming was still anxiously waiting for Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, while the other salesmen were already staring at the sports cars excitedly, eager to try them out. There are so many luxury car customers, if we can get one over here, it will be a huge commission. A salesperson came up to the manager and whispered, Manager, the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno hasn't arrived yet, but so many luxury cars have already arrived. What should we do? The manager was also very conflicted. Just when she was planning to receive the owners of these luxury cars first, the Lamborghini Veneno that Wang Ziming had been thinking about finally appeared. Manager, look! Here he comes! Sure enough, it was that cool Lamborghini Veneno. At this time, people got out of the luxury cars in front, and many people recognized them. Aren't these all from the Dahai City Supercar Club? These are all rich second-generation young masters. But at the moment when Lin Chen came down, the rich second-generation young master they were talking about walked straight over there. "Brother Chen, look, can we park your car here?" Everyone was petrified immediately. Deathly silence. Chapter 90, Encounter with Queen Lu. What? All these sports cars actually belong to the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? Aren't these people all the second-generation rich from the Donghai City Supercar Club? So, they are just driving for Lamborghini owners? The rich second generation who usually bosses people around is so servile in front of this gentleman. Who is he? He owns 5 top-of-the-line supercars, 3 of which are the only ones in the world. The poison is also worth more than 90 million. It's simply too scary. The manager also stood there in a daze, not reacting at all. She has been a manager for many years and has never encountered a situation like this. How wealthy must this gentleman be to be able to buy so many top-notch supercars? Here, Lin Chen nodded to several people from the club. Just put it here. Okay, Brother Chen. Then they asked, Brother Chen, when will it be done? You should find someone to drive the car back later, right? Just ask us. Yeah, I haven't had enough fun driving it just now. The Pagani feels so damn good. If it weren't for you, Brother Chen, we probably wouldn't be able to drive such a luxury car in our lifetime, haha. Hearing this, Lin Chen also smiled and said, Okay, I'll find you later. Then let's go to the internet cafe next door and wait for you. Just give me a call, Brother Chen, and I'll be there whenever you call. Good. At this time, the manager was the first to react and hurried over to meet him. Sir, we have already transferred the sports car maintenance team here. Do you think we should start the maintenance now? The manager asked respectfully. Seeing this, Wang Ziming hurriedly followed. Yes, the manager has specially transferred all the staff here to maintain your supercar. Hearing this, the manager looked at Wang Ziming with some appreciation. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, let's start now. At this time, the manager also said respectfully to Lin Chen, Sir, it takes a certain amount of time to maintain a supercar. How about letting Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhou take you to the VIP lounge to rest? Xiao Wang is naturally Wang Ziming, and Xiao Zhou is. When Wang Ziming heard the name, Xiao Zhou, her face turned pale instantly, and she looked at the manager in disbelief. A beautiful saleswoman dressed in bold and sexy clothes suddenly brightened up and came out quickly. Thank you, manager. Then, she looked at Lin Chen and smiled charmingly. Sir, please follow me? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, We still have a lot of time. Please take me around your store first, and we'll go over later. Yes, sir, said the beautiful saleswoman. Afterwards, she led Lin Chen away, and Wang Ziming had to follow reluctantly. With the manager's arrangements like this, what else does she have to do? She looked at Zhou Li, who was bringing Lin Chen, and sighed unwillingly. I guess this client will be snatched away by Zhou Li again. On this side, a Ferrari stopped at the door, and as soon as the people in the car got out, it caused an instant sensation. Wow! I am so lucky today that I can actually meet Queen Lu here. Queen Lu is absolutely stunning, in stark contrast to those internet celebrities. Please don't use those internet celebrities' faces to insult our Queen Lu, okay? Those so-called internet celebrities have had countless cuts on their faces, but Queen Lu's face is all natural. Yes, the people who came were the little queen of film and television, Lu Yuxing, and her assistant Ai Li. Lu Yuxing had sharp eyes and immediately saw the several luxury cars parked in front of her. She was so shocked that she stood there, unable to recover for a long time. Ellie, who was standing by, was puzzled. Suddenly, she saw the luxury car in front of her and was petrified on the spot. Oh my God! Why are there so many luxury cars? Is there some important person coming here today? Ellie exclaimed. And Lu Yuxing slowly came back to her senses. Just now, she saw a familiar car among those luxury cars, the Xia. If she remembered correctly. No, she couldn't have remembered it wrong. This car belongs to Lin Chen. At the yacht party that day, Lin Chen was driving this Pagani Fengsheng Xia. How could there be a duplicate of the only Xia in the world? In other words, Lin Chen is here too? Thinking of this, she started looking for Lin Chen in the store. Sure enough, I saw him not far away. Lu Yuxing lowered her eyes slightly and was about to go up to say hello to Lin Chen, but she heard a few female salespeople whispering nearby. That Mr. Lin is really amazing. He looks very young, only in his 20s, but he owns 5 luxury cars, and every one of them is top of the line. Yeah, I really want to receive him, but the manager has already arranged for Jolie, so let's forget about it. Jolie has her own methods, and she has never failed. Lu Yuxing suddenly stopped one of them and asked, Is that the Mr. Lin you are talking about? As she spoke, she pointed to where Lin Chen was. The 2 female salespeople looked at each other and nodded. Lu Yuxing immediately understood what was going on. Yali at the side asked in a low voice, Sister Yuxing, are we going over now? Lu Yuxing curled her red lips slightly. Go, why not go? On this side, Lin Chen was listening to Jolie introducing their store when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head subconsciously. Lu Yuxing? Hearing this, Lu Yuxing smiled slightly. Do you still remember me? This wave of operations surprised the people around. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Queen Lu would actually take the initiative to talk to others? But considering that the other party is a super rich second generation who owns 5 top supercars, this makes sense. As expected, as long as you have enough money, all the talk of being aloof or not is forgotten. Lin Chen also smiled. How can you not remember the great film and television diva Lu Yuxing? Lu Yuxing said modestly. Thank you for the compliment. These are just random names given by the audience. Are you here to look at cars as well? Hearing this, Aili looked at Lu Yuxing in surprise. Didn't they just find out that Lin Chen was here to maintain his supercars? Why does Lu Yuxing still ask this? But soon, Ellie also reacted. I secretly admired Lu Yuxing in my heart for being so smart. If you approach him and tell him that you know he is here to service several top-of-the-line supercars, he might think you are approaching him for his money. But if Lu Yuxing pretended not to know, it would be different. This operation deserves full marks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I'll come and do some maintenance on my car. Maintenance is maintenance, but it is not certain whether it will be done for several cars. Speaking of which, I still admire Mr. Lin very much. You are so young, but you can drive a top-of-the-line supercar like this. Mr. Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you are only in your 20s, right? Lu Yuxing asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, just turned 20. Lu Yuxing was slightly surprised. She originally thought that Lin Chen just looked younger, and his age should be at least 24 or above. But I didn't expect that Lin Chen is really young. Ellie at the side couldn't help but say, At 20 years old, shouldn't you still be in college? I'm a freshman at Tanhai University, said Lin Chen. Now, for people, including Jolie and Wang Ziming, were all in a mess. However, Jolie was secretly excited. Aren't students easier to win over? Lu Yuxing didn't know what to say anymore. Mr. Lin, you really surprised me. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Miss Lu is joking. At this time, Lu Yuxing took out his mobile phone and said, I don't know, can I add Mr. Lin's contact information? Sure. As he spoke, Lin Chen also took out his cell phone and the two added each other's contact information. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuxing planned to leave. I'm going to go check out the car first. I'll talk to Mr. Lin another day. Good. After leaving, Aili couldn't help but ask, Sister Yuxing, why don't you talk to him more? Lu Yuxing glanced at her indifferently. What do you know? Everything should be done in moderation. Being too proactive will make people feel annoyed. Ellie looked confused. So that's how it is. On this side, Lin Chen was tired of shopping, so he followed Zhou Li and Wang Ziming to the VIP room. After arriving at the VIP room, Zhou Li showed her kindness in various ways. She brought him fruit and juice, and came to ask him if the air conditioning temperature was appropriate, then asked him if the water was hot. And Wang Ziming has become a completely invisible person. While Ellie went to make tea, Lin Chen looked at Wang Ziming. Why don't you speak? Wang Ziming raised her head and looked at Lin Chen resentfully. Mr. Lin, will the commission you get from supercar maintenance still be counted on me? Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately became playful. That depends on your performance. After saying that, Lin Chen smiled slightly, picked up the juice on the table and took a sip. but Wang Ziming's face turned pale. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your conditions. I am a principled person and I will never do such a thing for money. As he spoke, Wang Ziming lowered his head with a sense of grievance. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, What did I ask you to do? Wang Ziming was just about to speak when Zhou Li came back with her slender waist twisted. She held a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Chen, and during this gap she circled her fingers on the back of Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen frowned and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Zhou Li also sat on the sofa opposite Lin Chen and said with a sweet smile, Mr. Lin, if you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it is your request, no matter what it is, I will satisfy it. As he said this, he winked at Lin Chen. Well, Lin Chen didn't know what to say anymore. It seems that this is not the first time that the female salesperson has used this method to snatch customers, right? Lin Chen just felt a chill. Wang Ziming's eyes dimmed slightly. She knew that Zhou Li would sell out in order to gain sales and clients. I guess Mr. Lin would be the same as other men, right? And at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly stood up. I've rested long enough, salesman Wang, please go shopping with me for a while. Wang Ziming was slightly stunned when his name was called. His face was full of disbelief. He pointed at himself with his index finger. Me? If not you, who else could it be? Lin Chen said. Wang Ziming was delighted and stood up quickly. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Li, on the other hand, had a dazed look on her face. Mr. Lin, why doesn't he play by the rules? Seeing that Lin Chen and Wang Ziming were about to leave the VIP room, Zhou Li became anxious. She quickly stood up and said, Mr. Lin, how about I take you around? Wang Ziming is still an intern. I'm afraid she won't be able to serve you well. Lin Chen glanced at her calmly and said, No need, salesman Zhou should just go and do your own thing. Besides, the intern is pretty good. He is down to earth and will not go astray. He will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the future. Chapter 91: A Car Accident. The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. Zhou Li's face turned pale. When she came to her senses, Lin Chen and Wang Ziming had already left the VIP reception room. Wang Ziming looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Mr. Lin, you are really special. You are different from many men I have met. Lin Chen smiled. Oh? Tell me about it. Wang Ziming glanced at the VIP reception room behind her, and when she saw that Zhou Li had not caught up, she slowly said, This is not the first or second time that she has tried to snatch other people's clients, but she succeeds every time. Because no man can resist her suggestion. But you... Me what? Lin Chen glanced at her calmly before saying, I'm not someone who eats anything when hungry. Hungry and indiscriminate? When Wang Ziming heard these 4 words, she suddenly laughed out loud. This word describes it very well. I give you a thumbs up. Indeed, for someone like Lin Chen, what kind of beauties has he not seen? Even a great beauty like Lu Yuxing, the Queen Lu, took the initiative to come up and talk to him, so how could he be interested in a woman like Zhou Li? Sure enough, the vision of rich people is different. At this time, the supercar maintenance process was almost completed, and Lin Chen directly contacted those rich second generations. They were also quick. As soon as they received Lin Chen's call, they hung up the phone. Thank you for making this trip, Lin Chen said. How about I treat you to a meal? Hearing this, several rich second generations quickly said, Brother Chen, it is our honor to be able to drive such a luxury car. How can we let you spend money? Yeah, when Brother Zhao told everyone in the club, everyone wanted to come, and finally we were chosen. Everyone else in the club was so jealous of us. If it weren't for Brother Zhao being busy, he would have wanted to come himself. Lin Chen said, I still have to treat you to a meal, otherwise it would be a shame to trouble you so much. Seeing that they couldn't refuse, they had to agree. All the staff in the Ferrari 4S store came out to see them off, and several top supercars left in a grand manner. On this side, Yi Qingxue was driving an Audi S7 and was wondering why Lin Chen had ignored her recently. Suddenly, the car in front braked suddenly, and Yi Qingxue didn't have time to react and crashed into it. Rear-ended. Yi Qingxue was startled and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It's over. The owner of the car in front got out of the car cursing, and Yi Qingxue also quickly unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car. The car owner was a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a green dragon tattooed on his arm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'll pay for it. As soon as she got off the car, Yi Qingxue quickly apologized. Hearing this, the big man didn't have the slightest sympathy for the woman. He had just bought this car and hadn't even driven it for a while when it was hit. How could he bear it? Although he was looking at his phone and didn't pay attention to the distance between him and the car in front of him, he braked suddenly. If you get hit, you have to pay. I just bought a new car, and you ruined it like this. If you don't have $1 million, don't even think about leaving. 1 million? Yi Qingxue was shocked. That Bentley was only worth a few million, and she only scratched it a little, so how could it be worth $1 million? Brother, this 1 million is too much. Upon hearing this, the big man went berserk. A lot? Don't you see what kind of car I have? It's a Bentley. It costs several million. You hit it like this. 1 million is already a great honor to you, okay? Yi Qingxue was in a dilemma. She has been away from home for so long, and has spent a lot of money. She can't take out this 1 million now. The big man sneered. Without 1 million, don't even think about leaving. Yi Qingxue was so anxious that she was about to cry, and the people around her began to talk about it. Although the girl was at fault, I saw it clearly just now. If he hadn't braked suddenly, the girl would not have been hit. Yeah, it was just a small collision. $1 million in compensation is too much, isn't it? His car is only worth a few $1 million, right? He wants to claim $1 million for just a small scratch? Isn't that too much? Although public opinion was on Yi Qingxue's side, the big man didn't care and looked like he would not be able to leave without money. Here, Lin Chen was driving slowly, and suddenly saw some commotion not far ahead. He frowned slightly. It seems like there was a car accident. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he saw Yi Qingxue at a glance, and saw that she was isolated and helpless. After thinking about it, Lin Chen stopped the car nearby. The surroundings immediately became restless. Oh my God! It's a Lamborghini Veneno! Everyone stay away from it. You can't even touch this car. I'm going to die. I didn't expect that I would be able to see a luxury car like the Lamborghini Veneno just by being a spectator. Besides, this little brother is so handsome. Hearing the noise here, Yi Qingxue and the big man also looked over here. Just one glance, and Yi Qingxue was stunned. Lin Chen? It's Lin Chen. The big man looked at Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno with shining eyes, and every cell in his body was boiling with excitement. Seeing Lin Chen walking towards him, the big man hurriedly prepared to talk to Lin Chen, but the next scene stunned him. Yi Qingxue rushed directly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen! Why are you here? I saw you here, so I came over to take a look, Lin Chen said. The big man's face turned pale. Could it be that they know each other? The few rich second generations who were driving Lin Chen's car behind saw Lin Chen's car parked on the side of the road, so they had to stop as well. The onlookers were going crazy. There are so many luxury cars. I only recognize one Rolls-Royce Phantom. I don't recognize the other three. But they look very expensive. The other three are all Pagani Zondas. Each one is unique in the world, take a look. Awesome class. This is a bunch of super rich people. At this time, several people in the car got out. The big man also took a breath of cold air. So many luxury cars. So many rich second generations. Some people who knew them were surprised. They are all the rich second generation in Dahai City. No wonder they can afford such luxurious cars. I'm so envious. Although all roads lead to Rome, some people are born in Rome. That's right, really. If you don't have something when you are born, you will most likely never have it in your lifetime. But the next scene shocked everyone. These second-generation rich people walked straight towards Lin Chen. Brother Chen, why don't you leave? Yes, Brother Chen, if you don't leave, we don't know where to drive your car. So we stopped. The whole place was petrified and there was deathly silence. Chapter 92 I am the fool you call me. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Qingxue was also shocked. She knew that Lin Chen was rich, but she didn't expect Lin Chen to be so rich. The estimated value of these cars alone must be at least several hundred million, right? The big man was completely dumbfounded. But he was frightened. It was obvious that they knew each other, and he had just extorted 1 million from her. What should I do? Before anyone could react, the big man bowed 90 degrees to Yi Qixue. I'm sorry, miss. I was just joking with you just now. It was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind. The onlookers immediately looked at the big man with disdain. Now you know that calling it a joke was a misunderstanding? He wasn't like this just now. Now that he sees his backer coming, he immediately becomes timid. This kind of person is obviously a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Lin Chen was also a little confused. What exactly happened? When I came here just now, wasn't this burly man still questioning Yi Qixue? Why are you suddenly apologizing now? Yi Qixue was also stunned by his show. But the big man was terrified, with cold sweat on his forehead. The man next to this woman is a wealthy man who owns 5 top-of-the-line supercars. Now that he has offended such a person, what should he do in the future? Thinking of this, he quickly took out a bank card from the car and stuffed it all into Yi Qixue's hand. Miss, there's 100,000 yuan in this card. It's to calm you down. I'll also repair the car. Can you take a look? Seeing his extremely respectful attitude, Yi Qixue nodded in confusion. The big man was overjoyed. So you forgive me? Yi Qixue glanced at Lin Chen before saying, I forgive you. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. The big man hurriedly thanked him. He glanced at Lin Chen and said, Thank you both for not making a fuss with me. Well, I'll get out of here first. This farce ended just like that. Yi Qixue's car was sent for repair, so she had to get into Lin Chen's car. Originally, Lin Chen was planning to treat these people to a meal, and he also brought Yi Qixue along. It just so happened that they were close to the Earl's Hotel, so they went to the Earl's Hotel together. In the car, Yi Qixue looked at Lin Chen, who was driving beside her, with gratitude. Lin Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you this time, I don't know what to do. Lin Chen glanced at her calmly. Why are you thanking me? As far as I can remember, I didn't seem to have done anything, right? If it weren't for you, how could he let it go? In fact, I know everything. He apologized only for your sake. He was not like this before you came. As Yi Qixue spoke, she lowered her head. What she said was indeed the truth. If Lin Chen didn't come, she didn't know what to do. She has spent a lot of money during the days she was away from home. If she wanted to solve this problem, she could only ask her family for help. But she ran away from home just to make her mother compromise. If she goes back now, all her efforts will be wasted. But fortunately, Lin Chen appeared at the critical moment. Seeing this, Lin Chen had no choice but to comfort her. It's okay, it's all over. Yeah. Yi Qixue nodded, and then she seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Chen and asked, Lin Chen, why didn't you reply to my message? Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at her. Really? Then he picked up his phone, clicked on his WeChat, and sure enough, he saw more than 10 unread messages from Yi Qixue. Sorry, I've been busy lately and didn't see it. Hearing this, Yi Qixue breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Fortunately, I thought you ignored me. Lin Chen found it a little funny. You didn't do anything wrong, why should I ignore you? Yi Qixue tilted her head and thought about it, and felt that what Lin Chen said made sense. Lin Chen. Yi Qixue glanced at the luxury cars following behind and asked, Are those cars behind all yours? Lin Chen nodded. It's mine. It was just Yi Qixue's guess before, but now hearing Lin Chen admitted himself, Yi Qixue couldn't help but feel surprised. How old are you? You are still in college, right? How can you afford so many cars? Yi Qixue sighed. It's true, comparing yourself with others will make you angry. Lin Chen said. I'm still a freshman. As for the car, if you like it, just buy it. Freshman? Yi Qixue suddenly felt guilty. But fortunately, at least Lin Chen is an adult. Hey. Then, in order to strike up a conversation with Lin Chen, Yi Qixue asked, Are you from Donghai University? Hearing this, Yi Qixue seemed to open the floodgates of conversation. I heard before that you guys at Tunghai University seem to fly helicopters to register at school, and I thought it was very interesting. Lin-Chin took it alone and glanced at her. Why is it interesting? Yi Qinshui continued. I think that although this person is rich, if he flaunts his wealth like this, it will easily arouse some people's hatred of the rich. This is simply stupid behavior. Besides, this is the first time I've heard of someone flying a helicopter to school. Finally, she looked at Lin-Chin and asked, By the way, you probably don't know this person, right? Lin-Chin nodded with a frown on his face. I know him. Ah? Yi Qinshui was a little confused. Who is that person? It's far away in the sky yet close at hand, Lin-Chin said. The expression on Yi Qinshui's face suddenly froze. He. What does it mean? At this time, Lin-Chin turned his head and stared at her. I am the fool you mentioned. Chapter 93 Emotional Counselor. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the atmosphere. The person flying the helicopter, is it you? Yi Qinshui asked in a trembling voice. It's me. Hearing these two words, Yi Qinshui was so embarrassed that she almost cried. Why was she so mean as to say that? That's not what I meant, Lin-Chin. Oh? Lin-Chin looked at her. Then what do you mean? Yi Qinshui. I just want to say a few more words to you. Who knows? Oh my God. Who can find a crack in the ground for her to crawl into? Waiting online, very urgent. Lin-Chin smiled and said, Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. The atmosphere in the car was awkward for a while. Yi Qinshui, who was a chatterbox just now, was too embarrassed to speak anymore. Earl Hotel. This is also Lin-Chen's property. Originally, Lin-Chen didn't want to come here, but it seemed to be the only hotel nearby, and he didn't want to go too far, so he had to come here. As soon as they arrived at the door and saw Lin-Chen, the receptionists were obviously startled and bowed quickly. Director Lin! The people behind Lin-Chen, including Yi Qinshui, all stood there in a daze. What's going on? Mr. Lin? Could it be that Lin-Chen also has shares in the Earl Hotel? This is too outrageous. Lin-Chen looked at them with some confusion. How do they know themselves? A young lady quickly said. Director Lin, this is what happened. Our general manager showed us your photo because he was afraid that we might not recognize you and neglect you. Lin-Chen nodded. So that's how it is. The people behind were stunned. Brother Chen, I will obey you if you don't even lean on the wall. I didn't expect Brother Chen to have shares in the Earl Hotel. I've never seen anyone more extravagant than Brother Chen. He has helicopters, yachts, and several supercars. I'm jealous. Yi Qinshui, who was standing by, was terrified when she heard this. What else doesn't she know? Yacht between clouds and water? She looked at Lin-Chen, who was only 20 years old. Isn't this too scary? Then, several people followed the receptionist into the hotel. Soon, General Manager Tan Guan came out and arranged the largest private room for Lin-Chen and his friends. After the meal, everyone helped Lin-Chen drive the car back, and Yi Qinshui also went back first. After returning home and just finishing washing up, Lin-Chen received several WeChat messages. Su Mo sent 3 messages. The short holiday is almost over. What did you do? Others think the vacation is too short, but I think it's too long. I really want to go back to school, how about you? Lin-Chen smiled and sent her a message back. The holiday is almost over. You will have to go back to school even if you don't want to. On this side, Yi Qinshui also sent several messages. Lin-Chen, are you there? QVQ. I'm sorry for today. You helped me, but I still said that to you. I should have treated you to a meal today. Are you free tomorrow? How about I make it up to you? Wow, don't reject me. So pitiful.jpg. Lin-Chen thought about it carefully and decided that he didn't have any plans for tomorrow. Yi Qinshui is also a great beauty, and it would be nice to go out with her, so I agreed. Soon Yi Qinshui replied to the message immediately. Oh yeah! So happy! Lin-Chen smiled and said, Be careful not to be too happy to fall asleep. After chatting for a while, Lin-Chen went to sleep. Have a good night. When Lin-Chen woke up, It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He opened the huge French window and admired the river view in front of him. The river water is clear, sparkling, and picturesque. After stretching, Lin-Chen went straight to wash up. Just after finishing breakfast and playing 2 games, Yi Qingxue sent me a message. Didi, are you ready? I'm ready to go out, okay? Why don't you just pick me up randomly, Thompson 1, your building? The car was sent for repair. Lin-Chen just replied with, okay, and prepared to go out. On this side, Yi Qingxue's bed was covered with clothes. For today's dinner, she spent an hour and a half changing her clothes and an hour and a half putting on makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yi Qingxue smiled with satisfaction. But when she turned around and saw the mess in the room, she was shocked. Why is it so messy? When Yi Qingxue thought that Lin-Chen would come to pick her up and might come in, she suddenly panicked and started to clean up the house in a hurry. Half an hour later, Lin-Chen went downstairs and called Yi Qingxue directly. Seeing that he didn't come up, Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Yi Qingxue, Lin-Chen's eyes lit up. Today Yi Qingxue wore a floral skirt with a white sweater on the outside, which made her look quite youthful and beautiful. Do I look good today? Yi Qingxue asked with a smile as she got into the car. Lin-Chen nodded. It looks good. Where are you planning to go? You treat, you decide. Lin-Chen asked. Yi Qingxue was also stunned. She was just having fun and dressing up, and didn't do any planning, okay? Oh my God! Yi Qingxue was almost crying because of her own stupidity. Let's go to the one on the 4th floor of Hongda Shopping Mall. It has the 3-juice braised chicken. Yi Qingxue said quickly and then added, I've always wanted to go there, but I never had the chance. Okay. Lin-Chen nodded and went directly to Hongda Shopping Mall. After finishing the meal, Yi Qingxue suddenly said, Are you free later? How about we go shopping? Lin-Chen looked at the time and thought it was still early, so he agreed. Then the two of them went shopping in the nearby Hongda Shopping Mall. Today happens to be a short holiday, so there are a lot of people here. A female anchor wearing high heels and full of branded clothes was holding a selfie stick and doing a live broadcast outdoors. Good morning, everyone in the live broadcast room. Your relationship consultant Sister Tingting is online now. If you have any questions, please post them directly in the live broadcast room. At this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Sister Tingting, I want my boyfriend to buy me a set of carrot lipstick, but he has been delaying for a week, saying that all the money for this month has been used to pay the rent. Does he not love me? Sister Tingting, my boyfriend looked at my phone today and I was very angry. Should we break up? Sister Tingting, my husband asked me to do housework today. I was very angry and beat him. Is this wrong? The words said by this female anchor named Tingting really shocked passers-by. What? Isn't the turnip ding lipstick only about 1,000 yuan? You have already borrowed this little money, right? I definitely don't want to buy it for you. Do you want to keep this kind of boyfriend for the new year? WTF? Look at your phone. Come on, how can there be such a weird guy in this world? Do we girls still need some free space? It must be tiring to be with a guy like this. Let's break up, Jime. And this is even more abominable. They actually asked you to do housework? Our women's hands are used for manicures and are carefully cared for with various hand creams and hand masks. Asking us women to do housework, what kind of brain circuit is this? And below the live broadcast room, there were a lot of people cheering. While Tingting was broadcasting live, she would occasionally glance at a jewelry store. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I saw a young couple, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Generally, people like this care about their reputation the most. Thinking about it, she walked over with her phone. Here, Lin-Chen and Yi Qingxue were chatting. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of them and pointed the cell phone at them. At this time, the live broadcast room began to boil. Wow! This little brother is so handsome! Is this girl his girlfriend? She's so beautiful! Is Sister Tingting identifying scumbags again? I'm so excited. I've already moved the stool here, waiting to watch. Lin-Chen frowned and was about to speak when Tingting suddenly spoke. Hello, I'm Tingting, a relationship consultant. I want to ask you if there's any problem with your relationship recently? You guys didn't even hold hands when you went shopping. Then, she pointed her phone camera directly at Yi Qingxue. Come on, little sister, tell me, I will help you with anything. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue was confused, but she still said, Who are you? I don't know you. I'm here to help you, Tingting said righteously. Then, she pointed her phone camera at Lin Chen. Sir, I would like to ask you, do you love this lady? Lin Chen's inner thoughts, what the hell? Yi Qingxue became impatient and directly grabbed Lin Chen's arm and tried to walk around her and leave. But how could Tingting let them go? She hurriedly chased after him and stood in front of Lin Chen, with the camera almost touching his face. Sir, how come your love for your girlfriend is so fragile that it can't even withstand the slightest test? Lin Chen smiled. He wanted to see what this person was up to. Then tell me, what kind of test do you want me to go through to prove that I love her? Hearing this, Yi Qingxue was slightly surprised and looked up at Lin Chen. What does this sentence mean? The female anchor Tingting looked delighted. The other party took the bait. Her chance has come. Chapter 94, being said to be advanced. Tingting sneered and pointed to the luxury jewelry store next to them and said, If you can buy your girlfriend a necklace worth more than 50,000 yuan there, we will believe that you love your girlfriend. Otherwise, you just don't love your girlfriend. How about that? Lin Chen smiled. What kind of train of thought is this? Buying means loving, not buying means not loving? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, Tingting immediately became angry. What are you still hesitating about? Your girlfriend is so beautiful, and you don't even want to buy her a necklace worth 50,000 yuan? At this time, comments in the live broadcast room also came up. What a scumbag! He even hesitated to buy a 50,000 yuan necklace. I guess he won't be very generous with gifts when we get married in the future. Yeah. I just thought this little brother was quite handsome, but I didn't expect him to be such a person. It turns out that no handsome man is a good man. In this man's heart, is money more important than his girlfriend? I give up. Yi Qingxue was also angry. Whether my boyfriend buys it for me or not, what does it have to do with you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? At this time, Tingting also pointed the finger at Yi Qingxue. At this time, you are still defending this scumbag. Are you being PUA by him? Everyone, come and see this, a high-level PUA scumbag. Should we save this young lady? There was a burst of applause in the comments section of the live broadcast, and many people were insulting Lin Chen. Even the people around, seeing the dispute, began to stop and watch. What happened? I don't know. I just heard from this female anchor that this guy is a high-level PUA scumbag. Come on, this anchor is a veteran. At this time, Dingding looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile. How about it? I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Would you like to go in and buy your girlfriend a $50,000 necklace to prove your love for her? Dingding looked at Lin Chen with an attitude of being confident of victory. In her opinion, Lin Chen was not badly dressed and did not look like someone who did not have money to buy a necklace. Public opinion is a sharp weapon. He will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure, and will go in to buy a necklace for his girlfriend. By then, a huge commission will be waiting for you. Thinking of this, every cell in Tingting's body began to get excited. Commission, commission! At this time, a couple passed by. The man looked to be nearly 40 years old, with a fat head and big ears, and a big beer belly, just like the belly of a woman who was 9 months pregnant. The women, however, are much younger. The man glanced at Lin Chen and quickly pulled the hand of the woman next to him. Dear, you are not willing to buy me a necklace. You are such a scumbag. At this time, Tingting looked at him and asked, Oh? Then, sir, are you willing to buy a necklace worth more than 50,000 yuan for your girlfriend? The man raised his head proudly. It's only 50,000 yuan, of course I'm willing. The woman, however, acted embarrassed and said, Honey, 50,000 yuan is your salary for several months. The man said nonchalantly, It's okay. If you don't have money, your husband can go out and earn it. After all, no amount of money can compare to making your dear smile. As he said that, he took the other person's hand and went in to buy a necklace worth more than 60,000 yuan. The woman held the necklace box in both hands, looking so moved that she was about to cry. My dear, you are so kind to me. I am so touched, and I like the necklace so much." As she said that, she snuggled directly into his arms. The comments in the live broadcast room were about to explode. "That's amazing! He bought it for over 60,000 yuan. This must be true love, right? This is what a man should be like. Even though he's a little ugly, the good thing is that he's a good man. Yeah, what's the point of a handsome man? He can't make a living. In my opinion, girls should be careful when looking for a partner, and don't find such a scumbag." At this time, Tingting deliberately showed Lynch in the comments in the live broadcast room and said proudly, "How is it? Are you willing to buy it now?" Then, she looked at Yi Qinxue, who was very angry, and said, "Sister, I am trying to save you. He has been doing PA to you a lot, right? I tell you, just listen to me. If he doesn't buy you a necklace, it means he doesn't love you. If someone doesn't love you, wouldn't you kick him out and keep him for the new year? Are you sick?" Yi Qinxue couldn't help but swear. But Tingting looked distressed. "Oh my God! This little sister has fallen so deeply, I must save her." There were also cheers in the live broadcast room, and a lot of rockets were sent. Her words completely treated men as ATMs, but no one in the live broadcast room thought that her words were inappropriate, because the room was full of gold diggers. Tingting's words just suited their wishes and provided them with a good excuse for their vanity and platinum. How could they not like it? At this time, the female anchor named Tingting looked directly at Lin Chin. "Did you see that? What that man did just now, this is what a real man does. Are you sure you don't want to show it or you will persist?" Lin Chin smiled. He understood now. This so-called emotional counselor can't stop talking about buying necklaces. Estimate. He looked at the store next door and thought it was very likely that the person was hired by this store. False marketing. Hee hee. Seeing this, Tingting asked, "What are you laughing at? Don't you want to buy it for your girlfriend?" Lin Chin was too lazy to talk to her. He just glanced at her indifferently, then took Yi Qinxue to the store. Walk. Yi Qinxue was shocked. Could it be that he really wanted to buy himself a necklace? That so-called emotional counselor obviously has problems, right? Seeing this, Tingting showed a victorious smile. Commission. A lot of commissions are waving at her. But she didn't plan to leave yet. She planned to wait until they bought the necklace and then come out for an interview. By then, people in the live broadcast room will trust her more. This is another considerable income. On this side, as soon as Lin Chin entered the store, the shopping guide showed joy on his face. She saw everything that happened at the door just now. The man came in with his girlfriend, which means Ming Tingting succeeded. Because of Tingting, they have sold a lot of things in their store during this period. Seeing this, the shopping guide came over quickly. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" But Lin Chin said coldly, "I am the landlord, call your boss here, he is operating a fake business, I don't plan to rent this shop to him." Chapter 95. I'm dumbfounded. The shopping guide was obviously stunned for a moment before she reacted. You are the landlord?" Lin Chin just glanced at her calmly without saying anything. The shopping guide said quickly, "Please wait a moment, I will call the store manager over immediately." After saying that, she immediately ran to a lounge in the store. Yi Qinxue was stunned again. "Lin Chin, is this store also yours?" Hearing this, Lin Chin glanced at her calmly. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Yi Qinxue shook her head. She no longer knew what to say. Before she knew Lin Chin was so rich, she was quite confident. But now, she suddenly felt that she was not worthy of Lin Chin. Thinking of this, Yi Qinxue couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss in her heart. But when she thought about how outstanding the man she liked was, she felt a lot happier. In the lounge, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean features is playing games at a computer desk. "Fuck! This ADC is probably a fool, right? Go ahead, why choose ADC if you don't want to deal damage? Damn! This mage actually sold me out. Is it easy for me to be a support? Isn't that a tumor on this jungler's neck? Why is he always hanging around here for no reason?" At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and the shopping guide came in hurriedly. The store manager was terrified and quickly yelled, "What are you doing? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The shopping guide said quickly, Manager, it's bad, the landlord is here. It seems that he knows about the incident with Escorting and said that he will not rent this store to us. I have just notified the boss. Who cares whether he rents it or not? If he doesn't, then forget it, he said subconsciously. But after just 2 seconds he reacted. No, say what you just said again. Who is coming? The landlord. He seems to have known about Tingting's situation and said he won't rent the store to us anymore. Hearing this, the store manager stood up in shock. His performance in recent months has been very good, and most of the credit is attributed to Tingting, the agent. In addition, this trick is quite effective, so he has become unscrupulous. How did the landlord know about Tingting? The store manager asked hurriedly. The landlord is not just the owner of this store, but also the owner of the entire Hongda shopping mall. This kind of person is someone he can't afford to offend. He must know the whole story first, otherwise he doesn't know how to deal with it. The shopping guide said. Tingting was live today and found him and offended him. The store manager slapped his thigh and said, Tingting, why did she have to cheat the landlord when there are so many other people she could cheat? Take me there quickly. This sighed. Lin Chun and Yi Qinxue were sitting in the store, waiting for the manager. A bald middle-aged man came out in a hurry, the fat on his face trembling. When he saw Lin Chun, he was slightly stunned. Are you the landlord? How can you be so young? He looks like he's in his 20s, right? Lin Chun did not answer his question, but asked directly. Are you the boss? The store manager shook his head. I'm not the boss, I'm just the store manager here. Then call your boss. Originally, he wasn't sure whether Lin Chun was the real landlord, but when he heard that he was looking for the boss, the manager became a little panicked. After all, his boss was kept in the dark about the things he did with the help of others. At this time, he also believed that the young man in front of him was the landlord here. He quickly said, Mr. Landlord, our boss is already on his way here. I already know what happened just now. It was indeed our fault. I apologize to you. As he said this, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Chun, his attitude extremely respectful. But Lin Chun didn't even look at him. Seeing this, cold sweat dripped down the manager's forehead. This landlord clearly won't give in. Then, he gritted his teeth and said with determination, Mr. Landlord, I can make the decision and let your girlfriend pick a few necklaces here for free. What do you think? No need, Lin Chun said lightly. Yi Qinxue was playing with her cell phone on the side, without even raising her head, and didn't care about what was happening here. She also agreed with Lin Chun's way of handling the matter. Seeing this, the boss became even more panicked. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came in from the door. He was still breathing heavily, and seemed to have come in a hurry. The moment he saw Lin Chun, he hurried over and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, what strong wind blew you here? I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive me. Lin Chun then glanced at him and sneered. Your store is suspected of false operation and looking for a shill. Such things are not allowed to happen in my Hongda shopping mall. You should move out. I will compensate you for the liquidated damages in full. Hearing this, Yi Qinxue was shocked again. What did Lin Chun just say? His Hongda shopping center? Yi Qinxue suddenly remembered that she had heard that Hongda shopping center had a new owner. Could it be that the new boss is Lin Chun? She was dumbfounded. First it was the Earl Hotel, then it was the Hongda shopping mall. How many industries does Lin Chun have? How big of a surprise will it bring to her? When the boss heard Lin Chun's words, his face turned pale and he glared at the store manager beside him. Did you hire someone to help you? Hearing this, the store manager's forehead was immediately covered in cold sweat. Boss, I am also thinking about our store. I have taken the wrong path. I will never dare to do it again, never again. You! The boss pointed at the store manager, so angry that he couldn't speak. I asked you to manage the store, and this is how you do things? This is unethical, don't you know? You are ruining the reputation of my store. The store manager now regretted it very much and kept apologizing. Boss, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. I will definitely work hard and never go astray again. Now, he really wanted to beat up Tingting, the helper. How did you end up cheating the landlord? Now it's affecting him. Hearing what the store manager said, the boss was even more furious. You still want the future? I tell you, I dare not employ people like you anymore. Hearing this, the store manager was shocked and immediately knelt down. Boss, please don't fire me. I won't dare to do it again. And this side, outside the store. The female anchor Ding was outside and couldn't see what was going on inside. I just wonder why they have been in there for so long and haven't come out yet. Moreover, the audience in the live broadcast room were already getting a little impatient. Okay, don't worry, I'll go in and see what's going on, to see if that scumbag is stalling for time on purpose in order not to buy anything. As she said that, she walked in directly with her selfie stick. However, as soon as she entered, she was dumbfounded. He saw the boss, who usually acted high and mighty in front of him, kneeling on the ground, crying and sobbing. Boss, I have parents and children to take care of, you can't fire me. Chapter 96 Taro Milk Tea. Ting was confused. What was going on? Dismissal? The store manager is going to be fired? What is happening? Seeing this, the shopping guide nearby pulled her aside and told her what had just happened. Hearing this, Ting's face suddenly turned pale. In other words, she just cheated the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall? Thinking of this, Ting staggered and almost fell to the ground. She looked at Lin Chin, who was leisurely drinking tea, with a look of disbelief on her face. Why is the boss of Hongda Shopping Mall so young? It's incredible. At this moment, the boss suddenly turned to Lin Chin and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, how about I go to your office to talk? There are too many people here. Lin Chin nodded. Okay. He then stood up, took Yi Qixue, and followed the boss to the office inside the store. On this side, the store manager begged in vain, so he had to get up and leave in despair. Seeing this, Ting suddenly became anxious. In the past, when she found someone to help her, she would first give them the money and let them buy things. After they succeeded, she would go to the store manager to return the money. Until now, she still has a few things that she has not returned. All these things add up to hundreds of thousands. This is all her belongings. But if the store manager is fired, how can she return those items? Thinking of this, she quickly stopped the store manager and said anxiously, Store manager, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to help you find a clerk to buy the necklace. You have to return the necklace to me. The manager's eyes fell on her, and a surge of anger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but slap Ting hard on the face, which made her see stars, and she lost her balance and fell to the ground. It's all your fault, you bitch. If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this? The store manager pointed at Ting and cursed. Later, he still felt unsatisfied, so he kicked her hard a few more times before leaving. Ting's face was swollen from being hit, and the small upturned nose she had just made with ribs was tilted to the side. Her body was covered with bruises, and she looked very embarrassed. What's even more tragic is that she discovered that her live broadcast was not turned off. In other words, the scene that just happened was directly exposed to the field of vision of the audience in the live broadcast room. When she looked at the comments, she saw that the entire comment section was full of insults directed at her. It turns out that this Ting is a liar. No wonder she always makes people buy things in those stores. This Ting has a distorted outlook on life. She brainwashed me and caused me to break up with my boyfriend. My boyfriend told me before that if I watched Ting's live broadcast again, he would break up with me. I even gave up my boyfriend for her, but I didn't expect that she was a scammer and a liar. Give me back my boyfriend. Ting was anxious and quickly explained. It's not like that, it was all fake just now, it was a misunderstanding. But how could the already anxious audience listen to her? Ting had no choice but to turn off the live broadcast, got up from the ground and fled. On the road, many people hid away from her as soon as they saw her, and said things like, "How scary." Ting was a little confused. Even if she was a little embarrassed, it shouldn't be terrible, right? As she was thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and took a picture. When she saw her crooked nose, she was so scared that her eyes went dark and she fainted on the ground. And on this side, in the office, the boss personally made 2 cups of fine tea for Lin Chin and Yi Qixue and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It's my fault that I let my people do such a thing right under my nose. I can't escape the blame for this matter. But I was indeed kept in the dark. Mr. Lin, can you give me a chance? Everything else can be discussed. Lin Chen pondered for a while. It seems that the boss really doesn't know the truth. Since you don't know about it, I won't implicate innocent people. The person who did something wrong has already received the punishment he deserves. I won't implicate innocent people. I'll take better care of my own people in the future, Lin Chen said calmly. He would not take this opportunity to ask for a huge amount of money. After all, he was not short of the money. Besides, it's not easy for anyone, and he is not a demanding person. The boss was already prepared, but was a little surprised that Lin Chen did not take this opportunity to propose harsh conditions. However, after he calmed down, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Lin! Thank you, Mr. Lin! At this time, Lin Chen also stood up and looked at Yi Qingxue beside him. Let's go! Yi Qingxue stood up and said with a smile. Okay. The boss sent the two of them out. Two people walking in the mall. Yi Qingxue looked up at Lin Chen's profile and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that you are so majestic despite your young age. Thinking of Lin Chen's appearance just now, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but feel overjoyed. A domineering president indeed. So cool. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Qingxue and said with a smile, Look at you, you're such a fangirl, your saliva is almost flowing out. Yi Qingxue was a little stunned and quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. You lied to me. That's because you're stupid. I'm not stupid. After walking around, Lin Chen sent Yi Qingxue back directly and then returned to the villa. Soon after I got home, I took out my cell phone and received several messages from Suemo. I'm going back to school tomorrow. I'm so happy. How about you? You have to go to evening self-study tomorrow night because we just got back from vacation and the student union will be calling the roll. Are you coming to the evening study session? If you are, I'll save a seat for you. Wait. Answer me? Lin Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. Why is Suemo getting closer and closer to Su Tao? But it's okay this way, it's always good to be more cheerful. I'm going to evening study tomorrow, so thank you for saving a seat for me. I'll bring you some milk tea. What would you like to drink? When Suemo on the other end of the phone saw this message, she was suddenly overjoyed and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile. Su Tao, who was standing by, saw this and couldn't help but feel curious. What's the matter? You look so happy that the corners of your mouth are almost stretched to your temples. Suemo pursed her lips and said, I saved a seat for Lin Chen. He said he wanted to buy me some milk tea and asked me what I wanted to drink. But I didn't know what I wanted to drink. Hearing this, Su Tao couldn't help but laugh. That's it. I'm making you so happy. But... Su Tao rolled her eyes, and then said in a pretentious manner, Don't answer this randomly, there are some rules to follow. Ah? Suemo was a little surprised. Why is there so much etiquette when drinking milk tea? Su Tao said, At this time you should say I want taro paste bubble milk tea, no taro paste, no milk tea, understand? Ah? Suemo was confused, but she still did as she was told and sent this message to Lin Chen. However, after a while, she felt something was wrong. No taro paste, no milk tea, then only bobo is left, right? What else to drink? Seeing this, Su Tao burst into laughter. Yeah, only bobo, only bobo. As she said this, she gave Suemo a kiss. Suemo immediately understood what this meant, and her face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Su Tao! Soon, Su Tao's screams and pleas for mercy were heard in the room. Chapter 97 Cute Suemo. On this side, Lin Chen was stunned when he saw that sentence. This doesn't sound like something Suemo would say at all. He now even began to suspect that the person on the other end of the phone was Su Tao and not Suemo. After thinking about it, he sent an emoticon of a black question mark face. However, Suemo did not reply this time. Maybe he was busy. Lin Chen thought to himself. Soon, the short holiday was over. When it was time for evening self-study, Lin Chen drove straight to school with his poison in his pocket. Oh yes, I bought a cup of taro bubble milk tea for Suemo on the way. When I arrived at the classroom, I saw that Suemo had reserved a seat for me. Lin Chen walked over and sat down, then placed the cup of taro bubble milk tea on Sumo's table. When Sumo saw the cup of milk tea, her face turned red instantly. Lin-chan couldn't help laughing. Although you only wanted bobo, I think a cup of pearls probably wouldn't taste good, so I bought you a taro bobo milk tea. How about it? Sumo looked at the cup of milk tea and didn't even dare to look at Lin-chan. She just nodded. Then, as if she had thought of something, she took out an exquisite box from her small school bag and secretly handed it to Lin-chan. Lin-chan took the box and was a little surprised. What is this? You, just open it and take a look. Perhaps because she was a little nervous, Sumo stuttered slightly when she spoke. Hearing this, Lin-chan opened the box directly and saw 6 exquisite egg tarts inside. Egg tart? Lin-chan looked at Sumo with some confusion. Sumo nodded gently and then added, I made it myself. Lin-chan smiled and said, Why did you suddenly think of making egg tarts for me? Hearing this, Sumo was slightly stunned. Don't you like egg tarts? Lin-chan was also stunned. When did he say he liked egg tarts? Sumo was also a little panicked. Don't you like it? I saw that last time, when the senior sister gave you the egg tart, you liked it very much. Only then did Lin-chan remember this matter. He looked at Sumo in surprise. Is it because of this incident that you think I like egg tarts, so you made them for me personally? Sumo nodded gently and then asked, Don't you actually like eating egg tarts? Lin-chan felt warm in his heart. You are stupid. I like it. How could I not like it? As he said that, he took out a piece of egg tart, took a bite, and couldn't help but praise. It smells really good. I didn't expect your cooking skills are pretty good. Sumo smiled shyly. As long as you like it. Lin-chan felt warm in his heart. I didn't expect that Sumo, who has always been sensitive and introverted, would be so thoughtful. He couldn't help but rub Sumo's head. Why are you so cute? Sumo was slightly stunned, then smiled shyly, revealing her beautiful little fangs. So cute. At this time, the student union came to call the roll. There are basically no teachers coming to evening self-study, so I'd basically just sit in my seat and wait for the bell to ring. But Lin-chan was not bored. Sumo's cuteness often made him laugh. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. At this moment, the system prompt sound also appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, travel with Sumo and gain top-level calligraphy skills. Top calligraphy skills? Lin-chan was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt that it was not bad. Although my handwriting is not ugly, it is always good to have more skills, isn't it? And Sumo, seeing Lin-chan standing there motionless, couldn't help but ask. Aren't you leaving? Lin-chan said directly. I'll wait for you to go together. Then he added, I'll take you back. Sumo lowered her head, pursed her lips slightly, and said thank you. The two of them didn't start to leave until the crowd of people leaving get out of class had passed by. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining top calligraphy skills. At the same time, a lot of knowledge about calligraphy flooded into Lin-chan's mind. Good job. The speed of the system is always the fastest. As soon as he set off, the system reward arrived in his account. When passing through the hall, Lin-chan found that there were many calligraphy works on display there, and there were some people around watching them. Thinking of the reward he just received, Lin-chan couldn't help but said to Sumo beside him, Why don't you go and take a look? Sumo nodded. Okay. Then she asked, You also know calligraphy? I know a little bit, Lin-chan said. Of course, this is just a humble expression. After all, he now has top-level calligraphy skills rewarded by the system, and he is one of the best in the field of calligraphy. Sumo glanced at Lin-chan secretly. Why does she feel that Lin-chan seems to know everything? Can fight, play basketball, and do calligraphy. So handsome. Thinking about this, the two of them walked over and heard a lot of discussions among the people nearby. This calligraphy is so beautiful. Although I don't understand calligraphy, I just think it's beautiful. Look at this painting, it's so powerful and moving. I wish I could write such beautiful characters. I'm so envious. But my hands are not under the control of my brain. They are dry. Sumo, who was standing by, also looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, what do you think?" Lin Chen looked at it carefully and said, "Overall, this calligraphy looks good. It has a correct approach, a clear model, and clean and neat brush strokes. It basically ensures the use of the center brush. The line quality is also good, and the characters are written with strength. But..." His comments sounded much more impressive than anyone else's, so they attracted a lot of people's attention. When they heard the word "but," everyone around them pricked up their ears. Su-mo also hurriedly asked, "But what?" "But the shortcomings are also obvious," Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Su-mo was about to speak when a sneer came from the side. Lin Chen and Su-mo looked back and found several boys standing behind them, looking at them with disdain. "Who are you? Are you a calligraphy master conferred by some association?" one of them asked. Lin Chen shook his head. "No." Hearing this, the contempt in their eyes became even more obvious. "You're not, so what are you talking about here?" Another person also said, "Do you know that the calligraphy piece you just mentioned with obvious flaws is the work of the president of our calligraphy association? If you don't understand calligraphy, please stop talking nonsense, okay? Even the president of Donghai University has praised this calligraphy. You may not know that the president of Donghai University is the president of the Donghai City Calligraphy Association. Who the hell is Noise? How dare he talk nonsense here?" The words of several people were very rude, and Lin Chen's face turned cold. Even a famous calligraphy master dare not say that his works have no flaws. Is the president of your calligraphy association so powerful? Several people's faces froze, and someone immediately said, "Then tell me, what are the shortcomings of our president's work?" Lin Chen glanced at him calmly, then looked at the calligraphy and said, "Overall, the composition has a big problem. The breath is not smooth, the rhythm is not strong, and the writing is a bit flat. The use of the pen has not been transformed into one's own movements. Each character is okay, but characters like are not handled well, and some endings are a bit flat. The writing style is still a bit too regular, and the inner rhythm is not mastered." Chapter 98 Calligraphy. Several people burst into laughter. "This is just nonsense. Do you know calligraphy? Are you just talking nonsense here? You said it in such a serious manner, it really made me laugh to death. I just said that even the principal praised this calligraphy. Does he think he is better than the principal?" Looking at the people who were laughing so hard that they fell backwards, Lin Chen said calmly, "As the president of the Donghai University Calligraphy Association, can his works only be praised but not criticized?" One of them laughed enough and said, "That's not the case. It's just that you are an unknown person who doesn't even know calligraphy. How can you have the nerve to say those things?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "How do you know that I don't understand calligraphy?" The man sneered and said, "Based on what you just said, you don't understand." Someone suddenly said, "Oh, now I remember, aren't you the recently famous Lin Chen? No wonder I always felt that you looked familiar." Hearing this, several people were slightly stunned and became a little scared. Lin Chen has been in the limelight recently. I heard that his family is very rich. Not only did he come to school in a helicopter, but I don't know how many supercars he has bought within a month after school started. They must not offend such people. But they are young and hot-tempered, and it is impossible to ask them to apologize in public now. One person said, "To be honest, you are really good at basketball, but why are you pretending to be good at calligraphy? This is art, and you can't just insult it." Lin Chen laughed angrily. "When did I ever say a bad word?" Several people were slightly stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. But when they think about the fact that the person behind them is the president, and the person behind the president is the principal, even if Lin Chen's family is rich, they can't let the principal expel them, right? Thinking of this, they became a lot braver. "Anyway, you are insulting our president and art. You need to apologize." "Apologize?" Lin Chen smiled. Why should he apologize? At this moment, a slightly familiar voice was heard. "Lin Chen? It's time to finish your evening study session. Why aren't you leaving yet?" When they looked back, they saw an amiable middle-aged man looking at Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen just felt that he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. It was not until several boys nearby called out, Vice President Su. That Lynchen remembered that this was the counselor of the School of Management, Vice President Su. I even went to his office to drink tea. Hello, Vice President Su. Lynchen greeted him, and Su Mo beside him also quickly said, Hello, Vice Principal Su. Hearing this, Vice Principal Su smiled even more kindly and said, Lynchen, thanks to your help before, otherwise we would have a headache right now. Several people were surprised. Why is Vice Principal Su so nice to Lynchen? Lynchen smiled slightly. Vice President Su, you are too polite. Are you free later? How about I treat you to a meal and thank you properly? Vice Principal Su asked tentatively. Hearing this, several people were even more shocked. Who is Vice Principal Su? They actually wanted to invite Lynchen, a freshman, to dinner? This was too shocking. But something even more surprising happened. Lynchen said, Well, I'm afraid I can't go. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Mo beside him and said, I'm going to take her home later. I have classes tomorrow and need to get up early, but it's quite late now. Lynchen didn't finish what he said, but the meaning was self-evident. Vice Principal Su slapped his thigh and said, Look at my memory. I asked you to go out for dinner so late. I am getting old and confused, ha 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 ha. Lynchen also laughed and said, No way, Vice President Su, you are joking. You are still as skilled as ever. Hearing this, Vice Principal Su became even happier. He glanced at Su Mo, who was a little restrained beside Lynchen, and nodded with a smile. Okay, an old guy like me won't delay your date. Goodbye, Vice Principal Su, Lynchen said. After Vice Principal Su left, several people looked at each other. I have something else to do later, what about you guys? Me too, I haven't finished my homework yet. Then let's go. In just a few seconds, several people fled in panic. On this side, several people talked as they walked. Who do you think this Lynchen is? He is so capable that even Vice President Su is so polite to him, and even invites him to dinner. I think this is too unbelievable. You think Lynchen won't deal with us if we talk to him like this just now? After hearing this, the scene was silent for a few seconds. Someone said, What are you afraid of? We are the president's men, and the president is backed by the principal. Logically speaking, we have a bigger backer, don't you think? It seems so. But let's talk to the president about this. Good. On this side, Lynchen was sending Su Mo back. However, Lynchen clearly felt that Su Mo was a little abnormal. Along the way, she didn't say a word. Although she is introverted, she does talk much less. Lynchen glanced at Su Mo and found that her cheeks were red. What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Su Mo was slightly startled. I'm fine. After a while, she continued. Just now, Vice President Su said that he would not disturb our date. Did he misunderstand something? Why didn't you explain? Lynchen then understood that Su Mo was blushing because of what she said. Why explain to him? It's pointless. What he thinks is none of our business, Lynchen said. Hearing this, Su Mo tilted her head and thought for a while. It seems so. As the two chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the bottom of Su Mo's dormitory building. Lynchen left only after watching Su Mo enter the dormitory building. As soon as he got home, Lynchen received a friend request with the note. President of the Tonghai University Calligraphy Association, Showdown. Lynchen remembered what happened today, so he agreed immediately. As soon as I accepted the friend request, the other party sent me several messages. Junior Lynchen, I just heard that you have some opinions about my work, so I came to add you and want to ask you for your advice. I wonder what kind of calligraphy master you are. Chapter 99. Aren't you here to cheer me up? He said that he was asking for advice humbly, but the tone of his voice did not show any sign of humility. Lynchen naturally saw it as well. I'm not a master of calligraphy, Lynchen said directly. Soon, Showdown sent several messages. Hee. Then I wonder what qualifications do you have, junior brother Lynchen, to comment on my work? With a clever tongue? Lynchen smiled. This so-called president of the Calligraphy Association is really interesting. It seems that he is used to being praised highly and has an inexplicable sense of superiority. Lin Chen asked directly. Just because I'm not a calligraphy master, does that mean I don't understand calligraphy? Xiao Chun replied immediately. Calligraphy is an art. How can we allow someone like you who knows nothing to speak nonsense? Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. You must apologize to me in public for your behavior. Just as Lin Chen was about to reply, Xiao Chun sent another message. Or if you think you are better than me, how about we compete in public and invite a professional calligraphy teacher to judge? Xiao Chun on the other end of the phone was feeling smug. In his opinion, Lin Chen's comments on his calligraphy works were just to show off. For these two choices, if Lin Chen is not stupid, he will definitely choose the first one. As expected, Lin Chen directly sent a OK message. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. I'll compete with you. Xiao Chun rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. How do you have the courage to compete with me? I have been practicing calligraphy since I was a child, and it has been more than 10 years now. I have won numerous awards. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Since we are from the same school, I would like to advise you to be more self-aware. Otherwise, you will suffer a lot in the future. When Lin Chen saw this, he said directly, I will return this sentence to you intact. Set a time. Xiao Chun. How about meeting at the student union office after class tomorrow afternoon? Lin Chen agreed directly and readily. Xiao Chun on the other end of the phone was in deep confusion. Lin Chen, how dare you compare with him? However, since Lin Chen refused to listen to his advice and insisted on putting his face close to him to be hit, there was nothing he could do. When the time comes, just don't blame him for bullying others. On this side, Lin Chen threw his phone aside and went to wash up. The next afternoon, in the student union office, Xiao Chun sat in his seat, with a few people beside him flattering him constantly. President, I don't know if this Lin Chen has lost his mind. He actually dares to compete with you in calligraphy. I think so too. President, you are the first place winner of the school calligraphy competition. Where did he get the courage? Did LJR lend it to him? President, you don't know how arrogant he was yesterday. I was almost mad at him. You have to teach him a lesson later. Hearing this, Xiao Chun raised a hand to stop their words. Forget it, stop talking, we will find out later, Xiao Chun said. Hearing this, several people immediately shut up. At this time, a beautiful figure walked in at the door, and Xiao Chun was immediately happy. Mengqi? Why are you here? Are you here to cheer me up? The person who came was none other than Shen Mingqi. He has liked Shen Mingqi for a long time, but Shen Mingqi has always been lukewarm towards him, which makes him very annoyed. But now that Shen Mingqi is willing to come and cheer him on, does this prove that their relationship can take a further step? Thinking of this, Xiao Chun was very happy. But Shen Mingqi just glanced at him lightly, with a hint of impatience flashing in her eyebrows. I just came to take a look. Is she here to cheer Xiao Chun? Of course not. She came to cheer Lin Chen. When she just learned from her classmates that Xiao Chun was going to compete with Lin Chen, Shen Mingqi immediately put aside her club matters and rushed over. This Xiao Chun has always liked her, and she knows it. Shen Mingqi didn't hate him originally, but he insisted on going against Lin Chen, and Shen Mingqi also became disgusted with him. In short, she will hate anyone who goes against Lin Chen. Hearing Shen Mingqi's slightly cold words, Xiao Chun didn't care and helped Shen Mingqi find the best seat to sit down. Seeing that there were no good seats around, Shen Mingqi had no choice but to sit down at the seat Xiao Chun found. Mingqi, do you want to eat something? I'll ask someone to buy it for you, Xiao Chun asked carefully. Shen Mingqi shook her head. No, thank you. She couldn't help but glance at the time. Why hasn't Lin Chen come yet? Soon, the principal and several calligraphy teachers of the school arrived. Originally, they didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Xiao Chun was the principal's direct disciple, and he was also very talented, so the principal liked Xiao Chun very much. This time when they heard that someone wanted to compete with Xiao Chun in calligraphy, they were all very surprised. Xiao Chun is extremely talented. Logically speaking, there should be no one in the school who can compare to Xiao Chun. However, Lin Chen, who competed with Xiao Chun, was also a well-known figure in Dahai University. I heard that Lin Chen drove a helicopter to report to school, and within less than a month after school started, he drove a total of 5 supercars to school. Moreover, as the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall, he helped the school's School of Management solve the internship problem. From this, it seems that Lin Chen's family is either rich or noble. It was just right that they could take this opportunity to meet Lin Chen and see what kind of person he was. On this side, after class, Lin Chen went directly to the student union office. Su Mo originally wanted to go with Lin Chen, but her own club had something urgent to do and she couldn't refuse, so she had to be absent. As soon as I entered, I found that the student union office was crowded with people. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen. The student union office is quite large, equivalent to a large conference room. Being able to borrow the student union's office, it seems that Xiao Chen is also a member of the student union, or has connections. Here, a boy wearing a simple gray casual jacket was looking at Lin Chen with a sneer on his face. Around him were several boys who had stood up for the president of the Calligraphy Association yesterday afternoon. Lin Chen saw it at a glance. This must be Xiao Chen, the president of the Calligraphy Association. Are you Lin Chen? Xiao Chen asked. Lin Chen nodded. It's me. Xiao Chen sneered. I didn't expect you to be quite courageous. Lin Chen just glanced at him lightly and said nothing. At this time, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice. Lin Chen! Come on! Lin Chen subconsciously looked up. Shinmengqi? Shinmengqi made a fist with one hand and gave Lin Chen a cheering gesture. Okay, thank you, senior sister. Lin Chen smiled. Xiao Chen on the side was so angry that his face turned green. Mengqi, aren't you here to cheer me on? Chapter 100 Calligraphy Competition. Hearing this, Shinmengqi just glanced at him impatiently. When did I say that I was here to cheer you up? I'm obviously here to cheer up Lin Chen. Shinmengqi's words obviously made Xiao Chen very angry. You. He pointed at Shinmengqi for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. It was the principal who spoke, and Xiao Chen's mood eased a little. He looked at Lin Chen and looked up and down. Are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, principal. Yes. The principal also nodded, and then said, We all know about your review of Xiao Chen's calligraphy works. Have you also studied calligraphy? Lin Chen said lightly. I have learned a little bit. At this time, Xiao Chen sneered. You have learned a little, then you dare to show off in front of me. Hearing this, the principal glanced at Xiao Chen dissatisfied, and Xiao Chen later realized that he had said the wrong thing. Then, the principal looked at Lin Chen and said in a gentle tone, You know, Xiao Chen has been learning since he was a child. Are you sure you still want to compete with him? Now, it's still too late for you to regret. Lin Chen immediately understood that the principal was giving him a step down. But now that he's come this far, how can he back down? Besides, with the top calligraphy skills rewarded by the system in hand, there will definitely be no problem in defeating someone of Xiao Chen's level. Why would he back down when it was a sure win? Besides, Shinmengqi is still here, how can he let his senior sister down? As he said that, he glanced at Shinmengqi, who smiled sweetly at him. This intimate interaction made Xiao Chen feel angry again. Then, Lin Chen looked at the principal and said, Thank you for your kindness, but it would be unreasonable for me to admit defeat before we even started the competition. The principal was slightly stunned, but seeing that Lin Chen refused to listen, he had no choice. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly said, How about this, if I win, Lin Chen, you apologize to me in public and admit that you are not as good as me. Lin Chen smiled. Okay. Then he asked, What if you lose? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. What if he loses? Please! How could he lose? And the few younger brothers beside him couldn't help but speak. Mr. Lin, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Do you mean that our president will lose? I tell you, this is impossible. Yes, the president has been learning calligraphy for many years. You are dreaming if you want to beat him. Really? I've seen some crazy people, but I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. Lin Chen didn't even look at them, and asked directly. You haven't said it yet, what if you lose? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, If I lose, I will never touch calligraphy again. And I will apologize to you and admit that I am not as good as you. How about that? Anyway, he firmly believed that he would not lose. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Okay. The principal frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Chen. In terms of character, Xiao Chen completely lost to Lin Chen. He is irritable, easily angered, and proud and complacent, while Lin Chen, on the other hand, always looks calm and composed. Fortunately, Xiao Chen is still a junior, while Lin Chen is just a freshman. There was a hint of disappointment in the principal's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Soon, the principal announced the start of the competition. Immediately afterwards, a teacher stood up and gave a topic, which was to write about the preface to the Lanting poems by the calligrapher. Because it was just a two-person competition, it was very simple, just writing your own work. Xiao Chen had already started writing, while Lin Chen was still slowly grinding the ink. People in the audience couldn't help but start talking. What is Lin Chen doing? Look, Xiao Chen has already started writing. Is he just here to join in the fun? I think he's just here to make people laugh. I just don't understand. President Zhao's strength is obvious to everyone. Lin Chen, how did he have the courage to compete with President Zhao? I don't know, maybe they just have an inexplicable sense of superiority. The boys who were talking suddenly felt a little chill on their backs. A few people turned around and saw several girls staring at them eagerly. You are not allowed to talk about our male god. Yes. If you dare to say that to me again, I will be rude to you. A girl who was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms also raised her fist and looked at them coldly. Several boys quickly turned around and dared not say another word. Does Lin Chen have so many fans? On this side, Xiao Chen heard the noise, glanced at Lin Chen, and seeing that he had not started writing yet, he smiled contemptuously. You really don't know your own limitations. I haven't even started writing yet, so I probably won't be able to write. Here, the principal and several calligraphy teachers were also confused. Several calligraphy teachers discussed. What's going on with this Lin Chen? Why hasn't he started writing yet? What on earth does he want to do? Is he playing a trick on us? I think there's no need to continue this competition. Principal, please announce the results. The suggestion made by this teacher was supported by several other teachers. The principal frowned slightly and said, Wait and see. Here, Xiao Chen had already written half of it before Lin Chen started writing. With the bonus of top-level calligraphy skills, Lin Chen deeply realized what it meant to write as if inspired by God. This brush seems to have a life of its own. The more Lin Chen writes, the more exciting it becomes. When he finished the last stroke, he looked at the work in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Cool. So cool. He looked up at Xiao Chen, only to find that he had just finished writing as well. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. How does Lin Chen write so fast? He seemed to remember that Lin Chen started writing when he was almost halfway through. But think about it, what good things can be produced if it is completed at such a fast speed? This time, he will definitely win. Seeing this, several calligraphy teachers stood up from their seats. They first walked toward Xiao Chen and commented on his calligraphy work. The pen moves like a dragon and the strokes are as sharp as a hook. What a beautiful handwriting. Yes, Xiao Chen is indeed a talented person. Give him some time, and he will become a famous calligrapher in the future. Indeed, the principal has always had a keen eye. He was able to accept Xiao Chen as his personal disciple. Xiao Chen is indeed exceptional. Even the principal nodded with satisfaction and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Yes, not bad. Xiao Chen was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, principal, thank you, teachers. At the same time, he looked at Lin Chen, his chin raised slightly, as if he was confident of winning. And Xin Mingqi in the audience couldn't help but become nervous. Lin Chen, will he lose? At this time, the principal and several teachers walked towards Lin Chen. The moment they saw the work in front of him, everyone was stunned. This is a masterpiece. Chapter 101 Principal Lin Chen, do you still need an apprentice? What? A masterpiece? Everyone was confused and looked at each other, even Xiao Chen looked confused. Several teachers rushed forward and pushed Lin Chen away. This calligraphy is great. With one stroke, it comes in the air like a horse and leaves in a cloud of dust. It's like a flying dragon coming from nothingness and returning to nothingness. Absolutely amazing. At first glance, I thought it was an authentic work of the saint of calligraphy. I'm afraid this level is above all of us, right? Hearing this, everyone in the audience gasped. What did they just hear? Several teachers said that Lin Chen's level was actually higher than theirs. What is going on? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It was the first time he heard such high evaluations from several teachers. Xiao Chen staggered, then rushed forward and took a look through the gap. With just one glance, his face turned pale. It is said that the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. He has studied calligraphy for so many years, so of course he understands it. So with just one glance, he knew he had lost. And they lost miserably. Lin Chen's level is indeed above his. No, it can be said that there is a world of difference. After several teachers studied it for a while, they realized that this was a competition. Several people felt a little embarrassed. The principal announced somewhat embarrassedly, "Well, we just discussed it. The winner of this game is Lin Chen." Wow! The entire audience was boiling with excitement. What? The president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chen, actually lost to Lin Chen? This is too unbelievable. Who is Lin Chen? Did you hear it? Some teachers just said that Lin Chen's ability is probably above them. Is Lin Chen some kind of hidden calligraphy master? That's impossible, he's still so young. Shin Mingqi was also very surprised, almost wary when she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen is really becoming more and more charming. He is different from ordinary second-generation rich people. Not only is he rich, he is also well-educated both internally and externally. He can play basketball and calligraphy, and he is also very low-key. Shin Mingqi felt that she really liked Lin Chen more and more. At this time, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Chen with a half-smile. Xiao Chen's face turned pale. He suddenly understood now that he had been too proud before. From a young age, everyone praised him as a calligraphy genius, and he was almost universally admired. He has always been proud of his calligraphy, but he forgets that there are always people who are better than him. At this moment, he seemed to understand a lot. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Chen with complicated eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I was too proud. Your ability is indeed above mine. Here, I apologize to you." As he said this, he bowed deeply. Everyone was surprised. Xiao Chen, such a proud person, actually apologized to Lin Chen in public? The principal also nodded with satisfaction. When it comes to calligraphy, Xiao Chen is indeed too arrogant. Now that he has been hit hard, it may change his character, which is actually a good thing. At this time, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and said cruelly, "I will fulfill the bet and never touch calligraphy again in my life." Hearing this, several younger brothers around him were immediately shocked. President, you can't do this! If you don't touch calligraphy, how can you be the president?" "Yes, President, you are so talented, this is such a pity." At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "I accept the apology. As for President Zhao's decision not to touch calligraphy in this life, it was just a joke. Since it's a joke, why should we take it seriously?" He just realized that Xiao Chen really knew he was wrong, and his apology was sincere. In this case, Lin Chen is not the kind of person who would never give in even if he is right. It's not that he is a saint. After all, Xiao Chen's talent is indeed high, and he was able to win him over because of the system. Since Xiao Chen has already apologized, there is no need for Lin Chen to keep harping on this matter. Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Chen's words. No one thought that Lin Chen would say this. Even the principal and several calligraphy teachers were surprised. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Chen in shock. "Why?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Didn't the teacher just say that if I give you some time, you will become a famous calligrapher in the future? How can I bear to let a future famous calligrapher never touch calligraphy again in his life because of me? Wouldn't that be a great sin for me?" Xiao Chen was stunned. At the same time, I felt extremely ashamed. Lin Chen is a freshman, and he is so open-minded. As a junior, he is also the president of the Calligraphy Association. He looked at Lin Chen and sighed. "Lin Chen, I lost completely, no matter what. But I have said it. At this time, the principal also stood up and said, Yes, Xiaochen, Linchen is right, you have a good talent, it would be a pity if you never touch calligraphy again. Just admit your mistakes and correct them, as for the rest. As he said that, he looked at Linchen. Just tell Linchen, it's just a joke, isn't it? Several teachers came out quickly to persuade them. Xiaochen was immediately moved and looked at Linchen, the principal and others. Linchen, thank you. And thank you to the principal, and thank you to all the teachers. But, Xiaochen paused, then said, I want to quit the position of president and let Linchen be the president of the Calligraphy Association. Linchen was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved his hands. I can't do it, I'm most afraid of trouble. Xiaochen also persuaded several times, and finally decided that the Calligraphy Association should have two presidents, one is Xiaochen, and the other is Linchen in name. The so-called pseudonym. Linchen is sitting in the position of president, but does not have to fulfill his obligations as president. Linchen also didn't expect that he would be able to win the title of president by participating in a competition. After everyone dispersed, Shen Mingqi wanted to go back with Linchen. But the principal and several teachers surrounded Linchen, saying they wanted to discuss calligraphy with him. Shen Mingqi had no choice but to go back first. Linchen was directly invited to the principal's office by the principal and several teachers. The principal also loved calligraphy very much. He took out several of his works and showed them to Linchen. Linchen, show me these works. These are all my proud works. What do you think? The principal asked with a flattering look. Linchen had no choice but to continue reading and said, The principal's handwriting is majestic and full of style. However, he pays too much attention to the individual beauty of each word and ignores the overall layout. When the principal heard this, he suddenly realized, Young friend Lin Chen's words have helped me see the blue sky through the clouds. Then, he quickly asked, Little friend Lin Chen, are you in need of a disciple? How about me? Chapter 102 Mid-Autumn Festival Party. Hearing this, Lin Chen was shocked. What is going on? Lin Chen quickly said, Principal, this won't do, you are my principal. Seeing this, the principal no longer insisted. Then can we discuss calligraphy more when we have time? Said the principal. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's possible. Afterwards, Lin Chen was pulled together by several calligraphy teachers to discuss the matter for nearly an hour before he was able to leave. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Chen looked up at the sky in silence. It's so scary. The principal and these teachers are all idiots. Well, Lin Chen sighed heavily before driving away in his car. As soon as I got home, I received a message from Suemo. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I should have gone with you today. I heard from them that you completely defeated Guild President Xiao Qin. They said you were super handsome. It's a pity I didn't see it. Lin Chen smiled and replied, It's okay, we've already won anyway. At this time, Suemo also replied immediately. You are amazing. The other party is the president of the Calligraphy Association, and you actually beat him. Lin Chen replied, Generally speaking, it's pretty good. At this time, Suemo suddenly said, By the way, the monitor asked me to inform you that there will be a Mid-Autumn Festival party tomorrow night, and everyone must attend. Yeah, okay, I understand. Then, Lin Chen put down his phone and went to wash up. The next day, I had no classes the whole day, but I still had to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala in the evening. There was nothing to do during the day, so Lin Chen ordered takeout and played games at home all day. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Chen drove out. When Lin Chen arrived, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was about to begin. However, he was not worried about the problem of occupying a seat, because the little cutie Suemo would definitely not forget him. As soon as he arrived at the conference room, Lin Chen saw that there was an argument in front of him. It seems to be from their class. Suemo and class monitor Chu Qianqian? Suemo was pushed by someone and fell to the ground. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and he walked straight over. What are you doing? There were 5 or 6 boys who had the argument with Suemo and the others. Chu Qianqian helped Suemo up. Lin Chen asked worriedly, Are you okay? Suemo shook her head, she also felt aggrieved. In order to help Lin Chen get a middle seat, she came early. But I didn't expect this to happen. At this time, Lin Chen looked at the boys in front of him and said, "How dare you hit a girl?" One of the boys said, "This is our seat. They are occupying it and won't leave. We have no choice but to do this." Hearing this, Chu Qianqian couldn't help but retort, "What do you mean it's your seat? It's originally occupied by whoever arrives first. We have been sitting here for half an hour, and you just arrived." The boy sneered, "Do you know why we came so late? Because we had already reserved these seats with the student union, but we didn't expect you to be so shameless and still occupy them." "You!" Chu Qianqian's face turned red with anger. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Several girls from the same class behind her also looked angry. These people probably just saw that they were a group of girls, so they dared to come and fight for positions. Lin Chen sneered, "To be honest, this is the first time I've heard that seats can be reserved through the student union." But the man said shamelessly, "That's because you are ignorant. Why do you want to help them?" Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and pointed at Lin Chen and said, "Are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen is very famous in school recently. First he reported for duty by helicopter, then he changed 4 or 5 top-of-the-line supercars within a month, and he was also the person involved in the school beauty Song Qi-Wan incident. He retreated a little, but this was the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and there were so many people watching. How embarrassing it would be if he just gave in. Thinking about it, he plucked up his courage and said directly, "Lin Chen, I know you are a rich second generation and your family is also very rich, but this does not mean that you can bully ordinary students like us casually." Lin Chen? Su Mo, Chu Qianqian and others? Who was bullying whom? Su Mo was even pushed to the ground. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I bullied you? Then tell me, how did I bully you? We have reserved these seats long ago. You are helping others to take our seats. Isn't this bullying us?" the man argued. Lin Chen really admired how shameless this man was. "Let's not talk about whether or not to fight for the seats. Just the fact that the students will reserve seats is incredible. You all know whether this is true or not," Lin Chen said calmly. "Besides, are the student union's powers so great? They can even help people reserve seats?" Lin Chen's words aroused public indignation. "Yeah, this student union is too abominable. They act bossy all the time, as if they think they are so great just because they are a small leader. I also think that occupying a seat is a bit too much. In today's schools, the student union is truly all-powerful. Dark. Too dark." Listening to what the people around them said, they also became a little panicked. You are smearing the student union!" One of them pointed at Lin Chen angrily. Lin Chen smiled and said, "The student union itself is shady enough, why does it need someone to smear it?" You. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Lin Chen, the man simply took out his cell phone and made a call. Based on what he said, Lin Chen could roughly judge that the person he was calling was the president of the student union. What he said was roughly that they had an argument with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen defamed the student union in public. In his words, he became the messenger of justice, and Lin Chen was the unforgivable sinner. He picked himself clean. But there was no mention of the seat reservation, just now. Lin Chen understood instantly that this matter was probably made up by them. He sneered and looked at Lin Chen. "I am a good friend of Zhang Riqiang, the president of the student union, and I have indeed reserved a seat. When he comes, you can handle it yourself." Su Mo and Chu Qianqian were also slightly surprised. "I originally thought they were just making it up, but now it seems like they actually reserved a seat." Seeing this, Su Mo felt a little scared and was about to tell Lin Chen to sit somewhere else, but after looking around, she found that there were no empty seats. But Lin Chen was not afraid at all. He never takes the initiative to cause trouble, but if the other party wants to provoke him, he will not be afraid. Then, the man folded his arms and said, "Lin Chen, I know your family is very rich, but you have to understand that this is a school, not your home. In school, you must follow the school's rules." Chapter 103 Who are you going to deal with? Lin Chen also agreed with his words. It's right to follow the rules. However, this depends on whether the rules are reasonable and who set them. Unreasonable rules are meant to be broken. Soon, the arrogant student union president arrived. "Who is smearing our student union?" he asked as soon as he arrived. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen, and Su Mo grabbed the corner of Lin Chen's clothes with some fear. The man who had just had an argument with Lin Chen pointed directly at Lin Chen. It's him! Not only did he bring people to compete with us for positions, but he also slandered the student union in public. Zhang Riqiang looked at Lin Chen and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Chen? Why are you so noisy? It's just a seat, it doesn't matter where you sit. Lin Chen smiled. Since it's just a position, why don't your people change positions? You! Zhang Riqiang was furious. Since he became the president of the student union, no one has dared to speak to him like this. Lin Chen is the first. He took a deep breath and said, How about this, let's talk outside, okay? Lin Chen just glanced at him calmly and said, Forget it. It's nothing shameful. Zhang Riqiang was speechless again. He originally wanted to call Lin Chen outside and threaten him again so that he would compromise. Then, he said, Lin Chen, I know your family is rich, but this is a school. No matter what family you come from, since you are in school, you must abide by the school rules, right? Oh? Lin Chen became interested. Then tell me, what school rules should I follow now? Do I agree with the rule that the student union can help reserve seats? Book a seat. Zhang Riqiang looked confused. At this time, the man who had argued with Lin Chen earlier quickly stood up and said, I contacted the student union a few days ago to reserve this seat, don't you agree? President Zhang? Zhang Riqiang now completely understood the whole story. When he came, this person called him and told him that Lin Chen had taken their place. Now it seems that they have taken Lin Chen's position? However, even though he knew the truth, Zhang Riqiang would cover it up to the end for the sake of his own face. After all, he is the president of the student union. If he embarrasses himself this time, how can others obey him in the future? Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Chen and said, Yes, he did ask us to help reserve a seat. These seats are also theirs. You should sit somewhere else. Lin Chen sneered. Has the current student union reached the point where it can cover the sky with one hand in the school? I don't know who made the rule that student union members can help others reserve seats, or was it you, President Zhang, who made it? If that's the case, then as long as you join the student union, you will never have to reserve seats again? The people in the student union really haven't learned how to behave like a human being, but they have learned how to be powerful and authoritative. Lin Chen's words left Zhang Riqiang speechless. Even many of the students in the seats couldn't help but secretly cheer for Lin Chen. Zhang Riqiang is so angry. He pointed at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, I order you to take your people and leave these seats immediately. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Order? Are you kidding me? Zhang Riqiang's face turned completely cold. Lin Chen, are you sure you don't want to give me face and go against me? Face is not given by others, but earned by yourself. Do you understand, President Zhang? Lin Chen said lightly. Having said that, Lin Chen directly asked Su Mo and others to sit down. Seeing that Lin Chen was determined to go against him, Zhang Riqiang was almost furious. It was the first time he met such a difficult person. Lin Chen, don't you understand what I'm saying? Zhang Riqiang said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at him calmly and said, Sorry, don't use your tricks to gain power on me. I don't buy it. At this time, Zhang Riqiang was directly furious and slapped the table next to him. Lin Chen, you are simply too much. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have some money? However, just when Zhang Riqiang was domineering. Zhang Riqiang? Who are you going to deal with? Everyone gasped. It's the principal. Zhang Riqiang suddenly began to panic. No, principal, I didn't. At this time, Xiao Zhang suddenly saw Lin Chen beside Zhang Riqiang, and his face lit up immediately. Lin Chen? Why are you here? Hello, principal. Lin Chen greeted respectfully. The principal smiled kindly and said, I just happened to be looking for you. Are you free after the party is over? Lin Chen said helplessly. I'm free. The principal was immediately delighted. That's great. I benefited a lot from your comments before. Last night, I got inspired and painted another one. I was just thinking of showing it to you. This time, I paid special attention to the overall pattern. I wanted to show you whether it's better than before. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look later. Hearing this conversation, the students around were stunned. It seems like Lin-Chin is going to guide the principal? What is going on? Some students who went to watch the competition between Lin-Chin and the president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao-Chin, yesterday began to talk about what happened yesterday in a low voice. After hearing this, the students looked at Lin-Chin with more admiration in their eyes. They all come here to study, so why is there such a big gap between them and Lin-Chin? Zhang Riqiang's face turned even paler. At this time, the principal also remembered Zhang Riqiang's incident and asked, "By the way, who were you going to deal with just now? Was it Lin-Chin?" Hearing this, Zhang Riqiang was about to cry. "This is not the principal, this is all a misunderstanding." The principal said unhappily, "Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. As the president of the student union, you don't think about how to serve the students, but you do a lot of bullying your classmates. If you don't want to be the president anymore, just say it. There are many people who want to take your place." Zhang Riqiang immediately lowered his head and dared not say a word, just like a primary school student being scolded. "Okay, then hurry up and leave. Stop embarrassing yourself here," the principal said impatiently. Zhang Riqiang had no choice but to leave in shame. The group of people who had just snatched seats from Lin-Chin and others also found an opportunity to sneak away. The principal faced Lin-Chin and smiled again. "Lin-Chin, you watch the party here first, I'll come back to you later." "Okay." Lin-Chin nodded. After the principal left, Lin-Chin discovered that the eyes of his classmates looking at him were all emitting strange light. He touched his nose and sat down helplessly. He really wants to be more low-key, but reality doesn't allow it. Chapter 104: Show Off Your Wealth. Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala began. Su Emo on the side said gratefully, "Lin-Chin, thank you, this time it is all thanks to you." Lin-Chin smiled and said, "Didn't you also help me stand in the position? I haven't thanked you yet." Chu Qianqian, who was standing by, couldn't help but complain. "Those few people clearly think that we girls are easy to bully. They are a bunch of bullies who only care about the weak and fear the strong. The student union is also going too far." Then, she glanced at Lin-Chin and said, "I don't know where the boys in our class are hiding. I was about to give up my seat, but luckily Lin-Chin came. It's okay. It's all over." The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was nothing more than singing and dancing, and reciting a few ancient poems, and it soon came to an end. After the party, Lin-Chin was about to leave when he was called to the principal's office. After discussing calligraphy for half an hour, the principal let him leave. When we returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Song Qingwan did send a few WeChat messages. "Lin-Chin, my birthday is coming up in a few days. I'm going to have a birthday party at home. Will you come? I've almost recovered. After the birthday party, I'll go back to school. How about you? How are you doing lately?" Lin-Chin pondered for a moment. The last incident had a significant impact on Song Qingwan, and she must have suffered a pretty big blow. However, she has been on leave for more than 10 days, and I believe she should have recovered enough. "Okay, I'll definitely come over when it's your birthday." The next day, in a coffee shop, Yi Qingxue was reminiscing about the past with a high school friend named Chenlan. But she wants to leave so much. Chenlan can't stop talking about her boyfriend. Here it comes again. Chenlan took a sip of the coffee on the table and said slowly, "Qingxue, I'm wondering, with your good conditions, how come you don't have a boyfriend yet? Logically, this shouldn't happen. When you were in school, you were the most popular person in the class. Are you being too picky? You should lower your standards and find a good boyfriend." Then, she raised her hand and revealed the Pandora bracelet. "Look, isn't it beautiful? My boyfriend gave it to me." Chenlan had a smiling face, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qingxue. When they were in school, Yi Qingxue was always superior to her in terms of appearance and academic performance. Even the boys she liked Yi Qingxue. Although she had been getting along with Yi Qingxue as a friend over the years, she had long since disliked Yi Qingxue. Now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qingxue smiled awkwardly. "Well, it's quite beautiful." Then, Chenlan smiled and said, "Qingxue, my boyfriend will come to see me later. I see that you don't have a date yet. How about I ask my boyfriend to introduce you to someone? Yi Qingxue waved her hand quickly. No, no, no. Qianlan scolded. Really, we are all friends, what is there to be embarrassed about? Yi Qingxue felt like crying but had no tears. She's not embarrassed at all. At this time, a tall and thin man with a pair of shifty eyes walked into the coffee shop. The moment he saw that person, Qianlan's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up to greet him. Honey, why did you come just now? The man's eyes flashed with impatience. You said you wanted to meet a friend, why did you pull me over? While he was complaining, Qianlan pulled him to a seat and asked him to sit down. The moment he saw Yi Qingxue opposite him, he was stunned. But Qianlan didn't notice it at all. She smiled sweetly at Yi Qingxue and introduced her. Qingxue, this is my boyfriend, Li Bin. Dear, this is my best friend, Yi Qingxue. At this time, Li Bin came back to his senses and stretched out his hand to Yi Qingxue. Hello, I'm Chen Bin. Yi Qingxue looked at the hand in front of her and shook it symbolically, but Li Bin took the opportunity to scratch her palm. She frowned and suddenly felt nauseous. At first glance, Li Bin doesn't look like a good person. His girlfriend was right next to him, but he was touching her best friend. Yi Qingxue looked at Qianlan, who was completely unaware of the situation. For some reason, she suddenly felt some sympathy for Qianlan. Judging from her boyfriend's behavior, her head would probably have been covered with green hair a long time ago. Li Bin smiled and said, I often hear Laman say that she has a good friend named Yi Qingxue. Now I finally meet her. When he spoke, his eyes were always fixed on Yi Qingxue, which made Yi Qingxue very uncomfortable. Qianlan next to him seemed to have noticed this as well and quickly pushed her boyfriend, and Li Bin finally came to his senses. Qianlan glared at Yi Qingxue secretly, and at the same time cursed Yi Qingxue 1,000 times in his heart. Yi Qingxue, this vixen, actually dared to seduce her boyfriend in front of her. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue laughed dryly twice. I often hear Laman mention your boyfriend. Yeah? Li Bin laughed twice, then very naturally put his Ferrari car keys on the table, and inadvertently revealed the Rolex watch on his hand. Since you are Laman's friend, you will be my friend from now on, Li Bin said with a smile. Qianlan let out a few coquettish sounds and snuggled into Li Bin's arms. Hate! Seeing this, Yi Qingxue on the opposite side almost got goosebumps all over her body. Oh my God! Who can come and save her? In order to ease the embarrassment, she even took out her cell phone and started browsing. Suddenly, she came across Lin Chen's prestige. Lin Chen, save me! I was with my friend and she kept showing off her boyfriend to me. I wanted to leave but was too embarrassed to do so. Come quickly and take me away 555. Meet Cafe. Seeing this, Qianlan said, Qingxue, stop checking your phone. We finally got together. Yi Qingxue felt helpless and had to put away her phone. Now she could only pray that Lin Chen would come. On this side, Lin Chen had just finished breakfast and was about to return to the villa when he received a message from Yi Qingxue. Help? In fact, Lin Chen didn't quite understand. If you don't want to stay, just leave. Why are you still wasting time with them? However, after thinking about it, Lin Chen drove straight over. Here, after chatting for a while, Qianlan went to the bathroom. At this time, Li Bin took the opportunity to ask, Qingxue, how about we add a contact method? Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. Let's forget about this. But Li Bin refused to give in and directly grabbed Yi Qingxue's hand, which scared Yi Qingxue so much that she pulled her hand back. What are you doing? Yi Qingxue asked angrily. At this time, Qianlan rushed out, picked up a glass of water on the table, and poured it directly on Yi Qingxue's face. Yi Qingxue! You are so shameless!